Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 rupees chapter 119 with Shaen's order. The prepared pirates responded loudly. Just like when Rock's pirates set sail. Golden Lion Shiki smiled and moved his hand. Lion Fruit's ability was activated, and the earth surging paved a way directly to his island. Shaen walked forward and walked over with Shiki, Rayleigh, Shaki, and Mahawk. An excitement flashed in Kaido's eyes, and he took the lead in leading the 3 plagues, and the 6 volleys and the army of beasts followed. The same is true for Charlotte Linlin, taking the Charlotte family and the Vinsmoke family who have arrived in the past few days to the island that is about to fly. Then the Doflamingo and Don Quixote family cadres also landed with excitement. Redhead Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yasop and others looked at each other and followed them to the island. A group of people walked to the center of the island mightily. Dr. Indiego and Shiki's men had already been waiting. Then, with the rumbling sound, the sea surging, the huge island directly soared into the sky and flew towards Marineford. Marine's surveillance personnel were swayed by the rippling sea in the submarine, looking at the huge island and the mighty Shaen and others with shock on their faces, and hurriedly passed the news back to Naval Headquarters. At this time, the Marineford Naval Headquarters has completely entered a state of preparation. 23 hours remaining. In the crescent-like port of Marineford, warships sailed in one after another, and marine soldiers came down continuously, or carried weapons and artillery. In the fortress, Garp, Crane's staff officer, 5 admiral, plus a dozen vice admiral from the headquarters, and vice admiral from the giant tribe. Sengoku sat in the first place and was receiving news from Hachinosu. The sword god Shaen has already set off. With the ability of the Golden Lion, maybe he can really rush over during the public execution. Marshal Sengoku said to everyone with a serious expression. Garp and 5 admiral had serious eyes, and the vice admiral took a deep breath. This battle is like a decisive battle between Marine and the pirates. Both sides are almost unprecedented lineups. A heavy atmosphere surrounds the conference room. All of them are deployed in accordance with the combat plan. The time is short. Marshal Sengoku told everyone. Yes. The vice admiral got up one after another, went out, and began to deploy their combat power. 5 admiral also nodded, got up and went out to make arrangements. Sengoku then passed the news to 5 elders. Advertisement. At this time, the 5 elders prepared at Mariajoy were wearing formal clothes, and even the kimono elders were matched with formal clothes. The sword god Shaen has set off. The blonde old man put down the phone worm in his hand, turned his head and said to the 4 behind him. It was long expected that from New World to Marineford, even the Golden Lion Shiki's abilities will be ridiculous. When they arrive, Golden Lion Shiki will also consume physical strength because of their ability to hurry, and the gain will not be worth the loss. I hope they are too late, so that we can take Whitebeard Newgate first and refine it into a life return. The 5 elders spoke one by one, and there was a cold breath. Thinking of the strength of Rock's and Roger's corpses, the 5 of them have a sense of excitement. From the bottom of my heart, I even wondered if the sword god Shaen could be refined into. All parties are waiting for the start of the public execution. Time passed quickly. The next morning, it was less than 10 hours before the public execution. Impelled down the great prison under the sea. Magellan, Hannibal and others welcomed Marine Garp Vice Admiral and Admiral Fujitora, Green Bull. Watching the 3 people get on the elevator leading to the 6th floor. Hannibal couldn't help but smack his tongue secretly. Escorting a Firefist Ace, Garp Vice Admiral and 2 Admiral. This is more than just a public sentence, Hannibal. Magellan said solemnly. At this time, the 2 men did not return to the daytime atmosphere, full of the heavy burden of the next battle. Garp and Fujitora, the Green Bull rode on the elevator and went straight to the 6th floor, and came to Ace's cell. Old man. Ace slowly raised his head, his nose was a little sour, looking at Garp with his head a little closed and a complex expression in front of him. Ace, it's time. Garp said bitterly, a devilish voice faintly persuading him not to insist on his position. Green Bull and Fujitora also knew the origins of Garp Vice Admiral and Ace. They couldn't help sighing, and took the initiative to escort Ace out. Garp took a deep breath, turned his head to look deep, and said, Letterfield, are you really going to play? Yes, Garp. Advertisement in the depths, a voice came out leisurely. Garp turned around and walked a few steps, expressionless. Lonely Red made Impel Down submit an application, which was unexpected. In addition, the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down have applied for the opportunity to play in exchange for freedom. Mariajoy means that these criminals can play, but if the combat effectiveness is not enough, forget it. Originally Sengoku didn't approve of it. These people are all sinners. But the 5 elders felt that as long as they could increase their combat power to deal with the sword god Shaen, it didn't matter. After the jailer took over Ace, the Red Earl, Caitlin, Beryl, Crocodile, the Evil King and others were all released with seastone handcuffs and anklets one after another, and escorted to the naval ship on the 1st floor. Jinbei, World Destroyer Brindywaldo, Bullet and others were reluctant to go out and stayed on the 6th floor. The air outside is really good. The Evil King showed a smile and breathed the air. The feeling under the long-lost sky. Garp sat in front of Ace, and did not respond to the prisoners like Earl Hong. Fujitora and the Green Bull stood on each side to prevent these guys from making any trouble halfway. At the same time, Blackbeard Teach, who had calculated the time, sneaked out and wanted to go to impel down, but was met by Kong, who had just arrived, and followed back with a bitter face. Enter Marineford. The execution stand in front of the fort has been built. There are densely packed Marine elite fighters on the square. All kinds of artillery and weapons of war are listed. A warship began to encircle the entire island. The final preparation for battle is about to be completed. And above the sky, a group of seagulls hung a video bug with big eyes around their necks, scattered and hovering over Marineford. You can see the video bug in the harbor, the sea, and the high places of the islands. This is the live video bug prepared by the big newsman Morgans. In Sabaody Archipelago, 3 huge screens have been hung on the highest open space on the island. If one video bug is gone, the other will be immediately added to ensure that the live broadcast will not be interrupted. I am a genius. Morgans, in the form of an albatross, stood in front of the screen excitedly, his wings flapping, and said, "The excitement in my heart is beyond words. This is not only the Sabaody Archipelago, the 7 capitals of water, and the islands of the major kingdoms have launched live broadcasts. This time, Morgans will complete the biggest live broadcast in the press." Chapter 120. Chapter 120, with Marine's preparations completed. There were less than 3 hours left before the execution. Sabaody Archipelago, on the large island in the first half of the Grand Line, on the main kingdoms of the Quartet Sea, also opened live screens with the sound of Marine's horns gathering for battle. On the island rushing to Marineford above the sky, Shaen and others were in the attic on the island. Golden Lion Haki controlled the island to accelerate the flight, and let his subordinates pull out the screen and receive the live broadcast. Everyone stared at the screen. At this time, Marineford images began to be transmitted to all parts of the world. Gosh, this Marine's lineup, is this the power of Marine? The Whitebeard pirates, is that terrifying? Marine actually made this lineup. How terrifying is this war? There were countless people watching from all over the world. Seeing the live broadcast, all of them screamed in surprise. On Sabaody Archipelago, the 11 supernovas, including Luffy and the crew, couldn't help feeling a bit of suffocation from Marine's lineup. This preparation is too much. 22. On the live broadcast screen arranged by Morgans and World Government, the 3 screens from the sky, the sea, and the island view Marineford at this time. Thousands of warships, hundreds of thousands of Marine soldiers. At the forefront of the square, in addition to the giant warriors, Disolo, Empress Hancock, Blackbeard Teach, Gecko Moria, Wable, Storm Kun Shang, etc. Shichibukai stood on the front wall of the harbor. Behind the many Marine soldiers in the square, the execution platform has been erected high. Under the execution stage, 5 large chairs were neatly placed, facing the harbor. Under the chair, standing in the branch, are dozens of vice admiral from all over the world, or from the headquarters. A powerful force is like passing through a live broadcast screen, and the hearts of the oppressive spectators are beating. Some pirates couldn't help but shudder. Time passed as everyone watched Marineford in shock. There are only less than 2 hours left, when, under the execution stage, the sound of handcuffs and anklets sounded. Fire Fist Ace, under the escort of Marine and the 2 execution officers, stepped onto the execution platform from the fortress step by step. Fire Fist Ace is here. Advertisement. The people at the scene and watching the game held their breath, and a sense of tension emerged from the bottom of my heart. Ace stepped onto the execution stage, then sat on the stage, his head closed. Execution officers substations on both sides. As the protagonist of the execution came to the scene, under the execution stage, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru Admiral walked to the 5 seats and sat down drastically. "It's 3 Admiral," the Marines in the square exclaimed in excitement. "This is Marine's highest combat power. That's a conscripted prisoner." Marine soldiers looked at the execution platform and saw Garp Vice Admiral and Fujitora with a sharp eye. The Green Bull took the Red Earl, the Evil King, and others to the bottom of the execution platform. That lonely Red, the legendary pirate. Many Marines of the older generation recognized Red Earl's iconic dress and appearance and exclaimed, "This is a legendary pirate who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard." Shun in Impel Down was called out. More than that, you see, there is also the Evil King, the Crescent Hunter. Many Marines have recognized them. These are all murderous characters who have disappeared for a long time. Since they have all been imprisoned in Impel Down, they are still being called out. At this time, Garp released the handcuffs of the Red Earl and others. Fujitora Green Bull turned around and walked to the 5 seats and sat with the 3 of Kizaru. The sitting figure of Wudao has a deterrent force radiating, and everyone present feels this oppression. 5 Admiral. Those are the 2 new admirals promoted by the World Conscript. It is said that they have monster-like strength. The Marines were attracted by the Admiral and swallowed their throats. They had all heard of the new Admiral, and they all watched. The viewers in front of the live broadcasts from all over the world were stunned. Marine turned out to be 5 Admiral. If you know Admiral, it can only serve as an absolutely powerful combat force. Garp Vice Admiral, who untied the Red Earl and others, looked at these prisoners and warned. "Letterfield, you have also seen it. It is best to put away those bad thoughts. When the war is over, the world government will give you freedom based on the merits of the war." Afterwards, regardless of them, they turned and walked on the execution platform. The Evil King, Katrine and others looked at each other and couldn't help but frighten Marine's lineup, and even the perception of seeing, hearing, and color was confused by the square now full of power and could not be clearly perceived. Earl Red stared straight ahead, expressionless. Sword God Sha Tien, how soon will he arrive? Advertisement under the execution stage, footsteps came again. Marshal Sengoku, Marshal of Kong's army, and the hero Garp, stepped onto the execution stand. The two marshals and Garp Vice Admiral, 3 people appeared on the square and cheered. These 3 are all legends of Marine. Before the live broadcast, countless people who watched here were shocked and exclaimed. That's the Lonely Red, the legendary pirate, plus Shichibukai, 5 Admiral, Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, and Marshal Marine Kong who took office. Oh my god, there are so many legendary powerhouses appearing. This is not normal. Even though it is one of Whitebeard's 4 emperors, the power that Marine has assembled is too terrifying. Among the crowd onlookers, in addition to being amazed, there were even more doubts. It seems that Marine's preparation is too strong. The supernovas of Sabaody Archipelago feel their mouths are extremely dry. So many legendary characters are just to guard against the sword god Sha Tien. How great is the pressure on world government and Marine by the sword god? Luffy stared at Ace on the execution stage and clenched his fists. And flew gallop in the sky to the huge island of Marineford. Rayleigh, Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Shanks and others all looked at the intercepted live broadcast and were surprised. Sha Tien was also quite surprised. It is expected that Kong will come. It is unexpected that even these prisoners of Impel Down would dare to be released to fight. Looking at the scene on the screen, Sha Tien smiled lightly. So many legendary figures are waiting for themselves. These people seem to be a little bit worse for us in Newgate, right? Golden Lion Shiki smiled, but his eyes were solemn. This battle is just like the Valley of Gods back then. At this time, the 5 figures again appeared in a conspicuous position of the fortress in the picture. Let Rayleigh, Golden Lion Shiki and others stare. Doflamingo watched the 5 people come out and couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said. The highest power, 5 elders, chapter 121. Sha Tien and others all looked at the picture. These 5 guys are all a little mature. Sha Tien grinned and looked at the 5 elders on the screen. Compared with his youthful appearance, he was more old than Golden Lion Shiki and others. In the fortress, 5 elders, dressed in formal clothes, stood on the balcony of the fortress, looking down at the entire battlefield with a serious expression. On their side, 2 black coffin-like boxes stood upright beside them. These 2 boxes are full of weirdness, not quite right. With the redhead Shanks beside him, Ben Beckman looked at the 2 black boxes brought by 5 elders, and a strange feeling came to his mind. When everyone noticed, they also felt this way. It's really not right. I brought 2 boxes. Could it be some secret weapons? Charlotte Linlin, who has the most rare treasures, looked at the 2 black boxes and guessed it. Everyone also nodded. Indeed, 5 elders would not bring 2 useless black boxes with them. Instead, Kaido looked excited after seeing 5 elders appear. Isn't this the war one want? The war between world government, Marine, and pirates. Nothing left. This battle can no longer be handled by Newgate alone. Golden Lion Shiki solemnly said. Rayleigh, Charlotte Linlin, Shanks and others all agree. Even 5 elders have come out, and their expressions don't seem to be relaxed. It's all because of Captain Sha Tien. Doflamingo looked at the many Marines and 5 elders on the screen. Cannot help but feel dark in my heart. I was kicked out of the Celestial Dragon's ranks. 5 Elders of the Year was also due to a great reason, and I have never been able to contact. Now these 5 aloof people looked like they were going to deflate in the face of the dragon-slaying pirate group, and they looked really comfortable. Sha Tien looked at 5 elders indifferently and said. It looks like we can rush over, right? Faced with this lineup, the guy Newgate may not be long enough. At this rate, it is impossible to arrive before the execution. I will try my best. Golden Lion Shiki looked forward and controlled the island flight with all his strength. George and other Vinsmoke family members who came from behind all smacked their tongues secretly. Advertisement. Is this the sword god Sha Tien? Seeing the horror lineup on the Marineford scene, even 5 elders appeared, still looking indifferent, even afraid of not being able to make it. Relative to the atmosphere of Sha Tien, the cadres and leaders of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, who were rushing in, also intercepted the live broadcast on the ship and watched them. When 5 elders appeared, the dragon's eyes flashed red. Among celestial dragons, 5 elders is the tallest, and in the eyes of the Revolutionary Army, it is also one of the people to be defeated in the end. But the cadres looked ugly. The lineup of world government and Marine is too strong. Even 5 elders have appeared. This lineup shows that the sword god Sha Tien is powerful enough and terrifying. We also have opportunities. Sabo thought calmly and said, Sabo is right, that person is really strong. Long understands the strength of Sha Tien. Even if he sees Marineford's lineup, he still has confidence. The appearance of 5 elders caused a sensation in front of Marineford in the live broadcast. The Marines in the square were in a commotion, and even the Vice Admiral and the criminals who came out of Impel Down were shocked. 5 elders of the highest authority. Marines never expected that these 5 people who really stood at the top of the world would appear. It is said that everyone is a strong one. After a short period of hesitation, louder cheers broke out in the square. Welcome to the 5 elders. The sound went straight into the sky, deafening. Faced with the excitement of hundreds of thousands of people, 5 elders still looked very serious. This war will once again face the remnants of Rock's pirate, the sword god Shaen and Newgate, Shiki. Even with the promotion and the return of life, the 5 people are still a little nervous. Gecko Moria, Empress Hancock, Wable and others have their pupils shaking. Even the top-notch figures like 5 elders are here. This war seems to want the sword god and Whitebeard to go back and forth. Gecko Moria said happily, I feel that this war is stable. After all, these 5 plus Marines, so many strong players, this kind of lineup, I am afraid that there will not be in the past, and it will be difficult for this kind of scene to appear in the future. Both De Solo and Wable nodded and agreed. Empress Hancock glanced at 5 elders, suppressing the hatred of celestial dragons in her heart. Advertisement, I just want to take a look at the battle, but if I can kill celestial dragons, I will definitely not stop it. But in the face of this lineup, even if the sword god Shaen and Whitebeard Newgate converge, I am afraid that it will be difficult to contend, right? Idiot, only Blackbeard's face was sweaty and whispered, and he sneered at Moria's words. Didn't you see that 5 elders were on the battlefield in person, and still looked solemn, as if they were facing an enemy? There are also those 2 black boxes, maybe they are some kind of weapons. This is enough to see how terrifying the upcoming sword god Shaen is. After the fortress, in front of a group of pacifists with violent coon bear appearances, Momomaru and a group of marines from the scientific unit were all surprised. Diaresis, I heard that the old man said that there is a terrifying character, Marine and world government will make every effort to range the shot. Unexpectedly, even 5 elders are here. Zondao Maru couldn't help sighing, this is really going all out. How terrifying is this character? Compared with the live broadcast, people all over the world are more shocked after the live broadcast. Not only Marine has 2 marshals, but 5 elders are on the stage. 5 elders are celestial dragons. They are still in power in the world government, how could they appear on the battlefield of Marineford? The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Newgate, can really handle this lineup of world government and Marine. The onlookers couldn't help but breathe quickly, many people thought of more, and even some people were extremely worried that this war, good promise, would destroy the world. After all, world government and Marine have almost gone all out, except for the end of the world, can anyone make them treat it like this? Sabah Archipelago. Many people looked at Marineford's lineup and couldn't help but slumped on the ground. Some timid, even staggered, began to retreat. This is the strongest lineup in the world. What the hell is going to happen? No. I'm leaving, it's too close to Marineford. Kid, Hawkins, Bonnie and other supernovae are already sweating. Actually, even 5 elders appeared. It is said that 5 elders is also among the best in the world. What's more, they are all celestial dragons. Luffy has only Ace in his eyes. Seeing this lineup is even more anxious. Nami, Sanji and others swallowed their throats and were dumbfounded. This kind of terrifying lineup is to deal with the sword god Shaen. Chapter 122. At the same time, all the scepters in the hands of King Neptune watching on the Fishman Island fell to the ground, terrified in my heart. This is already stronger than the lineup of the Valley of Gods Battle of the Year. Marineford's lineup is terrible. Even 5 elders have come out, Newgate, Shaen. Can you really beat it? Alabasta, Dressrosa, 9 Snake Island, all were equally shocked. With the appearance of 5 elders, Marineford's final lineup. Is this war really just to deal with Whitebeard Newgate? Back to Marineford again. Time is getting closer and closer. The cheers faded away and the Marine soldiers were confident. Such a lineup, even if the 4 emperors came, they would definitely not be able to compete. Sengoku picked up a loudspeaker phone bug and stood at the forefront of the execution table. Before the execution begins, I have one thing to tell you about the identity of Ace Huaquan. Sengoku said slowly. The voice went out and attracted everyone in front of and present on the live broadcast screen. Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is also the demon blood that we Marine has been searching for many years but has not been able to find. The biological son of Gore D. Roger. Regarding the public execution of Huaquan Ace here today, it is of great significance, so don't hesitate to go to war with the pirates in an all-round way. Sengoku's words caused a cry of surprise in the square, and some people were sweating. It turned out to be the blood of One Piece Roger. There was an uproar in front of the live broadcast. What a surprise. This is why Marine must publicly execute a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Luffy and the others were amazed. They looked at Luffy and then at Ace in the picture. After Sengoku finished speaking, he glanced at Garp, who was so gloomy, and Ace, who was biting his lip. Sighed inwardly. When everyone was stunned, many people who didn't know the existence of the sword god were still wondering in their hearts. Even if it is to execute the blood of the One Piece and face the Whitebeard pirates that will be rescued, it doesn't take such a big battle, right? You know, not only 2 admirals have been added, but also these legendary criminals imprisoned by Impel Down, and even figures like Kong and 5 elders who have already stood at the top have appeared. Whitebeard, it should be coming soon. Marshal Sengoku narrowed his eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Whitebeard Newgate, but the strongest man in the world, possesses the shock fruit ability that is known to destroy the world. Advertisement. Moreover, after Whitebeard Newgate, the sword god Shaen is extremely likely to appear. Kong nodded, staring into the distance without squinting. In a dull silence, the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates has appeared. Following the observation of the high platform, Marine shouted. The sea in Crescent Bay also burst out air bubbles suddenly. Does he have to come from the bottom of the sea? The faces of Sengoku and Kong are very dignified. Let Whitebeard Newgate break into such a short distance, it is very likely that he will directly suffer the devastating damage of Shockfruit's ability. Marines on the court were all taken aback, looking at the surging harbor, they were all waiting. A large number of warships in the periphery blocked the more than 40 fleets of the Whitebeard pirate group. The Captain Da Mile Spider and other captains were shocked when they saw such a lineup. Marine has too many warships, and on the island in front, there was a black figure. What's happening here, at this time in the inner bay? Boom! With the huge waves, at this time, the Mobile and the 3 lieutenants also jumped out of the water. Captain of the 16th Division, it's all here. The soldiers of the naval headquarters all watched the Moby DK assaulted by the auspicious soldiers, and Marco, Bista and others also appeared in sight. Is the strongest man in the world, 4 emperors, Whitebeard. When the quiet attention of the audience fell on the Moby DK, a burst of footsteps sounded. Wearing a white coat, holding the supreme knife and cutting through the clouds, Whitebeard Newgate, who is sturdy and has various scars on his chest, walked up to the bow step by step. Sengoku, Kong, Garp and others looked at Whitebeard Newgate who walked on the bow and stood proudly. Even if the power of naval headquarters is unprecedented, the 3 people who have experienced Newgate's terrible experience do not relax at all. Newgate scanned the audience with a unique smile. Kong, Sengoku, and Garp looked at him solemnly. There are 5 more Admiral, not 3 Admiral. Newgate's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was surprised. Turning his eyes, he saw a red figure under the execution platform again. This fellow Letterfield. Whitebeard Newgate was even more surprised. The Lonely Red was also one of the strong men on the sea, and he was able to compete with his own Roger at the same time. Advertisement 2 Marshals, Garp, 5 Admiral, and even Letterfield were released. At this time, Newgate's pupils shrank, and he saw 5 familiar faces and 2 black boxes on the fortress. 5 elders. A sharp light flashed in Whitebeard Newgate's eyes. Something is wrong, the lineup here has far exceeded the initial estimate. These legendary characters, even 5 elders, are there. The team captains behind them were even more confused, their eyes trembled. This is much more powerful than Marine's intelligence information. Even 5 elders appeared. World government and Marine are crazy? In addition to 5 elders and legendary characters, it has also mobilized almost all the elite forces on the sea. In front of live broadcasts from all over the world, everyone watching saw the Moby DK pouring out of the inner bay. The Whitebeard pirates are really here. What Whitebeard Newgate will do now, whether it is the number of people or the strong, there is a big gap. Marine will probably win easily, Firefist Ace can't save it, maybe the Whitebeard pirates can't even escape. There was a lot of discussion among the people watching. On the hurried island, Shaen, Rayleigh and others watched Whitebeard Newgate appear. Newgate, who used to be awe-inspiring, has become so old now, but Haki still looks full. Shaen looked at the figure of Newgate and said with a sigh. We are all old, just don't know how your monster is still young. Shiki said unceremoniously from the side. Shaen shrugged, smiled lightly without explaining. And at this time on the mobile, Marco, things are not right, you are going to leave. Newgate glanced at the 5 elders and the strange black box on the fortress, turned his head and whispered to Marco. He was ready to rescue Ace desperately. Marco's eyes changed, and he understood what the old man meant. The intelligence is wrong, let alone save Ace, they don't even know if they can go out. Marco and the others just didn't expect that Daddy Whitebeard had no plans to leave at all. The moment Newgate saw 5 elders, he was already determined to pay attention and desperately asked Marco to evacuate and save Ace. Chapter 123. Marco and others could only look ugly and secretly prepared to evacuate. In today's form, you have to evacuate first no matter what, the combat power is too far apart. Gula la la la, Sora, Sengoku, and the next 5. It's been a long time since I came up. This lineup is not just for me, right? Whitebeard Newgate finished Marco's orders, stepped forward, and said loudly. After making up your mind, be fearless. 5 elders looked at Whitebeard Newgate with the same expression, a strange greed emerged in their eyes. Yes, Whitebeard, the gathering of so much power is indeed not just to deal with you. Facing Whitebeard Newgate's words, Sengoku directly answered with a solemn expression under the live broadcast covering the world. When Marshal Sengoku's words came out, it caused a sensation both in the square and before the live broadcast. Not just to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, in other words, there are other forces. Newgate couldn't help but his eyes condensed, and he was puzzled. Who will intervene in this public execution of one's own pirate group? Could it be the Revolutionary Army or Kaido and others that allowed Marine to line up like this? Impossible. Even if Kaido and Charlotte Linlin join forces, they won't let the 5 elders out. Gula la la la, Sengoku, I don't care who you have to deal with, my baby son is fine, and you, Teach. Newgate stopped thinking, his eyes flashed red, his eyes fixed on Blackbeard, Teach and the Shichibukai lineup. Daddy. Seeing Whitebeard Newgate's gaze, Blackbeard was so frightened that he sweat profusely, backed up and almost fell off the wall. From when I was a child to now, I have lived with Whitebeard for decades, Teach knows how terrible Dad is. Although Sengoku, Kong, Wu Admiral and others were guarding against Shaen, they did not dare to treat Whitebeard Newgate at all. This is the existence known as the strongest man. Everyone present fights alone, and no one dares to say that they can win Newgate. Even 5 elders dare not say that you can win alone. Whitebeard, to deal with you, we will not care, even if we guard against other people, we will do our best. Sengoku shouted loudly. The Marines in the square received Sengoku's declaration and shouted in catering. Oh, Sengoku, who is it? Can you be more careful than me? Even the 5 old guys have come out. Newgate looked indifferent on his face, but curious in his heart. Advertisement with so many powerful people gathered, they are all stronger than the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Besides yourself, who else is there? Whitebeard, this person is the sword god Shaen, your old friend. Marshal Sengoku's eyes were solemn, and he spoke out in front of the live broadcast. Although this kind of character has been covered up by the world government for 40 years, there is no need to cover it up now. In addition to letting Marine know who the enemy is, the purpose of this war is also to fight against Shaen and Whitebeard. Shaen? Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but look startled. Shaen, isn't he already dead? Listen to Sengoku's meaning, still alive. Don't pretend to be stupid, Newgate, the sword god Shaen has been around for a long time, and he came out and took away Mahawk Haki. After that, he won over Pluton Rayleigh at Sabaody Archipelago and reformed the pirate group. Sengoku gritted his teeth a little loudly, shocked the people present. Take away Mahawk Haki. He also wooed Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy captain of One Piece, to form a pirate group. After 5 elders listened, the figure of Shaen could not help appearing in his mind. There was also a jealous look on his serious expression. Today's scene is like the Valley of Gods back then. Wait for them to show up. Speaking of this, Kong and Garp beside Sengoku both had expressionless faces with slightly condensed eyes. Gu la 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 la, Sengoku, are you saying that Shaen is not only alive, but also sailing with Rayleigh on the sea again? Newgate lowered his head slightly, in surprise. Sengoku doesn't seem to be lying, let alone telling lies in such a scene. Shaen, is he really still alive? Is it useful to not know it now, Whitebeard? The sword god Shaen went to Hachinosu to gather Bigmom and the beasts Kaido, Doflamingo and other forces to join his subordinates, and are rushing here. It is not because of this that you Whitebeard pirates knowing that Marineford arranged this kind of power, I also killed it. Marshal Sengoku stared at Whitebeard Newgate. For Whitebeard, these things will be known after a little inquiries. Gathered Kaido and others, are coming here. Find Flowers advertisement. Newgate's eyes widened, but there was a faint sense of joy in his heart. After he heard the news, he prepared to save Ace and dived into the seabed. I really didn't know the news. At the same time, Sengoku doesn't need to lie, and besides Rocks and Shaen, who can make Marine and world government treat them like this? In this way, Shaen is not dead, he really is not dead. Thinking of this, Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but grumble and laugh. In the corners of his eyes, tears appeared. Not only is the old friend not dead, but he has gathered so much strength to support himself. The sword god Shaen, the legendary figure that the old man often mentions, has he come to support? Marco, Beasta, Joes and others behind him were shocked and inexplicably shocked. Kakuzu had tears when he looked at the smiling eyes of Father Whitebeard, and knew the joy in his heart at this time. 0. They are preparing at the bottom of the sea, and they really don't know much about other things on the sea. I have always heard that the old man talked about the power of the sword god Shaen, but now I finally know that this legend is terrible. To make Marine stand in such a tight line, the 4 emperors will join him. Should we not retreat in a hurry and wait and see? Beasta shook the double knives at his waist, even a little expectant in his eyes. Can you see the legendary sword god with your own eyes? Beasta was also a swordsman himself, and couldn't help getting excited. Marco and others also have this idea at this time. The bottom of my heart was shocked by the horror of the sword god Shaen. The sword god Shaen gathered forces such as Kaido and Big Mom, and even forced Marine to make such an unprecedented lineup and wait for it. If Shaen, the god of swordsmen, comes to support his father in time, he might be able to fight at Marineford, save Ace. Sengoku watched Whitebeard Newgate aboard the mobile with a serious face and laughed. My heart is also doubtful, Whitebeard, it seems that he really didn't know. But now, it doesn't matter anymore, Sengoku, it turns out that my old friend made such a big disturbance when he came back. As before, I am really ashamed. Newgate laughed and looked at Ace who was biting his mouth on the execution platform. I'm Whitebeard, how could you just wait for Shaen to support? Then I must rescue Ace quickly and take my proud sons on board to see Shaen, wide. Chapter 124, Marco, you continue to prepare to evacuate. Whitebeard grinned and whispered to Marco, Joes and others. Facing the Marine lineup, before Shaen came to help, their strength was still too dangerous. Marco and the others looked surprised and looked at Father Whitebeard for unknown reasons. Listen to my orders. Without waiting for Marco and others to say anything, Whitebeard said sternly. Beasta, Marco, Diamond Joes and others can only bow their heads. The Lonely Red under the execution stage, the Evil King, the Crescent Hunter, the Big Barrel, Kirkdale and others heard Marshal Sengoku start to mention them, and they all thought about it in their hearts. Even after listening to what Bullet said, I was only shocked at the time. Now that Sengoku started to mention it, I really felt Marine's fear of the sword god. But this kind of lineup, even if it is the current 4 Emperor's pirates, how can it be? Look at the current Whitebeard Newgate leading the pirates team in, it doesn't look very small. The big wine barrel stretched his tongue out and said to the evil king. You still think too simple, do you think that the people who can make the world government and marine fight with all their strength will be weak? The evil king squinted his eyes and looked at Whitebeard Newgate. And this Whitebeard is not insignificant, if the sword god Sha Tian rushes over, it will be a real battle. We are not marine, there is no need to sell our lives, the sword god Sha Tian is so terrifying, acting by chance. Crescent Hunter Caitlin smiled. Regardless of who is strong or weak on either side, run away if the situation is not good. On the island galloping in the sky, Rayleigh, Shiki and others were surprised by Sengoku's performance. Isn't this a live broadcast of the world? After covering up for so many years, the title of Captain Sha Tian is now spoken in front of people all over the world. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and others all sneered. Sengoku's actions indicate that the world government and marine are going to completely declare war with Sha Tian. I guess Sengoku will start to introduce Sha Tian, and it will be extremely vicious. Pluton Rayleigh touched his snow-white beard and squinted at Sengoku on the screen. Advertisement. Sha Tian smiled faintly after hearing it, and didn't care what Marine would say, and then continued to watch Whitebeard Newgate laugh and tears came out, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. For him, he hasn't seen himself for 40 years. Doflamingo, Mahawk, George and others all looked at Rayleigh in surprise. This Pluton seems to have guessed Marine's mind. The Luffy group, Kid, Hawkins, Arp and others couldn't help being shocked again, watching the live broadcast. I've heard the violence a long time ago Kun Shang has said about the sword god Sha Tian, this legendary pirate who has reached the pinnacle 40 years ago. Marine's fear of the sword god Sha Tian is really unimaginable. Moreover, the sword god Sha Tian has now assembled the four emperors' forces are coming. Luffy was also suddenly surprised at this time. It turned out that the sword god Sha Tian is still an old friend of Whitebeard Newgate, so he came to participate, all to support Whitebeard. So Ace, I'm sure to be rescued. But in the face of the current Marineford arrangement, even if the sword god Sha Tian has four emperors and other forces, can he defeat it? At this moment, Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath and said. In addition to telling Ace that he has the blood of the devil, many people probably don't know who the sword god Sha Tian is. Here today, I will tell everyone that apart from Whitebeard, we are still guarding against another demon, Sha Tian. The people at Marineford looked solemn and curious. What is the origin of the sword god Sha Tian who assembled the forces of the four emperors? People watching the live broadcast from all over the world shocked the sword god Sha Tian, who had never heard of it. Seeing that Marshal Marine was about to start speaking, they all looked stunned and solemn, and began to quiet down, listening to Marshal Sengoku speaking. Whitebeard Newgate didn't interrupt, but listened intently. At the same time, I also want to buy time for Marco and others to get ready to evacuate. Before Roger, the demon became the One Piece King, there was a cruel pirate group, Rock's Pirate. This pirate group was almost innocent, burning, killing, looting. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Sha Tian are all this cruel pirate group. One of the cadres. Sengoku began to speak slowly and solemnly. The square and before the live broadcast were quiet, and my mind was shaken. Rock's Pirate is old, but there are still some people who still know this once overlord of the sea, and they think of Rock's fierce name. Those who don't know also understand the cruelty of this pirate group from Sengoku's words. Advertisement. And this sword god Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki are all one of the cadres of this pirate group. Sha Tian, Rayleigh, Shiki and others couldn't help but laugh while they were on the way, listening with interest. Marine, I really started to introduce it, but I don't know, how cruel is it to say? 40 years ago, Sha Tian and Rock's Pirate set out to attack and snatch the gold from the sky, and even more brutally killed 2 celestial dragons and went away. Committed a big crime. Wanted for a reward. Marshal Sengoku stood on the execution stage and said loudly with solemn expression. The Marines in the underground were all shocked. It was nothing to snatch the gold from the sky, but killing celestial dragons would be safe. This is terrible. You know that even if you beat celestial dragons, Marine Admiral and world government will be chased down. Countless people from all over the world who watched the live broadcast were even more shocked. The sword god Sha Tian shot and killed the aloft celestial dragons and then drove away. This Sha Tian is really terrifying. You have to know that celestial dragons have ruled the world for hundreds of years. Dare to kill, there are a few who have killed celestial dragons. Later, it got even worse, and Rock's, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate took the initiative to attack the world government, attack the Holy Land Mariajoy together, and killed the predecessor 5 elders. Their purpose was to slaughter. Sengoku stared solemnly at Whitebeard Newgate standing on the bow. It seems that again, this is the great sin you committed. I recalled that when I returned to Mariajoy that year, I faced the fierce Rocks, Sha Tian and others, more solemnly. People who have witnessed such as 5 elders, Garp, and Kong also had their thoughts ups and downs and their eyes changed when they heard this. And this sentence completely shocked countless people in the square and in front of the live screen. He took the initiative to kill Mariajoy, the Holy Land, and killed 5 elders. Oh my god, how terrifying and fierce are this Rock's Pirate and the sword god Sha Tian. That's the 5 most powerful people in the world. How did they do it? This is too powerful. That's the Holy Land Mariajoy. It's really a demon. Not the entire pirate group is a demon. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Sword God are all demons. In front of the live screen, the audience was shocked and talked a lot. Some old people even started to tell the people around how cruel Rock's pirate was and how terrified the world was. Chapter 125. At the same time, all those who did not know the existence of Sha Tian began to have their first impression of Sha Tian and began to fear in their hearts. Can the guys who come out of such a pirate group be cruel and vicious? Especially under Sengoku's narration of a demon. Immediately afterwards, Marshal Sengoku continued to tell. This kind of devilish guy even fought with the Roger pirates, took the initiative to rob the Roger pirates' territory, and then recharged. Later, after we planned, in an ambush on an island, Rock's pirate captain Rox was killed when the marine powerhouse was pursuing the siege. Sha Tian took the initiative to protect and rival marine. Finally, when Rox died, he was severely injured and disappeared by all the top marine powerhouses and 5 elders. And so far, this demon is back. He is back. In addition to supporting old partners, we will definitely take revenge on world government and marine. Originally thought that this demon was dead, and the world government concealed its existence for the sake of stability, but now he has attacked again. Then there is no point in concealing it. The sentence after Sengoku was like thunder blasting on the world's heads. Even 5 elders' complexion was a little green at this time, thinking of the battle in the Valley of Gods, my heart trembled. Sword God Sha Tian is holding the monster sword and ghostly, and the sword intent crosses the Valley of the Gods. They didn't even dare to make it hard. Garp and Kong recalled the previous battle, especially when Sha Tian fought all of them alone. They were almost as powerful as Ultimate Conqueror's Haki. A shot is an unstoppable sword energy. If it is not for the last hit, it may not be certain who wins and who wins. On the square, the Marines who knew about the existence of Sha Tian were all dumbfounded, and were deeply shocked, and at the same time, they also had a sense of fear in the bottom of their hearts for Sha Tian who had not yet appeared. Grab the heavenly gold, kill celestial dragons, attack the Holy Land Mariajoy, and kill the former 5 elders. Robbing the Roger pirates, even survived under the siege of Marine and 5 elders. There are such horror figures in the world. It's no wonder that I have never heard that the guy who originally thought to be dead was concealed by the stability of the world government, and now it reappears. No wonder, even 5 elders appeared on the battlefield. Such a demon-like pirate is still alive. We, Marineford, used this strength to eliminate them in one fell swoop. This kind of demonic behavior must not be let go. On the square, after a brief reaction, the Marines began to talk. After listening to Sengoku's account, Zan Momomaru and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This is what Mr. Kizaru called a horror. Disilo, Hancock, Moria, Wable and others have complex expressions. Although I have heard the legend of the sword god Sha Tian. But now that Marshal Marine said, this Sha Tian is a full-fledged demon, a brutal generation. Blackbeard Teach was even more disdainful in his heart in a cold sweat. World government and marine only put gold on their faces. Celestial dragons, it's not impossible to kill. But that Sha Tian is indeed terrifying like a demon. When I heard the same incident as Sengoku again, it was different about the sword god Sha Tian, and the impelled down prisoners sneered. It's also clear that the world government's rhetoric for the sake of face. But he also understands the threat level of Sha Tian in Marine's eyes better. Even more affirmed the strength of the sword god Sha Tian. Indeed, Rock's pirate is too domineering and brutal. Lonely Red murmured with her hands hanging down. It was even caught up in the memories of watching the battle back then. Rock's pirate attacked and killed celestial dragons back then, fighting against Marine and 5 elders, Sabayati Archipelago. After listening to Marshal Marine's narration, there was a brief silence in the audience, and then there was an uproar. Standing under the big screen and hosting the live broadcast of the big news, Morgan's eyes gradually brightened. Shocking the sword god Sha Tian's existence, quickly let his subordinates find the record of the World Economic News 40 years ago. Rox led the cadres to attack Mariajoy. 1 dead and 4 wounded. Newcomers Sha Tian and Whitebeard, Golden Lion is known as the legendary pirate, Rock's overlord position is established. Morgans looked at the title written in the thick notebook, shocked, and then started to turn to the next page. The world's #1 swordsman cannot compare the name of Rock's pirate Sha Tian, and the world calls him the god of swords. Turn to the next page. Roger's pirate group has been seized. Morgans was shocked, and then flipped down and found that there was no record. Even these few pages seemed to be the newspaper seniors who didn't know how to hide them, and then glued them back. Looking at the detailed record above, the sword god Sha Tian is really so scary. Quickly took out the pen and paper, Morgans shockedly began to record. The supernova's not far away. After listening to Marshal Marine's narration, their faces were expressionless, but in their hearts they were compared to the legend of the sword god Sha Tian they had heard before. What Marshal Sengoku said was completely different from what Sabayati Archipelago said before, but it was also expected. Facing the live broadcast of the world, how could it be possible to say more? And Nami even covered his mouth. His face was shocked. Is such a powerful sword god really Mr. Sha Tian? Hydra Island. The 7 capitals of water. Darasaros. Waiting for the big islands and the big kingdoms, the 4 sea areas were completely shocked by the sword god Sha Tian revealed by Marshal Sengoku. What was even more shocking was the kingdom on the territory of the red-haired Shanks. The elderly king watching the live broadcast recalled that after Rock's pirate robbed the site, he didn't do anything. After Rock's pirate set off a month later, he was ambushed by Marine. No wonder it fell apart soon. Everyone was shocked, and suddenly realized in their hearts. Why does Marine and world government make such a terrifying lineup? Even 5 elders are here. This is simply an unprecedented war. The major islands and sea areas in front of the live broadcast were once again shocked. The person in front of the screen held their breath. This is why Marineford has assembled such a terrifying lineup, even shrinking elites from all over the world, adding Admiral, releasing criminals, reorganizing Shichibukai, all legendary characters appearing, and even 5 elders are present to play. Everything is to deal with, the remnants of the fierce maritime overlord Rock's pirate, Shaen, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, Big Mom, plus the Whitebeard pirates. But Marine has such a strong lineup, how should the sword god Shaen deal with it? Whitebeard Newgate looked at Sengoku's serious look, and the dignified jealousy of 5 elders and others, couldn't help laughing out loud. These guys, today, Shaen is even more worried. Compared to the sword god Shaen, Ace's identity as the offspring of the One Piece is insignificant. Now, do you understand why such a lineup has been assembled here? As long as you come, I will definitely not let you be fierce. Sengoku righteously spoke and shouted. Everyone present, including criminals such as the Evil King, and the new Shichibukai Disso 22 Luo and others felt the same way. One Piece bloodline is not important anymore. It is unimaginable to listen to the legend of the sword god Shaen. It is not until today that the deployment and attitude of the world government and Marine are more intuitive to understand how terrifying the sword god Shaen is. This still hasn't seen a real person. Before the live broadcasts from all over the world, everyone was frightened. How powerful is this sword god Shaen? Even the 4 emperors and the legendary people can join its subordinates. And compared to Roger's blood, after the appearance of such horrible figures as the sword god Shaen, it seemed not worth mentioning. Sabayati Archipelago, the Fish-Men Island, Nine Snake Island and other major islands, as well as the Quartet Seas, the major kingdoms are all attracted by the legend of Shaen at this time, and they know that this legend is coming here to support Whitebeard Newgate. Ace, who was in the center, was no longer paying attention except Luffy. At the same time, on a dragon boat sailing fast on the sea. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army and Monkey D. Dragon watched the live broadcast, and they were shocked and shocked. This sword god Shaen is really a legend in the legend. He even directly entered Mariajoy, and they killed even the 5 elders. The cadres said very relievedly. They all have an extreme aversion to celestial dragons, and many people still suffer from it. It's no wonder that Marine is so on guard, having gathered so much power. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army also understood what the Marine and world government arrangements were. Shaen, the sword god, gathered the 4 emperors and the legendary pirates. If this force rushes and meets Whitebeard Newgate, the unprecedented lineup of Marine may not be able to win, and then add Revolutionary Army. Sabo. At this time, Sabo, who was watching the live broadcast, burst into tears. Sabo finally recalled the lost memory, and fell to the ground in a desperate manner. Quote. I remembered, Ace, it's my brother. At this time, people and supernovas watching the game all over the world have different looks. Adding Whitebeard Newgate as the 3-4 emperors. What will this war be like in the end? On the mobile, Whitebeard took a deep breath. Understood, Sengoku, really good news. Then, Ace, wait a moment. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate gave a unique smile. Squatting slightly, crossed his hands on his chest. Not good. Do it. Marshal Sengoku's expression changed. In this posture, he wanted to launch a large attack, and Whitebeard was about to do it. When Whitebeard Newgate poses, follow Sengoku, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru sitting under the execution stage set off in no time. The 3 jumped high into the air. The body is extremely elementalized. Lava, ice, light, ice age. Aokiji Kuzan was cold all over and landed on the sea. The entire surface of the sea began to freeze quickly, and it spread to the entire inner bay, until the outer sea surface. The ships of the Whitebeard pirates were frozen and fixed on the sea. The cold air continued to spread to the ship. Meteor volcano. Akainu Sakazuki shot lava fists all over his body to a higher altitude. The scorching and violent aura directly covered the sky, making the sky all red. Then one after another lava fists were like shooting stars, covered by the Whitebeard pirates. Bakichong Guyu. Kizaru Pelusalino's body turned into light and hung high in the air, densely covering the inner bay area. It is really overwhelming and completely enveloped the Whitebeard pirates. There is no way to hide. 3. Admiral's terrifying power makes Marine sweat all over his head. Is this the horror of Marine's highest combat power? Saw 3 Admirals' relentless full open ability. Dissolo and others looked solemn and looked at Whitebeard Newgate. With this kind of offensive, can the Whitebeard pirates easily follow? The Evil King, the Crescent Hunter Caitlin and other impelled down criminals all had their pupils trembling. As soon as Marine came up, Admiral fully launched an ability attack. It seems that this means a quick fight. In the face of 3 people's ability to attack with all their strength. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes condensed, his posture changed. Double boxing hit the air. Click. The cracks visible to the naked eye spread wildly. A powerful vibrating force broke out, the wind and clouds turned, and the sea outside the harbor was surging. The ice under the ship began to vibrate and crack, and Aokiji's ice power could not spread. In the midair in front of Newgate's eyes, the invisible vibrating force permeated. The densely packed Chongo Yuguang group disappeared directly after approaching. Then, above the sky, a series of meteor-like lava fists fell rapidly, hitting and exploding on the force of vibration. And even though Whitebeard Newgate used Shock Fruit's ability to block most of his attacks, but the fully capable Akainu Kizaru attacked too intensively, and many of them passed through and attacked everyone. Not good. With cold sweat hanging on the heads of Marco and others, they shot one after another. Beasta drew out his double knives, leapt up, and swiped various petal-like knife energy between his hands to chop off the lava and light balls that crossed. Marco is even more in the form of an undead bird, his wings widened as the blue flames skyrocketed, blocking all the attacks. Diamond Joes and other team captains also took action one after another, joining forces to fight against the three admirals' abilities. The Marines in the square watched this scene nervously. Admiral's shot was a devastating offensive. And the people from the Whitebeard pirate group also took it down. Sabayati Archipelago, the capital of water, the Fishmen Island, the island of Nine Snake Island and other island kingdoms all over the world watched people swallow their throats. Such scenes are rare in a lifetime. Sha Tian and the others who rushed over also saw the offensive that Marine had exploded when he came up. This is to solve Newgate quickly and save our strength against us. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, a little worried about Whitebeard. Shiki, how long will it take? Sha Tian looked at Whitebeard Newgate's ability to activate, and even saw Marco and others who resisted with all his strength, turned his head and asked. Coming. Shiki looked forward and replied. And at this time on the battlefield. Whitebeard Newgate looked at Akainu and Kizaru, who were continuously activating their abilities, his eyes condensed, and after a big drink, the fist that maintained the crack of ability pushed forward again. Boom. The force of the vibration caused the air to explode, extinguishing the lava and light clusters along the way, and directly shook Kizaru and Akainu in midair. The two of Akainu shattered, the light dissipated, and they slowly fell to the ground. His eyes revealed that he looked at Whitebeard Newgate cautiously. The push just now didn't hurt the two of them, but it also broke the continuous offensive between Meteor Volcano and Bashachonguyu. Marco, Beasta, Joes and others returned to Whitebeard Newgate one after another, staring at San Admiral with a little ugly expression. At this time, Fujitora and Green Bull started. Fujitora and Green Bull moved and disappeared from their seats, and rushed to Whitebeard Newgate. When Fujitora sprinted, the staff and knife were pulled out, and purple halos flew into the sky. With heavy steps, the Green Bull stepped on the broken ice to attack, and the green light on his body began to radiate. Marco, Beasta and the others changed their expressions, jumped off the boat and headed away. At this time, there was a whistling sound in the sky. A huge meteorite is falling rapidly, hitting Whitebeard. The Marco and others who were preparing to face off, as well as the people on the square, looked at the meteorite in the sky with wide-eyed eyes, and were shocked. The expressions of Red Earl and other criminals in Shichibukai changed, and the newly appointed admiral was really terrifying. The people who watched the live broadcast were even more shocked. Cold sweat broke out. Admiral Fujitora unexpectedly summoned hundreds of meters of meteorite to attack. Nice ability. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes condensed, and he picked up Kong Yunchi in his hand. With a white halo blade hit the meteorite in the sky. With a white halo, Kong Yunchi cut out a huge vibrating knife energy. Kong Yun slash in Kong Yun sword technique. Bang. Kong Yunjan hit directly on the falling meteorite. The entire meteorite was chopped into pieces during the fall, broken into small pieces and fell into the sea. Everyone watched the oppressive meteorite fall, and then it was easily broken by Whitebeard. Just when they felt shocked, the five admiral did not give Whitebeard Newgate a breath. Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora have all been killed in front of Whitebeard Newgate. Aokiji condensed the ice blade and went to attack the captains of the various teams. 5 team captains including Beasta, Diamond Joes and Aokiji Kuzan left. Marco and the remaining squad captains are going to the Green Bull. Father. Watching 5 admiral attack Whitebeard Newgate and the captains of various squads, the captains of the more than 40 fleets that were blocked were anxious, but they could only watch and could not get past the huge number of warship formations. The Green Bull saw Marco and the 9 captains surrounding him, his eyes narrowed, his body was full of green light, and his ability was activated. Countless huge vines burst out crazily directly from under the ice surface. Like a green ocean, the ice surface is directly crushed by those vines, and it spreads wildly. Go to Marco and others. It turned out to be such a peculiar ability. Marco was shocked, the blue flames skyrocketed, and the phoenix form fearlessly attacked by the vines, tearing the endless vines crazily. The captains of the rest of the squad also changed a lot, resisting with all their means. Beasta and Joes and other captains played against Aokiji. The weaker captains Aokiji did not flash at all. Their Haki was too weak to hurt the elementalized Aokiji. Only Beasta and Joes are threatening, and Aokiji is not in a hurry, and fights with the 5 people. At this time, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora and others came to Whitebeard Newgate's side, their faces were extremely solemn, and they shot quickly. Gravity knife. Tiger. Fujitora is on the side, pulls out the stick knife directly, and cuts it to Newgate. The purple power distorted the space, and the sword energy was violent. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled and smiled, but his eyes didn't smile at all. Advertisement. The 3 admiral directly besieged themselves. It seems that Sengoku has already decided on a quick battle. Make a fist with your left hand and directly hit the gravity knife with a punch. Kong Yun cut his right hand at the bottom, carrying the powerful armament Haki, and slashed towards Kizaru and Akainu who were deceiving him. Akainu and Kizaru narrowed their eyes and turned back to avoid them. Whitebeard Newgate's Haki is terrible. At this time, the force of the tremor collided with the gravity knife. A muffled sound. The strong wind disperses. The gravity knife was directly destroyed, and the remaining punch directly hit Fujitora. Fujitora calmly accepted the weakened fist strength, swung the staff and knife, and attacked again. Akainu and Kizaru glanced at each other, one after another elementalized, stepped forward to fight Whitebeard Newgate. Click. Little ghosts, take me and give me a try. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate found the opportunity, punched the three of them, hammered the air, and the atmosphere cracked again. The powerful vibrating force directly hits Akainu, Kizaru, and Fujitora along with the air. The three of them couldn't hide, gritted their teeth and activated their abilities directly to the top of Whitebeard Newgate's abilities. Boom. Lava, light, purple gravitational ability and the shocking ability with air cracks collide fiercely with each other. The carrying Haki was scattered, the hull was cracked, and the ice was broken. The entire inner bay is trembling. The Marines on the square watched this battle in horror, it was too strong. Can't help but sigh that Whitebeard Newgate deserves to be hailed as the strongest man in the world. Sengoku, Garp, Kong, as well as the alternate Admiral T. Dolphin, Momosuke and the Black Arm Zephyr in front of them all looked solemn. 5 elders frowned. If we continue to fight like this, I am afraid that Shaen has not solved Whitebeard Newgate after coming. The Red Earl Letterfield carried his hands on his back, watching Whitebeard Newgate compete against the three Admiral alone, his eyes revealed a trace of remembrance, and his footsteps began to slowly move forward. The Evil King and the others watched the Whitebeard pirates battle with Admiral, and found that Earl Red was walking forward, and they were eager to follow suit. The strongest man in the world, who doesn't want to try how big the gap is between himself and him. The supernovas who watched the game live, including Luffy, were shocked by the scene of Admiral and the Whitebeard pirates. I understand even more how huge the gap between myself and these top powerhouses is. The rest of the ordinary pirates and civilians were even more stunned. Just when the criminals of Impel Down were eager to take action. Shichibukai, Disolo, Gecko Moria, and Violent Coon Bears standing on the fence are the first to take the shot. Wable, who calls himself Whitebeard too, has been there since the appearance of Whitebeard Newgate. Miss Ba Jin watched in silence. The 9 men besieged Green Bull, but Marco and others, who were counterattacked by Green Bull's powerful ability, were tirelessly resisting the vines that came from the attack. At this time, under a burst of treacherous laughter, Gecko Moria and Disolo rushed over. The faces of Marco and others changed drastically and were extremely ugly. But it's not over yet. The Evil King behind, Crescent Hunter and others also rushed over. 5 people including Beasta and Joes were also shocked. Violent Kun Shang also appeared suddenly. The captains of the various teams quickly leaned together in shock, cold sweat broke out on their heads, and they looked at this scene with a green expression. 2 Admiral, 3 Shichibukai and Impel Down criminals all gathered around. The gap between quantity and strength is too big. Turning his head to see, Father Whitebeard's situation is even worse. Whitebeard was fighting violently with Akainu and others, and a black sword slashed directly. Newgate turned and avoided, and looked at the guy who was familiar with the sword gas. Lonely Red. An angry look appeared on Newgate's face. Unexpectedly, this guy actually shot with Marine. Lonely Red Leadfield was holding a black umbrella, with a wistful smile on his thin, old face, and his figure appeared between Whitebeard Newgate and the 3 Admiral like a teleportation. Newgate, long time no see. War intent flashed in the Lonely Red eyes. The time when Roger and Whitebeard were on the ocean side by side was really nostalgic. And he didn't really beat Newgate. Letterfield, have decades of time locked you stupid. Whitebeard Newgate said with a disdainful smile. The guy who is known as the Legend alone is also in the same foul play with Marine. Do you think I'm in the same way? Newgate, I just don't want to die in the dark prison at the end of my life, and you are the same. Lonely Red has an inherently powerful sense of sight, even if he doesn't touch it, he can still vaguely feel a little Newgate's thoughts. What's more, Whitebeard Newgate would rather die on the battlefield than die on the calm sea. Akainu, Kizaru, and Fujitora all looked surprised when they saw the Red Earl coming out. Unexpectedly, it was this one who took the lead, and looking at the appearance of Earl Hong, he didn't seem to mind the siege. The legendary Red Earl and the 3 highest Marines will join forces to fight Whitebeard Newgate. Sengoku, Garp, Kong, Zephyr and others all felt a little relieved. Even 5 elders nodded secretly, the Red Earl shot Whitebeard Newgate could not last long. After all, this is a legend that one person is as famous as Whitebeard and Roger. It was slightly better than Kong back then. Even if he just came out of Impel Down, his physical weakness was weaker, he was also one of the top combat powers. Many Marines and people watching before the live broadcast were watching nervously. Obviously Marine is going to push Whitebeard Newgate and others into desperation. But Whitebeard Newgate has the ability to destroy the world, shock fruits. Knowing that there is no hope, will he fully use his ability to cause devastating damage? At this moment, Whitebeard Newgate laughed at the words of Earl Red. Earl Red was right, but the choice was different. This guy probably wants to wait for Shaen to arrive, right? He glanced at the umbrella sword in Count Red's hand. Swordsman, who doesn't want to fight against Shaen who has the name of the sword god? Conquerors and armament Haki exploded with violent body, and the clouds cut in their hands. He slumped heavily on the ground. Then, let's go together. Newgate knew that the form was not optimistic, and Marco and others were still surrounded. At this point, it's time to make an all-out effort. With both hands stretched out, Newgate directly grabbed the air above his head, and Haki, the carrier of shock fruit, exploded frantically. Red Earl, Sengoku, Garp and others who were watching the battle in the rear all changed their faces. Whitebeard Newgate was preparing for this trick as he spoke. The ability was directly activated so quickly. What other people have not seen before is unclear, so. Whitebeard Newgate grasped the air in front of him at this time, and pulled it down while shaking his hands, bringing out a white trail between his fingers. The entire Marineford waters are beginning to be affected by the force of the earthquake. The sky is spinning. The island ground is cracked. The sky and the sea are tilted on both sides. The face of Earl Hong changed, and he didn't expect Newgate to activate his abilities so quickly. He couldn't maintain his figure when the world turned around. The black umbrella was directly inserted into the ground to stabilize his figure. Akainu, Kizaru and others were shocked and couldn't even make it into the air. They staggered and stood unsteadily, and they seized the cracks in the ice. 14 people including Marco, Bista and others are being besieged. Just as he was fighting to the death, Whitebeard's ability to use all his strength. Let Green Bull, Aokiji, Big Wine Barrel, Evil King and others, Shichibukai Storm Kun Bear, Disolo, Gecko Moria, and others are all shocked, standing unstable, turning around in haste, and being tilted by the ground. Gravity reversal to disrupt, fall far away. What kind of terrifying ability is this? Even the space is shaking. Disolo, Gecko Moria and others looked horrified, and firmly grasped the cracked ice without falling down. Although Marco, Vista and others were also shaken by the tilt, they also grasped the ice surface with great experience and were still in place. This is the old man who is angry. Above the square, cracks spread. After the densely packed marine elite warriors fell to the ground, those who leaned over on the ground and did not grasp the fixed objects even fell directly on the ground and became a mess. 5 Elders was firmly on the spot. Armament Haki resisted the shock of Whitebeard Newgate. Shock Fruit's ability. Earth-shaking. Sengoku, Garp and others stabilized their figures on the execution platform, watching with an ugly look that Marineford began to crumble, and the houses behind them all collapsed. Fortunately, the fortress just cracked and was intact. The advancing warships surrounding Marineford were also completely broken up. The live broadcast screen vibrates violently, and the angle of view on the island is even more black. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. Although it shook violently, it can be considered a little bit of Marineford's appearance. Among them, the people at Sabayati Archipelago can clearly feel the entire island is shaking. Finally, Whitebeard Newgate's ability to activate finally stopped and everything returned to normal. Marco and others have also escaped from the siege of Aokiji, Green Bull, Shichibukai and the Evil King, Shiryu of Rain. The people in the Whitebeard Pirates were all pale, but fortunately, the old man used his abilities, otherwise he couldn't hold on at all. In just a short time, Bista and others were injured. At this moment, a sense of despair of not knowing how to fight appeared in the hearts of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, facing the 5 Admiral, the Red Earl and the others, Whitebeard Newgate's eyes glowed with red light, holding Kong Yun and cutting to a stop in front of Marco and the others. Red Earl's eyes revealed the intent to fight, and he lifted the umbrella sword in his hand. Marco, take everyone back one after the other. This is an order. Whitebeard Newgate had a trace of madness in his eyes, and said to Marco and others. The formation of the warship was disrupted, and more than 40 ships from the periphery also came to respond. The retreat for the Suns is opened, and I can fight to my heart's content. Father. Seeing Whitebeard taking the initiative to greet the 5 Admiral and the others, the eyes of Marco, Bista and others were all red. At this time, the black umbrella brought a powerful Haki to Whitebeard Newgate. You retire. Whitebeard Newgate shouted to Marco and the others. He lifted Kong Yunchi in his hand, and with a white halo, he directly faced the Red Earl who had been cut with an umbrella knife. The red and black lightning that Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki collided with one after another. A powerful hurricane blows from the center of the Red Earl and Whitebeard. Whitebeard Newgate and the lonely red face forcefully. Haki radiated, and the force of the vibration cracked the thick ice under your feet. The powerful force stirs the airflow. Marco, Joes and others were pushed away by the aftermath as they got close. Daddy. The 14 captains stood firm, their breaths were unstable, and their complexions pale. Bista even had bloodline at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Whitebeard Newgate's back, tears started to flow in his eyes. How could everyone not understand that the father's action was to open their way to let the fleet come in to meet them, and at the same time stand forward to block the enemy who was pursuing them? But in this way, facing so many strong men in Marine, how can the old man survive? Don't even mention saving Ace or waiting until the sword god Shaen arrives. In this situation, I didn't forget to open the gap and let his subordinates escape. It seems that Whitebeard didn't intend to kill him, but was ready to fight as much as he could. Sengoku, Garp, and Kong squinted at Whitebeard who was facing Red Earl. They felt Newgate's fighting spirit and sighed in their hearts. At this time, 5 Admirals saw that Whitebeard Newgate was facing Red Earl and made a decisive decision. As soon as his body moves, he must chase Marco and others. Whitebeard Newgate glanced around and snorted coldly. The strength in his hand was more powerful, and he directly repelled the Red Earl. Boom. Haki burst. Red Earl's face sank. My strength is still weakened a lot. Then the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Whitebeard took advantage of the situation and slashed with a horizontal knife. With the shock fruit ability, he cut a huge crack in front of Wu Admiral. I am here, where else do you want to go? At this time, Whitebeard Newgate's eyes flashed red. No matter who it is, stop it and let the sons evacuate first. Marco and others also saw this scene. I understand in my heart, I'm afraid that Father Whitebeard will be dead when he comes. It is a burden to wait for others to stay here. The 14 captains felt deep pain for their small power at this time. Ace can't be saved right in front of my eyes. Dad fought to stop the enemy and let them evacuate. Today, I also learned from Shaen back then and block all enemies. Whitebeard grumbled and said to Marco and others with a smile, his eyes conveyed the meaning of letting them go. The bottom of my heart is actually full of dissatisfaction with these family members, but I will never just stay like this until I die on the boat. Ace, I don't know if I can save it yet. Shaen, I'm afraid it's too late to see you again. Kong Yun in his hand cuts to mention, go directly to the 5th Admiral. Boom. The power of vibration erupts. Haki scattered. 5. Although Admiral is extremely destructive, it is still a bit difficult to face Whitebeard Newgate, who is fully engaged in the fight. Between the Whitebeard sword swings, 5 Admirals' abilities were broken by one touch, and the Haki gap was even greater. Fujitora couldn't even apply gravity to Whitebeard Newgate, who was entwined by Haki. This monster. Akainu had a cold sweat on his face and was horrified. As expected, it was Whitebeard, who fought with the other 4, and even gave him the upper hand, even if he was accidentally killed by Whitebeard. The remaining 4 Admiral became more and more frightened as they fought, and the Green Bull was even kicked. Fortunately, there was a fruitful ability to recover, which was not a big problem. Shiryu of the Rain, King of the Evil King, Crocodile and others could not suppress Admiral. They all stepped forward to attack Whitebeard Newgate. Boy, you really don't have a long memory. Whitebeard Newgate's illness was faint, but his expression and aura did not change at all. He looked at Crocodile and said something. In the face of these people's siege, Whitebeard still doesn't change his face. The strongest man in the world. Now that Fujitora fights, cold sweat is on her face. Secretly marvel at the power of Whitebeard Newgate. If I don't react in time, I'm afraid I will be seriously injured. By now, it's enough to take your head. Crocodile said hoarsely. There is still a sense of fear for Whitebeard Newgate. Only you. Whitebeard Newgate said arrogantly, stepping on the ice, cracks spreading, and debris flying. Marco and others have already withdrawn, and they have no scruples. And me, Whitebeard, the Red Earl, who had been knocked back and hit on the harbor wall just now, rushed over again. Although he was not injured, his complexion was extremely solemn. He has declined in prison, but Whitebeard has grown stronger over the years. Now the spectators in the square couldn't help but swallow their throats. Whitebeard Newgate is now facing 5 Admiral, Red Earl, 3 Shichibukai and impelled down criminals alone. There are more than 10 people. After shaking up and down, Blackbeard Teach, who returned to the wall of the harbor again, had his eyes bright at this time. With so many people besieging, even Daddy Whitebeard could not bear it. In this case, there is still hope for the ability to seize the fruit of the old man. 5 elders, Sengoku, Kong and others are very calm, and even Marco and others are not even bothered. Everything is to preserve strength. 5 Admiral and impel down, as well as the old monster Red Earl, even Whitebeard Newgate might not be able to resist. Sure enough, the battle was on the ice. Dark Hound. Akainu's arm turned into lava and stretched out quickly, hitting Whitebeard's new cover with a punch. If you don't do anything, Marco and others will be farther and farther away. As soon as Akainu started, everyone also started. Advertisement. Faced with the combined offense of everyone, Whitebeard Newgate pressured so much that he could no longer gain the upper hand. Especially after the Red Earl joined in and joined forces with Akainu, Kizaru and others, Whitebeard Newgate's all-out effort was slowly suppressed. As the load on Whitebeard Newgate's body increased, his body ached suddenly and severely during the battle. Good chance. Akainu's eyes lit up, and his fist in flames hit Whitebeard's right shoulder directly. Whitebeard snorted, injured and suffering attacks, and was backed by Akainu's punch more than 10 steps. Standing there, panting heavily, his eyes darkened and sweat bursting out of his face. Father. When Marco turned his head, he saw Whitebeard Newgate's face in pain when he was hit, and he was immediately shocked. As a doctor, Marco immediately understood that his father's illness had happened. Otherwise, how could this kind of attack hit Daddy Whitebeard? Marco felt anxious and was about to look back. Marco, go. Whitebeard Newgate leaned on Kong Yun and stood up straight again, enduring the pain. Marco gritted his teeth, and a group of squad captains stopped behind him. Seeing the old man die in battle. They can't do it. Father, we live and die with you. No regrets. Marco and others shouted in grief and indignation. The retreating figures clenched their weapons once again and rushed to Whitebeard Newgate. You guys. Whitebeard murmured to himself. His eyes are more determined at this time. Looking at the figures of Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji Fujitora and others, his left fist was raised to the right, his complexion condensed, and his fists hit the air against the Five Admiral. The sound of glass cracking sounded. More cracks appeared in the atmosphere, spreading wildly. Red Earl Letterfield, 5 Admiral, his complexion was extremely dignified. Haki was mentioned one after another, and the fruitful ability was used to top it. Whitebeard Newgate, obviously suffering from physical pain, was able to exert even more violent power. But they can't hide, because this is under the attention of the whole world. Boom. A huge roar violently. The 6 people combined with the abilities of Haki and Fruit to withstand the powerful attack of Whitebeard Newgate. In the center of the collision, the ice surface was completely blown up, exposing the sea. Marineford, there is another earthquake. The remaining crocodile, the evil king and other criminals and Shichibukai Disolo, Gecko Moria, and the violent Kun bears faced the 14 returning captains. Behind the rift in the warship formation, more than 40 fleet captains are also breaking through, rushing in with panic and unwillingness to hesitate. Everyone at Marineford saw it. The resistance of the Whitebeard pirates was destined to persist soon. On the execution stage, Ace was already trembling in pain, tears streaming down his face. Garp, Sengoku, and Kong all looked solemn. How long has this started? Whitebeard Newgate and his pirate group may be dead soon. Sha Tien, it's too late to support them. 5 elders still stood on the heights of the fortress, with a hint of joy in their eyes. Once Whitebeard Newgate died, he could give it a try first. At the execution stage, Zephyr Chief Instructor, Ms. Crane, Momosugi and others watched. Zephyr sighed casually. Another old man from the old age is about to fall. Still this old friend, Newgate. On the harbor fence, Edward Wable yelled to save his dad, but was drunk by Miss Ba Jin. Blackbeard Teach and Empress Hancock watched the battle on the battlefield intently. How powerful is this? The arrogant Empress couldn't help but sigh secretly about Newgate's strength. And on the live screen broadcasted to all parts of the world. The angle of view of the island has been restored again. People everywhere clearly saw Whitebeard Newgate fighting 5 Admiral, the legendary Red Earl 6. There is also a battle between the squad leader and Shichibukai and others. Shocked. Whether it is Whitebeard Newgate's powerful strength or Marco and others' resolute turn back. Those who watched all felt tragic. After the death of One Piece Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, who led half an era, will also fall in naval headquarters today. The people gathered at Sabayati Archipelago, the pirates were silent. The sound uploaded from the screen kept ringing. Even the supernovas such as Kid, Luo, Hawkins, Arp, etc. were shocked. Whitebeard Newgate's strength, really strong to this point. Sweat was still hanging on Kid's head. Isn't this kind of strength what I dream of? What a tragedy. It is a pity that Marineford has gathered such a strong lineup at this time, but at the beginning, Whitebeard is going to leave. I am afraid I can't stop it. Hawkins, Luo and others have seen the strength of the world's strongest man, and can't help but sigh. But when Luffy and the group were touched, they looked at Luffy, who was already a little frightened, and couldn't help but worry in their hearts. The Whitebeard pirate group itself is difficult to protect, and Ace, whether it can support the sword god Sha Tien rushing over is not certain. Luffy was in fear at this time. Is Uncle Whitebeard going to lose? Ace, can it be rescued? And some islands that have a close relationship with Whitebeard. But it is sad in my heart. The Whitebeard pirates on the screen declined more and more battles. The Fishmen Island. Newgate. With tears in his eyes, King Neptune stood up, looking at the picture uncomfortable. Whitebeard Newgate fought desperately with the 14 captains and suffered more and more injuries. Newgate was even more pale when he was repeatedly attacked by the Red Earl. They are going to die. Enter Marineford. Whitebeard Newgate attacked between the gaps, grabbing Akainu's fist with one hand, and Kong Yunchi with the other hand to block Kizaru's speed of light. Lava Kid, this fist hit me, didn't it? With a violent shout, Whitebeard Newgate grabbed Akainu's fist, and a white halo emerged to envelop Akainu, who was a little frightened, and burst out. Akainu spit out a mouthful of blood and tossed it away. Whitebeard Newgate turned around immediately, but was scratched by Letterfield's black sword air on his left hand. At this time, Marco was directly hit by a shock wave from the violent Kun bear. The Phoenix's figure was knocked into the air and fell on the ice, trying to get up with difficulty. Marco was exhausted and was seriously injured. The rest of the captains are like this. The desperate meaning of CC turned into desperate fighting spirit in the Whitebeard pirate group. Marco. Whitebeard Newgate ignored the wound on his hand and looked at Marco. Just turning his head, he was hit in the chest by Green Bull and Fujitora. Although Armament Haki had already defended in an instant, it also shook Whitebeard Newgate, who was suffering from an illness and suffered more trauma. Staggering back, Whitebeard Newgate felt that his spirit had shrunk a lot. Is it going to be over like this? Children, Ace, and Sha Tien. 5 Admirals stood with Red Earl and others. Looking solemnly at Whitebeard Newgate who was knocked back, his eyes trembled. Unanimously, we have to take a shot and directly solve Whitebeard Newgate. 5 Admiral have been elementalized, mobilizing abilities. Lava, ice, light, vines, and gravitational purple light are all accumulating power. Earl Hong closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the sword energy condensed. Newgate, your time is over. 5 Admirals' accumulated attacks broke out instantly and merged with each other. Directly attacked Newgate with a terrifying aura. Earl Red watched, waiting for his final blow to understand Whitebeard. Marco and the others were shocked, their faces were horrified, and they ignored the attacks behind them, and rushed in front of Whitebeard, trying to block the terrifying blow of the 5 people first. The whole audience, including the live broadcast, gathered their eyes, held their breath, and watched in silence. Time of crisis. Over Marineford, a huge and incomparable sword gas lighted up. With a violent sword intent. The white sword aura came in an instant, smashing out 5 of Admirals' accumulated full blows. The terrifying sword aura split the attack, and the power is not diminished at all. Continue to the Red Earl, the Evil King, and the 5 Shichibukai, Admiral Akainu, Aokiji, Fujitora, Kazaru, Green Bull, Disolo, Kun Bear, and Gecko Moria. 5 Admiral and more than a dozen people were all startled by the sudden light of the knife from the rescue, and they didn't react until the knife gas cut them off. In the face of the powerful sword energy and the horror in the eyes, they used their own Haki, fruit power to defend. The huge sword aura was devastated and decayed. More than a dozen people, including the Red Earl Letterfield, who was trying to stop him, were directly hit by the sword and knocked into the air. More than a dozen people flew upside down like a cannonball and crashed into the wall of the harbor, smashing one big hole after another. Because of the angle of the knife, after the people who resisted it knocked into the air, it cut diagonally into the ice, leaving a huge knife mark. The sudden situation stunned everyone present. The crisis of the Whitebeard pirates has been resolved. Even Newgate was stunned. At that moment, he was indeed unable to escape, and he was about to die. Newgate, I can't lift the knife after a small injury. Back then, I couldn't stand up and went up to fight. Above the sky, the familiar voice that Newgate had been away for 40 years came. He quickly looked up with excitement in his eyes. With black short hair, gray shorts and white t-shirt, Sha Tian holding a long knife in his hand walked on the light golden stairs that appeared out of thin air in the sky, and walked down leisurely. With a joyful expression on her face and grinning, Sha Tian looked at Whitebeard Newgate's excited eyes. He laughed and said with a hint of joking. Newgate, I haven't seen you in 40 years. You are so old, but your prestige is not diminished back then. By the way, where did you say you were looking for a woman? Back in Hashinosu, Newgate did say that he was looking for a wife. A-hole, Sha Tian, you are not dead. You are still so young. Whitebeard was stunned when he heard the familiar ridicule, looked up to see Sha Tian's still young appearance, couldn't help but cry with tears in his eyes, and shouted. 40 years. I have been looking for you. Whitebeard Newgate watched Sha Tian walk down step by step, his familiar figure made him unable to help it. There has always been a glimmer of hope in the bottom of my heart. Sha Tian did not die. There is no corpse, how could it be dead like this? For 40 years, I will look for it with hope in every place I arrive, and even hang the portrait of Sha Tian at any time. As time passes, there is no hope anymore. At this time, he really appeared. Listening to the excited cry of Whitebeard Newgate and Sha Tian walking down from the sky. Everyone was stunned. Before the reaction came over, in the eyes of everyone, Sha Tian was walking down above the figure. A huge island is looming in the clouds. At this time, 3 pirate ships fell down. Beast's pirates, the Big Mom pirate's flag, and the Red Hair pirate's flag are flying. As Sha Tian walked to Whitebeard Newgate's side with a smile on his face. The pirate ship also landed on the ice, and a large group of people disembarked. Kaido led the 3 plagues, Jack, Quinn, 7 volleys, Doflamingo and other family cadres and the Beast Army. Big Mom took Kata Curry and other 139 core crew members, along with members of the pirates, and George of the Vinsmoke family. Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Shaki, Hawkeye Mahawk slowly landed beside Sha Tian on a large rock. And Red Hair pirates did not disembark, but stood at the bow. After Rayleigh, Shiki, Kaido and others got down, they all stood behind Sha Tian, smiling and looking at Whitebeard Newgate. I made Shiki come here without stopping, Newgate. Sha Tian looked at Whitebeard Newgate and laughed. I am really happy to see him again. Captain Sha Tian let me speed up all the way, it seems that it's not too late to come, Newgate, it's just that you are a little embarrassed. Golden Lion Shiki greeted Whitebeard Newgate with a smile. Shiki, hearing the words of Shiki named Captain Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help being shocked. Captain, old guy, it's been a long time, are you surprised? We have all joined the command of Captain Sha Tian. Rayleigh also laughed, looking at Newgate's surprised expression and said. Captain Whitebeard, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also greeted with a smile. Sha Tian, when I met, I owed you another life, and gave me such a big surprise. Gu la la la. After a brief consternation, Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help laughing. The death in the heart has completely dissipated after Sha Tian appeared. Now only excitement is left. Don't mind, Newgate, today, I will help you. Sha Tian grinned, Haki said. Rayleigh, Shiki and others behind him all smiled. Marine, world government, the real battle begins now. Behind Whitebeard Newgate, the 14 captains with pale complexions all had lingering fears, and looked at the sword god Sha Tian who had fallen from the sky and saved them in shock. It is this man who has been mentioned countlessly by Daddy Whitebeard, who has a terrible record and a legend. Marco and others looked curiously. Compared to the portrait hanging with the old man, the figure of the sword god Sha Tian standing there was even more Haki, and a sense of invincibility appeared on him. Even more shocking is that even Pluten Rayleigh, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido and Big Mom naturally stand behind him and call him the captain. Above the square, the Marines were all stunned in astonishment by the sudden appearance of Sha Tien and others. He still arrived. Sword God, Sha Tien. 5 elders on the fortress looked ugly. Watching Sha Tien walk down from the air, then Pluten Rayleigh, Kaido, Big Mom, Golden Lion Shiki, Hawkeye Mahawk and others all appeared and stood behind Sha Tien. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. 5 elders' terrifying power against Sha Tien in the Battle of the Valley of Gods is still vivid. When this kind of evildoer-level talented powerhouse appeared in front of him again 40 years later, he couldn't imagine how powerful he was at this time. Can even perceive the infinite power contained in Sha Tien. He came. Garp, Sengoku, and Kong are all tugging with their fists. Eye pupils contracted, staring at Sha Tien holding a long knife standing in front of Pluten Rayleigh and others, and a group of legends and 4 emperors behind Sha Tien. This scene had long been expected. When facing the arrival of Sha Tien, the hearts of the 3 people became solemn and nervous again. No one knows how powerful the current sword god Sha Tien is. Besides, there is such a powerful force. On the execution stage, Ace breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the old man's crisis was lifted. He saw the real Sha Tien for the first time, and couldn't help being surprised. This is the legend that the old man has never forgotten. Let Marine and the world government arrange this kind of man to deal with. A sword god who reveals a sense of invincibility. Sha Tien. Chapter 126. Under the live screen of Sabayati Archipelago. After rescued Whitebeard Newgate from the crisis with Sha Tien knife spirit. Everyone swallowed their throats, staring blankly, and fell into a brief silence. Until Sha Tien led a mighty group of people such as Pluten Rayleigh, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, Big Mom, etc. to go forward. From the perspective of the screen, I can see clearly the young Sha Tien who is holding first-generation ghostly and looking at 5 elders indifferently. It's him, the sword god. Kid, Hawkins, AHPU, Bonnie and other supernovae were all horrified. It was here that Sha Tien, the sword god, followed Mahawk, took away Rayleigh, Shaki, and announced the establishment of the dragon-slaying pirate group with Marine. Marshal Marine and the 3 Admiral are here to face Sha Tien, neither dare to take the initiative. Time passed, Marineford arranged an empty lineup to guard against the sword god Sha Tien. Sha Tien did not disappoint, and gathered 4 Emperor's forces, and the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki and others appeared in Marineford. What will this war be like on Earth? The sword god Sha Tien, how terrible it is to make a full shot. Kid concealed his fright with laughter and looked at the sword god Sha Tien. Marine's lineup still has the best chance of winning, but how can I feel? This war will undergo changes that we can't even imagine. Hawkins watched the divination card in his hand suddenly turn to ashes, with a look of horror. Directly about the fortune of the sword god Sha Tien is completely impossible to fortune. Forced fortune telling can even hurt yourself seriously. The other supernova nodded in agreement, with a cold sweat coming out of their heads. On the side, Straw Hat Crew is among the people. Nami's eyes were round, looking at the appearance of Sha Tien on the screen, shocked in her heart. It's really Mr. Sha Tien. It's really him. Nami touched a small knife pendant on her neck, her voice trembling. The village chief said that Mr. Sha Tien descended from the sky. He is definitely not an ordinary person, he may be a great figure on the sea. Until I heard the legend of the sword god, I just thought it had the same name. Later, when I remembered meeting Golden Lion Shiki, I suspected that it might be Mr. Sha Tien. And now I actually saw a Haki, leading the legendary Pluten Rayleigh, Shiki, 4 Emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and I was completely shocked, believe it. Nami, this person is really the Mr. Sha Tien you said. Zoro and others couldn't help but ask when they saw it. Through the screen, you can feel the horror of the sword god Sha Tien, and a group of legendary pirates behind him. Nami cried and nodded. I have only been separated from Sha Tien for a few months. Zoro, Chopper, Usopp, Sanji, Brook and others were all shocked. Advertisement. Although Nami didn't describe all the details of Sha Tien's appearance in Coco in detail. But according to the time Nami said, the speed of the sword god Sha Tien's voyage almost reached the New World and attracted such a huge force. How powerful is this Sha Tien to be able to achieve this level? Right under the screen, the big news reporter Morgans was completely excited, taking pictures frantically, recording all this with a pen. In this era, the sword god Sha Tien can be said to be stronger than Whitebeard Newgate, and it can even be said to be the first person to be a pirate. Regardless of the outcome, this war must be preserved. The King Neptune of the Fishmen Island and others were even more relieved. Whitebeard Newgate is all right. But my heart is even more tense. This war is really about to start. People watching the live broadcast all over the world looked at the screen, quiet and throbbing in their hearts. The demon pirate guarded by Marine has really appeared. What will the world become like in the next battle that has never happened before in history? We greeted Whitebeard Newgate, Marco and others, and their men went to heal them. Sha Tien smiled, holding first-generation ghostly, and walked forward. The people behind naturally followed. Especially Kaido, his eyes are extremely excited, and his heart is full of enthusiasm for fighting. Staring straight at Sengoku, Garp and others. The 3 plagues and the 7 volleys or the beast army are all looking fierce. Really long lost blood and tension. Big Mom walked, showing a terrible smile. Haven't participated in the war for many years. Has been accumulating strength to build the dream of the nations. Now following Captain Sha Tien, an unprecedented battle is about to begin. Seeing the shocked and solemn expressions of the Marines, I was so excited. Hundreds of cadres such as Katakuri, Perispero and even the Vinsmoke family all looked excited. It's going to war. This battle will become a legend. As for who loses and who wins, even if the 5 elders all appeared and set up such a lineup, they all had strong confidence. Because of the figure in the front, the existence of the sword god. Doflamingo is also excited. Advertisement. At this moment, I stand at the center of the times. But the cadres of the Don Quixote family trembled a little. Looking at the marine lineup in front of you, isn't it too dangerous? Golden Lion Shiki and Pluton Rayleigh all stood one step behind Sha Tien, looking at the front blankly. Confronted with Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, Hawkeye Mahawk looked at Master Sha Tien with great expectation. Excited. Came here with Master Sha Tien, and will soon see how terrifying and invincible the Master's knife is. Compared with the excitement of Sha Tien, it means bellicose. Marine's solemn and solemnity, and shock, seemed to have lost his momentum. Sengoku came back to his senses and couldn't help looking ugly. Did not fight, your own momentum lost first. Diaresis since the devil, the sword god Sha Tien, has come, let them come back and forth. Sengoku shouted with encouragement. We are Marine, in the name of absolute justice. Kong also stepped forward and yelled loudly after Sengoku. The Marines reacted from the shock that Sha Tien appeared. Even if they have this legendary pirate and the 4 emperors' power, Marine still has a stronger power. There are even 5 elders above the fortress. In the name of Nuo's Jiao, justice. The Marines reacted and shouted loudly afterwards. Morale rose suddenly. Kill. The masked beasts behind Sha Tien, Big Mom, and the tens of thousands of pirates of Golden Lion were also unwilling to show weakness, and responded fiercely and shouted. Sha Tien ignored the surrounding shouts and waved his hand. The pirates became quiet. Marine also watched solemnly. Sha Tien looked at the side of 5 elders and the execution platform, and said, the mocking voice passed a long distance. 5, why are you all like this? The weird aura on your body, have you practiced some blood sacrifice? It's empty. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, you 4 are still very energetic. In 5 elders, the old man holding the knife heard Sha Tien's words, even if he was deeply jealous in his heart, this moment was burning with anger. Sha Tien is humiliating them. Buzz. The old man with the knife couldn't help it, a violent Conqueror's Haki shrouded towards Sha Tien and others. Chapter 127. Conqueror's Haki with a light blue-gray erupted from the old man with the knife. Swept all the way, directly over the Marineford Plaza, and went to Sha Tien, Rayleigh, Golden Lion Shiki and others. The violent Conqueror's Haki even drove the airflow, and a strong wind swept through. The invisible Haki deterrent force pressed the nerves. Kaido, Big Mom, and the weak pirates behind Golden Lion Shiki were directly shocked by 5 elders Conqueror's Haki, their eyes paled, and they collapsed and fainted. Humph. Sha Tien looked calmly. Kaido behind him took the lead with a cold snort. With eyes condensed on the fierce face, the pale red Conqueror's Haki broke out and resisted Haki, one of the 5 elders. Play like this first. Golden Lion Shiki looked at these 5 elders, and his heart was full of disgust for them. Since you want to fight Conqueror's Haki, come on. Shiki also began to have no wind on his body, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki swept out. The 2 broke out Conqueror's Haki at the same time, and pressured all the Marines on the square and the 5 elders on the fortress. The combined Conqueror's Haki was so fierce that it instantly suppressed Conquerors of the old man with a knife. Swept all the way. With a weak psychological endurance, Marine hasn't resisted Conqueror's deterrence and began to fall into a faint. The remaining 5 elders looked solemn, and the 4 of them also broke out Conqueror's Haki, and the 5 Haki directly united to form the light blue Conqueror's domain, suppressing the Golden Lion Shiki and Kaido's Conqueror's Haki back. Rayleigh chuckled, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki burst out. Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed, and Conqueror's Haki from 5 elders is strong enough. But this is the Conqueror's struggle that the 5 elders provoked first, how can it be suppressed casually? Immediately after Rayleigh used his own Conqueror's Haki. Katakuri saw Mom shot, and took a step forward, using Conqueror's Haki. As soon as Katakuri started his hand, Doflamingo and Hawkeye Mahawk no longer watched, but also used Conqueror's Haki to participate. All of a sudden, with the hands-on of 5 elders, Rayleigh, Charlotte Linlin and others participated at the same time. The 7-man Conqueror's Haki broke out together. It also formed the light red Conqueror's Haki realm, and it confronted the light blue Conqueror's Haki realm of 5 elders. The ice surface was directly lifted up by a layer, the walls of the harbor were directly cracked like a heavy blow, and the Marines on the square seemed to be shaken by a hurricane, standing unstable. Boom. The islands are beginning to tremble. The crack originally caused by Whitebeard Newgate expanded and spread. 5 elders light blue Conquerors and Shiki, Rayleigh's light red Haki formed a confrontation. The 2 Hakis face each other fiercely. But in the face of Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido and other 7 Conquerors Haki. 5 elders is still a bit weak, constantly resisting. It's not just you 5 elders who will Conquerors Haki. Golden Lion Shiki glared at 5 elders and burst into Conquerors with all his strength. This level of Union Conqueror's Haki is not only affected by momentum. The fighters on both sides of marine pirates couldn't bear it constantly, and the pieces fell. At this time, Akainu, Fujitora, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the Green Bull had a gloomy look against the mighty aura that was overshadowed by the face. 5 Admiral all jumped onto the harbor wall, a huge momentum erupted, and Conqueror's Haki poured out and joined the 5 Elders' field. The light blue Conquerors skyrocketed immediately. The momentum that had been suppressed instantly surpassed, and he was suppressed and went back. The ice is getting more and more broken. The waves began to surging under the impetus of Conqueror's Haki on both sides. The ship is shaking, and the wind is blowing. Zephyr and the Crane staff, Vice Admirals such as Momosuke, and Shichibukai and others all faced the strong wind and felt the breath coming from the surface. Seeing the changes in the surroundings, their eyes revealed a deep sense of shock. The sword god Sha Tien led the Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido and Big Mom and the others to face each other, which is the Conqueror's showdown that shakes the world. Whitebeard Newgate, Marco and others just took a break in the rear, and the entire Marineford was shrouded in the collision of Conqueror's Haki. Fighting against each other, powerful oppression pervades the entire sea. The number of enemies is a little too much. Marco. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes changed, watching Golden Lion Shiki and others face off against 5 Elders and 5 Admiral. Your own side is being suppressed, and if you can't hold on, you will definitely be hit by their Conqueror's Haki. Newgate had already slowed down a lot at this time, unable to hold back, his sturdy figure walked steadily holding Kong Yun, and Marco followed behind him. Whitebeard Newgate, who walked to Sha Tien's side, grinned. Boom. The ice under my feet sank and shattered, and the huge Conqueror's Haki surged out. Joined the confrontation between the two Conqueror's Haki. The pale red Haki area immediately received strong support. Marco lit up with blue fireworks, and a burst of Conqueror's Haki madly burst out. The 3 plagues Jack, Jin, and Quinn behind Kaido are weaker, but the 3 Hakis merged and broke out. They also have strong power and joined the formation. 5 Elders, 5 Admiral 10 Men and Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Pluton Rayleigh and other 12 Haki fierce battles. The aura of oppression and the Conqueror's Haki realm have become real. The Marine, who is not a general in the square, had already fainted during the first wave of impact. Even a Marine soldier of the general level was supporting him with cold sweat, his body weakened, and he endured the horrible shock of both sides. On the pirate side, the ordinary ones have already fallen down. The powerful and fierce pirates are just like those general-level Marines, slumped and struggling to support them. The more than 40 Whitebeard pirates fleets that rushed over to converge were closer, and more people fainted. As Whitebeard Newgate and others joined the confrontation, they became more like other people on the field. The captain and the deputy captain, the captain disembarked and ran over the ice to support. In the fleet, Skiyato the great vortex spider yelled in cold sweat and jumped to the ice not far away. The knights and others responded loudly and followed. 43 captains understood that those who were not strong enough could not even get close to the battlefield. And at this time, Conqueror's field confrontation began to change drastically. Not only did the ground tremble, the sea began to surge. Even the sky began to change, and the clouds twisted and rotated over Marineford. The white clouds are beginning to turn black. Thunder shines. On the live screen, people watching from all over the world have already been demented in place. The view of the sky has been switched to the extreme distance, and the entire Marineford waters can only see the violent visions in the sky, and the battle between light red and blue. Here, what kind of power is fighting? Sabayati Archipelago live under the screen. In addition to the extremely distant view of the sky, there is also Marineford who is shocked and trembling from the perspective of the island. Those who watched the game were all shocked to see the fierce battle that started silently without any hands. Advertisement. What kind of power is this? Is this the Conqueror's Haki in the legendary Conqueror's Haki? It's shocking. Haki. Everyone who knew it screamed, and many people didn't know the existence of Conqueror's Haki. Everyone was shocked and looked at the red and blue conflicts and the violent shocking vision of the sky and the earth in the screen. And the big news reporter Morgans looks like an albatross, stupefied in front of the live broadcast. These are the most powerful people in the world fighting Conqueror's Haki. It's crazy. How spectacular. Morgan's eyes were shocking, and he yelled in horror. Conqueror's Haki is naturally known as a journalist for decades. But so many powerhouses unleash their own violent Conqueror's confrontation, really have never seen it before. After a short pause, Morgans reacted and quickly recorded. Behind the crowd, among the pirates who gathered together, the Supernova's Kid, Hawkins, Arp, Bonnie and others felt more horrible than those people. His face was full of horror, and his eyes widened. This is the beginning of the battle between the sword god Sha Tien and Marineford, it's terrifying. Luffy and the group looked at the earth-shattering two-color battle on the screen with confusion. Although they shook the world, they didn't know what Haki was. What kind of power is this? It looks like this horror from your looks. Sanji looked at the dumbfounded Bonnie, Kid and others, couldn't help but curiously asked. It's not like it. It's scary and scary. Bonnie glanced at the unknown Straw Hat crew, and couldn't help yelling. What? Sanji, Zoro and others were all taken aback by Bonnie's attitude. As for such a big reaction, Bonnie glanced at Sanji and the others. I can't stand these people anymore, I don't know how they got here through the first half of the Grand Line. This is the potential power of the human body, Haki. Bonnie replied, then continued to look at the screen. The power of the human body. Haki. I seem to have heard of. Straw Hat Crew felt as if he had heard it before, but couldn't remember it, only Robin was remembering. Haki is divided into 3 types. Today, red and blue are fighting on the battlefield. Conqueror's Haki is the most noble and rare, and only 1 person in a million can have Conqueror's Haki. It is a kind of Haki that is born and cannot be practiced. Generally, it is just to frighten the enemy. Trafalgar Luo turned around and explained to Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others. Ordinary people may not be able to release from the master even if they have it, but what can deter the enemy is the qualification to truly become a king. Now you see, the confrontation with Conqueror's Haki on the field has broken the harbor, and the sky and the ground are different. Like, how powerful and terrifying this is. Hawkins also turned his head, his voice trembling. Luffy and his group looked at the screen and began to understand the horror. The force that frightened the enemy is now as substantial on the battlefield, causing terrible destruction. Mr. Sha Tien. Nami looked at Sha Tien standing in the field, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Marine has such a powerful force now that even 5 elders shot at the beginning of the game. Even if Mr. Sha Tien leads the 4 emperors and the legends of Golden Lion, can he really win? Compared with the supernovas, people watching the battle on other islands and kingdoms look like the end of the day. Marineford is even more unimaginable, the horror of the scene. People who watched other islands, such as Hyuga Island, Water City, and other places, never expected to see these pictures, and they were already full of shock. This has already created such a scene before it has started, and so many people have fallen. Darasaros, King Liku, Cyrus and others were stunned on the live screen set up outside the palace. The people below are even more shocked. The narrator who explained the arena was also pushed up, explaining this unprecedented war. This is the 5 elders standing on the top of the world and Marine 5 Admiral and 10 people. Conquerors and the legendary pirate Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Pluton Rayleigh and other 12 strong Haki fight together. I'm already shocked and don't know how to express it. Now, this is a horrible duel where you can fight without a fight. The narrator stood directly below the screen, holding the amplified phone worm, explaining to everyone passionately and tremblingly. But King Liku, Cyrus and the others looked at the screen in front of them, with extremely solemn expressions. There is also Sha Tien who is holding the knife, standing in front facing Marine, with a calm expression. It's this sword god Sha Tien that let Doflamingo let us go. King Liku whispered. Sha Tien, the sword god, seems to be evenly matched, but it seems that there is no advantage. Marine, there are still many people who haven't taken a shot. Cyrus understood that the young sword god Sha Tien was their savior, and couldn't help but worry a little. And in the Fishmen Island, King Neptune and the Prince Ministers also had worried faces. Marine's lineup, so far, even Garp, Sora, Sengoku and others have not shot. It seems that it is still very hanging. Next, I'm afraid it depends on the sword god Sha Tien, how strong can it be to make everyone evacuate safely? Neptune frowned, with cold sweat on his face. This kind of grand war is almost all the strong at sea. As for Newgate and others defeating Marine, Neptune still dare not think about it. On-site confrontation. Shichibukai Empress Hancock was also hot in her heart. Red Earl Letterfield couldn't bear it even more. This is the confrontation of the real strong. This Conqueror's battle, which is about to materialize and divide the Haki field, is almost empty. You must know how rare it is to have the qualifications of a king and those who have the power to break out. The 2 of them couldn't hold back at all. Where is justice and evil now? Red Earl shouted in excitement, and Conquerors on his body broke out. Joined the blue lineup. Empress Hancock looked at Sha Tien with an indifferent expression, gritted her teeth, and also broke out Conquerors. Even Hancock didn't want to miss this kind of frenetic scene at all. The blue Conqueror's field has grown larger with the addition of the 2, and it has become equal to Whitebeard Newgate's side. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Pluton Rayleigh and Kaido, Charlotte Linlin all had serious eyes. Redhead Shanks and Beckman glanced at each other, frowning. Advertisement. Marine, such as Garp and others have not made a move yet. Sure enough at this time, Sengoku and Zephyr under the execution stage both broke out Conqueror's Haki. Marineford, it trembled completely. Garp and Kong are still staring at Sha Tien who is holding the long knife and looking at the changes on the court, their faces are solemn. The sword god Sha Tien has not made a move yet. Marine here. 5 elders, Akainu Aokiji and 5 admiral. Added Sengoku, Zephyr, and Hancock, the empress of Shichibukai, the legendary Lonely Red. All the people who own Conqueror's Haki have taken action. The blue Haki field instantly expanded countless times. The Conqueror's Haki field on the red side has been suppressed steadily in defeat. More than a dozen people including Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have all felt the terrifying deterrence and oppression. After all, there are more opponents, and Conquerors has strengths and weaknesses. 5 elders alone are stronger than before. I don't know how much momentum. Conquerors, the weaker one on his side, has the majority. With the addition of Sengoku and Zephyr, they are obviously not opponents. Every second, Whitebeard Newgate, Pluton Rayleigh and others felt heavier pressure, and the red field was retreating. When it came over, I am afraid that everyone would feel uncomfortable. Golden Lion Shiki and Kaido are even more angry. Haki exploded with all his strength. Crazy. Well, these 5 old men are interesting, and the things they practiced have such a weird feeling. Although Sha Tian looked indifferently, others might not feel it, but with his current strength, he clearly felt the weird aura that came out of 5 elders conquerors. Turning his head to see, Rayleigh, Newgate, Shiki and others couldn't hold on anymore, gritted their teeth with sweat. Doflamingo, Mahawk is even more swaying. Sure enough, the momentum of Rayleigh, Shiki and others decreased, and they stepped back. Conqueror's realm is about to shatter. Sha Tian smiled slightly and looked at 5 elders and others. How could I watch them succeed and crush me? The hand holding the knife was put down, and he squeezed with one hand, his eyes condensed. A peculiar sense of spatial vibration resounded in general. Rayleigh, Shiki, Newgate and others all saw Sha Tian's momentum rising in front of him. Afterwards, the pale golden conqueror's Haki on Sha Tian burst out. Overcoming the red conqueror's realm, directly suppressed the 5 elders. At this moment, the inner bay was frozen. I don't know how thick the ice surface was directly torn to pieces, and seawater swelled out of it. Like a shock wave, the surrounding warships were impacted by Sha Tian's pale golden conqueror's Haki, and they broke into pieces with a snap. The wall of the harbor was directly impacted and collapsed, rumbling. The blue conqueror's Haki field was directly pushed back by Sha Tian's conqueror's Haki, and resisted hard. Garp and Kong, who have been staring at Sha Tian, were shocked. Sha Tian's conqueror's power is too terrifying. Once joined the confrontation, immediately reversed the situation. The two hurriedly prepared for a long time to deal with the conqueror's Haki shot by Sha Tian. The blue field suddenly skyrocketed again and it was even more terrifying. 5 elders, who was initially taken aback by Sha Tian, Wu Admiral and others were just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly discovered that Conqueror's Haki on Sha Tian's side was not suppressed in the slightest, but his side was still retreating, and the terrifying oppressive force was already permeating their hearts. Garp, Kong was even more horrified. There is an invincible mood in Sha Tian's Conqueror's Haki. After joining, he still can't stand it. More than a dozen people, including Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Rayleigh, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, have almost reached the explosive limit. With the addition of Sha Tian, the pressure has completely disappeared, and gradually put away Haki, with a shocked look. Damn it! One person of Captain Sha Tian, Conqueror's Haki, completely suppressed the opposite. On my own side, including the red-haired Shanks and the others in the back, they can't feel the terrifying oppression of Marine just now. At this time, the red Conqueror's field is completely closed. The faint golden color has completely rendered the entire Marineford. Even the blue Conquerors on 5 elders' side is filled with pale gold, completely invisible. How can it be so scary? What level of Conqueror's Haki is this? The red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman and others are shocked. When the sword god Sha Tian's Conqueror's Haki exploded, it would be able to disperse the warship, tear down the walls of the harbor, and even the thick ice surface would be completely cracked. What's more terrifying is that all the 5 elders who own Conqueror's Haki have already taken action, and there is no way to resist. Everyone was dumbfounded, with an incredible look. The pale gold Conquerors directly crushed 5 elders and others, and pushed it horizontally onto the square. The ground is shaking, the cracks are expanding. The Marine warriors at the general level were still struggling to insist on the oppression of Golden Lion Shiki and others. They just relaxed a little after being suppressed and returned. Suddenly, they were full of invincible horror and more powerful. Come here. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Hundreds of thousands of elite Marine warriors, except for the one who fell at the beginning, opened their eyes and fainted backwards. The substantive pale golden Conqueror's Haki even set off a gust of wind, blowing a piece of fainted Marine warriors into the fortress that was already full of cracks. A group of Vice Admiral even resisted the oppression, directly vomiting blood and flying upside down. He fell to the ground and was suppressed by the oppressive force, his eyes were extremely panic. Incomparably powerful, is this still a human? Is this guy really a god? The Shichibukai violent Coon Bear, Crocodile and others, and the evil king of Impel Down, the criminals were filled with blood, and they stumbled on Conquerors like a violent wind and stumbled on the cracks after the collapse of the harbor, and their eyes were shocked. Looking at the horrible figure standing with a knife and fighting. Under the execution stage, Momosuge, T-Dolphin and others are no longer silent, just released Conqueror's Haki, swept around Sha Tian's Conqueror's Haki, surrounded by the crane staff, pale, and also suffered internal injuries from Haki's impact, and the crane staff looked at Sha Tian in a daze, but he had a good way to deal with the impact of Conqueror's Haki, and gave up all resistance. As long as he didn't faint, he would still be suppressed by the oppressive force. When Conqueror's Haki was released to resist 5 elders, nearly 20 people including 5 Admiral were unsteady in a row. The fortress at the feet of 5 elders has been separated in the middle, looking like it will collapse at any time. Haki field is even harder to resist. Not only the people at Marineford were shocked, but Sha Tian, Haki, confronted everyone in 5 elders, almost crushing it. This scene completely shocked the whole world who watched the live broadcast. Mariajoy Pangu Palace, sitting between the flowers, who was watching the live broadcast while admiring the flowers, paused when he smelled the flowers, and his eyes were extremely surprised. The strength of this Sha Tian is not simple. There is such a degree of Conqueror's Haki. Sha Tian. Chapter 128. Yim's heart completely faced the existence of Sha Tian. This Sha Tien is still a bit level. Conqueror's Haki, although I didn't feel it at the scene, but one person can suppress 5 elders, 5 Admiral, Garp, Sengoku Sora, and other conquerors. And in Sabayati Archipelago, Nami, Luffy and others watched the live broadcast, their jaws are about to fall. Kid, Hawkins, Trafalgar, Luo, the supernovas who offered hundreds of millions of rewards, were shocked to sweat all over. It's incredible. One person against the entire Marineford Marine team, Conquerors. How could it be possible? Conqueror's Haki in this world can be as strong as this level. Kid himself also awakened. Conqueror's Haki naturally knew the horror. Conqueror's Haki can't be strengthened by training, but can only be improved through the improvement of one's own life and spirit. In other words, this legendary sword god Sha Tien, how great and powerful is it to have this Conqueror's Haki? His conquerors, isn't it a king, but a god? Apu and others obviously knew Conqueror's Haki a little too, and they all said in horror. Sure enough, it is a legendary legend. At the same time, on the dragon boat getting closer and closer to Marineford on the sea. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army and Monkey D. Dragon discussed the battle plan. But when seeing Sha Tien's powerful conquerors directly suppressing the entire Marineford, everyone was completely stunned. Chief, is this, the sword god Sha Tien? This is just a competition to Conqueror's Haki. Just as soon as I took the shot, I completely suppressed 5 elders and others. This still hasn't been shot yet. The cadres stammered while looking at the picture in front of them, with shocked expressions on their faces. In shock, the cadres and Sabo both looked forward to the scene of the guy who was known as the God of Swords. At the same time, he understood the excitement of seizing the opportunity before the dragon set off. You must know that what Sha Tien is facing at this time is the strongest power of the world government. Such a character can hardly be described in words. Yes, this is the sword god Sha Tien. When he really draws the sword, you will understand what a sword is. Monkey D. Dragon smiled, but the shock in his eyes couldn't hide. I had long thought that Sha Tien would be extremely powerful with his talents 40 years later. Unexpectedly, with Conqueror's Haki, Marineford would have been completely suppressed, so when it comes to real shots. Many people in the world didn't understand it when they watched it. It was not until someone told the key points that it was even more shocking. Advertisement. It's no wonder that Naval Headquarters has already deployed this lineup, but it is still like a big enemy, very solemn. Now this Conqueror's Haki match will give you a glimpse of Madara. The entire Marineford must be shrouded in Sha Tien's pale golden conquerors, constantly compressing the Haki areas of 5 elders, Garp, Sengoku and others. 5 elders close to 20 people can best understand how terrifying Sha Tien's conquerors is. The materialized invincibility is pressing them violently. And Whitebeard Newgate behind Sha Tien, Rayleigh and others looked at the aura on Sha Tien's body, one after another turbulent, one after another recovered from the shock. Captain Sha Tien has been so strong for 40 years. Kaido then understood that in Hashinosu, it was Captain Sha Tien who had converged, otherwise everyone would kneel down when they meet each other. Although I know that Sha Tien will be unimaginably powerful, it is really unspeakable. The Golden Lion Shiki cigars fell to the ground and muttered. Goo la la la, pervert as always. Whitebeard Newgate laughed, excited. If this momentum continues, the 5 elders will definitely be unable to stop it. Ace, there is help. Rayleigh and others also smiled after regaining consciousness. Watched quietly. The 3 disasters, Jack, Quinn, Marco, Katakuri and others are even more completely clear. In front of Sha Tien, I am afraid that he does not even need to make a move. Just at this time, under the coverage of Sha Tien's incomparable Conqueror's Haki, 5 elders' complexion was hard to see in his heart. Ultimate, under the resistance of Conqueror's Haki, it was about to collapse. The 5 elders struggled to resist and glanced at the black box next to them. A-hole, how can Sha Tien be so powerful? Cold sweat broke out on the blonde old man's face, and he made a decision now. Under pressure, he patted the black box next to him. Boom. In this shot, the black box was shattered, the fortress on the opposite side collapsed, and dust was everywhere. The eyes of Sha Tien, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido and others were instantly attracted. Find flowers. At this time, what did 5 elders do when they opened the box next to it? Advertisement. Golden Lion Shiki looked surprised. Is it really a secret weapon? Charlotte Linlin drew her pink eyeshadow, staring solemnly in her eyes. 5 elders will not open for no reason. It's just that when a piece of dust was rising, I didn't see exactly what was in the black box. Sha Tien's eyes condensed. At that moment, the strange breath was extremely strong. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the observation Haki, who predicted the future, launched. The dust dissipated, and a figure with various stitches on the neck appeared beside the 5 elders, bursting out a more powerful Haki. Then 5 elders looked ugly and continued to open the second box. Single quote. ... 0. Sha Tien's complexion finally changed. That figure and familiar Haki turned out to be him. Gore D. Roger. Suddenly, Katakuri, who also started to predict the future, retreated in horror, fell to the ground, and tremblingly pointed at the place that gradually became clear next to the 5 elders. Katakuri, what did you see? Charlotte Linlin just finished speaking, and when she looked back, her pupils shrank instantly. I can't believe it. That's Roger. Whitebeard Newgate saw the figure next to five elders clearly, and couldn't help but screamed. Kaido, Golden Lion Shiki, the eyes of everyone standing awake behind him were shaking. This is a way of making zombies like Moria. It's just a more evil weirdness. Sha Tien's voice is also solemn at this time. It's not because of Roger's powerful body, but because the hatred of five elders in my heart is even stronger. This kind of experimentation with the human body, the technique of disrespecting the deceased and the disgusting weirdness, really can't let Sha Tien go on indifferently. Brother. Rayleigh also saw Roger's appearance after everyone saw him, and he stayed where he was, staring straight at Roger's figure. When I heard Sha Tien's words again, he finally reacted. Damn five elders. World government. Rayleigh at this moment broke the sense of stability as before. Angry. The violent breath of the whole body could not be controlled, and the madness spread wide. Chapter 129. At this moment, Sha Tien Conqueror's Haki suppressed the past more violently. Five elders and the others couldn't help taking a step back, their complexion turned pale. The nerves of the brain are oppressed by the terrifying force of deterrence. Sha Tien's eyes sent a trace of ruthlessness. One of the black boxes brought by five elders turned out to be the dead body of One Piece King Roger D. Roger. All the standing pirates, including Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, Big Mom, Three Plagues, and Three Generals, shrank their pupils and were deeply shocked. Roger D. Roger was not only the faint first person in the world at the time. He led the captain of the powerful pirate group such as Pluton, Rayleigh and Jabba. He also completed a great feat that no one has done for hundreds of years and reached the final island. And now the pirate king Roger, who has been publicly executed, is still alive. Actually appeared in front of the world alive. Sha Tien was the first to discover the problem, and Pluton Rayleigh let out a roar of anger after seeing Roger. Five elders, the world government turned Roger's body into this look, and the stitching marks on his body show that Roger was tested countless times after his death. You broke your promise, world government. Five elders. Rayleigh has never been as angry as he is today. They promised that Roger would be buried well after he died. And now, such a thing has been done. Not only Sha Tien was surprised and shocked, even Marine was also frightened by the appearance of the pirate king Roger. Marshal Sengoku, Marshal Kong of the whole army, and Hero Garp are all dumbfounded and shocked. Roger was indeed dead that year. It was checked by Garp and I personally. Sengoku's tone was trembling, and his mind was confused. Roger appeared on the black box brought by the five elders, it was incredible. No, Roger is probably dead. Look at your eyes. Garp was really shocked at first, but now, after a closer look, as Roger's most entangled enemy, Garp discovered that Roger's eyes have no pupils. It's dark, and it looks weird at first glance. At this time, the shocked Sengoku and Kong realized that all the exposed parts of Roger looked like stitches, especially the neck, as if his head had been chopped off and connected. This is something similar to controlling zombies, but this Roger's corpse is more like a living person. Kong watched carefully, and his voice trembled. Five elders, why use this evil ability? Even the Red Earl who exudes Conqueror's Haki against Sha Tien was shocked. Old friend. Red Earl was a little sad inside. Even if you die, do you still have to face this kind of treatment? Immediately Conqueror's Haki dissipated, still being hit by the pale golden Conqueror's Haki. Zephyr, the same as the crane staff, turned his head to look at Roger's face full of shock. Why did Gold Roger appear next to five elders alive? At this time, the five elders saw the shock and anger of Sha Tien, Rayleigh and others, and smiled to themselves. Next, I want you to try his greatness. Five elders resisted the pressure of Sha Tien Conqueror's Haki, and thought. Roger, with dark eyes, Haki C, stepped on the cracked fortress. The black and red Conqueror's Haki exploded frantically from Roger's body. Haki, who is stronger than the five elders united, joined the Haki realm and swept against the terrifying Haki of Sha Tien. The whole Marineford trembled even more. The last half of the fortress finally collapsed. Five elders took another black box and stepped on the ruins of the fortress with Roger's body. Finally, the suppression of Sha Tien's Conqueror's Haki slowed down. On the execution stage. This is Roger, the One Piece who left his wife and son to die. Ace, who was grilled by Seastone, looked shocked and looked at Roger's body with a strange look. It turns out that he is really strong and powerful. The first time I saw my biological father, he must have looked like he was alive. Haki was very bold. At the same time, seeing the stitches on Roger's body more closely, Ace felt a sense of sadness. As Roger's corpse so tough, it stopped Captain Sha Tien's crushing force. Beast Kaido looked at Conqueror's Haki erupting on Roger with a mace. After looking shocked, he was shocked in his heart. This powerful Conqueror's Haki erupted from the corpse, which is simply a spectacle. I'm afraid some experimentation has been done. Roger is now stronger than before he was alive. Pluton Rayleigh had a sad face and anger in his heart. What did these guys do to Roger's body? As for Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion Shiki, and others, the shaking in their hearts has never stopped. Kata Curry, who was startled at first, was completely unable to calm down and start observation Haki. The shock in his heart can be imagined. The Fishmen Island. Advertisement. King Neptune was even more tearful, looking at Roger's figure and couldn't help but feel sad. How could Roger stand on the side of the five elders against Pluton Rayleigh? Moreover, Neptune saw the dull dark eyes and the stitched wounds at a glance. Roger is dead, it's just a corpse. Roger, who became One Piece, was actually abused by the world government after his death. After Neptune talked to the princes and ministers below what he had seen, he said sadly. While the rest of the people were sighed with horror on their faces. After the death of Gold Roger, he actually launched Conqueror's overlord to confront the sword god Sha Tien like a living person. Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy was even more stunned at the One Piece Roger, the rubber's mouth was pulled directly to the ground. This person is his last dream, One Piece. Nami, Usopp, Chopper and others were even more shocked, their bodies trembling a little. This is what the real One Piece Roger looks like. Even Robin's eyes trembled. What exactly did the world government do? Why even the One Piece who has been dead for so many years is pulled out? The supernovas were also shocked when they saw Roger appear at the beginning, and when they saw Roger explode, Haki confronted the sword god Sha Tien and even thought it was a living person. It wasn't until the reaction came that I saw it. This Roger has a weird feeling. The gang of pirates and people around them all looked straight at the screen, cold sweat. What kind of war is this? Why does the One Piece appear alive? On all islands, the kingdom's people were terrified. And Sha Tien's eyes on the scene revealed violent anger, and the pale golden body broke out even more dazzlingly. 5 elders were shocked. How come? Still can't resist. The blonde old man looked ugly and terrified, so many people resisted, and the release of Roger's body was still retreating steadily, unable to contend. The Conqueror's Haki that Sha Tien broke out still pressed them with an invincible posture. The Haki field, which has persisted so hard, has only slowed down a little. Still losing. Since it started, then open it all. Just start the confrontation, you can't just lose like this. The curly-haired old man had a cruel expression in his eyes. Although he is struggling to support it now. Sha Tien's Conqueror's Haki has materialized. Then release this too, and let him take a good look at his captain. Feeling the crushing of the power of Sha Tien, the other people in 5 elders couldn't bear it, and if this goes on, they will all be injured. At the same time, the 5 elders all smiled in their hearts. Sword God Sha Tien, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, you see that your captain has also become a puppet under our control. What kind of expression will you look like? The blonde elders nodded their heads, and struggled against Sha Tien's Conqueror's Haki to shoot again at the last black box. Sha Tien, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate and Rayleigh, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others were all attracted by 5 elders' actions. They also have a black box. Charlotte Linlin's eyes throbbed, and her scalp was tingling. Is there anyone else's body in this box? Sha Tien watched. This situation does not need observation Haki to foresee at all, and he can think that the same thing here is a controlled corpse, which can be seen immediately, and it has not been activated. The black box shattered in the hands of 5 elders. A horrible figure stood there. Everyone stared attentively. Rocks, corpse as powerful and shocking Conqueror's Haki bursts out. United with Roger, 5 elders, 5 admiral and others, resisting the oppression of Sha Tien's Conqueror's Haki. Finally, all the way was compressed, and the Haki field finally stopped retreating again, and barely maintained it. 5 elders and others all breathed a sigh of relief, their pressure greatly reduced. Garp, Marshal Kong, Sengoku, and Zephyr have not yet emerged from the shock of Roger's appearance. At this time, Rox has also appeared. The 4 of Garp Vice Admiral were completely blindfolded, their eyes widened, and their pupils were throbbing. At this time, the pressure was greatly reduced, and only then began to recover. 5 elders, what did you do? Why can the dead be controlled? Garp was trembling all over. There is a weird feeling on this corpse. This seems to be made by the evil method. Sengoku's eyes widened and couldn't believe it. Advertisement. At this time, first defeated the sword god Sha Tien and then come to understand the 5 elders. Kong's eyes flashed with inexplicable meaning at this time. Even if I walked with 5 elders recently, I didn't even know that they would still use this secret method. And it's also a means of such a sense of evil and weirdness. But the enemy is currently, and can only be studied after it is over. Zephyr is below, and the Suru staff, Momosuke and others agree that the pressure is reduced and they are relieved. Zephyr and Crane looked at Roger, and Rox, eyes were shocked. Is that Rox, the Sea Lord, the captain of the sword god Sha Tien, Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others? T-Dolphin, Momosuke and others looked at the rocks released by 5 elders with dignified eyes. That terrifying breath. Moreover, these 2 people have led an era. In Shichibukai, many people didn't know the existence of rocks at first, and after hearing about it, they didn't know what rocks looked like. Now only another scary figure appeared, finally resisting the invincible Conqueror's Haki crush of the sword god Sha Tien. A big rock fell in their hearts one after another. So powerful. Gecko Moria was shocked, with crazy excitement in her heart. The 5 elders' methods of controlling corpses are more terrifying and powerful than their own, and they are not yet fruitful. Run. To run, start fighting. Blackbeard Teach lay directly between the ruins, talking shiveringly. Even Roger appeared. There is another one. Looking at the reactions of Sha Tien and Whitebeard Daddy, I am afraid it was their captain, Rox. In this scene now, only if you really start your hands, can you escape Marineford. Is it impossible? How could Rocks. The Red Earl Letterfield gave up resisting the appearance of Roger's controlled body and fell, and now he sees rocks and the same has become the case. How horrible rocks are, I have seen it before. My heart was terrified, and my voice trembled. Even rocks is alive, releasing such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki. How did 5 elders do it? 5 Admiral was silent, the shock in his heart was indescribable. Although Fujitora couldn't see it, he could also feel the 2 horrible auras that appeared. Vaguely, he heard Sha Tien and others call out the names of Roger and Rocks, and the whole person was stunned. Akainu Sakazuki was shocked in his heart, but the eyes that looked at Sha Tien and others were more confident. As long as a just victory can be achieved, no means will be taken care of. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, and both saw the shock and doubt in each other's hearts. The weird breath between the corpse and 5 elders. Green Bull's eyes throbbed, and his heart shook when he saw the 2 people who had once stood on the pinnacle. Sha Tien here, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin all screamed. Captain Rocks. Sha Tien also looked at the last corpse of another box released by the 5 elders. It's the Rocks of the year. Just like a living person. Roger and Rocks have been made into such walking dead, controlled by others. This is the strongest of an era. 5 elders used this weird technique without hesitation. This kind of trick must come from Mariajoy. Celestial dragons. Damn. Sha Tien once again remembered the so-called sacrifice in the Valley of Gods. More certain in my heart celestial dragons is not only cruel, but there may be hidden evil in it. Is it the I'm behind the scenes? Sha Tien thought of a lot in an instant. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate and Kaido, Big Mom, and Shaki in the back all changed their complexions, and a cold of anger came out. Celestial dragons. Really damn it. Red light appeared in the eyes of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki. Roger and Rocks have become like this, which must be the work of Mariajoy's celestial dragons. What an insult to a strong man who gallops on the sea, let alone Roger, a friend, who has taken care of his own Captain Rocks. Rayleigh's eyes were gloomy, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both turned anger into white smoke and rose up. While everyone else was briefly astonished, when they were shocked and did not react. 5 elders. Sha Tien couldn't help it anymore. An anger rushed to the sky, and his voice was extremely cold. Chapter 130. 5 elders saw the expressions of Sha Tien and others, and his heart was a little dark and refreshing. And Sha Tien was burning with anger at this time, and the pale golden conqueror's Haki was even more profound. Boom. Spiral clouds and thunder and lightning in the sky. Sha Tien and 5 elders, Roger, Rock's corpses, 5 Admiral, Garp, Sengoku, Kong, Shichibukai Empress and other conquerors Haki violently clash. ZZ. Black and gold lightning flashed all over Marineford at this time. That is the terrifying effect caused by Haki's violent confrontation. Even the T-Dolphin shook his whole body under the touch, and seemed to be hit hard on his chest. The powerful hurricanes in all directions are blowing wildly. The weak and the weak are no longer even qualified to be awake. Conqueror's Haki's confrontation is getting more and more terrifying, and 5 elders and others are reluctantly confronting them, and they are getting more and more frightened. Why Sha Tien's Conqueror's Haki still has no limits? 5 elders and others panicked a little, exclaimed. Under Sha Tien's rage, he began to suppress all of 5 elders with all his strength. Getting stronger and stronger. Finally, there was a crash. There was a loud noise. Marineford was directly pressed out of a huge crack like a canyon, and a huge wave was set off in the backwater. The Conqueror's Haki of 5 elders completely collapsed, and was impacted by the substantial Conqueror's Haki of Sha Tien in an instant. The first is the Empress Hancock, Zephyr, Momosugi and others. The brains that were directly impacted were blank, and the whole person flew upside down and smashed into the collapsed ruins. The 5 nearest Admiral Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and the Green Bull all snorted and were directly crushed on the ground, smashing into a big hole. The eyes were terrified. Garp, Kong, and Sengoku were all thrown off the execution platform that was still standing, and fell to the ground. The 5 elders were completely targeted by Sha Tien, and most of Conqueror's Haki went to the 5. The 5 people plunged directly into the ruins of the fortress, and uttered painful screams. Conqueror's Haki pressed their nerves and showed their characteristics, directly penetrating the bodies of the 5 of them, and inflicting heavy damage to the 5 of them. The bodies of Roger and Rocks only stepped back, but their entire feet were sunk in the ruins of the fortress. You old and old are really confused. How can you compete against me? Sha Tien still held the first-generation ghost sword with one hand, Haki said with disdain for 5 elders. Compared to Conqueror's Haki, which he has completely evolved. I think too much, even if I double it, I can't be stronger than myself. Everyone looked at Sha Tien in shock, their eyes throbbed. At this moment, Sha Tien exudes a truly invincible aura, which makes people stunned. This is, the sword god Sha Tien. Foil Beasta had a fanaticism in his heart. It should be said that the encounter with today's Sha Tien with a knife can't help but produce a convincing psychology, right? At this time, all the pirates at Marineford looked at Sha Tien with a fanatical meaning. Powerful. Haki. One person suppresses everyone in the entire naval headquarters. 5 elders and Marines 5 Admiral, 2 marshals, the heroes Garp, Shichibukai, and even the criminals released to participate in the war by Impel Down, and the conquerors of the Sea Kings of the 2 eras who were invited by the sword god Sha Tien 22. Haki defeated. Before the live screen, everyone was stunned. The Fishmen Island, the capital of water, Hydra Island and Darasaros of New World all fell into a brief silence. The next moment, shocked voices sounded. Everyone felt that the five elders had released the assistance of the One Piece King Roger and another terrifying character, and they had to block the attack of the sword god Sha Tien. Unexpectedly, the sword god Sha Tien completely crushed them. Too strong. I started to admire him. With the feeling of chasing a star, the pirates who watched from all over the world looked at Sha Tien in shock, and their hearts rose with enthusiasm. Which pirate does not want to be strong enough to directly suppress naval headquarters and world government five elders? Today, such a character appeared for the first time. Some people even took the lead and started shouting the name of the sword god, crazy. The 11 supernovae of this era, known as the strongest generation, stood there blankly, listening to the fanatical pirates chanting around, and then looking at the broken Marineford on the screen and the grey thunder shining in the sky. Break through our cognition again. The sword god Sha Tien is not the devil fruit ability, but the inherent Conqueror's Haki, right? How could it be? Kid muttered to himself, his eyes trembling. Unbelievable. This is Conqueror's Haki that can only be deterred. This is the essence of the legend. The strange monk was reminiscing in his mind. He remembered the broken record of Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. With him, Ace will be fine. Luffy looked at Sha Tien, Haki's unparalleled sword god standing proudly, his eyes fascinated. Suddenly I regretted that I didn't go to Marineford, and at the same time I remembered what Vio-kun Shang had said to them. He is here, Ace is fine. At this time, the ruins of Marineford Fortress exploded with a bang. The five elders walked up with bloodline at the corners of their mouths. The ceremonious clothes on his body were in tatters at this time, all in embarrassment. Sha Tien, what if you win? This is just conquerors after all, you can't hurt us. The blonde old man looked extremely ugly, wiped the corners of his mouth, and yelled in shame after seeing the blood. The other four are not much better. The bodies of Roger and Rox pulled out their legs and feet and stood on their side. Sha Tien restored his indifferent gaze to look at them at this time. It is really difficult for Conqueror's Haki to seriously hurt them directly and completely at this distance. You want to give me a chance to get off the ground. Five elders, do you want to follow in the footsteps of the five elders? Sha Tien sneered, and said unceremoniously. The five elders' ugly faces immediately darkened. The five elders who took office just came up to give Sha Tien a disarm, but he was beaten to death. At this time, Garp, Sengoku, and Kong all stood up. Five Admiral Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and the Green Bull led the fighting Vice Admiral also began to gather. Shichibukai has shrunk together except Blackbeard, and criminals such as the Evil King have also begun to stand up. The first game of imposing confrontation is over. Marines all know that, next, the real fight is about to begin. Seeing the enemy start to move, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion and others also began to stand behind Sha Tien, as if they were about to go to war. In the Three Plagues, Katakuri and others also stepped forward and stood in the lineup. The people watching the live broadcast all put away their thoughts and watched the scene nervously. Really fighting, it's about to begin. At this time, the silly Edward Wable stared at Sha Tien, and even carrying the knife, he rushed over to Sha Tien directly. Kill him, I'm the strongest, Mom, Daddy Whitebeard. Miss Ba Jin was originally frightened, hiding behind the crack tightly, and was still suppressed by Sha Tien's Haki. Advertisement. It was so frightened, Captain Rox and Roger both appeared. However, in such a daze, Wable did not pull well. Wable's IQ was also unimaginable, and even carried the Naginata and shot it at the sword god Sha Tien. To Wable's infatuation, he also said to kill Sha Tien. Both five elders and Marine looked stunned. In this case, there is such a horizontal person who wants to kill Sha Tien directly. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't remember that he still had such a son, but his eyes were full of fierceness when he looked at Miss Ba Jin. And as Wable pounced on Sha Tien with a fierce and murderous spirit, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were completely blown up with anger in his heart. Both Captain Rox and Roger were so insulted by the five elders that everyone was angry. At this moment, there are people who want to kill their captain directly. Sha Tien looked at Edward Wable, who was carrying a Naginata, pursing his mouth, and his eyes flashed with killing intent and rushed towards Edward Wable and smiled. Newgate, this is definitely not your son. Sha Tien turned around and teased, and said with a smile. This character is nothing like Whitebeard. Whitebeard Newgate grinned and didn't answer. Does his own son know it by himself? At this time, the three Shiki looked at Wable who rushed forward, and couldn't help it anymore. Don't be ashamed, Shiki yelled, and Haki instantly covered him, replacing the kick with the blade of his foot. The huge slash wave is split instantly. Weiguo. Sherlock Linlin's pink mist rose, the sun and white clouds emerged, the double-horned hat turned into a big knife. An angry knife slashed at the coming Wable. Kaido was even more angry, his body shape directly changed into a huge blue dragon, with flames on his feet stepping on the clouds, and the dragon body hovering in the air. A huge breath of dragon sprayed directly at Wable after Weiguo and slash waves sword energy. Two horrible sword auras with a large dragon's breath, along the way with violent power, instantly slashed across the ground to Wable's face. When Wable was angry with the three of them, a sense of crisis arose. Before he could react, he was slashed by the violent slash wave and Wiguo. The blood hadn't splashed out yet, and the huge pillar of heat hit the three-petal Wable. Instantly evaporated and disappeared into the world. Wable, with the horrified cry of Miss Baijin, Whitebeard, who had just been promoted to Shichibukai, turned to ashes. But after Miss Baijin screamed, thinking of the consequences he was facing, his eyes rolled and he couldn't bear it, and he slumped to the ground. At this time, the three people's angry attack did not stop at the slightest, and they continued to rush towards the Marines with great power. Everywhere I went, the ice and the ground were broken every inch. Humph. Everyone at Marine was too late to feel that this Shichibukai died just like that, and the attack came. Akainu snorted coldly, her eyes gloomy. Turn into a lava giant fist directly in your hand. Great eruption. The lava giant fist roared in the flames, and directly smashed it against the three attacks. Kizaru directly turned into a light ball, flying into the air so dazzlingly and shooting out a huge beam of light. Fujitora drew the sword, and the purple sword aura formed a huge purple circle to block it. Bang. Boom. 3 Admiral shots and 3 attacks collided, and a huge explosion occurred, which cancelled each other out. The island trembled violently again, and there was a huge hole in the ground where it bumped. Garp, Sengoku, Kong and 5 elders stood at the end, staring at the expressionless Sha Tien with a solemn expression of ultimate. A Shichibukai was so helpless to fight back, even before he could react, he died. Behind Sha Tien, a group of pirates were also shocked. Even Marco, Katakuri and King were shocked secretly. Edward Wable, regardless of his status, can sit on the Shichibukai position, so his strength is beyond doubt. He was directly killed by a spike, a real spike. Everyone present solemnly thought in their hearts. How much power did Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido use? In front of live broadcasts from all over the world. People everywhere have the deepest feelings. Shichibukai is the force that appears most often in the public eye. Everyone has a clear knowledge and understanding of Shichibukai. And now on the Marineford battlefield, a Shichibukai was directly killed by a spike. The whole world was in an uproar watching this scene. The soul fruit ability of Charlotte Linlin, the fish fruit of the beast Kaido, the form of the blue dragon, and the power of the legendary golden lion Shiki are also shown to the world. The abilities of the 4 emperors and the legendary strengths will kill Shichibukai in a flash. On the Sabayati archipelago, the big journalist Morgans opened his eyes wide and excitedly recorded what happened at Marineford. Watching the 3 terrifying attacks on the screen slashed towards Wable. The new Shichibukai was beheaded in an instant, and then 3 admiral shots were stopped. Dragon. This is the ability of Kaido, the beast. Trafalgar Luo gritted his teeth, throbbing at the dragon hovering in the sky. Everyone who doesn't know the abilities of 4 emperors Kaido is shocked. This battlefield, even Shichibukai is like a mustard. The supernova Bonnie who was watching looked at this scene with horror, and his hair was erected. It's horrible. Instant kill. Others also agreed with their expressions, and the cold sweat on their foreheads never stopped. 7 warlords of the sea, it is known as one of the 3 major forces of the Grand Line. Even in Shichibukai, there are strong and weak, strong enough to fight the 4 emperors, and no matter how weak they are all famous pirates. Predicted it a long time ago, didn't it? Those are 2 4 emperors and the legendary Golden Lion. Hawkins tried to calm himself down and watched the battle, and spoke. Everyone reacted, but a Shichibukai died in such an instant, and he couldn't react. It was shocking. If I go up by myself, Yubo doesn't know if I can make it through. The city of water, 9 Snake Island, and even the kingdoms in the 4 seas were in an uproar. Shichibukai was killed in seconds so that people on all islands and kingdoms could not keep a calm mind to watch. In this battle, even Shichibukai is at the risk of being killed instantly. On sight, Sha Tien looked at the bodies of Rox and Roger on the opposite side. After a deep sigh, his eyes on 5 elders were full of murderous intent. Pinning the first generation ghost to the waist, Sha Tien directly began to lift his legs, stepping up, and a faintly black and gold-colored armament Haki condensed ladder appeared under the feet. Looking straight at the 5 elders on the opposite side without squinting their eyes, they started walking towards them step by step, and said through Haki. 5 elders, today, I will kill you. 5 elders heard that Sha Tien's complexion was extremely gloomy, even if the strength is now stronger, they are a little bit scared in their hearts to say that Sha Tien must kill. Especially Sha Tien's method of walking in the air step by step made the 5 elders amazed in their hearts. Haki can still be used like this. Advertisement. Garp, Sengoku, Kong, and even the 5 Admiral look ugly, let alone whether Sha Tien can kill 5 elders, this is done under the simultaneous live broadcast of the world. This sentence, coupled with the previous defeat, made Marine even more discouraged. Others even watched the sword god Sha Tien walked over in the air step by step, stunned in shock. The same as the previous method of walking down from the sky, Haki can even make it into the air. Stop him! Kong shouted at everyone immediately. What are you still doing? Especially now that Sha Tien has walked forward step by step directly, if it is not blocked, both Marine and world government have become a joke. To defeat you completely in the name of justice, everything today will be reversed. Meteor Volcano. Akainu took the lead again. This was carried out under the world live broadcast. Being so suppressed by the sword god Sha Tien, both world government and Marine lost their faces. How can this be allowed? Both hands fired larger and more lava giant fists into the sky, directly above the gray clouds in the sky. The incidental flame made the sky all red. This is another trick, Lava Imp. Whitebeard Newgate chuckled, glancing at Ace, who was still safe on the execution stage at the end, grinned. Sha Tian is here, you can be rescued soon. Soon, with a howling sharp voice. In the sky, the lava giant fist launched by Akainu rushed down, rushing to Sha Tian crazily. The entire sky has been rendered red, and the huge lava fist drags a long trail, like a meteor. Everyone looked at this attack with solemn eyes. Huh, is this a candle fire? Sha Tian didn't even look at the meteor volcano falling from the sky. The pace did not stop, and he still walked towards 5 elders and others unhurriedly. Don't bother my captain killing 5 elders, Akainu. The huge blue dragon Kaido circling in the sky rushed directly. This is just an attack from Admiral, and it is not necessary for Captain Sha Tian to take action personally. Bad wind. Kaido Longyun stared at Akainu in disdain, and the dragon rolled over, and a spiral of hurricanes turned around, with a trace of lightning, facing Akainu's meteor volcano, and rushed directly. The huge lava giant fist meteor fell like a meteor and was hovered directly by Kaido, and it was directly crushed by the bad wind, extinguished, and turned into ashes. Don't be proud, Kaido. Akainu looked at Kaido in the form of the blue dragon angrily, knowing that his offensive was beyond Kaido, and immediately let meteor volcano attack the huge dragon body. Continuously launching lava, even with Haki attached, Kaido even blocked all lava attacks directly in the sky. Captain Sha Tian, these will be handed over to us. Beasts Kaido's huge dragon body is constantly destroying the falling meteors, making the sound of laughter. Katakuri, Doflamingo, Mihawk and others below were all excited. Everyone is ready to move. As long as these enemies like Marine take action to stop them, they will rush straight up. Never let Marine affect Captain Sha Tian. Seeing Kaido hovering in the air, Akainu's attack was completely blocked. Everyone at Marine was very solemn. Fujitora frowned, her sensitive hearing heard Whitebeard's conversation, and she took a step forward. With the sword drawn, the purple circle directly hit the sky until it disappeared. Looking at the familiar scene, Whitebeard Newgate, Marco, Vista and others all narrowed their eyes. Admiral Fujitora used the meteorite again. Sure enough, another huge meteorite appeared in the sky soon. Almost covered the sky over Marineford, and rushed towards Sha Tian in a black press. Fujitora even has sweat on his face. The gravitational fruit power on the meteorite is still being exerted continuously, which makes the meteorite cause heavier weight and faster speed. This scene made everyone on the Marine side look forward to it. With the current falling speed, even if Whitebeard Newgate comes to shatter it again, it will affect the sword god Sha Tian, right? Will Sha Tian stop in such a huge offensive by Fujitora? Damn it, Admiral Fujitora. Marco, Katakuri, Jack, Quinn and others were even more excited. This trick really made them feel a little worried. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes narrowed and he was shooting. Gravity fruit. Golden Lion Shiki reached out and stopped and looked at the sky. Watching Fujitora summoned a huge meteorite to break through the clouds, slammed straight to the midair Sha Tian. Shiki rose directly into the air, holding his hand. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. The land around Marineford boomed. As if it had come alive, layer after layer surging, turned into an equally huge lion to the top of the meteorite in the sky. The entire island was rumbling, and the two similar abilities of lion fruit and gravity fruit collided in the loud noise. The air produced a burst of impact current sweeping around. Then, everything came to a halt. The corner of Sha Tian's mouth rises slightly, and his footsteps have not stopped in the slightest so far. At the moment of touching, Fujitora frowned and sweated. The lion fruit ability of Golden Lion Shiki is eroding the gravitational fruit ability on meteorites. The giant lion formed by the meteorite and the earth block directly stalemate in the air, and the two are fighting against each other's abilities. Katakuri and others all looked at the shocking scene of the sky in horror. Not only meteorites, lions, but also the huge blue dragon incarnation of Kaido and a steady stream of lava meteors. The end of the world is general. Blackbeard Teach and other criminals who helped in the fight, such as Shichibukai, and the evil king, were shocked in their hearts. Golden Lion, the sword is not old, mum la la la. Whitebeard Newgate breathed a sigh of relief. If Sha Tian is affected by the meteorite, wouldn't it be that people like them in the old age will be embarrassed? How can this small ball fall to hinder Captain Sha Tian's eyes? Golden Lion Shiki laughed in response. The ability in his hand does not stop, and continues to compete with Fujitora's gravitational fruit ability. Compared to Fujitora's ugly and sweaty expression, Shiki is obviously more relaxed. Everyone at Marine's faces were dark and gloomy. Even Admiral Fujitora's moves can't be shaken. Is it just that the sword god Sha Tian's footsteps on the sky can't be stopped? And Sha Tian, still walking step by step, looked at the 5 elders with violent veins, and sneered. I walk so slowly to wash your necks, 5 elders. Chapter 131. As soon as you make a move, it's this more powerful move. Meteorites, meteors, dragons, and the earth have all come to life. These Admiral, 4 emperors, and legendary pirates are all monsters. All over the world, such as the 7 capitals of water, Alabasta, Goya Kingdom and other places saw the scene of Marineford at this time, and it was shocking. There was constant discussion. Look at the sword god Sha Tian, No matter it is a flame meteor or a meteorite falling from the sky, it hasn't stopped. Is he really going to kill 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government? I think maybe he can do it. More people also paid attention to Sha Tian walking in the air. Whether it is the legend of the sword god, or the momentum of a person Haki suppressing the audience just now, many people are extremely enthusiastic about Sha Tian. Sha Tian walked in the air, and a faint black gold ladder appeared automatically under one step, and walked forward steadily. The meteor on the head and the huge meteorite that obscured the sky and the sun failed to make Sha Tian produce a little fluctuation. Although Sha Tian is walking slowly at this time, it will soon be at the forefront of the square. What makes 5 elders' heart palpitations is that after Sha Tian finished speaking, every step he took, his aura and killing intent became bigger. Is this the belief that the sword god Sha Tian must kill? Even Fujitori's gravitational fruit ability was suppressed by Golden Lion Shiki. Both Sengoku and Kong looked ugly. Unlike the two men's worries, Garp went straight forward at this time. Do you want to back down? Letterfield. Garp looked at the Red Earl, who was lying still not far away, with a gloomy expression in his eyes. If this guy doesn't persuade him, I'm afraid he will lose his intent to fight. Today, every legendary combat power is a huge boost. The Red Earl lay on his back and looked at the huge blue dragon in the sky. Kaido stood against the lava meteor cluster that was half of the sky, the lion controlled by Golden Lion Shiki and the meteorite of Fujitora. He sighed deeply and stood up. Garp, Roger and Rox. I can leave it alone for the time being. This battle may also be my last battle. Since I have chosen, I will not back down. Red Earl's complexion narrowed his expression, and said to Garp with an inexplicable meaning. Then he looked at the sword god Sha Tian, who was stepping in the sky. Red Earl's fighting spirit rose again, and he picked up an ordinary long knife, ignored Garp, and headed to the front of the square. Garp lowered his head, looked at Red Earl, sighed deeply, and continued to pay attention to Sha Tian. Advertisement. The Shichibukai and impel down criminals under the square looked at the sword god Sha Tian and sighed secretly. It is impossible to block the sword god Sha Tian, facing Admirals full blow without any change in his expression. It is already unimaginable to be able to stop the footsteps of the sword god Sha Tian. Aokiji. Sengoku's eyes were somber that he couldn't bear it, and he said directly to Aokiji. Perhaps the power of freezing has a different effect. Aokiji glanced at Sengoku, then nodded. A chill came out of the body, and then disappeared in place. Below Sha Tian, Aokiji at the front of the square galloped over. Ice Age. Aokiji directly looked at the unhurried sword god Sha Tian above, and the coldness on his body broke out. Frost spreads continuously on the ground, and an icicle extends rapidly on Aokiji's hand, heading towards Sha Tian. It's suddenly cool. Sha Tian seemed to mutter secretly, but the voice made 5 elders, Garp, Sengoku Kong and others heard clearly. Cannot help but make them itch with their secret hatred. This sword god Sha Tian, his mouth is the same as 40 years ago. When Aokiji Kuzan was attacking during the Ice Age, a huge figure appeared on Aokiji Kuzan's head, stepping on a cloud of thunderclouds. Big Mom. Aokiji Kuzan couldn't help but his expression changed, and Big Mom blocked the attack. With a horrible smile, Big Mom directly took all of Kuzan's ice power, turned into an ice sculpture, and fell to the ground. Seeing the Big Mom turned into an ice sculpture, everyone's eyes were staring. Mom. The cadres of the family such as Katakuri and Perispero all yelled. This is the freezing power of Admiral Aokiji. Even Mom doesn't feel good. As for Marine, Sengoku, Garp, Kong and others all breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good if Charlotte Linlin could be frozen. As long as it came again, no matter what, the force of the ice would not be able to bounce off easily, as long as Sha Tian paused. His belief in killing is broken. Just as Marine, Zephyr, Shichibukai, and the criminals of Impel Down all raised their hearts to see Aokiji once again with an Ice Age big move. Suddenly, the ice on Charlotte Linlin shattered every inch. Advertisement. Everyone at Marine was momentarily dumb and uncomfortable. Charlotte Linlin broke the ice of Aokiji Kuzan with ease. Aokiji, your ice is good, but it's really thrilling. Now, let's try my fire. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were ferocious, and she sneered. She was really cold just now. And almost let him disturb the respected Captain Sha Tian. The right hand grabbed directly into the sun Prometheus and waved at Aokiji. The sun instantly turned into a state of violent flames, erupting a flame of extremely hot temperature to Aokiji. The 4 emperors are really monsters. Aokiji saw that Charlotte Linlin was okay and just got out of the ice. He couldn't help but be shocked by Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit ability. Amidst the mumble, a large amount of freezing power was activated in his hand, and a huge ice bird condensed in front of him towards Charlotte. Linlin's flaming flame meets. Bang! The flames melted with the ice, producing a lot of mist. Aokiji took this opportunity even more, holding an ice spear in his hand, and attacked Charlotte Linlin in close quarters. This is not a wise choice, Aokiji. Charlotte Linlin smiled horribly, and the Logia fruit-capable person fought close to him. Haki entangled his hand and faced him directly. No way, you have to be more careful and safe to fight 4 emperors. Aokiji had a terrible chill all over his body, and Haki entangled him even more. The face is full of solemnity. Close combat is also a last resort attack. After all, Charlotte Linlin is too terrifying, relying solely on her ability to attack from a distance will consume more energy. In close combat, you have a bonus of freezing power and have more chances. As for going up and blocking the sword god Sha Tian, I can't even think about it. The five elders watched Admiral lose each other, and couldn't help cursing inwardly. Looking up at Sha Tian, his heart trembled even more. Sha Tian is holding the knife, and his body's potential and killing intent are even stronger. Can't let him just come here, let them all go. The expressions of the five elders changed drastically, and they secretly ordered Kong like a voice transmission. Chapter 132. Kong naturally understands that at this time, Sha Tian's aura is horrible every time it moves forward. Facing the eagerness of five elders' secret transmission. It must be shot. Kong frowned and said to Zephyr. If you don't make a move, even if the sword god Sha Tian walks slowly, he will walk on their heads. Zephyr understood, and first saw the evasive Blackbeard teach at first glance. This guy has always wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate and Rayleigh looked at each other, and Whitebeard took the Kong Yun and walked towards the front of the square at the foot of Sha Tian. And the Green Bull at this time saw Fujitora, Akainu, and Aokiji lose, and immediately stepped on the steps, and walked down Sha Tian. Sword god Sha Tian, you can't walk through. Green Bull shouted violently, trying to attract Sha Tian's attention. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the Green Bull's violent shout. His eyes were surprised. Can you do this? Sha Tian ignored it, and didn't hesitate. Only one admiral is yelling, a person of this level, at this time, he has long looked down upon him. Now, it is necessary to put pressure on five elders step by step, and finally give them to spare. Lu Niu's complexion was startled, Sha Tian turned a blind eye to herself. Even if you don't stop, you don't bother to look at it. A feeling of being underestimated emerged in my heart. Green Bull had a faint anger in his heart. This sword god Sha Tian must stop it anyway. As soon as the green light came out all over, he had to use his abilities. Little devil who grows plants, do you think you can just do it like this? With a white halo, Whitebeard Newgate's left fist hit the Green Bull. Coming early is not as good as coincidence. As soon as Newgate stepped onto the front of the square, he saw the Green Bull who was about to take a shot, and he punched it without hesitation. Green Bull hesitated at this moment, his eyes struggled. If you continue to use your abilities, you will definitely be hit by Whitebeard. Stop launching and miss this opportunity. But as Whitebeard Newgate approached, Green Bull finally made a decision. Whitebeard's punch was unbearable, otherwise he would be seriously injured. Advertisement. While making a decision, the Green Bull, braving his power, turned around, Haki covered his fist and went straight to it. Whitebeard Newgate just rushed up, watching the Green Bull choose to give up, and hit it directly with a green light. Could not help but smile. Boom. With a loud noise, Haki see. There was a tremor in the square in the harbor, and the feet of the two of them shattered and dust was everywhere. Ghoul la 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 la, kid, good strength. Newgate didn't panic even if he was still injured, and said to the Green Bull who was gritting his teeth. The power of this new admiral is very powerful. Green Bull looked serious at first and looked at Whitebeard Newgate solemnly. Then he accepted his attack easily, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This Whitebeard was injured just now, and even if he turned around and shot at the end, his talent was not as powerful as Whitebeard. How can your power be so strong? Green Bull said in surprise. He was already Haki with the explosive power of his abilities, but he didn't seem to put Whitebeard Newgate under pressure at all. Click. The ground under the feet of the two of them shattered once again, sinking a lot. Newgate didn't answer Green Bull's words, but looked at Green Bull's startled eyes and smiled. The muscles on his arms surged, and even more powerful force exploded. On the fist, the white halo vibrated, directly shattering the surrounding air. Green Bull's heart trembled, and the next moment he was hit by Whitebeard Newgate. He flew back like a cannonball, and shot directly into the distance, knocking down one house after another in the town further behind the island, a mess. The newcomer is still a bit tender. Whitebeard Newgate grinned, put his fists away, and suddenly, staring into the square. In the rumbling sound, a large number of vines appeared on the square, like green waves, the vines larger than a person were entwined with each other, and Sha Tian, who was walking fast toward the sky, rushed over. At this time, the Green Bull has crawled out of the big pit that was smashed out, and the whole body is emitting green light, using the ability to summon the sword god Sha Tian who controls countless vines to the sky. Newgate's eyes condensed, and a white halo appeared from the body of the Naginata in his hand, and he jumped directly towards the Green Bull, with a stroke of the blade. The Green Bull's soaring vines were all destroyed. The Green Bull's gesture changed, and the vines spreading and shattering the ground could only wrap around Whitebeard. Can't ignore Whitebeard's offense. Facing a large swath of vines rushing forward, Whitebeard grinned and rushed in. The shock fruit ability was activated, and the Green Bull started to fight. Find flowers. Just a single Green Bull against Whitebeard Newgate is difficult to support. Advertisement. Whitebeard Newgate took the Naginata and cut through the clouds, and directly cut the vines under the swing, approaching the Green Bull. At the same time, Kizaru turned into light and condensed on the square, looking at Sha Tian's eyes throbbing. The blade Sha Tian is as powerful as ever. Since Kizaru Valley of the Gods, I have never been so nervous before. In this case, I can only let the speed of light of sparkling fruit stop me. Kizaru jumped directly into the air, squeezing a gleaming light with both hands. Ba Kai Chong Guyu quickly condensed and aimed at the Sha Tien in the sky. At this time, a sudden blue slash came with a powerful sword intent. Sure enough, it's not that simple. ... 0. Kizaru's eyes flashed brightly, but luckily he was prepared. In this attack, Conquerors and the armed color are entangled and covered with each other and cannot be hard-wired. Kizaru immediately put away the attack on the sword god Sha Tien, and the speed of light avoided the sword light. The blue sword light went straight to the sky and disappeared. Following that, a kick with Haki directly kicked Kizaru away, as if the same ball of light hit the crescent harbor. A violent explosion. Master Kizaru. Zon Taomaru's face tightened and shouted. The person who couldn't even see his figure just now shot, and the speed of one cut and one kick is extremely fast. The right end of Crescent Bay Port. Pluden. Rayleigh. Kizaru was very solemn, touched his arm, and walked out of the explosion radiating light. Rayleigh was very fast just now, but fortunately, he lifted Haki and blocked it with his arm. At this time, Rayleigh appeared very fast not far from Kizaru, holding the sword he had used for decades. Kizaru, you really think you are a flasher, so you can shoot my captain yourself? The blade in Pluden Rayleigh's hand pointed directly at Kizaru Pelusolino. If it doesn't come in time, it might really affect Sha Tien. Sky Cloud Sword. Kizaru was serious, pulling his hands, and a yellow lightsaber appeared in his hands. Pluden Rayleigh, this is really moving. The figure moves. Rayleigh squinted his eyes and swung his knife to greet him. With Rayleigh, Kizaru and the two began to fight fiercely. The sword spirit is scattered, the light is shining. Wide. Chapter 133. Marine and World Government face sweeping. The sword god Sha Tien will kill. The footsteps that Admiral can't stop. The Battle of Marineford. On Sabayati Archipelago, the big journalist took a notebook and quickly recorded the headline he thought of. But he looked at the live broadcast without turning his eyes. Marineford's war has evolved into a fight to suppress the sword god Sha Tien arrogance and stop Sha Tien from walking in front of the five elders. Admiral shot Sha Tien walking in the sky one by one, but they were blocked by four Emperors Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion Shiki and others. Between shots is a power that destroys the world. Not only Morgans recorded shock and excitement. Hawkins, Trafalgar Luo, Bonnie and other supernovae on Sabayati Archipelago were swallowing their throats and watching nervously. The heart is beating violently. Because on the live broadcast screen at this time, with the footsteps of the sword god Sha Tien, the battle is constantly escalating. Admiral after another, the legendary pirate shot, and shot is a powerful move. This is especially true for people watching all over the world. Looking shocked and nervous, and on the square at this time. The killing intent on Sha Tien's body at this time has been condensed to the extreme degree of horror. Every step of the fall is like stepping directly on the hearts of five elders. The meaning of panic became clearer and clearer. Sha Tien looked at the appearance of five elders, the corners of his mouth cocked. It's this kind of fear, let you five old men feel it. Sandstorm. Below, among the criminals of Impel Down, Crocodile squinted his eyes, watching Sha Tien walk towards five elders with this attitude. The shot was a huge dust storm sweeping Sha Tien away. Sand Crocodile. The sandstorm is still brewing and getting bigger. Quinn, Jack, and Jin have already rushed over. Quinn spit out the cigar he was biting in his mouth, and his body changed into a huge ancient Brachiosaurus form. Jack's eyes widened, and he also transformed into a huge ancient mammoth form. The king braved the flames and changed into a toothless pterosaur form. The three plagues attacked and rushed directly into the sandstorm. The mighty power directly ripped off Crocodile's sandstorm ability. The appearance of the three ancient species surprised Marine's face. A-hole, I'm going to tear you up this time. Gecko Moria had a fierce look, staring at Jin and Quinn with terrifying eyes. Jack. A flash came to the side of Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile. In the New World battle with Kaido many years ago, Gecko Moria forged a big feud with them. The three plagues of the notorious beasts pirates. Violent Kun Shang banged, moving like an instant, and appeared directly beside Jack. Shichibukai. Jack, Quinn and King didn't dare to be careless, their eyes were solemn, and they roared immediately and rushed over. Take the lead, and can't let them launch an offensive against Captain Sha Tien in the sky. Bear shock. Violent the Kun bear faced the violent Jack and rushed over with his elephant's nose and backed away. Raising both hands, the meatball on his hands quickly compresses the air. Not good, the meatball fruit ability. Jack watched the Storm Kun bear compress the air, condensed into a bear paw print like air bomb, flew straight to the sky, the mammoth form directly hit the air bomb. With a boom. The air bomb was directly exploded, enveloping Jack's huge mammoth body. Jack. The king was surprised, just about to leave, Moria controlled the shadow to form a sharp thorn and attacked. Gecko Moria did not attack the Sha Tien in the sky at all, but instead shot against the king, and grabbed a large number of shadows to swallow the entrance, constantly strengthening himself. Moria's figure and strength are constantly skyrocketing. You're getting alive and going back, Gecko Moria. The king looked at Moria sadly at this time. A guy who has forgotten his own importance, he is worthy to go back to New World to compete with Kaido-sama. Not to mention that now Lord Kaido has joined the dragon-slaying pirate group and is a general under Sha Tien's command. Shut up. Let you feel my power. Moria roared and punched King. The king didn't evade at all, with his feet and claws directly against his fists. Quinn in Brachiosaurus form directly hits the head of armament Haki to the crocodile hammer. Crocodile still squinted, looking at everyone's unhappy expression. Advertisement. A sandstorm formed in the hand, and it was thrown at Quinn. As the sandstorm flew away, it quickly grew bigger, wrapping the entire head of the Brachiosaurus inside. Quinn's attack was also paused by the sandstorm, and his eyes were shaved and he couldn't open it. Desert knife. Crocodile looked at Quinn's huge head and closed his eyes, and immediately waved his hand, controlling the sand on the ground to form a gravel knife and slashing towards Quinn silently. Quinn sensed Crocodile's attack, and towards the position of the sword, the big mouth of the Brachiosaurus shot out a flame-like energy cannon. Sand Crocodile, this B***************** D, is so spicy. It broke away the sandstorm on the neck and the desert sword in front, and hit Crocodile directly. Crocodile snorted coldly, half of his body was elementalized in advance, still being hit by the energy cannon. Bang! Quinn shot out a big hole on the ground. But half of Crocodile's body became scattered sand, and then it condensed together again. Quinn stepped on Crocodile again with huge souls. Three Plagues and Shichibukai Sand Crocodile and others started to fight fiercely. At the same time on the other side, Zephyr took Zondao Maru and the pacifists of the scientific unit directly aimed at Sha Tien above the sky. 10 violent coon bear-like pacifists condensed laser light in their mouths. Not far from the side, De Solo directly unfolded the ability of the golden fruit, absorbing the golden elements on the island into fluid, and condensed into a golden giant. I won't let you do it. The pacifists faced him, and Marco stood in front of him in the form of a phoenix. Diamond Joe's turned into a diamond body, hitting the pacifists directly. Behind him, the captains all followed. Zephyr took a deep breath and took off his shirt. 14 captains, let's go together. Zephyr's arm directly covered armament Haki, shouting to Marco and others. These guys, if they don't break, there is no chance to block Sha Tien. Marco and others didn't talk nonsense, they rushed directly. At this time, among the criminals of Impel Down, the Evil King, the Crescent Hunter Caitlin and the Big Wine Barrel all looked at the heavenly Sha Tien secretly. Take action to block the sword god Sha Tien. No more. Still don't want to die. The three Evil Kings turned their heads and directly attacked Marco and others. The 14 captains fought fiercely with Zephyr, Battle Momomaru, pacifists, and the Evil King. Zephyr was old and weak, facing Marco and Foil Vista, Diamond Jaws's attack barely supported. And Disolo, who condensed into a golden giant, laughed loudly, looking at the Sha Tien in the sky as if he was close in front of him, and directly grabbed the past with one hand. Are you too smug? Dare to do something to my captain? Disolo. Doflamingo appeared next to the golden giant Disolo, and with a finger tugging, string fruit had countless invisible threads entwining the golden giant's hand, making De Rosso's hand unable to move forward. Joker. A panic flashed in Disolo's eyes. I have to say that I have a certain fear of the underground king Joker. I can have today and have so many resources, at least half of them are the help of Joker. Dare to take action against Captain Sha Tien, I will kill you. Doflamingo's eyes were fierce at this time, and the words were full of killing intent. Disolo has forgotten how he made his fortune and became a master with 20% of the wealth in the world. I even forgot that he didn't care who he took the golden fruit back then. Disolo's face was pale. At this moment, Joker, facing the rage in his heart, understands that there is only one way to go, and that is to fight. Do you think you can awaken your ability? Am I still the same as before? Doflamingo slowly turned into a low laugh and fell on the ground. Ability exploded at this moment. The ground under your feet, the surrounding ruins began to change. It has become densely packed silk threads like the ocean. De Solo condensed into a huge golden giant tens of meters high, with purple lines on his body. Then come and compare whose awakening is more powerful. Disolo was surprised, and suddenly roared loudly. The silk thread on the ground was controlled by Doflamingo, and instantly flexibly condensed into a ball to stab Disolo, one after another. The golden giant Disolo quickly stood up and made a roar. All the people present gave a surprised look during the battle. Two guys with awakening ability fight with great momentum, which is really rare. Rain Shiryu was instantly attracted by Doflamingo and Disolo's awakening abilities when he saw everyone's attention. Advertisement. Seeing the sky walked to Sha Tien above himself. If the sword god Sha Tien can stop one step. The eyes of Shiryu of Rain flashed with excitement, the famous sword Thunderstorm pulled out, Haki entangled on his body, and cut out a huge sword energy to Sha Tien with all his strength. The cutting speed is very fast, and the light blue sword energy goes straight to Sha Tien. Suddenly, a more powerful slash appeared suddenly. With a powerful sword intent, Shiryu of Rain's slash was dissipated directly. The world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk Hawkeye. Shiryu of Rain didn't expect to be so easily broken by Mihawk and cut with all his strength. Seeing Mihawk walking slowly in the night holding a black sword, he was secretly shocked. Don't bother my master. Hawkeye didn't talk nonsense, and rushed over with a knife directly. Since it is a knife, let's have a good fight. Rain Shiryu's eyes were so solemn, facing the slash of the eagle eye, he attacked with a knife. Ding ding. The sound of gold and iron continued to sound, and the two of them fought close together. The sword is everywhere. Shiryu of the Rain is more and more frightened after the war. Every time he takes a knife at Haki Mahawk, his hand trembles slightly, and the murderous intent of the knife can sting his skin. Haki Mahawk has no waves in his heart, and his hands are full of the murderous sword intent taught by Master Sha Tien, and he has no rush to fight against Shiryu of Rain. And at this time, the convicts of Shichibukai and Impel down below have all been dragged down, and only Blackbeard has been trying to disappear from everyone's sight. 3 generals star Katakuri and others stared at Blackbeard. On Marine's side, the remaining Momoshiki, T-Dolphin, etc. Vice Admiral looked at Sha Tien, the sword god who still only looked at 5 elders, and understood that with them, the hope was very slim. Sha Tien wears the demon sword ghostly around her waist, holding her arms and looking at 5 elders coldly, and walks forward step by step. The battle on the battlefield below observation Haki is already clear without active perception. The Vice Admiral below can't help it anymore, even if the chance is slim, they have to try it. Just as Momoshiki, Cha Dolphin and others were about to make a move, the 3 Starcracker and others and Perispero were already standing in front of them, as if they were trying to make a move. You will be seriously injured by our sneak attack if you launch an attack. Smokey looked at the Vice Admiral with a smile, and the long swords behind them were all drawn out. Momoshiki, T-Dolphin, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and others all sighed secretly. This situation simply cannot be shot. There is no chance at all. But looking back, seeing that Garp, Sengoku, and Marshal Sora hadn't taken any action yet, I was determined. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and the others snorted, Haki covered, and his momentum rose. With more than a dozen Vice Admiral, even if 2-3 General Stars lead the ministers of the nations, it is under great pressure. And us. Seeing that the situation is not right, the Volley 6 who just rushed over also joined the 3 generals of Vice Admiral. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and others frowned. This is difficult to deal with. Cracker and Smokey both smiled. Now the people with the beasts belong to the dragon-slaying pirate group. This is the first time that the 2 sides have fought side by side. The battle, as the 6 volleys joined, suddenly started. At the beginning of the battle, Katakuri was still staring at Blackbeard Teach. He felt the hidden strength of Blackbeard. You are Logia's dark fruit ability. Katakuri could not help being surprised when he saw the black mist in his foreseeing the future. In the Big Mom pirate group, Devil Fruit's picture book is naturally seen. Although I didn't remember the others, but the scarce fruit ability naturally remembered. Such is the fruit of Logia. As expected of observation Haki, who can predict the future, you see it. Blackbeard Teach has a black mist out of his body, and he looks at Katakuri with a grim look. This B********** D stared at himself, and he didn't attack the sword god himself. How could Katakuri let a Shichibukai stand here, and still have a strong aura? Even if he doesn't make a move, he has to make a move, and he can't ignore it. Katakuri took a deep breath. As soon as his body moved, he started directly at Blackbeard. The huge fist formed by the glutinous group covered Haki and hit Blackbeard Teach directly. Dark water, facing Katakuri's powerful and fast blow. The black mist on Teach's hand rotated and pressed directly on it. As soon as he touched it, Katakuri felt his whole body weak immediately, and the decline of his ability disappeared. Chapter 134. Katakuri immediately broke off the stretched Nuotuan fist, and quickly backed away panting. Blackbeard Teach's dark fruit ability still has this effect. How is it? Do you feel the power of darkness? Blackbeard laughed triumphantly and converged again. Father Whitebeard and Sha Tien, the god of swordsmen, are both here. What if you see that you are not pleasing to the eye? Just thinking about it, Katakuri retreated to calm himself down. Without using the ability, he opened observation Haki directly, wrapped around armament Haki, holding the trident, and killed Blackbeard. A-hole. Blackbeard Teach saw the trident spiking at high speed, and hurriedly avoided. A little anger rose in his heart. I really don't fight a serious fight, I really think I'm a bully. Teach braved the black mist and went up. The bloated body is extremely flexible. As long as he catches Katakuri, he will be helpless. Katakuri also understands the danger of being caught by Blackbeard Teach by foreseeing the future. The 2 fought fiercely between one blow and the other. With Blackbeard Teach was also forced to join the war. At this time Marineford was completely caught in various fierce battles. From the outbreak of the Meteor Volcano offensive by Akainu Sakazuki, to the last Shichibukai's participation in the battle, it only took a few minutes. Sha Tien's unhurried step in the air at this time has almost reached the execution platform. Ace on the execution stage is now completely stunned. It's completely like being an outsider. No one in Marine cares about him, even Marshal Sengoku stands dry underneath and stares at the sword god Sha Tien, his execution time has already passed. The Whitebeard fathers are also fighting fiercely with those who are trying to stop Sha Tien's footsteps. Ace was a bit bitter. At this time, there was an impulse in his heart, either he would kill himself, or he would let himself go. It was really tormenting to be locked in the execution bench by Seastone and waiting. At this moment, a red figure was on the execution platform, and a long black knife covered by Haki was held in his hand, looking at the sword god Sha Tien who was approaching the execution platform step by step. Lonely Red. Ace watched Letterfield rush to the execution table, a little confused. I thought it was here to let myself go, but as a result, his eyes stared at the sword god Sha Tien straight, sweating coldly. This guy, does he want to attack the sword god?
Letterfield. Whitebeard Newgate is suppressing and bullying Admiral Green Bull, who is powerful and resistant, and pays attention to the Fire Fist Ace on the execution stage from time to time. When he sees that Earl Red is about to attack Sha Tien, he can't help but be shocked. Lived with a roar. With this roar, everyone noticed the Red Earl who wanted to attack Sha Tien on the execution stage. This guy, Golden Lion Shiki, couldn't help being shocked, and there was still a legendary pirate who didn't stop him. But then suddenly let go of the ability to confront, and the meteorite covering the entire square will fall. Kaido is also blocking Akainu's big move meteor volcano in the sky, unable to get out. Seeing this scene, Akainu Sakazuki was even harder to activate the lava ability. Charlotte Linlin, Rayleigh and others are like this, and they can't help but rush. Marine side. Garp, Sengoku, and Kong are all on the side of the fortress, and the bodies of 5 elders, Roger and Rox are standing on the ruins of the fortress. The look is also a little nervous. Will the legendary pirate's attack succeed? Under the blow of the lonely red, the sword god Sha Tien finally stopped for a while and broke the accumulated killing intent. Standing on the execution platform, Letterfield was more nervous than the others, and the hand holding the knife trembling unconsciously. If the sword god can stop thinking about it, just a pause. Count Hong thought, the power of the whole body began to concentrate. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki were released on their bodies, wrapped around the knife. On the knife body, the black is even deeper. A proud sword intent rose from the body of Earl Red. In the battle, everyone's attention was unconsciously attracted. Sha Tien can also see the Red Earl who is ready to go on the towering execution platform, but his eyes are not shifted in the slightest, still staring at 5 elders. Red Earl is legendary and powerful. But want to deal with yourself and stop your steps. Sha Tien smiled lightly in her heart. I would also like to see how powerful an attack Red Earl can make. Even with this kind of power, people at the 4 emperors level such as Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki, Kaido, etc., all their eyes narrowed. I keep wanting to take it, even Sha Tien might not be so easy. The 5 elders were even more happy. This Red Earl is okay, now I'm sure. At this time, the black on Red Earl's knife has been condensed to the limit. The mighty Haki even gave out wisps of lightning on this knife, and the air was twisting. No need to perceive, you can see the terrifying power with the naked eye. Earl Hong held knives in both hands, and his eyes fixedly watched Sha Tien step by step, and his hand condensed a knife with terrifying power and slammed it down fiercely. Everyone still had sweat on their heads, and the time seemed to slow down at this moment. When a knife fell, the black knife light showed through, carrying a trace of lightning, and cut straight to Sha Tien in the air. The terrifying power directly cut through the air, dragging a white trail. The corner of Sha Tien's mouth was slightly cocked, and the pace had never been slower or faster. His eyes still looked at 5 elders with a little expectation. 5 old guys, do you really think this kind of attack can stop me? In the next step, the black gold color of the stairs condensed with the armed color under Sha Tien's feet is deeper, and Sha Tien stepped on it one step at a time, and the black light of the Red Earl's full blow was also cut on the black gold color of the Haki stairs. There was a squeaking sound. The light of the sword hit the black and gold armament Haki from bottom to top, and couldn't shake it at all. Don't say let Sha Tien pause for a while, even the armed color at Sha Tien's feet could not be shaken. Walking without stopping, Red Earl's slashing black light also disappeared in self-consumption. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others were shocked and shocked. This is the full blow of Lonely Red. Even Sha Tien's armament Haki couldn't shake it. What realm has this brought Haki to practice? Rayleigh, Newgate, Shiki and others including Katakuri and all the pirates were shocked and could not help but wonder. Captain Sha Tien, how powerful is far beyond their imagination. The people on the 5 elders' side looked at Sha Tien with a look of horror, and crossed the execution stand, standing between the execution stand and the fortress. As the last step of Sha Tien falls, the killing intent rising step by step rises to the sky. Shock the audience. And Sha Tien held his arms and looked at 5 elders coldly. It's okay to die, 5 old men. Earl Red stood in place and was completely plunged into self-doubt. On the live screen, everyone watching on islands and kingdoms all over the world was shocked in an uproar. Advertisement. No one can stop the sword god Sha Tien. Armament Haki has changed in quality. Even Yim in Mariajoy stood up abruptly, staring at the screen with changing eyes. You know that people who have reached the state of qualitative change for so many years can count with one hand. At the scene, Admiral, Shichibukai, impel down criminals, Marines Vice Admiral and others all changed their expressions, looking at Sha Tien's killing intent. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others watched Sha Tien take the last step, and the accumulated momentum was completely ascending, and they couldn't help laughing. Marine, lost again. The eyes of the 5 elders contracted and their faces were in cold sweat. At this time, the sense of panic in their hearts even made their hands tremble slightly. Garp, Sengoku, and Kong all looked at Sha Tien with throbbing eyes. He came here step by step. So much combat power on the scene, including the Red Earl and others, have all failed. Crossing the execution platform, you are facing the 8 of them. After Sha Tien finished speaking, the killing intent on his body has been completely diffused, sweeping the surroundings like a burst of air. The sword god Sha Tien. Today, you can't get out of Marineford. 5 elders was forced to cheer for themselves in their hearts, and the improved strength of Lord Yim also gave them confidence to fight. Although facing Sha Tian now, they are not very sure about it. At this time, put such cruel words, you are so old, why are you still like the yellow-haired boy? Sha Tian sneered, the killing intent on his body directly overwhelmed. Boom. Like a violent wind, the ruins of the fortress were blown by rubble, and the 5 elders felt cold all over when facing the killing intent. Soon, murderous intent swept the entire Marineford square. The pirate and marines, two people separated differently, their eyes all looked at Sha Tian. After 40 years, the sword god Sha Tian will really fight. Don't be proud, Sha Tian. The 5 elders were terrified and frightened, but when they heard Sha Tian's words, they were also angry in their hearts. You say that the 5 most powerful people in the world government are yellow-haired boys. Then you can try the strength of your captain and Roger after 40 years. 5 elders roared in anger, as if they couldn't bear it anymore. The bodies of Roger and rocks beside them moved instantly. One bend, one jump. Bang. The ruins shook open, and the ground sank into a big pit. The two bodies of Roger and rocks, Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki quickly wrap around. The two fists unite and strike Sha Tian with violent power. Sonic boom sounded. The strong like Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at the oppression of this punch and couldn't help feeling tight. This fusion blow is better than the one made by Letterfield just now, I don't know how much. Cold sweat came out of Golden Lion Shiki's head. At least with this punch, neither he nor Newgate could go on unscathed. Can Captain Sha Tian follow? Kaido felt horrified even on the huge dragon body. The corpses of Roger and Rocks hid an unimaginable horror. At the same time, I also looked forward to Captain Sha Tian's continued invincible response. Others looked even more sluggish, with sweat on their faces. Rocks and Roger's body punches have not yet arrived, and the blast of air has already hit Sha Tian's body. Rocks, Roger, I will kill them and let you rest in peace. I'll beg your corpses now. Sha Tian muttered silently in her heart, and her eyes changed into a serious meaning. I want to seriously despair you and make you regret deeply when you die. He didn't even pull out the knife. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki rushed out crazily, turning into black gold and entangled in the hands. Then he raised his fist and hit the two corpses below that had merged into a punch. When the fist was thrown out, there seemed to be waves of ripples in the air. Sha Tian's fist literally hit the fist strength that Roger and Rocks merged together. With a huge clash, Conqueror's Haki's black and red thunder and lightning scattered, waves of pale golden ripples swayed away. The cloud layer that had been messed up in the sky exploded in an instant, centered on Sha Tian and completely retreated, and the purple thunder and lightning were shining. There was a violent tremor on the ground, and the powerful air current generated by the collision rushed to the ground and exploded like an air cannon. And Sha Tian's fist stagnated a little, and continued to move forward, breaking the combined force of the two corpses, and directly slammed on Rock's corpse. Boom. In an instant, Rock's corpse shot at the ground at a terrifying speed that was invisible to the naked eye, and smashed a large human-shaped pit into the soil, splashing a cloud of rock and mud, and dust everywhere. Sha Tian's movements did not stop at the slightest. When turning around in the air, one leg was already raised, Haki covered the foot at the same time, and directly kicked another dull Roger with hollow eyes. Another wave of ripples. Roger's body also shot backwards at a very fast speed, hitting the ground. There was another big pit with a boom. The crack between the fortress and the execution platform directly expanded like spider silk. The 5 elders, Garp, Sengoku, Kong, and Zephyr were all dumbfounded and shocked. What's happening here? 5 elders were dumbfounded. The two bodies of Roger and Rocks rushed up, and in just a few seconds, they were punched directly to the ground and smashed into them deeply. 5 Admiral, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora, and the Green Bull were so scared that they all stepped back, with a cold sweat and shock on their faces. The fists of the two corpses hitting together just now made them feel terrified. They didn't think that Sha Tian didn't even use the knife, and directly smashed it back with a punch, effortlessly. The other Vice Admiral and 7 warlords of the sea, impelled down criminals all had their jaws dropped to the ground. Sha Tian will be very strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. That's Roger and Rocks. From the perspective of power, it seems that it is not lost when it is still alive. According to the previous exclaims of the pirates, it is even more terrifying than before. It was so hit by Sha Tian. Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki, Rayleigh, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, 3 plagues, 3 generals, 6 volleys, and the ministers of nations were all stunned. After a short time, the 3 plagues and 3 generals shouted in excitement. Captain Sha Tian is invincible. In the end, the party was still watching the Red Hair pirates waiting to stop the war on the pirate ship, and everyone couldn't help but wipe their eyes. Redhead Shanks and Ben Beckman looked at each other in shock. As this, the real sword god Sha Tian after 40 years. Sha Tian fisted Rocks and Roger. I didn't think there was anything. In my own time, the abilities in the system have already been completed, and even Haki has successfully evolved. +6 styles body art, Douglas body art, Haki enhancement. It's normal for this simple punch of Haki and strength to fly 2 corpses. Moreover, walking in the sky just now, his body is still getting stronger as the battle below unfolds. Advertisement. The accumulated killing intention was to scare 5 elders, and the system had a backlog of meals without reading the system prompts. At this time, Sha Tian didn't look anxiously either, but thought about the bodies of Roger and Rox that had just been knocked off. He was tough, and hit Haki with such a powerful force, but he didn't even break it. In this, I'm afraid I'm sitting on the Void Throne, the masterpiece of Eam, the black hand behind the world government. Damn celestial dragons. Sha Tian cursed secretly, and didn't know if had watched the live broadcast. His eyes looked at the seagulls that gathered on the sky and brought the camera bug. And this scene once again caused the audience in front of the live broadcast to hold their breath and look incredulous. That's the One Piece Roger and the Sea Lord Rox. Someone made an unbelievable sound and trembled all over. One face was smashed into the ground. This sword god Sha Tian has created a legend again, and even the two of them can't compete with each other. The audience was shocked. On the Fishman Island, King Neptune was shocked and delighted. The sword god Sha Tian deserves to be a terrifying genius back then. Roger's corpse is stronger than before, and it can't be held. Neptune took a deep breath, trying to calm down and watch. The prince and the ministers watched in a daze, motionless. Sabayati Archipelago. Except for the shaking ordinary audience. The supernovas couldn't help trembling all over. How strong is he? Kid said in a trembling tone with a cold sweat. Do you still remember that this legend uses a knife? Hawkins, who can calm himself the most, swallowed his throat wildly, and said with a complicated expression. This sentence silenced all the supernovae. Zoro Sanji and others are even more confused. Looking at the screen, one of the eye-catching supreme big knives that Sha Tian was still wearing on her waist, first generation ghostly remembered. The sword god Sha Tian, the most powerful is the sword. And at the scene at this time. Impossible, impossible. The 5 elders couldn't believe that Sha Tian flew Rox and Roger so easily. At this time, I heard the shout of the pirate, Captain Sha Tian is invincible. In their hearts, even Sha Tian feels invincible. Regarding the thoughts after the shock in his heart, 5 elders secretly shook his head and eased back. The sword god Sha Tian is indeed terrible, but Mariajoy still has Lord Yim. They are fine. The blonde old man closed his eyes and said immediately. Even Garp, Sengoku, and Kong couldn't help but look back at 5 elders in surprise. How does he know it's okay? What is going on with Roger and Rox? There was a boom. The 2 corpses infused with 5 elders' consciousness directly jumped out of the pit and stood on the ground again. It seems that the clothes on his body are broken a lot, there are some small cracks in his fists, and blood with strange colors oozes out. When they died, they had no pain, no feeling of physical decline and other humans. Looking at the bodies of Roger and Rox that broke out of the big pit in front of them. The killing intent of Sha Tian's eyes became more serious. That's why celestial dragons damn. Sha Tian's voice passed through Haki, so that everyone who was there again could hear clearly. Especially Marine has a complicated expression. Garp squeezed his fist tightly. But there is no way, this is the position. Celestial dragons are the descendants of the god of creation. Sha Tian, you committed a capital crime by killing the Tianlong. 5 elders' eyes changed, and the kimono old man shouted sharply. Sha Tian's words are very dangerous. Such a character speaking in front of live broadcasts from all over the world will result in celestial dragons' dominance. The 5 elders were worried in their hearts, and solemnly ordered directly to Kong and others. Go. Let's shoot together. Kong and Sengoku can only take one step forward, their eyes are indescribably serious. Golden light radiated from Marshal Sengoku's body, and Sengoku, dressed in a majestic marine martial uniform, turned into the form of a giant Buddha.
Kong exploded, and Haki wrapped around his whole body like emission, and under the blessing of Conqueror's Haki, his arms colored black and his skin glowed red. As soon as the 2 came up, they started the strongest fighting state. Garp looked at Sha Tian with a black line, his fist was wrapped in armed color and Conqueror's Haki, as if he was in a windless coat. Without extra words, Sengoku took a step forward directly, the golden light of the big palm was shining brightly, and he pushed against Sha Tian. The huge shock wave directly hits Sha Tian standing in the air, and the ruins and rocks at the feet of Sengoku are flying directly, with a huge momentum. I don't know how much more powerful it is than before. Sha Tian glanced at the Garp indifferently, faced the shock wave of Sengoku. As soon as the palm stretched out, Armament Haki, like the awakened Paramecia fruit ability, formed a huge black gold palm. Directly catch the shockwave against Sengoku. The direction of the flutter is exactly where DeSolo, Gecko Moria and other Shichibukai are located. What? Gecko Moria, DeSolo and others were shocked. They are all here, and they were thrown over by an attack. However, I can't avoid it too soon. A large group of translucent light spheres are full of shocking impact, plus Sha Tian's flick, instantly exploded at the feet of Shichibukai and others. Boom. A huge translucent halo enveloped them. Gecko Moria and others were all floating in the air by the shockwave, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the rest were even more so. DeSolo, who had maintained the golden giant, shattered every inch, revealing a real person, with blood overflowing from Chichao. This is not only the shockwave of Sengoku, but also the terrifying power of Sha Tian. Sengoku opened his eyes wide and looked at Sha Tian incredulously. Shockwave, just like this was thrown away. Sha Tian's extended arm color dissipated, and looked at Sengoku with a grin. Iron Fist. 6 styles, go off. At this moment, Garp and Kong smashed the ground with one foot, and the whole person jumped up, carrying the powerful Haki, punching Sha Tien from left to right. Sha Tien's eyes moved, and the same punch hit Garp at a faster speed. Bang! The air exploded directly, light gold and red and black lightning scattered everywhere. Garp, like rocks, flew upside down in an instant, crashing directly into the town further behind the fortress. Sha Tien turned around immediately, his eyes flashed with excitement. Fight with you again, Garp, Sora, Sengoku, Chapter 135. Sha Tien said while turning around fiercely. Kong gritted his teeth deadly, his eyes changed, and Haki on his fist became more turbulent. At this time, Sha Tien's eyes turned around with a hint of excitement, and the black gold Haki's flowing hand directly grabbed and squeezed Kong's violent attacking fist. Huh! The force colliding with Haki made a strange sound. Haki scattered. Kong couldn't help showing his horrified expression. Own fist was caught tightly by Sha Tien. The power was stopped by Sha Tien with one hand, and it was completely impossible to take it back. How can it be? Kong muttered to himself. Then the whole person was grabbed by Sha Tien's fist and kicked up, smashing Kong's whole person towards 5 elders. 5 elders immediately looked shocked. Kong shoots his whole body like a bomb, neither is it to hide, nor is it not to hide. 5 elders instantly rushed away, their power exploded, and at the same time they took it towards Kong. Under one touch. Boom! Kong was completely out of control and knocked down 5 elders who was trying to pick him up. Together with 5 elders, a big hole was instantly smashed into the ground, embarrassed. After Sha Tien hit Garp and threw away Kong, he landed on the ground, looking at the big dusty pit. Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha looked ugly and didn't rush to make a move. It's been 40 years, and you have made this little progress. Sha Tien looked at the big pit that Kong had smashed into and said, "A hole." The dust splashed in the pit was all over the sky, and as the 5 elders roared in anger, they all retreated. The 5 and Kong jumped out from inside, sweaty on their angry faces. The power of Sha Tien far exceeds everyone's expectations. 5 elders, you also feel the despair of helplessness, and then die with a weird breath on your body. Don't worry, Eam can save you when he comes. With the murderous look on Sha Tien's face, he had long thought of making 5 elders desperate and helpless for the power he showed. How could this kind of behavior allow them to kill them so easily? When the 5 elders heard this, they were so scared that they stepped back and looked terrified. How would you know? Impossible, no one else in the world knows. The 5 elders couldn't believe it, sweating coldly. How could the sword god Sha Tien know the existence of Lord Yim, and even know the name Taboo? Kong, Sengoku frowned. Who is I'm? Kill him, hurry. The 5 elders felt a chill in their hearts, immediately shouted a little madly. The bodies of Roger and Rox, who could only follow the instructions, rushed out in an instant. Kong, Sengoku was puzzled, and understood that this was not the time when he was thinking about this, and he followed the 2 corpses at the same time. The 5 elders were not idle either, they tore off their tattered formal clothes, condensing the shock in their hearts. Haki burst out on their bodies, and rushed up together.
At this time, Garp, who was knocked into the air, ran back, and saw that the bodies of Roger and Rox, Kong, Sengoku, and 5 elders were all started. Haki was wrapped in his fist again, and he rushed up with his iron fist. The power of the 10 men attacking together is simply devastating. The powerful Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki are entwined with each other and the energy blows away in all directions. The clouds on the sky that had been dissipated by Sha Tien once again closed, and the thunder and lightning rolled. The sea is surging, the waves are set off, and the warship is shaking. The whole Marineford was darkened like the end of the world, and a huge sense of oppression permeated. At the beginning, the 2 sides who fought to stop each other retreated and watched helplessly as 5 elders, Garp and other 10 strong masters confronted the sword god Sha Tien. There was no more shock in my heart. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Beast Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others all looked at Sha Tien with fiery eyes. As for stepping forward to help out, no need to think about it, no need. Sha Tien watched 10 figures rushing forward, and the excitement revealed by his eyes became more intense. Just like the reappearance of the Valley of God's War. The body evolves perfectly, the black and gold-colored armament Haki gushes out to wrap himself, Sha Tien with a hint of smile, facing 10 people such as 5 elders, Garp. In an instant, the sounds of various collisions sounded, fists to fists, legs to legs. Sha Tien's absolutely powerful experience is completely unafraid of the siege of 10 people, and replied with a more powerful attack. The ground under their feet was totally unbearable. Advertisement: the execution platform in the fortress directly began to sink, and new cracks and old cracks continued to crack and spread. With the attack of Conqueror's Haki against the scattered Haki lightning, it is combined with the lightning in the sky, and the scene is extremely magnificent. 5 elders, Garp and Kong, Sengoku, as well as the bodies of Roger and Rox joined forces, barely fighting Sha Tien hand to hand. Peak Powerhouse. What is the real peak? Through the live broadcast of the Marineford battlefield, people from all over the world and major islands finally saw it. In the world, who else can fight against the 10 powerful 5 elders alone? Sha Tien is the true god. The Fishman Island, 9 Snake Island, the 7 capitals of water, and other prosperous islands, plus people from other kingdoms, were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they saw.
Sha Tien took the upper hand firmly even after hitting 10. Whether it was the iron fist of the hero Garp, the attack from Kong's kick, or the shockwave of the Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha, all were pinched by the sword god Sha Tien, and then kicked away with a punch or a kick. The 5 elders all fight with bare hands. Haki is violent, and the old man who originally held the knife in front of Sha Tien dare not even draw the knife easily. How invincible this is, unparalleled in the world. Sabaody Archipelago. The big newsman Morgans is even more excited.
Too shocked. The sword god Sha Tien has completely settled the world's strongest in this battle.
Morgan's pen was recorded in the notebook in his hand. The many supernovas who were also in Sabaody Archipelago were stunned. Even the chin of Luffy, the son of the plane, fell to the ground. Usopp trembling eyes closed Luffy's rubber mouth. Dumbfounded. How'd I feel that I will die without regret when I see this scene in the rest of my life? Looking at the picture in front of him, the much anticipated peerless battle. Usopp couldn't help but said, Chopper and others have the same feeling. Zoro is even holding a knife, still looking forward to the shock. Sword god Sha Tien, can you get a sword, right?
What kind of scene would the sword known as the god be like?
People all over the world, including those on the Marineford scene, were dumbfounded. Sha Tien is so powerful that one person directly suppressed the 5 elders and 10 people. 5 elders, no surprises, this battle is over. Sha Tien said lightly, with a punch to withstand the translucent shockwave pushed by Marshal Sengoku. Between raising his legs, he kicked an old man with long straight white hair straight away. With his head tilted and his body turned, Garp's iron fist dodges in the slightest. Easily. But the 10-5 elders were sweating, and their eyes were even more horrified. Too exaggerated, the sword god Sha Tien, power, Haki, and speed, seem to have broken through the limits of human beings. Even if you encounter Sha Tien, the black and golden armament Haki is indestructible, hitting a thick sea stone. Even Sha Tien's body shape cannot be shaken, and they themselves, their bodies have been surged by the power of Sha Tien and Haki, their complexions flushed. Every time you encounter Sha Tien, Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki will come through. I can't go on like this, shoot with all my strength. The blonde old man couldn't bear it anymore, and the 10 people fighting so hard had no effect on Sha Tien. What means are still hiding at this time? The other 4 old men nodded heavily. Kong also took a deep breath. Haki on his body began to move regularly.
The blood on his body began to accelerate regularly, and a light red mist rose from his body.
6 styles, broken. Kong's eyes were full of uncomfortable meaning, and he let out a sullen sigh. The momentum of the body soared instantly, strength increased, Haki burst increased, speed increased. This is the secret method you used back then, it's improved. Sha Tien did not stop them, but calmly watched them move. The system in my mind automatically pops up. Your 6 styles is perfected and improved again, and the side effects are removed. Sha Tien laughed secretly in her heart. You have changed well, and the new moves will be used one by one, and I will learn them slowly. Advertisement. Upon hearing Sha Tien's words, the faces of the 5 elders, Kong, Garp, and Sengoku changed drastically. Because the returning Sha Tien is almost as powerful as invincible, it seems that they have forgotten an important question. Sha Tien, being so strong, is all because of his terrifying talent, and the enchanting ability that can be learned at a glance. But at this time the 5 elders can't control that much. After Kong broke out with 6 styles, a weird red color appeared on his body too. Sha Tien, if you can learn this trick at a glance, learn it. The 5 elders snorted and said with confidence. They no longer need to use 6 styles to explode more powerful power. Now there's the most profound skill taught by Lord Yim, and the life is returned. Sha Tien couldn't help but was a little curious. The operation method used by 5 elders is completely different from 6 styles. And looking at them, they are very confident. Break out. 5 elders roared, and the red mons on their body was prosperous. His complexion turned pale. They had just started to render into a complete sense of weirdness with their weird power. The auras are fused together like a person, an unprecedentedly powerful horror, and even the air is distorted under the aura alone. You have learned the evil secret technique, the life is returned, you need sacrifices to play, and the current progress is at the peak stage. Sha Tien's eyes shrank, and what was even more surprising was that the breath of the 5 elders was infinitely close to the bodies of Roger and Rox beside him. It turns out to be an evil secret technique that requires sacrifice. You celestial dragons can really do it. Sha Tien suddenly laughed, and the expression in his eyes was full of coldness. Return of life? Isn't it about taking the lives of others to sacrifice oneself? 5 elders at this time had no trouble no matter what Sha Tien said. I don't believe that Sha Tien can learn this trick taught by Master Yim after seeing it once. Using this trick shows that there is no way out. The winner is king. You try again. After the promotion of life return, the blonde old man was even more terrifying and exaggerated than 6 styles. His figure moved, appeared in front of Sha Tien like an instantaneous movement, and directly hit Sha Tien with a punch of Hongmong and Haki. Boom. The whole Marineford was shaking violently. It is completely conceivable how powerful the current blonde old man is. And Sha Tien directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the past fiercely. After receiving this punch, he still squeezed it tightly. The power on this is several times greater than before. The weird Hongmong will also invade Sha Tian's body directly through Haki etc. But as soon as I entered, without even using the system, he was directly crushed by the knife intent of Sha Tian's body.
After the breath is blended, you can connect other people with your own power in this way.
Sha Tian felt a little acquainted. With a strong hand, he was thrown out like Kong, knocking down one city building after another until he fell to the ground. The rest of 5 elders couldn't help but be shocked. Good promise, use the life return, but it was still in the hands of Sha Tian and couldn't compete. The old faces flashed fiercely, stepped on the ground when they used force in an instant, and the figure directly killed Sha Tian. Kong, Garp, and Sengoku all besieged again, and the corpses of Roger and Rox were also killed under the aura. For the first time, Sha Tian felt that the 10 people after the promotion finally had a little feeling that made them feel wary. Sha Tian raised his arm, and the fist of the kimono old man hit it. Armament Haki circulates, and the black and gold color of Haki on the back is more prominent. The fists of the old man with long straight hair and the old man with beard hit Sha Tian's back with a bang, and the power was scattered. At the same time, Sha Tian sensed that the speed and power were completely different from the 5 elders just now, and soon, without wanting to hide, he directly resisted Armament Haki. The fist in his hand hit Garp, and the other hand hit the golden palm of Marshal Sengoku. A louder voice sounded. No matter whether the 5 elders attacked Sha Tian or was attacked by Sha Tian, they all flew upside down. Sengoku's huge golden body retreated and fell backward. Garp felt the pain of his fist even more, and slammed it on the ground. The ground cracked and dust was everywhere. Everyone was knocked back. The bodies of Roger and Rox attacked again with violent power. The breath is blended, and the body still carries the power of the 5 elders. The incomparably terrifying power of the 7 of them connected. The long-lost fighting spirit, the blood is heating up. Garp, stand up, I will fight with you for a good reply. Sha Tian took the first-generation ghost from the waist down, and looked at 10 people, revealing the fighting spirit. Hold the scabbard in one hand with both hands and the handle with the other hand, slowly pull it out.
He's going to use a knife. Chapter 136. In Sha Tian's pupils, light seemed to flash, and he held the handle of the knife in his hand, and began to slowly pull it out.
A sense of sword began to rise, soaring into the sky. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the thick cloud layer in the sky above Sha Tian's head was directly broken through a hole by the knife intent and scattered. The bright light shone on Sha Tian through the clouds. As the blade slowly pulled out, the blade's intent dispersed. The sea surface seems to have been suppressed by inexplicable force. The sea level of Marineford has been falling, and the waves have turned into huge waves and rushed in all directions. The gravel and soil on the island were centered on Sha Tian's figure and began to tremble and float. He drew his sword. The old man holding a knife saw Sha Tian's movements and screamed in surprise.
Step back again and again. The cold sweat on the other people's faces was flowing backwards.
The power of the sword god Sha Tian at this time is too powerful, too exaggerated. The entire island and sea area are producing heaven and earth anomalies. Stay steady. Hold on. The old man with the curvy beard put one on the shoulder of the old man with the knife and roared. Then at the shocked face of Kong, Sengoku and others also roared. Must be steady. Even if you need to use a knife, you can't mess around first.
Garp gritted his teeth, a black line, his eyes were on Sha Tian, and he jumped to Sengoku's side in shock and quickly tore off his clothes.
If you can die like this, the old man will die without regret. At this moment, Garp also has a rising war spirit. I am also a fighter myself, for 40 years. Since Sha Tian disappeared and Roger surrendered and died, he never fought with all his strength. With muscles surging all over, Armament Haki burst out with full force, entwining himself, and with the addition of Conqueror's Haki, the mixed body showed a pale red color. At this time, Sha Tian just completely pulled out the first-generation ghost.
Haki was wrapped and covered, and the blade was black with golden light. A sword intent with nothing but a slash, accompanied by murderous sword intent, was completely swept across the entire sea.
The hole in the sky is constantly expanding, and the thick clouds are dissipating from it.
As this, now the power of the sword god Sha Tian after the sword is released. Red Earl Letterfield awakened from his frustrated self-doubt, and looked at Sha Tian standing with a knife. The sword intent is majestic and raging, and he muttered to himself dryly. Familiar and unfamiliar scene, it seems that he stood proudly back then. Advertisement: the criminals of Impelled Down watched the light from the sky shining on Sha Tian. In the end, the ghost was pulled out, and the sword intent broke out. The whole person was chilled, his eyes throbbed, and he couldn't speak. The whole world in the eyes only left the figure of Sha Tian standing proudly holding a knife. This kind of power is even more powerful than before. Akainu Sakazuki's eyes flashed with horror. The tough heart can't help but appear coldly. Back then, Sha Tian was almost slashed to death, and the picture came to mind again. Had it not been for Teacher Zephyr to rescue them desperately, they would have died when they were still young. Aokiji Kuzan stared blankly at Sha Tian pulling out his sword, dumbfounded, with no expression on his face filled with cold air. And Kizaru didn't even know that the sunglasses, which he had watched in the fierce battle with Pluton Rayleigh, fell to the ground. The fingers were trembling. Fujitora, Green Bull, was shocked and at a loss. Inexplicable doubts arose in his mind. Can such an enemy really win a siege? Sword God.
Shichibukai, Zephyr and others, as well as Momoshagi, T-Dolphin, and Vice Admiral all swallowed their throats, looking at Shaen and 5 elders. It's just drawing a knife. There is such a terrifying power unexpectedly. How terrifying would Shaen make a full shot today 40 years later? Golden Lion Shiki looked at Shaen with excitement and muttered. Unfathomable, every time people can't imagine where his limit is. If they have no means, this battle will be over. Whitebeard Newgate grinned and looked at Shaen with a torch, showing a smile. Pervert is still pervert, and the old guys on the opposite side are coming to an end. The sword intent that broke out last time, Captain Shaen is still playing. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Doflamingo, 3 generals and 3 plagues were even more enthusiastically looking at Shaen, shocked and excited.
I finally saw Captain Shaen using a knife. The sword intent used in Hashinosu is just like a baby compared to the sword intent that just draws the sword to cause such a vision in the world. At the very end, the Red Hair Pirates group all watched with trembling eyes. Even their side is shrouded in Shaen's terrifying sword intent. The red-haired Shanks stroked the air in front of him with his hands. Only when I used the sword intent, I felt the resistance of terror. Advertisement. Within the scope of the sword god, no one else's sword intent can exist. Shanks looked shocked. It was hard to imagine what a realm this was. Only Hawkeye Mahawk looked at Shaen with shock, the enthusiasm and respect in his eyes. Under Shaen's pervasive sword intent, he fell into a state of comprehension. Murderous knife intends to continuously improve and become stronger. Shaen. Haki was completely lifted from Garp, his eyes could not even be seen, his face was grim and majestic. With a bang, as the ground under Garp's feet completely sinks into a big pit, the figure disappears immediately, like a black shadow rushing toward the knife holding Shaen. At the same time, the bodies of Roger and Rox rushed past from another direction. 3 styles. Open the sky. The corner of Shaen's mouth grinned, the right hand holding the knife was on the left, and the body squatted slightly, looking straight at 5 elders. A ray of thunder on the knife body rises with a white mist. The sword intent that enveloped the sea was shrinking violently, and it was rolled up with a gust of wind that could blow over the warship. Garp, Roger, and Rox stopped in an instant. Even the 2 corpses that could only listen to instructions stopped conditioned upon the perfusion of consciousness. Garp is even more palpitating. If you attack now, I'm afraid you will die. The knife intention drives the airflow, frantically rotating towards the knife body in Shaen's hand to gather. Constantly compress. Finally, the entire blade showed white light. With a wave of Shaen holding the knife, the entire space seemed to be swayed. The blade was glowing with white light and drew a huge semicircular blade light in the air, cutting it towards the 5 elders. The knife light keeps brightening as it cuts away quickly. All this was completed in just a few seconds. Yes, it's this one. Hurry and hide. When 5 elders heard Shaen's 3 formulas, and saw the light of the knife cut out, they immediately felt the scalp numb and cold sweat flowed back. This is the last cut taken by the Valley of God Shaen. Can't pick up. Will die. 5 elders instantly began to move hard. As the sword light advanced, Baimang completely illuminated the entire Marineford. Chapter 137. The live broadcast picture and the scene are all white, completely invisible. The people in front of the live broadcast were shocked and stunned. The people at the scene felt that the space was shaking. Silence. The bottom of my heart is occupied by a wave of terror. After a short white mang, everything started slowly returning to normal. There was a rumbling sound of falling into the water. 5 Admiral, Shichibukai, the criminals of Impel Down and so on, everyone was stunned in place, looking blankly at in front of them. This Marineford. After the execution platform, the entire island was cut into a flat ground. The ruins of the original fortress, the buildings behind, and the soil slopes, as long as they were raised, were all cut off. The ground of half of the island was cut off with a thick layer, smooth and flat. Lots of house debris, gravel and mud were still flying in the air, falling into the sea behind the island, splashing with rumbling noises and waves. The sky in the distance, even the clouds are completely broken, divided into 2 neat and straight sides, faintly visible there are black cracks in the distance, and the electric fan is thundering. 3 types. Red Earl Letterfield was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. At that time, he had seen 3 styles in the distance watching the battle. Even more no, this is the powerful sword skill that the sword god Shaen comprehends by himself, 1 sword at a time. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji felt that a chill of death came directly. Just like the horror back then. If you face the light of the knife that was just drawn, now there are no dead bones. Fujitora and Green Bull finally saw the real sword god Shaen. Fujitora, who couldn't see his eyes, was shocked by the slash in the perception. The Green Bull was even more swallowing, unable to speak for a long time. Shocked. The legendary legend. The sword god. Disolo, Gecko Moria, and even the female Emperor Hancock, who had a visual battle, looked incredible. A horror figure who can cut through the cracks in space. Marine Momoshagi Gion, T-Dolphin and all others are silent, shockingly inexplicable. It's an eye-opener. Similarly, even Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Rayleigh and others shrank their pupils and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. If we practice for another 800 years, can we catch up with the current Shaen? Pluton Rayleigh was shocked and couldn't help muttering to himself. Black cracks, I have seen it. But can this be caused by manpower? Don't say 800 years. Even if we live to that time, Shaen is probably stronger than us countless times. Golden Lion Shiki floated in the air in shock, pointing to a black crack in the distant sky with lightning and thunder. Is that the legendary space crack? What a power this is. Shaen's 3 styles, the strongest knife of the year. Newgate took a deep breath, with memories in his eyes. After such a knife many years ago, Shaen disappeared. Was it because of space cracks back then? After reacting, the line of sight quickly looked at Shaen, only to breathe a sigh of relief. Shaen took the knife and carried it on his shoulders. The ground under his feet was not damaged at all. Now it is like standing on a high place, watching the scene he cut out indifferently. When the seawater falls and recovers, half of Marineford will sink into the sea. 3 Plagues Jack, Quinn, and King looked at the figure standing proudly in front of him. They all finally understood why the legend of Shaen was so terrifying, why Kaido and Charlotte Linlin gave up the 4 emperors without hesitation, and directly chose to join the swordsman Shaen. Straighten up, Marine, break the sky. This kind of power can't be caused by humans at all. This is the real sword god. Master Shaen. Mihawk's whole body was trembling with excitement, a pair of sharp eyes looked at Shaen adoringly, and the hands holding Heidaoyi were shaking. I finally saw the master's action completely, it was too shocking. Everything in front of you was directly wiped out with a single knife. If it had just been slashed, the whole Marineford would have been split and sunk. After Doflamingo was stunned, he laughed madly. There is nothing wrong with your team. Not to mention its vassals, even a smaller identity can be accepted. Because Shaen is powerful to ultimate, the true god. Marshall's 5 elders and Sengoku, are they alive? In the shock, Blackbeard Teach's legs were frightened, trembling unconsciously. Now I can't even calm down my sights and smells and use it. Advertisement. Even more fortunately, the decision on Gucci Island was right. The blade Shaen wants to sink those islands, it's just a stab. At this time, on the flattened ground, in the various cracks that originally existed, 5 Elders' body was bloody and red, and he jumped out in pain, staggering in his steps, and wiping blood from the corners of his mouth with difficulty. Looking around, the whole person was shocked. Half of the island is missing a thick layer. The corpses of Roger and Rox also jumped out from the other side, with the knife marks on their backs, with strange blood flowing. Garp, Sengoku, who had returned to their normal size, and Kong, who was in the red mist, also jumped out of a crack. His face was gray and his eyes trembled, because from the side, he didn't suffer any damage from breaking his body, but the whole body was internally injured by the shock of the knife pressure. It's very risky. I hit it. Then the 5 elders looked terrified. Fortunately, I jumped away just now, ducked into the crack, and dodged the 3-style sword light coming from the horizontal cut. But at the very moment, he was also scratched on his back by the sword spirit. When I raised my head, I saw Shaen who was still standing there carrying the knife, and now the condescending Shaen, the 5 elders backed back again and again with horror in their eyes. The battle is not over yet. The sword god Shaen cuts out this move, standing without change in his complexion, no influence. He didn't consume it. The blonde old man cried out in fear. With such a powerful move, Shaen still has no change. Even the big 4 ancient weapon seems powerless in front of the sword god Shaen. Just relying on the power of cutting out the space crack. It is not comparable to ancient weapon. The other 4 people didn't know what to do, and they were stunned for a while. How to fight against Shaen, the god of swordsmen with first generation. You have lost your intent to fight. But you don't seem to be desperate. Do you have any backups? Shaen looked at the expression of 5 elders like a torch. As long as despair comes up, these 5 guys who have been at the pinnacle of power in the world all the time will be broken. It seems that the 3 formulas just now shouldn't have received so much power, and they haven't made these old guys feel desperate. Then I can only spend more hands and feet. Shaen looked at the hesitant and terrified 5 elders speechless, and pointed a long knife in his hand. People around the world before the live broadcast have not been relieved from the devastating shock of Marineford and the fear of the sword god Shaen. In Mariajoy, Yim's eyes throbbed and looked at the live broadcast in disbelief. He actually underestimated the sword god Shaen far. Seeing the space cracks, I seem to understand something. And at this moment, a Garp with a terrifying aura instantly appeared beside Shaen. The old man makes an all-out effort. Take it, Shaen. Iron Fist. At this time, Garp's whole body is like a god of war. There is no secret method to improve, and there is no other means. Only the Iron Fist created by himself burst out that is stronger than the power of the 5 elders using weird secret methods. Under the turmoil, the surrounding air is distorting and heating up. Come on, I also just warmed up for a stroke. Shaen shrugged and looked at you casually. It's all fighting, knocking down the support of 5 elders. Garp deceives him, swings his fists, like a violent rainstorm, fists successively swinging towards Shaen. The fist has not arrived. The air is B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Sha Tian chuckled lightly, the sword intent was covered with the black and gold Haki, and he swung the blade with Garp's fist at a completely invisible speed. Does Garp want to go all out and finish work? Garp's eyes are crazy, completely ignoring whether his fist will be broken by Sha Tian's knife intent. The power of the whole body is all integrated into a rapid blow. The clods under the feet of the two of them were hit by a powerful force and soared directly. What blessing, five elders, what marine position. Garp just wants to break out with all his strength now. Even if he is exhausted, he will use the strongest offensive to fight the sword god Sha Tian. Garp's fist was in collision with Sha Tian's sword intent, the skin cracked, and the blood overflowed. Garp, Kong and Sengoku looked shocked and worried. Garp is now in order to fight Sha Tian, completely desperate. In this era, you are the strongest combat power I have ever seen in a single body. Faced with Garp's offensive, Sha Tian felt the kind of tension as when he was besieged by 10 people. Cannot help but sigh. And despite the injury, he punched his own blade, and Garp's fist was already scarred, and his blood burst. The ground shattered and collapsed as the two of them collided, and the island trembled rapidly. Conqueror's Haki exploded in the confrontation between the two powerhouses, causing some weak vice admiral and pirate cadres to limp directly on the ground. Find flowers. Sengoku couldn't look anymore, his hands were half formed into gold, and he rushed over with golden light. Kong is the same, his red mist is more solid, and he joined Garp's offensive with Sengoku. Sha Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. Advertisement. This is the feeling of fighting. The bodies of Roger and Rox were bright red, and the breath blended with the five elders to kill them again. In Sha Tian's hands, the demon sword and the ghost are so prosperous. It's no longer like resisting at the beginning, and directly started a counterattack. Facing Garp's fist, the pale gold blade was cut in one swoop. Garp's fist was split immediately, and the bones were clearly visible. Sha Tian did not directly abolish Garp. Between the arms, the blade of the knife touched Garp's hand, and the horrible knife intent broke out directly on Haki. Garp vomited blood out, his eyes were gloomy, and he immediately shot backwards with serious injuries and plunged into the ground. The burst of blade intent was as substantial as it was, and it directly resisted the shock wave carried by Sengoku's golden fist, and the blade moved like a teleport. Under Sengoku's trembling eyes, his chest was cut open, and a bloodline was drawn. Kong didn't receive Garp, so he could only pull Sengoku with horror in his eyes. Sengoku endured the sharp pain in his chest, his eyes showing horror. When Sha Tian made a move, they could not resist at all. What armament Haki, devil fruit ability, cannot hold under Sha Tian's slash. At this time, the combined offensive of the 7 men from 5 elders, Roger and Rox, has arrived. Sha Tian didn't even look at Kong, and after the knife was swiped across the body, white smoke rose. Straightforwardly turned towards 5 elders and Roger, Rox joined forces to slash away. The air flow stopped for a while in this large area. As Conqueror's Haki formed a ripple, it oscillated. The fists of Roger and Rox, corpses were in front, and the 5 elders were connected by breath, and the violent fist made the flat ground flap one by one. Boom. Fist and the blade face each other in the air. The pale golden Haki thunder and the black and red Haki thunder are scattered. Then there was a boom. Sha Tian and 5 elders and the ground within tens of meters under the feet of the 7 corpses exploded directly. A huge pit appeared, cracks scattered everywhere. The blade of the blade briefly touched, the fist exploded, and a hurricane was blown in all directions. Some vice admiral, the 6 volleys, and the ministers of nations were directly lifted off hundreds of meters away. The blade is completely unobstructed. Cut out the sword spirit. The 5 elders were directly shocked and flew upside down when their punches were broken. At this time, Dao Qi followed closely. Their eyes revealed fear. Block it. 5 elders no longer cared about the preciousness of Roger and Rox bodies, and directly issued instructions to them to stop them. If the body is vacated and castration is fixed, they will be hit by the knife. Sure enough, the bodies of Roger and Rox completely violated the state of cognition. The body flying upside down in the air was bright red, and the power of 5 elders was also integrated into it. The right fists of the two directly smashed the sharp sword energy from the bottom to the top. Bang! The 2 bodies smashed directly into the ground, the dust was scattered, and the entire right hand was cut off by the knife. The trajectory of Sha Tian's pale golden sword energy was also changed, and it flew upward. The 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief immediately, and plunged into the oblique and flat ground while flying backwards, and sank deeply. Sha Tian has a black line, and his fighting spirit has retreated a bit. The 5 elders actually let Roger and Rox open their swords. But the hands of their bodies were also broken. Don't blame me over there, these damn celestial dragons. Sha Tian muttered, walking towards the 5 elders step by step. Cut it off, these guys are disgusting. Suddenly, the 2 corpses of Roger and Rox directly broke out under the ground, and punched Sha Tian's head and left hand. Sha Tian's eyes narrowed, the 5 elders also controlled the corpse to fight. Step on the 2 directly under your feet. At the same time, 5 elders rushed over again in a more solid body. I felt the killing intent that Sha Tian wanted to do directly. They have no choice but to fight to the death. The Akainu who was watching the battle, the green bull's eyes changed, his figure also violent, and he went to Sha Tian to kill. As Admiral, how can I stare blankly? And Admiral's departure did not make others pay more attention. I really thought it would be so pointless to hold the title of the highest combat power. Even Golden Lion Shiki sneered. How can Admiral participate in this level of battle? Wide. Chapter 138. As predicted, two styles, break the virtual. Sha Tian faced the attack of the five elders with solid red light and amplifying aura, and the sword intent exploded. Nothing but nothing. The five elders directly absorbed the power and haki that Roger and Rox carried. The four fists slammed, and the last old man pulled out a long knife, and the red light entangled it. Fist strength blends with the red slash, strikes to Sha Tian. The blade of Sha Tian braving the white mist also cut out the white blade light. The two meet. It was like two extreme forces collided together, and a violent reaction surged. Haki thunder and violent radiation around. The green bull glowed with light, and swiftly attacked Sha Tian. Dark Hound. Akainu Sakazuki's hands were deep red, turned into lava and punched. At this time, how did Sha Tian resist with distraction? At this time, Sha Tian completely ignored them, watching the encounter with five elders in surprise. The sword intent to cut everything was actually blocked. Of course, it just blocked it. The white knife light then directly cut through the five elders' fusion attack of the seven forces. With a bang, the punches and red slashes exploded directly. As the ground was shattered, it swept over Akainu Sakazuki and Green Bull. The offensive of the Akainu two directly smashed and decayed, their eyes showed panic, and they were hit hard by the explosion with the power of five elders and Sha Tian, wow, spit out blood, and flew out. Fujitora was caught by a stone on the ground in a desperate rush, but was still broken. Aokiji Kuzan, Kizaru couldn't see how they were right, and struggling to shoot, rushed to pick them down, and fell to the ground with sweat. Akainu Sakazuki and Green Bull suffered internal injuries all over their bodies at this time, and they were unable to stand. At this time, the five elders were also set off by the explosive attack, and Sha Tian's slash still came towards them. In panic, they turned around one after another, but they had already scratched their arms, and there were deep bone stab wounds. Covering his arms, the five elders all looked at Sha Tian holding the knife with fear. Desperate, this world does not need inhumane rulers like you. Sha Tian looked at them coldly, and walked towards them again. I was thinking of killing five elders in the past. A whole golden light lit up, and Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha again. Kong is by his side, and the red mist of six styles on his body has been condensed to the point of flooding, and the power of the whole body has been raised to the limit. Advertisement. They will fight to the death. Garp's fist was slashed at this time, and he was seriously injured, but the explosive power had not completely declined, and he still rushed up. The five elders' eyes lit up. Yes, what is the use of fear at this time? You can only fight. Otherwise, I will be gifted to death by Lord Yim. The two corpses without one hand were summoned immediately, and 10 people were wounded and besieged again. The power that erupted was a bit stronger than just now. This is going to be desperate. Sha Tian looked at Kong, Sengoku and Garp indifferently, and towards Marine, he always had the mentality of not killing but not killing. After all, as a traverser, knowing that these guys are neither good nor bad. They are just the facade of the Celestial Dragon's rule, which has a great effect on maintaining law and order. But they have no choice but to die. Immediately stepped forward and fought fiercely with 10 of them. 5 elders, Sengoku and others could only barely contend at this time. If he was not careful, he was scratched by Sha Tian's knife. Why don't you just watch it? Akainu yelled at Aokiji, Kizaru and others, with anger in his eyes. As Marine Admiral, how can he be so cowardly? Even if Sha Tian is very strong, like a god, he still has to use courage to try to fight. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Fujitora were all startled, speechless. Slowly stood up. We, who pride ourselves on justice, really seem to be unable to stand by. 5 elders and the marshals are fighting. Fujitora said with a deep sigh. Let's do it too. Even if we are seriously injured, we will at least fight hard. Aokiji and Kizaru can only choose to shoot. Even if you can't win, you still have to go. After all, this is under the live broadcast of the world. As Admiral, they dare not even make a move and talk about justice. I'm going to. Zephyr also walked over at this time. Looks ugly and determined. Teacher. The Admiral nodded. With a wave of Fujitora's stick and knife, the ground under the feet of the 4 of them separated directly, leading them to rush towards the 10 people of Sha Tian and 5 elders in the fierce battle. A lot of people bully fewer people, 5 old men. Sha Tian cut open the Kong-like space, kicked Garp away, looked at 5 elders coldly, and said disdainfully. Advertisement. With the other hand, I was facing Whitebeard Newgate and the others who wanted to come forward. Today, these 5 elders, who are celestial dragons, must die. Sha Tian's eyes flashed red, directly ignoring the shock wave behind Admiral and Sengoku who came, and cut to 5 elders. Puff. The arm of the old man with a knife shook his head, and was cut directly by Sha Tian with a single knife. Cut off instantly. The hand holding the knife fell to the ground, and the old man let out a painful cry and backed away again and again. At the same time, gravity knife, tiger. Fujitora struck out a knife that twists gravity with one hand. The power of Aokiji's ice spread and entangled Fujitora's gravity knife. Zephyr is even more covered by a powerful haki, following the shock wave of Sengoku from the side, and slamming his fist towards Sha Tian. Sha Tian cut off the arm of one of the 5 elders, and the attack behind him was about to come. Immediately turned around, the knife in his hand glowed with faint gold, and he slashed at the gravity knife. With the other hand, the black gold haki wrapped the package and hit the shock wave and Zephyr. Bang! Boom! On the light of the gravity knife, the power of cold ice was directly broken by Sha Tian's knife intent, and white mist appeared. Fujitora's sword light even stopped and dissipated after being swiped across. Sha Tian's slash still flew violently towards Aokiji and Fujitora, and in the horrified eyes of the two, they forcibly dodged, but they were also directly lifted off and fell to the ground with a pale face. The fist on the other side blasted out a powerful storm, sweeping the ground and air, completely covering the shockwave and Zephyr. With a bang, Zephyr's figure flew upside down. Marshal Sengoku groaned in his golden body and staggered back. Everyone was stunned in place. 5 Admiral and Zephyr rushed forward, without even a move and a half, they flew straight away. What is even more frightening is that when Sha Tian turned around and attacked Zephyr and the others, the arm of the old man with a knife in one of the 5 elders was chopped off. If it weren't for an attack from behind, one of the 5 elders would be dead. When everyone was shocked, on the execution platform, the Fire Fist Ace was caught on the execution platform, turning his head to look at the battle of Sha Tian. The pupils of the eyes were shaking, extremely shocked, and could not help muttering. The sword god Sha Tian, too powerful. Yeah, too powerful. At this time, a strange and seemingly familiar voice remembered next to Ace. As soon as Ace turned his head, he was taken aback. Sabo. Chapter 139. Looking at Sabo, who was dressed exactly the same as when he was a child, and whose eyes were faintly recognizable, Ace burst into tears. Ace, long time no see, I'm not dead, now is not the time to speak, I will unlock you first. Sabo also had tears in his eyes, holding the key in his hand, and swiftly reaching for Seastone's handcuffs. The Red Earl Letterfield on the side did not stop either, looking at Sha Tian in a daze. Ace was rescued. Ace. The captains such as Marco, Vista and others all beckoned and shouted in excitement. Marine was in front and never went directly to rescue Ace. Waiting for the opportunity. And now, I don't know why the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army touched and rescued Ace. Looking at the faces of Marco and others, Ace couldn't help but tears welled up again, and jumped off the execution stand with Sabo. Whitebeard was even more relieved, grunting happily and smiling. The two happiest things today, Sha Tian is still alive, and Ace rescued it. And Sha Tian also glanced at the execution platform at this time, and then looked at Kizaru who was about to shoot. With golden Haki in his eyes, he looked at Kizaru. In an instant, Kizaru stiffened. It's terrifying, as long as there is a little change in 22, I am afraid that I will immediately face the crisis of death. Even after the 5 elders were cut off by a knife-wielding old man, there was fear in their hearts. In this battle, the bodies of Roger and Rox have lost their right arms, and the old man with a knife has also been cut off with his right hand. Garp was seriously injured, Sengoku and Kong were equally injured. 5 Admiral, Zephyr and others can't even take a casual blow from Sha Tian. The 5 elders completely lost their fighting spirit. At this moment, what I was thinking about was how to leave a life under Sha Tian's hands. As for Lord Yim, I will survive first. You are really annoying. Sha Tian's tone appeared very calm, looking at Kizaru. Kizaru froze in place, did not know what to answer, his heart was suppressed by the power of Sha Tian just now. Poor Salino. Akainu in the distance saw Kizaru timidly and roared. Your justice is marine. Advertisement. Kizaru was awakened by Akainu's roar, his eyes throbbed, his whole body lit up, and he was about to launch a power attack. Sha Tian glanced indifferently, flashed over, kicked Kizaru away with an armed kick directly, and flew inward. As a shining person, Kizaru couldn't even resist. The whole person turned into a ball of light and flew upside down, with blood still overflowing from his mouth. Shanks, who was still watching inwardly, sighed and took Kizaru down. Just after kicking Kizaru, Sha Tian turned his head to look at a direction in the sky. A gust of wind blew over, accompanied by a group of people in military green cloaks. Monkey D. Dragon and the cadres also arrived on the scene. Sabo and Ace, who had rescued Ace, also fell around the Revolutionary Army. Sha Tian took a look, didn't care at all, took the knife and continued to walk to the 5 elders. Kong and Sengoku couldn't pay more attention to the Revolutionary Army, biting their badly wounded body, and greeted them again. The corpses of Roger and Rox also burst out with power again. The body of death is painless, without feeling, and will not be exhausted. Boom. Sha Tian and the 5 elders continued to fight fiercely. Without Garp's help, the original reluctant resistance became a complete dying struggle. As soon as Monkey D. Dragon and the cadres fell, they took a look at the surrounding environment, and then looked at the powerful force raging after the execution platform, with the sword's vigor, which shocked their hearts. Looking at the invincible aura of the sword god and the shocking sword intent at the scene, I thoroughly felt the godlike power. We have come to form an alliance with the Lord of the Blade God, and the Revolutionary Army will be the eternal ally of the God of Blade Sha Tian. As soon as the dragon fell on the ground, it revealed its position. There is indescribable respect in the words. On the way to watch the live broadcast of the game, Long and the cadres have already discussed it. Such a powerful sword god, as well as his aversion to celestial dragons, have reached the same goal for the Revolutionary Army by different means. Then all the combat plans were abandoned, and he joined the sword god Sha Tian directly. Follow him and completely overthrow the rule of celestial dragons. Everyone looked at the appearance of the Revolutionary Army in amazement. As soon as it landed, the Revolutionary Army announced its position on Sha Tian's side in public. There was an uproar in the audience, and even the people before the live broadcast were stunned. This hasn't been relieved from the defeat of Marine and the power of the sword god Sha Tian, this one comes again. People watching from all over the world have an understanding of the Revolutionary Army. After all, this is known as the most vicious organization, whose purpose is to overthrow the rule of celestial dragons. Oh my god, even the superpowers of the Revolutionary Army came over to join the sword god Sha Tian. Advertisement. The 5 elders and Marine are defeated. The sword god Sha Tian is so powerful that it is too exaggerated, it is just like a god. He is already invincible in the world, and it seems normal for the Revolutionary Army to surrender. After all, the goal is to kill celestial dragons. Various discussions have surged around the world. Nine Snake Island, the Fishman Island, Sky Island, everyone in the Quartet Sea area understands, after today. Celestial dragons in this world are no longer high above. When Mariajoy is captured, a new era will begin in this world. On Sabayati Archipelago, Kid, Hawkins, Arp and other supernovae all lowered their heads, their faces were already numb. In front of the sword god Sha Tian's invincible posture, the Revolutionary Army's surrender seemed so natural. Even Zoro and others are like this. Only the tears on Luffy's face flowed down. So happy. Sabo, Ace, none of you are dead. It's so good. As for Garp, who was faintly severely injured on the screen, he didn't care about howling. On site. This B****************, D, haven't you seen Sha Tian label her father like this? Garp fell to the ground, his eyes widened and roared. No matter where you join, what decision you have, can you not see your father lying on the ground? Monkey D. Dragon naturally heard Garp's yelling, and said a little embarrassingly. Old man, you can't die. It was originally a funny scene, but other people couldn't laugh at it. The 5 elders just saw the emergence of the Revolutionary Army, and they were in a cold sweat, and their complexions were completely green. In the fierce battle, I was constantly scratched by Sha Tian's sword spirit, and the despair in my heart finally rose. Really, are you going to die here? Kong, Sengoku continued to fight with Sha Tian, and grief began in his heart. This century war was lost. World government, after today, is in danger. 5 Admiral, Shichibukai, and the prisoners of Impel Down took a breath. The 5 elders can't hold it anymore. After today, the world will be completely turned upside down. With the influence and power of the Revolutionary Army, it is only a matter of time before the world government is overthrown. Chapter 140. And facing the arrival of the Revolutionary Army. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Hawkeye Mahawk and others all just smiled unexpectedly. Monkey D. Dragon is really good at examining modestly. However, their purpose is indeed only to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's rule. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were unhappy. What is the Revolutionary Army? Want to join Captain Sha Tian, the alliance at this time? Kaido yelled disdainfully. Opportunity. We are not a revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon. Charlotte Linlin stared at the Revolutionary Army even more, without saying anything friendly. In any case, 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, is about to be beheaded by Captain Sha Tian here. Your Revolutionary Army came and said to form an alliance. The people of the Revolutionary Army were also very upset when they heard Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, but this was not the time to compete with them. Instead, he pretended not to hear, watching the sword god Sha Tian suppressing 5 elders, the bodies of Roger and Rox, and the 2 marshals of Sengoku and Kong, all swallowing their throats. Sha Tian naturally heard it too, but didn't care about the Revolutionary Army's actions, still wielding a knife to crush 5 elders, looking at the 5 elders with a little despair. It certainly doesn't matter if the Revolutionary Army wants to take advantage of its own east wind. Even after killing celestial dragons, he has no interest in ruling the world and other things. The Revolutionary Army is here, that's just right, you don't need to care about some things yourself. The first generation ghost waved flexibly on Sha Tian's hand, and the sword intent was raging. The 5 elders linked Foss's attack was completely shattered by Sha Tian's sword intent. The bodies of Roger and Rox were kicked by Sha Tian after they stepped forward. The demon sword in his hand was directed at 5 elders, which continuously wounded them, with one knife after another. With every slashing, and horrifying sword aura raging, the half of the island that was cut off is in tatters again, and the gravel and soil fly over. The sky is full of various knife marks left in the clouds. The water level of the sea is still sinking continuously under the pressure of Sha Tian's terrifying knife intent. Sha Tian's eyes were very calm, Dangbut was also constantly fighting to death by Sengoku and Kong. Although they are not opponents, Sha Tian is still temporarily involved in the desperate struggle. Garp, who fell on the ground, gave Monkey D. Dragon angrily, and struggled to get up, raised his strength again, and rushed to fight Sha Tian again regardless of the injury. Everyone on the pirates' side looked nervously. Sword God Sha Tian, today is going to change the whole world. Everyone saw that Marine had completely failed. Kong and others are just desperately blocking it. The despair in 5 elders' eyes has grown stronger. The sword god Sha Tian why is so powerful. But Marine's people were shaking in their hearts, and there was a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Help 5 elders play. In addition to the combat power above the Marine marshal level, who dares to step forward? Aren't you here to help? Redhead. Kizaru stood dejectedly on the boat of the red-haired Shanks. A piece of clothing on the chest of the body has completely torn apart. No, we just want to stop this war. The red-haired Shanks watched Sha Tian crush 5 elders and other 10 world's top powerhouses alone, and said in a trembling tone. It's just that no one thought that the sword god Sha Tian was already powerful to the point of invincibility. Between the swing of the knife, there is the power of terror. Stop it. It depends on your captain's willingness. After today, I'm afraid. Kizaru's words stuck in his throat, looked at Sha Tian, and then looked at the desperate Kong, Sengoku and Garp. These 3 veterans are just insisting on the justice in their hearts. Everyone knows that Garp hates celestial dragons the most, he can go to fight without being seriously injured like this. However, it is not only their position as Marine, but also their will. Marine is the army, and it is also the Marine of the world government. At this time, Monkey D. Dragon and the cadres had not acted yet. Fire Fist Ace and Sabo walked over to Blackbeard Teach, who looked at Sha Tian with horror. All this is caused by the actions of this Blackbeard Teach. At the same time, Ace also wanted to vent his anger with Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach is my opponent. Keita Curry is the closest to Blackbeard Teach. He also fought Teach at the beginning. The winner has not yet been determined, let alone this kind of villain who betrayed and killed his companions. No, I have a deep grievance with him against me. Flames appeared in Ace's eyes, and flames spurted from his heavy breaths in his nose. Because of Blackbeard Teach, he almost died, and Father Whitebeard was almost killed when he came to save him. If it wasn't for the sword god Sha Tian came, if it wasn't for the sword god Sha Tian's strength enough invincible. Today they have been killed by Blackbeard Teach. Ace. Blackbeard Teach watched Ace and Sabo approach, and Whitebeard Newgate's eyes were extremely cold. Teach panicked and his hands and feet were cold. What I was trying to say. At this time, the entire island began to tremble violently again. What's wrong? Blackbeard Teach looked back, his eyes split. The cold sweat keeps flowing back. It is the sword god Sha Tian. He used the horrible knife style again. Sha Tian held the demon sword ghostly, the sword intent on his body, and Haki broke out crazily. The entire island was shaking, and the torn apart cracks caused some parts of Marineford to directly collapse and fall into the sea. The 5 elders were full of knife marks, panting, and the red glow on their bodies was extremely dim. Kong, Sengoku, and Garp all stood in front of 5 elders, all of them stained red with their own blood. Garp's eyes were tarnishing, and he was fainting heavily. And on the Sha Tian knife at this time, the terrifying black gold color knife aura will flow and condense like fireworks. The power between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn over. Celestial dragons, it's not worth your hard work. By now, that persistence should also fade away. 5 elders will die today. If you don't retreat, let's be together. Sha Tian looked at Sengoku and Kong and said lightly. I was too entangled and crooked. Enough hitting cool. The despair in the hearts of the 5 elders has also been completely suppressed. It's time for them to die in this uncomfortable torture. Kong, Sengoku, and Garp are already standing there stubbornly. Sha Tian has no expression on her face. These guys will be very stubborn. Immediately the demon saber Guido cut down with a terrifying sword intent. Boom. A huge thunder flashed in the sky. The trembling Marineford also stopped when the Sha Tian's sword energy was cut down, and the entire space was stagnant. This knife directly targeted Kong, Garp and Sengoku, 5 elders and 10 people with 2 corpses. The condensed sword momentum began to cause more drastic changes. With this knife of Sha Tian, it brought up a terrifying power. The entire sea area began to shake violently, and the seawater that was originally suppressed had all returned at this time, and under the traction of Sha Tian's terrifying move, a terrifying tsunami formed and hit Marineford around Marineford. The ground of the island began to crack, and the ground behind was shattered and slipped into the sea. Advertisement. The sky was full of thunder and lightning, and it was all black. A sense of depression pervades Marineford. Gosh. Everyone desperately stabilized their figures, and they all stayed there. This is comparable to the power of shock fruit, is it just a knife intent? Marco, Vista and the others looked at the surrounding scenes and couldn't help being shocked. Except for the horrible sword intent that soars into the sky, isn't this the vibrating force that is alive? Whitebeard Newgate was also shocked. This move of Sha Tian, with the artistic conception in the Kong Yun knife technique, created the ability similar to shock fruit with the knife. This is really a pervert. It can be done to this extent. Golden Lion Shiki, the blue dragon Kaido hovering in the sky, Big Mom, the 3 generals and the 3 plagues, including Marine's Admiral, Vice Admiral, Shichibukai, impel down criminals, and the Red Earl are all shaky and terrified. It really feels horrible. Not only the power of vibration, but also the power in all directions, as if the power of space is being extracted, forming a white air current that converges on the blade, following the demon sword of Sha Tian with a rapid stroke. The entire space has stagnated. A light golden translucent knife intent halo spread out. After 10 sword auras passed again, it seemed to be delayed and formed in front of Sha Tian, locking the bodies of 5 elders, Kong, Sengoku, Garp and Roger, rocks. Boom. The light golden translucent halo passed over the audience, radiating the entire sea area. The movements of the 5 elders and others were all stagnant, and their faces were instantly panicked. They can't move anymore, and the 10 Dao Chis seem to have life, bending flexibly to each cut towards them. What kind of knife style is this? Kong, Garp, and Sengoku were all dyed red with their own blood, their faces panicked, and they watched the sword chi hit them. A wound was cut from the chest to the lower abdomen, dripping with blood, and then all three of them were directly slammed into the ground not far away by the powerful sword energy, sank deeply, and vomited blood again. The mind is dizzy. Really seriously injured, Sha Tian still controls them to the point where they can't kill or kill. If they can resist, even if they are fatal. The sword gas severely wounded them, turning their heads and flew into the sky. The rest of the sword energy tracked the bodies of Roger and Rox. Rox' right hand was also cut off, and the two bodies were also directly shaken off. The 5 elders are not that simple. It was as if the surviving sword energy was scratching them one by one, and the sword intent invaded their bodies. Of the 5 old men, one squeezed the broken arm tightly, with a look of despair. Haki covered his body, but it was useless, suffering from a bucket of sword energy. It is not fatal, but it hurts, and the knife cut increases the pain. The blonde old man and the other 3 struggled even more, but to no avail, just like the old man with a knife, it was terrible. Desperate. They are really desperate. Sha Tian has the strength to kill them, but didn't do it directly, but constantly let them experience a sense of powerlessness. No matter who comes up, it will be defeated by the sword god Sha Tian, and then continue to force them. The whole audience was silent. Before the tsunami hit, it was trampled by the scattered sword energy. All the vision stopped when the sword was in full swing. Watching Sha Tian abuse 5 elders. Marine Admiral didn't have the ability to take the next move. They could only watch, panic or frustrated and bow their heads. Everyone understood that it was defeated. Not to mention 5 elders, even they themselves may not be able to get out of this sea. Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others looked excited and refreshed. Standing high, 5 elders, who has held the highest authority of the world government for decades, is now powerless to resist under the sword of Sha Tian. There is no chance to even ask for mercy. Jia ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki laughed loudly. In this world, who else can stop them? This group of them will be the overlord of this world. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both laughed exaggeratedly. Seeing the power of celestial dragons under Captain Sha Tian was in pain. It was really not good. This is 5 elders. No, it was the cruel ruler who was pulled off the altar. Punished by the real god. The original officers of Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were all shocked and excited. On the side of Shanks with the red hair, Kizaru's face was gray and blank. The 5 elders lost. To say that let them die in despair is to die in despair. The sword god Sha Tian did what he said. Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yasop and others were numb. The sword spirit was raging, and the 5 elders persisted, covered in scars. Sabayati Archipelago got under the live screen. The big journalist Morgans had trembles until his feathers were spread, and his hand was trembling with a pen to record. Sha Tian, the invincible sword god in the world. Even the supernovas, Bej, who was so courageous to kill all kinds of bigwigs all the way up, were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. Bonnie and the others even stepped back. Whether it's the terrifying vision of the world, or flying away the 3 powerhouses such as Kong, and then 5 elders being bombarded by the pressure of 5 swords. This completely shakes their minds. What is the difference between these guys who offer a reward of more than 100 million and ordinary people in the face of such a real powerhouse? Luffy and the others are as shocked as the supernovas. Nami was even more tearful and shocked, completely subverting the worldview. Mr. Sha Tian, a young man who fell into Kokosia village 8 years ago. Waking up after 8 years of fainting. Even after defeating 5 elders in a short period of time, after overthrowing the world government, it is more likely to directly sit on the throne of the king of the world. And at the scene, Sha Tian held the demon knife and ghost in his hand, and now suppressing 5 elders, wounding the 5 of them. It was just a prelude to this move. Do you feel that you are also very small today? You have been offering sacrifices with living people for many years, giving celestial dragons the power to do whatever you want. When you don't treat humans as human beings, you have thought about having this day. Sha Tian said lightly, with the demon knife in his hand aimed at the sky. 5 elders can go to death. Wu Daoqi left the bloody 5 elders, which was already full of scars, and flew towards the sky. The 5 elders finally relaxed, and then they were full of horror. 10 sword auras formed a huge blade in the sky. There is no vision of heaven and earth, no tyrannical atmosphere around. This pale golden sword energy that was thousands of meters in size was aimed at the 5 elders, and the sword intent it radiated suppressed everything. The whole world seemed silent. This move of Sha Tian was formed by the on-site fusion of sword styles, and it was stronger than one style and 2 styles. Coupled with a full shot, the knife fell, and the 5 elders could not resist and flee at all. All the people present felt the terrifying power of this 1,000-meter-sized giant blade sword energy, and they were stunned. Retreat a little. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes throbbed, whether it was the pirate or marine, roaring loudly at everyone. Afterwards, he took Marco and others to the Moby DK in the inner bend. All the talents reacted quickly and withdrew one after another. Advertisement. In any case, the knife fell. According to the violent Sha Tian sword intent, the whole Marineford may sink directly. The coldness of death flooded 5 elders' heart completely. Fear, Panic, and the desire to survive made them burst into a life-consuming rich red glow in desperate circumstances. Sha Tian looked indifferently, the demon sword and ghost waved thoroughly. The 1,000-meter giant blade condensed in the sky immediately began to fall like a free fall. The airflow changes drastically in an instant. The powerful air pressure began to crush the ground at the feet of 5 elders before the giant blade chi had fallen. Cracks are everywhere. The island trembled. The 5 elders instantly felt as if countless mountains were pressing on them. They yelled, their eyes splitting. The 5 people and the breath of Roger and rocks merged, and the final horror power broke out. Boom. The half of the island that had been shaved off the thick layer is now directly pressed down. The 5 elders' desperate resistance was useless, and they were crushed on the ground before the giant blade came in front of them, with a gloomy face. Despair. Not only did the island fall under pressure, but the clouds rolled upside down. With the falling of the giant blade, the seawater once again fell crazily, turning into a huge wave that hits in all directions. The front part of the whereabouts of the giant blade knife gas was rubbed out with flames and lightning, and the whole world was annihilated. Everyone swallowed their throats, cold sweat flowed back, watching the giant blade fall. 5 elders, dying. And at this time, suddenly, Sha Tian's eyes changed. Slightly frowned and looked in the direction of red line. A sword light with the same terrifying power slashed directly at the falling giant blade sword energy all the way. Haki still carries the breath of king along the way. Sha Tian has never perceived it. But above it, there is a weird aura of the same origin as 5 elders. Bang! All those who watched the game were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the sword light. Touched with Sha Tian giant blade knife energy. The world is silent. The sound disappeared completely in everyone's ears. In addition to being able to see, even the sensation of the skin was lost at that moment. ZZ. The last thing everyone heard was the peculiar sound of Conqueror's Haki's change of knife intent. Then, where the two collided, the entire space was distorted. Within the distortion range, everything is directly annihilated. The blade light and the giant blade sword energy are quickly canceling each other out. In the end, the white light that filled the entire Marineford lit up. Everyone was dumbfounded. Of those present, only Sha Tian could see the figure floating out of thin air that followed the sword light to Marineford. Soon, there was a tremor that accompanies the island. Everyone started to return to normal. 5 elders was still lying on the ground, bloody back. The sword god Sha Tian looked up at midair. Following Sha Tian's line of sight, everyone Dingxing took a look, and they all saw a person with a black robe and dark golden eyes. Diaresis Sha Tian's sword intent was actually blocked by someone. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and others were all stunned. Everyone on the pirate side was shocked. Sengoku, Kong, Garp, 5 Admiral, Shichibukai and others on Marine's side were even more surprised and confused. The guy who can take the blow of the sword god Sha Tian. 5 Admiral's eyes throbbed. More than 5 Admiral, including Whitebeard Newgate and others have this feeling. This guy with dark golden eyes in the robe is a powerhouse at the same level as Sha Tian. But Nuo Dahao is such a horrible existence, why never know? Who is he? Sha Tian just guessed it in his heart. Someone who can own this kind of king, Conqueror's Haki. Besides the one from Mariajoy, who else is there? Just when everyone was confused after seeing it clearly. 5 elders survived a catastrophe, struggling, and as soon as they turned over, they saw a figure in the sky. With expressions of panic on their faces, they knelt down directly with their legs facing the people in the sky. In this scene, everyone's shocked eyes are protruding out. 5 elders actually knelt to this unknown person. 5 elders only fell on the ground with panic, fear, respect and humbleness, and shouted loudly. Meet Master Yim. Yim didn't look at 5 elders, but looked at Sha Tian solemnly with a hint of playfulness. Come and join the real master of Mariajoy, Lord Yim. 5 elders saw that Lord Yim did not respond, and turned their heads and shouted to the Marines. Master Yim. The real master. Marshal Sengoku, Kong, Garp and the 5 Admiral were completely stunned. Isn't Mariajoy a world government united by 20 countries? Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin all watched Yim's figure and sweated. The breath of this Yim is not weak at all in Sha Tian. The 3 plagues, the stars of 3 generals and the others were already staring at Yim's powerful aura in a dumbfounded manner. The redhead Shanks and the others opened their mouths in shock. Mariajoy the real master. Master Yim has existed for 800 years and truly ruled the world behind the scenes. The master of the Void Throne, the leader of celestial dragons, is also a true god. 5 elders did not shy away at this time. Explained to everyone with a proud tone. Everyone was completely shocked, their pupils dilated, and there was a brief blank in their brains. 800 years. In other words, this character who has lived for so long is truly the first celestial dragons, or maybe the first celestial dragons. In the Marine, the Vice Admiral spit out a word with difficulty and dryness. Unbelievable, unbelievable, how can a person live as long as 800 years? Even the oldest giants can't do it. Moreover, this Im is the real master of the Void Throne. Despite the shock of the others, they started to make noises. Yimu still stared at Sha Tian without any movement. Sha Tian is also looking at Yim Tai in midair with a faint smile. This is the first meeting between the two. You really surpassed my expectations. Blade God, Sha Tian. There was a deep sense of caution in Yim's tone. Because, he knew the secret of the sword god Sha Tian.
5 rupees chapter 141. The world is amazing. It's hard to imagine that behind Mariajoy, there's a man behind the scenes that existed 800 years ago. The real master of world government, on the screen broadcast from Marineford. In the lens of the sky, Yim's figure is shown in front of the eyes of the world. The big kingdoms, especially the countries of the World Alliance, were shocked that their jaws would fall to the ground. The many kings have a look of horror. How is this possible? Mariajoy has lied to the world for 800 years. No one will ever sit on the void throne. This is a symbol of the inability to dictatorship, and it is the vow of 20 countries at that time. Then there is. The kings were shocked and shocked. The secrets brought about by the emergence of Im, who has lived for 800 years, are enough to cause terrible changes in the world. If it weren't for the sword god Sha Tian to be strong enough to overthrow the entire world government, I am afraid they would not know this amazing secret to death. The Fishmen Island, Hydra, the capital of water, Sky Island, and even the more distant Quartet waters. Everyone was deeply horrified by the changes on the battlefield. The dignitaries, the pirate underworld, the trade workers, and even the marines in the branch were stunned. The world's cognition is broken. A person's lifespan can reach as much as 800 years. And as the owner of Mariajoy, this is the real celestial dragons. It can even be called the king of the world, compared to being unable to really feel the breath of Yim on the screen. But in Marineford today, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Whitebeard Newgate, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, red-haired Shanks and other pirates all looked at Yim in the sky with throbbing eyes. Not only Marine was stunned. Similarly, the words of 5 elders shocked Newgate and others like a bolt from the blue. This is really appalling. But now facing the threat of Sha Tian, even this kind of behind the scenes has been exposed. Then Sha Tian, will he still be an opponent? After all, this is an 800-year-old monster. I remember. Captain Rox once said that Mariajoy is not that simple, there is still a terrifying existence in it. Golden Lion Shiki looked at Yim blankly, thinking about it. Rox said, this is Im. Regardless of whether it is true or false at this time, the breath of this Yim is so powerful that it is unimaginable, even stronger than Sha Tian. Sha Tian, is he sure? Whitebeard Newgate squeezed Kong Yunchi in his hand. I was frightened by the horror of Yim, and at the same time worried about the safety of Sha Tian. If it is true, this is a real old monster. Master Sha Tian will not lose. Only Hawkeye Mahawk has been watching Sha Tian, and the calm face did not show any surprise to Im's appearance. He has always believed that Master Sha Tian estimated that he has not done his best to make a move until now. Even if it's an 800-year-old monster, how can you be sure that the master will lose if you haven't tried it?
Kaido and Charlotte Linlin swallowed nervously on one side, and the two couldn't help but tremble a little.
It can be said that Sha Tian's win or lose directly determines their future. When Doflamingo heard that Yim was the man behind all celestial dragons, the world government, he backed away in horror, sweating coldly. How is this possible? Why does Don Quixote never record that such a person exists? And Sha Tian looked at the Imam in the sky, and looked at the dark golden eyes without panic and did not dodge. The invincibility in the body naturally diffused out. Confronted with Yim's king. In Sha Tian's mouth, he couldn't help being a little curious about this 800-year-old monster. You just live longer, don't put this kind of air in front of me, what to pretend? Sha Tian sneered, and said to Yim disdainfully. At this time, the aura of invincible power on his body was no weaker than Yim's. The strong at this level directly face to face, no matter how hidden, they can clearly perceive the opponent's strength. Im is still putting this picture high, isn't it a pretend? Sha Tian sighed over. Im didn't get angry either, but fell to the ground and tore off his robe, revealing his complete appearance. At this time, a huge black box whizzed and slammed into Im's side and stood upright. It's manipulating the corpse again. Who will be in it? Sha Tian is not curious about who is inside at this time. I'm really curious. Apart from playing blood, how did you maintain this state for 800 years? Advertisement. Sha Tian carried the knife back, looked at Yimu, who was still young with a trace of murderous aura, and didn't mind saying a few more words. After all, for more than 800 years, this Yimu probably knew a lot of things. As for playing with blood, who else is the mysterious blood chi mystery of the 5 elders who are not taught by the EMM? This thing must have a longevity effect. You look very carefully, indeed, even the huge tribe has turned into Lois in 800 years, because I still have this. Im didn't know how many years no one was qualified to talk to him on an equal footing. Now this Sha Tian doesn't mind saying a few more words. Anyway, it's all going to die. Im stretched out his fingers, and a golden ring was shining on the woman's delicate hand. Sha Tian frowned. Gold? No, it seems that I know it again. Pure gold. Sha Tian thought for a while, finally remembered. When people around heard it, many people were shocked. Isn't pure gold a legend? You still know the origin of this pure gold, it's really not easy. Yimu smiled, and in his eyes, the cold killing intent began to spread crazily, and he rushed towards Sha Tian. This sword god Sha Tian really couldn't stay. There are no more than 5 people in this world who know that pure gold can hardly age. Sword god Sha Tian, he really has a big secret. This is the world ruled by celestial dragons. In this world, everyone must surrender, and your appearance is a mistake. Im looked at Sha Tian and said word by word. The inexplicable meaning made Sha Tian a little bit ignorant. And I am here to correct your mistake. This world will not change, and celestial dragons will still be supreme. Im said, carrying a sense of haki and majesty. His eyes scanned the entire Marineford people, and finally stopped on the seagulls who were broadcasting the world. Even the powerhouses such as Whitebeard Newgate and Garp were all cold when Im's eyes were swept, let alone how unbearable the others were. Later, Im even appeared in his hand with a long sword in his hand. The same as the supreme big knife. Sha Tian didn't expect to guess the pure gold, but Yimu couldn't help but kill himself. Immediately, no more words, the demon sword in his hand aimed at Im. At this moment, the corner of Im's mouth curled up. The long sword stroked the huge black box next to it, unlocking the seal. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Garp, Kong, Sengoku and others all watched nervously at this black box that was several times larger than the original one brought by 5 elders. Even 5 elders leaned over and looked up curiously. The black box was broken open by Im's sword after the command was activated. A huge body, a giant whose whole body was already dark, came out. The terrifying aura on his body made everyone's heart beat wildly. Pluton Rayleigh, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who have gone deep into history and knew some of the pirates, all screamed, and suddenly did not make a sound. It was really horrified to see this giant. Many people from Marine also saw it, with the same frightened expression. This is the existence of 800 years ago, Joy Boy of the Great Kingdom. Pluton Rayleigh let out a loud cry. The secrets and treasures of the final island are also left by this giant in front of you. Roger very much wanted to be born in the same age as Joey Boye, to appreciate this unparalleled demeanor. Unexpectedly, now, the corpse puppets made by celestial dragons I meet here. Some people who didn't understand it all reacted at this time. Joey Boy, the scariest character in history, one of the main characters in the war between the Great Kingdom and the Alliance. If it weren't for Joey Boye's sudden disappearance, I am afraid that the celestial dragons in this world will be taken down so quickly, or the war will not be won. Now, Im actually took this kind of peerless cruel man.
Fix the world together, Joey Boy. Im seemed to have deliberately said this sentence in his most elegant voice.
Following Im's words fell. Conqueror's Haki on Joey Boye burst out, and the ground under his feet burst directly. At the same time, the hand was also squeezed into a fist, and between a move, the fist was like a huge meteorite, directly smashing at Sha Tian. The Haki and power on the fist made the air rub against the thunder and lightning, and the trail of the fist dragged a white air trail. This is the ultimate performance, advertisement, it's really exciting. Excitement flashed in Sha Tian's eyes. It's been a long time since I have made great progress, all because my strength has reached the pinnacle of this world. For example, Haki has long been the perfect state of evolutionary qualitative change. The various tricks learned also quickly reached the level of completion. Only by constantly learning new abilities can you drive the growth of your own strength, but more is just to make yourself more powerful in skills, and the power enhancement brought by those moves is not much. But the emergence of Im and Joey Boye made him truly feel very pleasantly surprised. The system is learning. You learned the body forging technique 800 years ago, surpassing all the previous body techniques. The system will merge together to form an enhanced version of the body technique. The 6 styles fusion is complete. Sha Tian punched the limit of Joey Boye's body, his eyes revealed excitement, and the same punch greeted the past. Boom! The fist of Haki, with the color of black and gold, touches the fist of Joey Boye's body. The powerful spirit burst first and made a loud noise. 2 fists touched each other in the air, the translucent halo of Haki trembling violently in the middle, and Conqueror's Haki thundered. Furious fighting spirit flashed in Sha Tian's eyes. Since waking up, no one's Conqueror's Haki can form such a confrontational situation with himself. At this time, after the delay of the ground under the feet of the two, it shattered every inch, centering on the 2 of them, and continuously spreading to the entire island. Marineford, trembling completely, the whole space is shaking. Even Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and the Green Bull could not stand steadily, shaking and falling. Leave the island. Garp, Kong, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate and others all shouted to their own people. Marineford, it will sink soon. Everyone supported each other and retreated quickly, but even the air brought resistance, making everyone retreat more slowly. But Sha Tian, who was in the confrontation, opened his eyes. His steps did not move, the whole person was retreating. Joey Boye's strength is even stronger. Douglas physique fusion is completed, new physiques are formed, and they are confronting the pinnacles. Physiques are extremely excited, the speed of cultivation is increasing rapidly, the current progress, the peak stage.
The sound of the system emerged from Sha Tian's mind.
With the sound of the system, Sha Tian's body undergoes earth-shaking changes. Powerful power gushes out of the body, and the magical power of the system is constantly strengthening itself. Sha Tian originally stepped on the shattered ground violently under the foot of the body that was being pushed back continuously, and stopped directly because of the retreating momentum that could not resist the strength. The halo of Haki between the 2 punches is a violent riot. His power is getting stronger. The pupils of Yim's eyes shrank, revealing incredible. This growth is not just a little bit, but very huge.
The corners of Sha Tian's mouth split, and as the new physical skills continue to improve in his body, his strength increases crazily, and even Haki continues to increase his power with the strength of his body.
Bang! Finally, the two stood there and confronted each other, and finally their power exploded with Haki. The powerful energy and Haki swept like a bomb. Many evacuated marines and pirates lifted and awakened their companions or used various abilities to directly carry them away. At this time, they were directly blown out by the forces of Sha Tian and Joey Boye, and vomited out in their mouths, blood. Huge cracks scattered, the sea sank directly, unable to come to Marineford to restore the normal level. It's been a long time since I experienced this kind of elevated pleasure. These are just the aftermath of a pair of punches. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His eyes changed and his ability was activated. Whether it was a pirate or a marine, all the floating ground rose up and quickly fled with him. Even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin almost didn't stand firm, they were staggering. It's so happy. With his injuries, Fujitora is also fully mobilizing the gravity fruit ability to take away the fainted marine warrior. And after the shock, 5 Admiral was overturned to the ground and fell. Sha Tian's eyes were excited. Joey Boye still stood in place, but Sha Tian was taken 2 steps backwards. The talent of this sword god Sha Tian is really quite terrifying. The powerful improvement that occurs in the body at this time makes your whole body refreshed. This is your talent, you learned Joey Boy's physical skills. Golden Lion Shiki looked back, and the island was completely torn apart. Sha Tian must be killed as soon as possible. M's eyes were full of red light. Chapter 142. Your path to genius is coming to an end. Yimyu's eyes revealed cold killing intent, holding a long sword, and a terrifying aura erupted. With a bang, the clouds in the sky were blown away. The powerful and terrifying Conqueror's Haki directly lifted the broken ground of the enclave and shrouded Sha Tian. Can no longer keep his hands on Sha Tian. With just one blow to the fist, Joey Boye's physique that works on its own has been learned. The power of Yim was still condensing, and Joey Boye in front of him broke the ground again, holding a huge and incomparable fist and attacked towards Sha Tian. Sha Tian's pupils shrank, and Yim and Joey Boye in their sights were a little distorted. The power of the two people and the explosion of Haki caused the air around the body to be a little distorted. But under the perfectly evolved observation Haki, there is no influence at all. The demon sword in his hand is covered with the color of black and gold, facing up go up. Im looked at Haki of Sha Tian's black gold color, his eyes flashed a little strange. The armed color of this state realm hasn't even been cultivated by himself for 800 years. Holding the sword rushed towards Sha Tian, Roger and Rock's corpses were also under the action of Yim, and rushed towards Sha Tian. This is going to be 4-1, and it will kill Sha Tian. Sha Tian is full of fighting spirit, and there is not the slightest fear on his face. With the demon sword in his hand, the fusion of the sword intent of the two forms directly stepped forward and slashed the long sword that Yim had slashed. Almost instantly, Haki, who covered the entanglement, broke out with a bang when the swords collided in the air. Not only the second half of the island, but also the boulder-covered ground on the square was blown up by powerful forces. At the time of the confrontation, Joey Boye's fist also immediately arrived in front of Sha Tian. Sha Tian hacked Yim's long sword with one hand, and the other hand directly confronted Joey Boye's fist. Boom! Behind Sha Tian was directly penetrated by Joey Boye's fist, hitting a huge gully straight into the bend, causing many pirates to panic and scatter. And for an instant, Sha Tian's complexion also tightened, and firmly resisted the strength of the two. Thanks to the perfect evolution, Haki was not directly knocked into the air. The black, red and light gold Haki thunders scattered. The next moment, the bodies of Roger and Rox also attacked behind Joey Boye. With a bang, joined the confrontation. Although the two are much weaker than Joey Boye and Yim, their strength is not small, and Sha Tian directly sinks into it. The power of the 4 people acted on Sha Tian, smashed into the pit that Sha Tian had fallen into, and Haki's confrontation broke out immediately, exploding violently. A semi-transparent energy circle spreads directly in the pit that Sha Tian smashed into, with destructive power. The land on the islands outside Marineford collapsed again, turning into debris and falling into the sea. In the face of the violent impact, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin all raised their hands to block them, and looked at Sha Tian, who was smashed into the ground by the 4 of Yim's hands, with trembling eyes. Captain Sha Tian was directly suppressed. Kaido screamed with horror on his face. Captain Sha Tian is almost invincible in the world's strength, and he also encounters stronger strength at this moment. Will he be defeated? Sha Tian won't lose so easily. Evacuate people to a safe ship first. Whitebeard Newgate glared and roared, sweat on his head and worried eyes. Now the field is completely occupied by the violent corpses of Sha Tian and Yim, and observation Haki's perception is distorted and blurred. Can't perceive whether Sha Tian's current breath is injured at all. Shiki also glanced around, a flash of madness in his eyes. If something happens to Sha Tian, no one can escape Yimyu's pursuit. Then fully activate Lion Fruit's ability and Whitebeard Newgate's Shock Fruit ability to directly destroy Marineford, this large sea area. It's a pleasure. In the huge pit in the center of the island, rubble was rolling down and the sky was full of dust. Suddenly a huge sword light shot directly into the sky. The sword intent to open the sky permeated it, and it directly smashed Roger and rocks out of the pit, and the knife light slashed towards Joey Boy. Yim was also shocked in his heart. This Shaen was unscathed. The horrible light with a powerful sword intent, as if to split the sky. The golden thunder entangled, and as it was cut, the white light on the blade's light became more and more prosperous. Joey Boye crossed his hands in front of him, and the armament Haki covered him in front of him. He stepped on the ground under his feet and slammed into the Shaen's 3-style open sword intent. Bang! The brighter and brighter blade light was directly withstood by Joey Boy, and the white mang no longer brightened. But Daoguang also cut Joey Boy's Haki and cut it between his hands, until he cut into the bones, and then caught the slash. Shaen narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, Joey Boye, the 800-year-old corpse. The grey body was obviously strengthened by Yim not knowing how many times. Advertisement. You must know that although you didn't use the 3-style sword move, it was just a slash with the intent of the sword, but it was also a full-powered sword light. This slash was stronger than the 2-style. It was actually blocked by Joey Boye. As Yim moved his body, his eyes were even more solemn. No one knows how powerful Joey Boy is better than himself. He also uses a sword. He knows exactly how terrifying power it takes to cause this kind of damage. This is just a knife light of Shaen, not the blade. It's really hard for you, Shaen, the god of swordsmen. The figure of Yim also flashed by Shaen's side at this time. With the sound of the sound, the long sword in his hand was chopped with blue light. Shaen also wielded the demon sword, and started a close combat with Yim. You have learned the sword intent of the king. In the fierce battle with the original creator, your sword intent has directly reached the peak stage. With Yim's quick attack, Shaen showed a smile. Yim's moves have also been learned. Although he is still at a disadvantage in the one-on-one battle with Yim, he does not have the ability to directly kill himself. His new physical skills are constantly increasing, and both the strength and Haki's original base are rising. As the base strength increases, all abilities are increasing. Shaen became more relaxed in the battle. Even Yim clearly felt that Shaen's speed and strength continued to increase, and Haki, who was originally of higher quality than himself, gradually couldn't easily suppress Shaen. Boom! Boom! The knives collided and exploded, the wind blew up, and the clouds in the sky were completely shaken away, and the sky was clear. Although the water level was low, the people who evacuated to the boat could still see the battle on the island. Garp and Sengoku and others, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks, and the rest of the people all watched the shock. What a terrifying battle scene, at this time on the tattered Marineford island. Except for Shaen, Joey Boy, and Yim, 5 elders didn't dare to evacuate at all, standing in the distance to avoid the aftermath of the battle, panting to regain strength. Garp, Sengoku and Kong are also not far away, looking at the fierce battle between Shaen and Yimu with eyes throbbing. At this time, with the rapid improvement of the ability to practice progress, Shaen just pulled back the suppressed momentum in Yim's hand, and suddenly a white light flashed. With the slashing attack of the 3-type sky-opening sword intent, Joey Boye finally threw the light of the sword directly into the sky. The huge figure raised his big feet, Haki covered it, and jumped directly to Shaen. Shaen originally wanted to face Yim's sword and retreat directly. Boom! Joey Boye stepped into the ground, seeing that he did not attack Shaen. His completely black eyes slightly raised his head to look at the dodging Shaen. The huge figure leaps towards Shaen again flexibly. Yimu, holding a long sword, also attacked. Shaen's eyes were solemn, not afraid, and also started to fight with them. The greater the pressure, the greater the improvement of one's own progress. It's just that the power used by Im has always been like this old guy doesn't seem to be doing his best. It's 2-on-1 again. Shaen is still too strenuous to fight 2 old monsters alone. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki looked at each other. Clutching Kong Yun in his hand, he must shoot with Shiki and go to support Shaen. Although he may not be strong enough, he has the fruitful ability to destroy the world and destroy the earth, and he can still help a little bit. Just standing on a rock, flew to the place where Shaen and Yim battled. Shaen confronted Joey Boy with a punch, and the huge power swayed away. With the help of a turn, he intersected with Yim's sword again. At this time, there was a click, like the sound of glass cracking. Whitebeard Newgate punched in the air. Shock fruit ability directly yearns for Shaen as another punch of Joey Boye. The air vibrated and passed quickly along with the fist strength. Facing the power of Whitebeard Newgate, Joey Boy directly punched the shock fruit ability and continued to rush towards Shaen. What? Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate both looked incredulous. What kind of flesh was this? And the powerful punch was directly broken. Find flowers, Newgate, Shiki, you don't have to interfere. Shaen kicked Joey Boye who was leaping over, and Haki was entangled, bursting out even more powerful and incomparable power. When he touched Joey Boy's arm, Haki thunder and lightning scattered, and with a bang, he directly kicked his huge figure backwards. Shaen showed a confident smile. The demon sword in hand Gush and Yim never stopped. Instead, he proudly said to Newgate and Shiki, "Don't forget the name of my genius, take a good look at how to put these two." Advertisement celestial dragons, who have only been at this level for 800 years, stepped on their feet. As he said, it was Haki's bump again. Sha Tien and Yimu both retreated to each other. Both Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki were startled, and stopped to look at each other. Yes, Sha Tien's talent is the most terrifying. If you can't beat him like this, it will only make him grow stronger in battle. Im stood beside Joey Boye's corpse, and when he heard Sha Tien's words, he laughed instead of anger. The name of your Sha Tien's monster genius is really worthy of the name. Even after the battle, even I am secretly surprised that there has been such a big change. Im raised his sword, and his strength was gathering. There was a gloomy color in the dark golden eyes. I can smell your secret from the breath of space on your body. Yimu tilted his head slightly, looked at Sha Tien with a little playfulness and said. This sentence made Sha Tien's heart burst. The breath of space. Did Yim discover his identity as a traverser? You didn't die in the Valley of Gods back then, but your explosive moves cut through the cracks in space and went straight through time to 40 years later, right? Im said with an inexplicable smile, but his eyes were solemn and cautious. What? All the people who heard it looked at Sha Tien in horror. Is that so? Even Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki looked at Sha Tien with incredible expressions. In other words, the monster genius of Rock's pirate, Sha Tien, has actually practiced for half a year. I am ashamed.
In Im's eyes, the cold killing intent filled. Yes, just half a year. But deep down, Yim's bolder ideas did not come out. It really deserves to be an 800-year-old monster, you can see it all. Sha Tien really didn't expect that the embarrassing thing that he split himself into the future was said by Yim. I felt a little embarrassed in my heart and couldn't help laughing out loud. Sha Tien's generous acknowledgement shocked the whole audience with an incredible expression. Travel through time. In other words, Sha Tien is still Sha Tien who helped us block everything in the Valley of Gods. He has not experienced this nearly 40 years of time. Golden Lion Shiki's head was a little confused, and he said with a trembling tone. What's happening here? Sha Tien, I split myself to this day after 40 years, no wonder. Whitebeard Newgate is even more eccentric. From what Yim said, combined with the situation at the time. It is impossible for Sha Tien to be knocked down by that fist force. Only the Baimang cut by himself. Later, the two people reacted. In this way, Sha Tien has actually practiced for more than half a year. The eyes of the two met, horrified. This pervert is really unimaginable. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Kong, Garp, and 5 elders were all shocked and sweaty. Through time, the sword god Sha Tien has actually practiced for more than half a year. 5 elders looked at Sha Tien's figure, trembling all over. My heart is terrified, what a horror it is. If this war event hadn't happened, would Sha Tien be given a little more time? Wouldn't it be that even Lord Yim couldn't stop this pervert? Red Earl Letterfield, Revolutionary Army Monkey D. Dragon, Pluten Rayleigh, Beast Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were all shocked and shocked. Even Shaki, who had been behind him, was shocked. Charlotte Linlin made no secret of her shock, and sat down on the boat board. Captain Sha Tien is really a legend. Kaido muttered to himself and said in a daze. It was so strong in half a year. It's not just these people who were shocked. The rest are even more unimaginable, completely subverting the cognition in their hearts. Even if some people know the existence of time fruit, it is the ability of devil fruit after all. Wide. Chapter 143. And Sha Tien, the sword god, turned out to break through the time crack in the battle. And for him, he has become so invincible in just over half a year. The Revolutionary Army cadre present, Sabo. Marine Zakainu Sakazuki 5 Admiral, Momosugi, T Dolphin, Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral and others. The 3 Plagues of Pirates, 3 Stars, Volley 6 and others plus Red Hair Pirates. Shichibukai, Doflamingo, Hawkeye Mahawk. All the people present were shocked by what Yim had revealed, looking at Sha Tien and speechless. Not to mention the unthinkable thing about traveling through time. More than half a year of cultivation can reach this point, is this still a human? The sword god Sha Tien. He won't really be the reincarnation and recovery of the gods, cultivation, it's impossible to do it. Those who broadcast it all over the world did not feel the shock of the scene. Ordinary people don't understand the horror of so-called cultivation time. But for the incredible thing that travels through time, ordinary people look astonished. And the pirates, the Kunshin of the kingdom and the supernovae were as shocked as the scene, exclaiming. The supernovas of Sabayati archipelago look unimaginable. Do you practice in half a year? Only half a year did I learn to control the rubber body. Even the nervous Luffy was sweaty. People like Zoro have wonderful expressions. The supernova Bonnie on the side also pinched himself, until he woke up in pain and realized that it was all true. And at the scene, Sha Tien looked at Yimu on the opposite side solemnly, and it was impossible to tell after 8 years of fainting. They think it is more than half a year. The sword held in Yim's hand has been condensed to the limit. After Haki's converging operation, a red mist emerged from the sword. There is nothing unusual in the surroundings, and Im has perfectly condensed the power in Haki into the blade. 6 styles. Cut. Yim's figure disappeared instantly. He has already activated the strongest power in this form. Sha Tien couldn't help but startled, this old monster really used all his strength. The black and gold Haki skyrocketed in an instant, observation Haki caught Im's figure and swung it out. The Cadian sword intent erupted frantically, forming a terrifying slashing sword light. Seeing that Sha Tian's sword completely locked himself, Yimu's long sword also cleaved out. Click. Under the slashing of the swords, small black space cracks flashed out. A large amount of deep blue electric light emerged from the crack, destroying everything around it. And Sha Tian and Yimu continued to wrestle, and the space oscillated under the sword intent of two people. A loud bang. The energy between the two and Haki exploded again, and the space crack healed immediately. Yimu and Sha Tian backed 2 steps at the same time. Sha Tian still hadn't stood firm in the future, and a black shadow came over. The huge fist fell from the head like a meteorite. There was even flames from the black-covered fists. The powerful air pressure instantly smashed the ground under the feet of Sha Tian. Joey Boy's body took advantage of Sha Tian's time to catch his breath, and directly crushed it from top to bottom with a full punch. Sha Tian's eyes squinted, and the armed color of the black-gold color under her feet instantly covered the ground as a support, and the monster sword and ghost directly slashed the attacking giant fist. Open the sky. The fist touched the blade in the air. Sha Tian's fully evolved armed color instantly penetrated Joey Boy's inactive Haki, and hit his fist. It was again blocked by Joey Boy's extremely tough bones, and with a bang, it was directly destroyed by the bonus of Conqueror's Haki, and it flew directly into the air. At this moment, Yimu frowned tightly, and the long sword with rising red mist attacked Sha Tian again. Sha Tian defensively blocked the supporting black-gold armed color in front, and at the same time swung a knife to greet him. During the fierce battle, the islands behind Marineford fell into the sea, and the entire island was shrouded in the burst of Conqueror's thunder and lightning, which made the Admiral feel short of breath and the feeling of being overwhelmed by the body, some Vice Admiral level. At the cadre level, people couldn't bear the pressure of Conqueror's Haki Ryu, pressing on the nerves, and rolled his eyes and fainted. Everyone watched this truly godlike guy fought fiercely with 2 monsters from 800 years ago. 2 extremes standing on the top of the true world, the longest training time and the shortest training time are the strongest. Advertisement. The island is breaking apart, the sea is surging and sinking, the sky and even the clouds are completely dissipated by the impact, and the afterglow of the setting sun shines on this sea area. The whole world was deeply shocked by the battle that determined the fate of the world. Behind the celestial dragons, Yim, the Black Hand, and the corpse controlled by Joey Boye joined forces to suppress the sword god Sha Tian. In the fierce battle at this time, Sha Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the faint golden Conqueror's Haki became pale golden in his eyes. From being completely suppressed at the beginning, to the current countermeasures, all the ability cultivation of Sha Tian has been advancing by leaps and bounds in the fierce battle between Yim and Joey Boye, and many of those who have learned soon have approached the stage of completion. The new physical technique has broken through into the limit stage, and rushed to the realm of sublimation and consummation. Along with Sha Tian's increasingly powerful combat effectiveness, Yim was deeply shocked. Know that Sha Tian will continue to be strong in battle. But this is a bit exaggerated soon. And at this time, 5 elders not far away had gloomy eyes, staring with hatred at the sword god Sha Tian, who could steadily contend with Lord Yim and Joey Poi. The faint red light on his body lit up, connected with the breath of Roger and Rock's corpse, and rose again. With the red light lit up, the severely injured body broke out again. Haki and aura. As soon as the body moved, it rushed to Sha Tian. Take this opportunity to encircle and kill this enchanting genius Sha Tian. Sha Tian's eyes moved, and he noticed the 5 elders who rushed in, and was about to kill them directly. Yim retreated directly at this time. Joey Boye stood on the ground, entangled Sha Tian. Sha Tian's eyes changed, and he looked at Yimu who made a peculiar gesture. Why is this gesture a bit like a hand gesture? Sha Tian glanced suspiciously. His observation Haki didn't perceive anything wrong, but he didn't care about it either. He escaped from Joey Boy's fight and backed away. At this time, the 5 stars saw that Lord Yim seemed to be launching some moves. Without much thought, they continued to rush towards Sha Tian. At this moment, Im showed a weird smile. As soon as he finished his hand determination, his 5 fingers pointed at 5 elders. The strange power is activated instantly. The 5 elders directly stopped in place. The blood all over the body was boiling. The red light was dim. Master Yim, what's going on? It's time for you to sacrifice for God, and your life, return it. Im said indifferently, flipping his palm and squeezing it. The 5 elders let out a scream instantly. 5 elders have hideous faces, and those present with the painful color can clearly see them. Everyone's hairs are standing upside down, and their hearts are terrified. Sha Tian's eyes solemnly watched Yimu launch moves to the 5 elders but did not directly go up. At this time, Yim was covered in blood, leading the 5 elders, and if he rushed to interrupt it, he might explode and hurt everyone present. 5 elders began to suffer under the grip of Im's hand. Haki all over his body collapsed, and his strength was condensed into the blood. As the muscles surged, blood flowed out from the mouth, the arteries in the neck and the back of the head. Gathered with the red light towards Yim's hand. Old monster, you are using human blood to cultivate an evil method. Seeing this scene, Sha Tian was completely angry. There is evil in the air. As a traverser, I also know how evil this ability is. What sacrifices to the god of creation, what pure gold extends life. Im has lived for so long and still maintains this state of combat power, probably because of this blood ability. Im smiled faintly in the face of Sha Tian's sharp drink. Pure gold does make people live forever, and that is limited to ordinary people. If it were him, at least the pure gold covering the entire Mariajoy would be enough to maintain his vitality. Fortunately, he has realized this ability, and can obtain vitality to maintain life by leaving blood to others through blood sacrifices. This is the so-called highest sense, the return of life. Controlling the dead body is just a small incidental ability. Nowadays, when dealing with Sha Tian, who is getting stronger and stronger, he can only be exposed and withdraw the blood. After all, fighting with all his strength is the vitality consumed. If he fights on, he has died of old age before he has killed Sha Tian. So what, Sha Tian, this world is still under my control after all, the blood seeds on their bodies are also carefully prepared by me, enough to kill you here. You said, I am leaving you to plant blood seeds, better to refine you into a corpse and study your secrets. I am enjoying the pleasure of bloodline entering the body and the feeling of body power bursting, said to Sha Tian with a gloomy voice. Earning Joey Boy's body made his physical strength soar. Now that the blood of 5 elders has been taken back, Haki is also constantly improving, which is the Haki characteristic with the corpses of Roger and Rox. Sha Tian is really interested in such a talented body. If you can get it, how will you become stronger? How long will it last? Ha ha ha, it looks like I'm still eyeing my physical body. Sha Tian faced Yimu's gloomy gaze, couldn't help laughing out loud. Advertisement. I will not lose today, Yim, must die. The 5 elders are completely mummified, and they can't die anymore. But after Im had absorbed the bloodline, a force that was huge enough to make the ocean tremble broke out. The momentum like a typhoon directly blows the surroundings, and rocks and mud are floating up and down. Everyone who was far away staggered. Even Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate were almost blown off a stone in the sky, which shows how terrifying Yim's aura is. Moreover, the Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki that showed a faint golden color. The quality of Haki has already caught up with Sha Tian. Sha Tian didn't fear the Eames who broke out with all his strength. The demon sword ghost is in the hand with white smoke rising, and the black and gold Haki is covered with shining light. Conqueror's Haki, which was also faintly golden, burst out. An instant clear sky and a thunderbolt. Haki, the meaning of king, fought fiercely with Haki, the meaning of invincibility. The two of them also disappeared in place in an instant. The body shape appeared in midair instantly, Sha Tian and Yimu both split in the air. The white sword energy and the red sword energy instantly wrestle in the air. The pale gold Conqueror's Haki leans. The entire island is sinking. You know Marineford is not a small island, but a large island is naval headquarters. After experiencing so many battle traces, they didn't directly collapse, but the outer ground fell into the sea, and now, Sha Tian and Yimu made their best effort, and the collision in midair caused the entire island to collapse and sink. Boom. Below the light golden thunder shining, the body of giant Joey Poi jumped up instantly, attacking Sha Tian again with fists of violent violence. Yim didn't hold a one-on-one mentality, striving for the fastest solution Sha Tian. After all, Sha Tian's talent is too terrifying. The power in his hand increased a little again, and with a bang, Haki burst. Sha Tian's eyes changed, and he was split back by Yim's wrestling. And immediately behind, a huge fist came over. When Sha Tian retreated, he was directly hit by Joey Boye, and his whole figure was like a cannonball into the Marineford island. The island trembled even more instantly. After Sha Tian smashed in, it suddenly split into 4 petal separation, and the ground tilted. Master Yim, this is naval headquarters, your subordinates. Kong and Sengoku couldn't help but want to persuade Yim to stay on this island. After all, as the 2 marine marshals before and after, their feelings for Marineford are indescribable. But before the words were finished, Yim's indifferent eyes stared. The 2 gatekeepers dare to give orders to themselves. With a wave of his hand, Haki, who was raging around him, directly formed his fist and blasted Sengoku and Kong instantly. The 2 of them didn't even react, and Quan Jin arrived in front of them. When Garp saw this, he rushed over and tried to resist, but he was also directly knocked into the air along with him. Sengoku, Garp, and Kong all sprayed out a bloody mist, and flew upside down in the air with a look of pain. At this time, the Golden Lion Shiki, who watched Sha Tian smash into the ground, looked pale, and decisively raised a boulder to take all 3 of them. This is the world government you desperately support. Look at the faces of celestial dragons, don't you understand? 3. Golden Lion Shiki showed sarcasm and said to Sengoku and Kong. The leader of celestial dragons didn't treat you as human beings and almost killed you directly. What is the significance of the so-called duty of protecting celestial dragons? The 3 of them had gloomy eyes, wiped the blood from their mouths, their faces pale and speechless. At this moment, hearing Golden Lion Shiki's words, Im's face was unhappy. Haki flowed, affecting the surrounding energy, and directed a sword at Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Garp, Sengoku, and Kong. The powerful slash has a terrifying oppressive power, and there is an evil atmosphere hidden in it. Unstoppable. Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki, Garp and others were horrified, and the pale golden Conqueror's Haki, which did not even have the devil fruit ability, suppressed it, unable to use it, and watched slashing fly over. Dying. Suddenly, there was a bang on the ground on the island. The figure of Sha Tian appeared in front of the 5 people instantly, and the demon sword and ghost slashed. It broke Im's attack directly. You first retreat a little bit further. Chapter 144. Sha Tian stepped on the black gold armed color in a slightly embarrassing manner, standing in front of the 5 Whitebeard Newgate. There was fanatical excitement in his eyes. The blow he had just hit the ground was blocked by his fully evolved armament Haki, but it shook for a while, and his breath was disordered. But being knocked into the air completely angered the various abilities in the body. All your abilities are extremely angry because you have been knocked into the air. The cultivation speed is superimposed once again to accelerate the progress. At this time, Sha Tian felt the changes in her body more clearly. Be stronger, stronger, stronger constantly. There is even a hunch that after the completion of the new physical technique, the ability of the consummation stage will evolve again. One sword and one knife didn't even hurt. Im's eyes were taken aback. Even if he suffered the same damage, he wouldn't feel well. The sword god Sha Tian is like a okay person, the eyes staring at him, except for murderous intent, are incredibly hot. Yes, hot. Why does he look at himself like this? Im was surprised and at the same time confused. 22 There is nothing wrong with Sha Tian, right? Don't be surprised, Im, you must die today. Sha Tian said. The golden light of Conqueror's Haki appeared in his excited eyes. Yim will kill, but this time I can't miss the chance to get myself to the next level. The first type of murderous sword intent, the second type of intent to cut everything, plus the 3 types of open sky sword intent, all broke out. Distorted the surrounding air, fused together, forming the 4 basic sword intent, invincible sword intent. Haki, who was all around Yim, was torn away by the invincible knife intent. In the eyes of Yim's astonishment, Sha Tian took the initiative to attack the past. Joey Boye's body moved at the same time. Yim is even more prosperous on the sword. Together with the breath of Roger, Rocks, and Joey Poi, Haki and power are increased to the peak. A sword struck Sha Tian, and the space was distorted. Good job. Sha Tian approached Yim's cleavage, a flash of excitement on his face. You have learned the complete special skills, the breath is connected, the system version does not need to use the blood sacrifice, the current progress. Your king's sword intent is perfected again. Currently 99% of the progress limit stage. Advertisement. Under the automatic prompt of the system. Sha Tian's knife clashed with Joey Boy's fist and Yim's chopping. Boom. The island below couldn't withstand the fierce surge of power and the pressure emitted by Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki. The 2 halves of the cracked pieces were directly broken and fell into the sea. And Sha Tian was also knocked into the air again by the strength of the 2 people joining hands, flying upside down to the broken half, and plunged into the sea water. But Yimu had an ugly face. Sha Tian's knife was a bit stronger than just now, and the knockup did not cause him any harm, even the corner of Sha Tian's mouth was still smiling. Bang! The sea water exploded instantly, the invincible sword intent on the Sha Tian knife entangled, and the momentum rushed out to a higher level, cutting to Yim. There has never been such a character in 800 years. It seems that the sword god Sha Tian is really. Yimu's complexion was hard to see ultimate, looking at Sha Tian without any damage, attacked again with an invincible sword intent. The long sword in his hand braved a red glow, forming a terrifying slash, and he fought again. Joey Boye even uttered a weird and peculiar sound dry, and stepped on the air under his feet to accelerate the whole person to Sha Tian. Bang! This time, Sha Tian did not plunge into the sea again, but stopped on the surface of the sea. If you are old, you can't have the strength to do it with just 2 tricks. With a sense of provocative contempt, Sha Tian looked at Yim, and gently stomped the black and golden armament Haki. As if to say again, you can't fly me into the sea. But Yim finally couldn't maintain a calm state of mind, and was furious. At the same time, I knew in my heart that the shot just now didn't make the force weaker, or even stronger. Sha Tian's speed of becoming stronger has simply broken through Yim's imagination. Immediately he pulled his sword and took the lead in bringing Joey Boye to attack Sha Tian. Sha Tian's eyes revealed the intent to fight, the invincible sword intent came out, and also rushed up. It was another fierce and violent confrontation, accompanied by loud noises. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, Garp, Kong, and Sengoku looked at the battle between Sha Tian and Yim dumbstruck as they retreated. The red-haired gang behind, the various pirate groups, Shichibukai, 5 Admiral and others were shocked watching this battle inexplicably, feeling the energy impact caused by the collision of forces. Hawkeye Mahawk is full of enthusiasm and shock. Master Sha Tian, the more the war is getting stronger. Advertisement. From the beginning, it was knocked into the ground, but now it will not fall into the sea at all. Knock into the air once, and retaliate to IM with a more powerful and fierce attack. Every time it hits it, it gets stronger. Bang! In midair, Sha Tian held the monster sword and Guido once again collided with the combined force of Yim and Joey Boye. Sizzling Haki thunder and lightning are everywhere. At this time, Sha Tian, while being repelled by the powerful force, his eyes flashed, and the black and gold armament Haki formed a figure that resisted him and flew upside down on his back, and his right leg directly carried a powerful force. With Haki, kicked Joey Boye's body into the air. Then he stepped on the black and gold Haki in the air, staggered a few steps and stopped. Damn it! In Yimu's dark golden eye pupils, the red light flourishes, directly bullying the body forward and pressing towards Sha Tian. This guy has already begun to fight back. The swords collided again in the air. Every time the progress is improved, it is an explosive growth. This pervert, Im cursed secretly in his heart. Without the power of Joey Boy's fist, I'm didn't call back the body, and directly connected with his breath, drawing Joey Boy's power and Haki over. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The long sword also has the black and golden armament Haki faintly appearing entangled, cutting to Shaen. Finally, Taiju has completed the sublimation stage that originally required Devil Fruit to enter. Every time there is a confrontation, the system will prompt a progress improvement of the ability. Seeing the change in Yimyu's eyes, Shaen remained indifferent, but his heart was excited and excited. At this time, the mentality of a normal person was completely restored, rather than the mentality of thinking that God is superior at first. This time, it didn't burst immediately. Under this terrifying talent of Shaen, it is impossible to keep calm at all. Now I can resist myself. If this goes on, a few more times, Shaen is enough to be equal to or even surpassing myself. The strength of the whole body suddenly increased in a sudden. Shaen lifted the ghost slantingly, and the sword intent broke out likewise, and went straight to the past. The light golden halo of Conqueror's Haki vibrates and confronts. Your physical skills have broken through to the sublimation stage in the fierce battle, the current progress. Chapter 145. Physical exercises are different from other physical exercises. The new body technique in Shaen's body combines the giant Joey Poi, and the combination of 6 styles and Douglas body technique. The upgraded system can almost be called the strongest physical practice technique in the pirate world. At the moment of breaking through from the limit stage to the sublimation stage, a more powerful force burst out of Shaen. The two slashed in the air, and Conqueror's Haki and the energy in it finally exploded. The violent power rippled and spread again, causing everyone below to resist, and the broken island was broken again. And Shaen and Yim backed a few steps in the air at the same time. How come? Yim finally felt a deep shock and suspicion in his heart. How could Shaen's power and Haki improve so fast? The blow just now was like a blow with the power of Joey Boye, but it was not blocked by Shaen, and even each stepped back. The corner of Shaen's mouth was slightly cocked, staring at Yim's color of surprise. But I am enjoying the thrill of progress in my heart. From being knocked into the air at the beginning, to now fight back, and even reluctantly can even share with Yim. The strength of the physical body has made his own Haki strength and strength rise in a straight line. If Yim didn't hide his backhand, he would not be his opponent at all. Yimyu's face was light and dark, his expression changed many kinds, and the anger in his heart was faintly erupting. At this time, the Conqueror's Haki that Yim radiated out spinning directly, converging on his body like Uzumaki. Haki also affects the energy of the surrounding seas, pouring into Yim's body, operating in a special way. Yimu, who had originally appeared in a faint golden color, had a red blood glow from his body. Life is returned. Improved. Yim directly activated 5 Elders' moves that temporarily strengthened his own power. The terrifying body that had been cultivating for 800 years launched this trick. An evil aura from the blood sacrifice crazily diffused from Yim. The atmosphere on his body is distorted, and he can see with his eyes just how powerful Yim is at this time. Shaen's eyes couldn't help being solemn. The state of Yim at this time is really terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say that Shaen and rocks of the Valley of Gods might not even be able to catch Yim's punch now. Boom. Yim completed the secret technique upgrade, and the next moment, his figure disappeared in place, and the sound began to be transmitted. Shaen frowned, and observation Haki felt his hand quickly blocked, and immediately felt his arm sink. The power of Yim's use of this life return is not at the same level as 5 Elders. Boom. Yimu directly slashed on Shaen's knife. The air exploded first. The sea surface just below Shaen was instantly cut into 2 sides by the sword chi from the downward direction, and the black and gold armed color of the foot also dropped a little. After hacking a sword, Yim didn't pause at all, and hacked again. Shaen squinted his eyes, and directly carried the monster sword and the ghost cut the past from bottom to top. The violent sound of the confrontation has not sounded yet. Shaen and Yimu retreated a little from each other, and rushed forward in an instant, and the rapid close combat sword skills began. The pirates such as Whitebeard Newgate, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Garp, Sengoku, 5 Admiral, etc. were dazzled and nervous. Those who are not strong enough cannot even catch the traces of the fighting between the two, only the pale gold and red rippling surroundings can be seen. At this time, as the fierce battle between Shaen and Yimu became faster and faster, the accumulated bursting power and voice finally broke out. The sound of gold and iron turned into a peculiar sound wave. With the power of the explosion, everyone couldn't help covering their ears. The shocked figure squatted down. Even Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki and others couldn't help it. I felt strong pressure from the aftermath of the battle between the two. The two continued to fight fiercely against the sword for a long time, and their momentum rushed around, causing the atmosphere to be distorted. The water level has long been inclined, leaving behind various sword marks and grooves that cannot be immediately restored. Flame and thunder coexist. These battle scenes were deeply imprinted in the minds of the Marines and pirates. The seagull with the live camera bug has already hovered far away. The live broadcast screen overlooks the audience. Kingdoms and islands all over the world have looked silly. This is a scene that 2 people without devil fruit ability can create. It turns out that physical skills and swords can also cause such a terrifying scene. Every sword is a desperately huge slash. Finally, Under the gaze of the whole world, Yimu and Sha Tian fought and swung their swords and were repelled. There was a bang, accompanied by Yim's upside-down figure. Pervert. To pervert. After retreating more than 10 meters and stopping his figure, Im was shocked and his eyes trembled. How long has this been? The promotion of Sha Tian's strength has surpassed himself. Advertisement. Sha Tian stood in the air at this time, and his eyes were shining. It's the top. All the learning abilities in the body have reached consummation. Even the most difficult to advance the new physical technique has reached the perfect state in the continuous battle. If there is a devil fruit that completes the qualitative change of the new physical technique, I am afraid it will be able to crush Yim directly. Even now, Im's blood mang has improved his strength, and the body of Joey Boye's breath can't be steadily attacked in his own hands. Now that the ability has been fully improved to the point where it cannot be improved, this battle can be ended. Sha Tian thought to himself. Without waiting for Im to make the next reaction. Directly, the first generation ghost exuded the sword intent in the sky, and then, the first style, the second style, and other sword intents all began to merge on the sword. You must be buried in Marineford today. Sha Tian stared at Yimu, the murderous look in his eyes was like essence. The demon sword ghost that began to condense the sword in his hand slowly lifted it up. In the beginning, it was to improve himself with the help of battle, and now, Sha Tian just wanted to kill Yim with a single blow. Celestial dragons is the biggest reliance. As long as Im dies, Mariajoy's celestial dragons will be undefeated, and will be watched live all over the world, and people who have a deep hatred of celestial dragons will be directly torn apart. The demon sword is held high, the air is surging, and the sword intent is condensing. Everyone can see clearly, a stream of white and golden air currents surge towards Sha Tian. On the knife held high by Sha Tian, a huge knife energy is condensing crazily. 100 meters, kilometers, close to 10,000 meters. Go straight into the sky, as if to pierce into the starry sky. A bright faint golden light radiated from the sword aura, and it was extremely terrifying, directly oppressing the distortion of the square space. The sea was rolling, and the thunder was entwined with the body of the sword aura. Sha Tian's icy killing intent directed at the ugly face, the sweaty Yim on his forehead. 4 styles. Annihilation. The huge sword energy rushed straight into the sky. Yim was sweating profusely, his eyes changed drastically. Sha Tian still has such a terrifying move. Immediately, his eyes condensed, and the red light all over his body seemed to be alive, strangely surging crazily and wrapped around the long sword. Then one move will determine the winner. Yimu's expression gradually became savage and crazy, and this fight with Sha Tian was too awkward. A descendant of God who has survived for 800 years is no better than a yellow-haired kid who has been practicing for less than a year. As Yim's anger exploded, a huge sword light was also condensed on the sword. Constantly expand the cohesion, and compete against each other with the golden sword aura of Sha Tian. ZZ. In the middle of the huge offensive that the two condensed, a series of blue and white lightning began to appear, especially dazzling under the night sky. Oh my god. Even Kaido looked at the two men who launched the strongest blow at the same time in midair, and their eyes turned into a blue dragon with horror. With such a blow, I am afraid that I will even die in the aftermath. The strength of Captain Sha Tian is stronger than I'm. Charlotte Linlin looked at the golden sword aura and the red sword light in shock, and was deeply amazed at this super offensive that occupies a length of 10,000 meters. Moreover, Sha Tian's attack was 1 point bigger than Yim's. The 3 disasters Jack, King, and Quinn have long become ancient forms, trembling. The 3 general stars, the 6 volleys, and the rest of the cadres and the waking pirates looked at this scene, deeply feeling their own insignificance, and limped to the ground. Evacuate again. Whitebeard Newgate gritted his teeth likewise, calling Sha Tian this pervert in his heart, shocked. At the same time, he reacted quickly, and the golden lion Shiki and Pluton Rayleigh nearby roared loudly at the crowd. The pirates reacted and retreated farther in horror. The red-haired Shanks and the gang directly started the pirate ship and moved back. The same is true for Marine. Except for Garp Vice Admiral, Marshal Sengoku and Kong, and 5 Admiral, the others including Shichibukai Disolo and others all looked dumbly at the strongest attack launched by Sha Tian and Yim. Stupid standing and waiting to die. Run. Garp turned his head and yelled, his eyes throbbing and shouting at the shocked and dumbfounded crowd. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army and Monkey D. Dragon and others had already followed Newgate and Shiki and others to quickly retreat to avoid the battlefield of Sha Tian. At this moment, the two who launched the strongest blow finally broke out with incomparable violent power. The little remaining island land in Marineford below collapsed. Marineford sank completely in the sea. Sengoku, Garp, Kong, and a group of marine warriors all showed sorrow when they saw this scene. Advertisement. The naval headquarters, representing justice, completely collapsed. Before everyone at Marine could fully react, a huge, terrifying and powerful air current with a majestic sword intent blows towards the crowd and blows away. Boom. The warship and the pirate ship were almost overturned. Everyone tried their best to maintain stability, but the sea still exploded one after another, rushing in all directions. The sea under the feet where Sha Tian and Yim launched the offensive was even more engulfed with a terrifying tornado, plus the violent thunder and lightning between the sword energy and the sword light. Like the real end of the world. Everyone has an extremely depressed feeling in their heart, and at this moment, Sha Tian started it. The eyes were full of killing intent, and the demon sword in his hand was swung and driven, the huge nearly 10,000 meters of sword energy directly across the starry sky, dragging a white misty trail, and the sword intent was completely restrained in the sword energy. It shows a hint of invincibility. In the rumbling sound, he slashed directly to Yim. Yim took a deep breath, his trembling eyes became firm, and a powerful incomparable air pressure hit him directly. The complexion revealed cruel intentions immediately, the red sword light also cut through the sky directly, hacking towards Shaen. The whistling sound, the sound of the air confrontation after Haki entangled one after another. The golden sword aura and the sword light are still far apart, and the thunder and lightning between the two are directly extinguished, replaced by the terrifying pale golden Conqueror's halo, violently bumping into each other. Diaresis boom. In less than a few seconds, Conqueror's Haki's collision immediately shattered and disappeared like a bubble. In the next moment, the huge sword energy and sword light directly collided together. There was only a hum in everyone's ears. Then a huge burst of bright light dazzled. Even Kizaru, who was the shining person, only saw a fireworks exploding violently after the light, and then there was a vast expanse of white in front of her eyes. It's the same on the live screen. At the moment of losing sight and hearing, a terrifying energy impact directly overturned various ships on the sea. Some of them disintegrated directly, and the people on the ship fell directly into the sea as if they had been hit hard. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others even groaned, and there was a palpitation in their hearts. Everyone was horrified. What will happen to this powerful blow? Who loses? Who wins? Everyone didn't know how long had passed since they lost their senses. Open your eyes, the world has returned to normal. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Garp Vice Admiral, Marshal Sengoku and so on, Na Zhao all looked at the place where Shaen and Yim were fighting. His face was horrified, and his face was terrified, completely stunned. Under the moonlit night sky, a huge mushroom cloud was faintly visible. A huge pothole was completely blasted where the Marineford island was originally. Thunder and lightning, white smoke rose, and the sea could not flow back in. It was completely separated by the diffuse sword intent and sword air, and there was even a red flame burning. NS. What a horrible scene, a spectacle. Even the old guys who had seen the world in the old days were completely stunned. There was still a buzzing sound in my ears, and I saw such a scene in my eyes. Whitebeard Newgate, Pluton Rayleigh took the lead to react, glanced around, looking for the figure of Shaen. It's just that the clothes are tattered, his eyes are calm and indifferent, and there is a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yim's strongest blow, the life has returned. Zahn also learned his hand under the prompt of the system. This guy can have another attack like this. Shaen. Im's vitality consumption is huge. 4 styles, annihilation. Shaen, it won't hurt both sides, and then. And I'm, staggering in the air from a distance, was a little swayed. He's okay. And I'm. When they got closer, everyone saw Yim panting with a sullen face. Looking at Yim in front of him with murderous intent, the corners of his mouth raised. At this time, Shaen's sword intent broke out again. Guy. Everyone looked at Whitebeard Newgate and others did not see Shaen, nor did they see Yim, they couldn't help but eagerly. On the left, Shaen was walking back step by step with the monster sword and ghost. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As a flasher, Kizaru's vision capture is the most sensitive, and all of a sudden he saw Shaen who was walking back from farther away. Yim backed back again and again in fright, his expression horrified. Chapter 146. I'm watched Shaen burst out a terrifying sword intent again. The disappearance of the sword intent affects all the power around it, once again condensed into a golden sword energy, constantly getting bigger and bigger. Not only Im was shocked, but everyone including Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki was stunned and shocked. Shaen, this monster genius. Golden Lion Shiki smiled bitterly, although he was happy to defeat the enemy. But it was also completely hit by Shaen. Captain Shaen is invincible. Kaido's huge dragon was spinning in the air, roaring with excitement. I thought it was an 800-year-old monster. Even Shaen might have to avoid the edge for the time being. Unexpectedly, Captain Shaen turned the monster to this point, completely surpassing the behind-the-scenes man of this world in battle, Yim. The people who joined the dragon-slaying pirate group looked at Shaen once again condensing the terrorist offensive just now, and they were all excited. Kill this evil celestial dragons in one hit. Everyone looked at Yimu whose breath had weakened, and shouted. Under the enthusiastic response of the pirates, Marine couldn't help getting excited. With crazy shouts below, the killing intent in Shaen's eyes became more turbulent. The sword energy is once again completely huge. The horrible power goes to the surging oppression of Yim. At this time, traces of red light on Shaen appeared like silk threads, entwined towards the nearly 10,000-meter long sword energy, forming a peculiar pattern. With the formation of red lines, the 4-style power erupts even more terrifying. The 4-type annihilation released this time is also integrated into the life return. Slash. Unlike Yim's full of weirdness, Shaen's Hongmang has a mysterious and unique feeling, but Yim still sees it at a glance. Impossible. Shaen. Facing the more terrifying power, Yim's eyes were completely frightened. And even after seeing your strongest hit, you can learn it. Advertisement. Everyone else still doesn't know why. Pluton Rayleigh, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shaki, Garp, Sengoku, Kong and other witnesses watched this scene, and sighed that Sha Tian's terrifying talents had a feeling of returning to 40 years ago. Just as before, Sha Tian learned it after reading it. Pluton Rayleigh shook his head and said in a sorrowful tone. This pervert. The others nodded in agreement, staring at the huge sword energy. At this time, Yim was extremely flustered. This level of moves has completely locked himself in, there is no escape, no escape. Crazed cohesion exploded with his own power, Hongmang exploded quickly, and wanted to use his life to return. Slash again. But it is still not enough for Yim to consume his life, not even as strong as before. Sha Tian looked at Yimyu's action, and the monster sword in his hand moved completely, and the sword energy directly occupied the entire space and cut it down. As the blade fell, the black space cracks in the distorted space healed instantly, and the white air flow trail formed even had a hot temperature, and the violent air flow instantly hit Yim's body. Roger, rocks, Joey boy. Yim immediately controlled the three corpses, and took the lead to stand in front, his red sword light with interlaced light and dark still condensed, his face was ugly and pale. Without the white light caused by the collision, everyone clearly watched the huge sword energy begin to fall. The bodies of Roger, Rocks, and Joey Poi burst out with power, but they were like ants shaking elephants, they were directly destroyed and decayed, and they were extinguished into ashes under the aura of the sword. Rocks, Roger, sorry. Sha Tian murmured to herself, her eyes revealed murderous cruelty, and the fall of the sword aura was almost a point. The rest of them watched tremblingly. Rayleigh, Whitebeard and others all watched the bodies of Rocks and Roger vanish, and sighed in their hearts. At this time, Yim directly let Hongmang wrap him, and his whole person rushed towards the sword like a sharp sword. The buzzing sound completely filled everyone's hearing, seeing the sword chi cut to Yim, exuding a terrifying white glow and fireworks. It was faintly visible that the sword chi swept across Yim and slashed on the surface of the sea. The waves exploded, and the huge waves that shook the sky on both sides were instantly evaporated, and the knife energy directly extinguished everything along the way, slashing on the dark seabed. Everyone trembled in their hearts, dumbfounded. There was no explosion, and scary knife marks were formed on both sides of the sea like a canyon. The knife intent and strength left the seawater unable to return to its cage, and it was constantly being wiped out. The knife marks can be seen in the mud on the seabed. I don't know how deep the magma is. Don't come out. And Sha Tian stared deeply at the higher sky, and a tattered body floated there with blood vomiting. Advertisement. It really deserves to be an 800-year-old monster. I didn't die directly in either of my two moves or four styles. Sha Tian gouged out a hand of the demon knife, and pointed directly at the Yimu who had been seriously injured and was exhausted. The tone is not strange, after all, this is the most powerful behind-the-scenes boss in Pirate World. Following Sha Tian's words, Newgate, Shaki, Garp, Sengoku and other two talents noticed the dark spot and dim aura of Yim. My scalp felt numb. This old monster can survive. Yim's face was dark, and there was a scary knife mark from the shoulder to the base of his thigh. The flesh and blood came out, almost splitting in two. The aura on his body is even weaker and less powerful, his lifespan is short, and he feels completely desperate. Yim flew close staggeringly, and he didn't care about the blood spilling on his body, laughing crazy loudly, especially exaggerated. After hearing the words of Sha Tian's disdain, Yim's whole body exploded, gritted his teeth and roared. Don't put gold on your face. This can only mean that you haven't met a truly invincible powerhouse. Even the Joey Boye from 800 years ago was not defeated head-on. Sha Tian sneered and looked at Im. Sha Tian also looked at Yim involuntarily in surprise. Does this old guy really see that he is a traverser? 800 years, what a long time. Lost. The will of Conqueror's Haki radiates from his body, and a sense of invincibility permeates the entire sea. I am yelling. His body was so painful that he couldn't help coughing up a blood clot. Ha 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 ha. Invincible for 800 years, and finally lost in the hands of someone with such a short practice. This is invincible. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Don't think you can keep it secret. Your secret is of course not just as simple as traveling through time. Everyone is a bit of a pass. It is hard to imagine the state of Yim now. Sha Tian. Don't be proud, too. Everyone looked at them in a daze, as if they were looking at a real divine residence. Everyone didn't understand, so they looked at Yim with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 147. Yim wouldn't care about other people's gazes, but stared at Sha Tian firmly, and took out a piece of jade carving from his body. The peculiar jade carving can't tell what it is, holding it in Yim's hand as if it is carved in the shape of a storm. You are not from this world, right? A smug smile appeared on Yim's face, and he said slowly. When Sha Tian heard it, she was surprised in her heart, but her complexion did not change. I am not a person in this world, but this Yim seems to have a lot of knowledge, even the concept of world space. Not this world. Pluton Rayleigh, Garp and others frowned and didn't quite understand. The concept of otherworld does not yet exist in their minds. Even if there is something like a small space in the sea, it is only defined as incredible. In this world, except for I am afraid that the scientist Vegapunk will know a little bit. I used to, later by chance, got this. With an inexplicable smile on Yim's face, his eyes stared at Sha Tian straightly, and he lifted the jade in his hand. What is this? Sha Tian saw this jade eye pupil shrink. Unexpectedly there is space power on it. This thing is terrible. Could it be exploded? Thinking of this, Sha Tian slowly opened the distance. Fight against this old monster. As long as you don't close your eyes, you can't be careless. Ha 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 ha. It can summon the strongest from Otherworld. I used it once because I had no opponents, but the result was unimaginable horror. Although it was finally solved, it also caused irreparable huge losses. As he said, I couldn't help but flash a little throbbing. Then gradually looked at Sha Tian ferociously. Before everyone had digested Yim's words, Yim directly crushed the storm like jade. No one else felt anything. As long as Sha Tian clearly perceives a peculiar spatial force to disperse. What have you done? Sha Tian's eyes changed, frowned, and shouted at I opened the door of this world. Ha ha ha, it's not the world ruled by celestial dragons, what do you keep? Ha 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 ha. Seemed to be completely crazy, with blood flowing on his body and laughing wildly. Seeing Yim who had become such an appearance, everyone swallowed their throats with shocked expressions. This hundreds-year-old monster is crazy. What does Otherworld mean? Golden Lion Shiki watched laughing wildly, and couldn't help but wonder. Looking at Sha Tian's expression, it seems that Im's crushing of that stone is a remarkable thing. Otherworld, can it be said that it is not our world? Sha Tian, nor is it a person in our world. Pluton Rayleigh squinted his eyes and his tone was a little trembling. He had seen many incredible things and naturally understood the concept of space. Anyway, Sha Tian is our friend, and now it is this Yim, who seems to have summoned a powerful enemy to come. Whitebeard Newgate's focus was on the enemy. His eyes fixed on Yim's movements. Opened the door to the world. Im's words were half and half, leaving Whitebeard Newgate and others who hadn't really been in contact with them. Sha Tian knows that the jade is really something that opens the door to the world, and the power of space contained in it is too terrifying. Compared to the scene, the live broadcast scenes around the world have also changed. The perspective on the island has long been shattered. The angle of view on the sea surface has also been dark many times, and now it is finally lit up, and the angle of view is from a certain warship. From the perspective of the sky, it can be seen that it is very far away. After this war, the live broadcast is still going on, all thanks to the big newsman Morgan's plan for a rainy day. The video bugs dropped or arranged for the situation that the world will be destroyed. Sabayati Archipelago. Morgan's had completely changed from excitement to panic. As a professional journalist, Morgan's knows some secrets better than anyone. For example, the 3 volcanoes concealed by Marine can destroy New World and other things. It just so happens that it also knows the concept of outside the world. Because I have heard of it somewhere. Is there really Otherworld? Morgan's muttered to himself in shock, scribbling on his hand. Looking at the crazy look of Im on the screen, whether it is true or not, what he will face is definitely not easy. Advertisement. He wants to tell everyone about this. But other people didn't have much feeling in their hearts, but they were shocked and full of uncertainty with Sha Tian's strength and subsequent changes. Even the Im, who was 800 years ago, lost. Celestial dragons have been pulled off the altar, the world is about to change dramatically. Not only supernova, but everyone watching around the world started an uproar, and even the kingdoms of the alliance began to act. In the next situation, the alliance countries will be very passive. There are too many people who hate celestial dragons. And a very small number of talents have different reactions when they open Yimu to the world. At this moment, the whole world is in a mess. And at the scene. Watching Im unscrupulously, speaking words that opened the door to the world. Sha Tian took a deep breath. Now I can't explain to everyone about Otherworld. But Sha Tian knows that these are true. Because after the power of space was released, the system started a special warning. It is detected that the world in which the binding person is located has changed, and the world channel is opened, and there will be strong people from all over the world to be summoned. The invasion of another world begins. Please pay attention to the binding person. Sha Tian's heart was shocked. I can let the system directly remind me, which shows that these powerhouses of the world are not simple at all. Does the 10,000 worlds invade the system? Who will come? Sha Tian asked in her heart. Unknown. It is possible from any world, the system will be upgraded, and the host can get various random rewards by killing those invaders. The system replied, and then, upgrading is like drinking water. A panel dedicated to the interface board appeared in Sha Tian's mind. Opening the 10,000 interface board for the first time, rewards the host with random abilities. Congratulations, for gaining the yin and yang escape. I am currently at 1% of the master stage. The sound of the system came again, making Sha Tian startled. This yin and yang escape, isn't it the power of the Sage of Six Paths Master in the Hokage world? I was surprised and delighted, since the system has rewards, it means that there is no big problem with alien invasion. At the same time, Sha Tian also began to think that the first one to invade the world, wouldn't it be the Hokage world? Be scared, the sword god Sha Tian. Seeing Sha Tian stunned, Im laughed wildly even more ferociously. Sha Tian looked at Yimu, and the demon sword in his hand moved completely, killing intent permeated. I'm going to make another move to kill Yim. At this time, a terrifying black hole opened in the sky. This world seems to be very interesting. Sha Tian was about to do another blow to kill Yimu, who was crazy enough to destroy his own world, and it didn't matter. Unexpected. A black hole cracked above the sky, accompanied by black fog and blue electricity, and a voice came out. Everyone couldn't help but startled. Even Sha Tian was stunned. This kind of space-powered black hole crack is the space channel. People from 10,000 realms came so fast. Yimu's face was pale, and he took the opportunity to recover from his injury, staring at the black hole appearing in the higher sky with extremely solemn eyes. What is that? The three plagues and the three general Star Katakuri and others looked at them in surprise, and couldn't help but feel tight. The cadres of the revolutionary army stood with Yukun Shang, Monkey D. Dragon and others. The red-haired Shanks, Pluton Rayleigh, Whitebeard Newgate, Marine Garp, and others all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Talking in the black hole inside seems to be an extraordinary existence, very terrifying. Just like this, under the eyes of everyone, a white figure passed through the black hole, standing high above the sky, looking down at everyone. Sha Tian looked at the white figure coming out of the black hole and couldn't help being surprised. Unexpectedly, he was the first to come. Uchiha Madara, or Uchiha Madara, who has become 6 paths. The white robe has a gown jade, the truth-seeking ball behind it has a scepter in his hand, and the most obvious feature, Rinnegan. Sha Tian looked at Uchiha Madara in Sage of 6 Paths mode, and could not help but smack his tongue in the sense of color. The power contained in 6 Paths Madara was really huge. Except for Yim and himself in perfect condition, everyone else could not survive Madara's hands. But now I am completely worthy of 6 Paths Madara. Thinking of Uchiha Madara's many skills, I can't help but get excited. I don't know if Rinnegan can learn to use something like Rinnegan. It is different from the secret excitement of Sha Tian. There was another sudden situation on the battlefield. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Garp, Kong, Sengoku, these old people all looked at Uchiha Madara in the sky with shock. Advertisement. They can clearly feel the terrifying power in Madara's body. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, the red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman, Monkey D. Dragon and other 4 emperors and the emperor and vice-class powerhouses can also clearly perceive the horror of Madara, and notice the weird Rinnegan at first glance. Find flowers. Uchiha Madara did not fully converge before doing it, and the others were not strong enough to fully perceive Madara's strength. But just by looking at the ability to float out of thin air and the appearance of coming out of a black hole, I understand that this is an extremely powerful guy. People from all over the world who watched the live broadcast also saw Madara appearing through the black hole, and they fell silent. After Madara came out, it was solemn. Depressed. Who is this? Uchiha Madara passed through the black hole and looked at the surroundings with surprise in his heart. Just after casting Infinite Tsukuyomi, I was attracted by a summoning force and came here along the cracks in the space. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a complete world. Cannot help but secretly happy. If you can seize this world as your hidden world, you can use it as a retreat even if there is any change over there. There was also Yim, who opened the world channel with a smile on his face. The breath of the guy summoned this time is so terrifying, it feels bottomless. This time, this monster Sha Tian could not escape this calamity. The recovery of one's own strength, and this white guy teamed up to defeat Sha Tian easily. What Yim didn't know was that at the same time he opened the world channel, Sha Tian got the power of yin and yang to escape. At this time, his body was receiving the power of the other world, and it was still getting stronger. You called me. Uchiha Madara looked at Im at this time and asked blankly. ... 0. I summoned you, I'm Yim. At this time, Im's blood was crusted, but there was still a knife wound on his body, and his clothes were torn and looked very embarrassed. Looking at Madara's Rinnegan, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Upon hearing Im's words, Uchiha Madara looked at Im with a little disdain. The weak answer also qualified to summon me. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and looked at Im with a little disdain. The breath has declined to this point, even in its heyday, it is not much stronger. People from other worlds, this is not your world. As the king or the one who summoned you, it is best to cooperate with me when I first came to this world. Yim couldn't help feeling a little angry, and the white person actually said that he didn't even have the qualifications to be summoned. King. Uchiha Madara looked at Im's embarrassment and couldn't help laughing. This guy obviously summoned himself before he died. But this kind of unfettered summoning technique brought himself here, how could it be possible to cooperate with other people to directly rule the world? Don't be funny, Im. Let me take over this world. Uchiha Madara's complexion changed instantly, revealing a cruel smile, the scepter pointed at Im, and the truth-seeking ball behind him slammed into Im silently. Although there is no sound and no power, it makes Yim's hair stand upright in an instant, which is extremely frightening. The distance between the two at this time was only 50 or 60 meters, which was completely within the scope of the truth-seeking ball. Yim was shocked. He didn't expect that the summoned alien would shoot directly at him, slashing his long sword against the black truth-seeking ball, and the sword light instantly came out. Bang! With a slash, the huge counter-shock force almost let the weak Im's long sword get out of his hand. The truth-seeking ball was cut off and then returned to Uchiha Madara's back. Madara couldn't help but be surprised. This guy's sword still looks like two things. It seems that people in this world don't fight against each other, but it's still hard to see their specific strength based on their breath. The body moved, and the whole person flew towards Yim. I'm also cursed secretly in his heart, and he was too unlucky. The guy he had summoned came to attack him first. Moreover, when this white figure rushed towards his face, the pressure was extremely terrifying. Yim's face flashed fiercely, and the long sword became red, and the powerful and incomparable sword intent directly faced him. Are you trying to prove yourself? The weak Uchiha Madara held the scepter horizontally, and smiled at IM. With a slap at Yim's long sword, the blade's intent was instantly slapped, and the scepter was turned directly against Yim's chest. Bang! Yim's armament Haki was directly smashed to pieces without any resistance. His eyes widened and he was a little indifferent. Then he flew backwards and plunged into a pit that could not be returned to the sea, sinking deeply into the mud on the bottom of the sea. Sherry. One strike. Golden Lion Shiki, Rayleigh, Garp and others were shocked and sweated. Although it was a weakened Yim, it was after all an old monster that had lived for 800 years, and was directly defeated by a single blow. Wide. Chapter 148. Watching Yim hit the bottom of the sea, never get up again, life and death do not know. This stranger is really strong. Whitebeard Newgate narrowed his eyes and said very solemnly, with a bit of horror in his heart. Even if the old monster Yim was dying, it was not so easy to be smashed into the ground without any movement. Seeing Yim's appearance, he fainted directly. This is the king of your world. It's too weak. Uchiha Madara looked at everyone defiantly and said arrogantly. The strength of this world does not seem to be very powerful. Who are you and where are you from? Kong's face was gloomy, looking at Uchiha Madara solemnly and asked. For you, I am no different from God, but your world is indeed very good. After stunning Uchiha Madara floated on the sea, looking at the unhealable sea water, and said with satisfaction. The ecology of this world is very complete, and it looks very peaceful. Now that my own world over there has been fully controlled by infinite Tsukuyomi, now I have found such a treasure to develop. He wants to invade our world. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but said with an ugly expression. What god? This Uchiha Madara's face is full of expressions that he wants to take this place as his own. Ambitious. Garp, Sengoku and others all understood. This stranger didn't have the thought of coming to see the scenery. You guys are going through a big battle. There should be an island here. Uchiha Madara watched the thunder and lightning surging below, and Rinnegan guessed as he turned. This kind of power is okay. Uchiha Madara looked at the big hole and said, stretched out her hand, Madara in Sage of Six Paths mode doesn't even have to nod her handprints. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound from the sea pit below. Marine, pirates, Revolutionary Army and others all looked at Madara in amazement. This guy, what are you going to do? In the next moment, what happened was so real that everyone was completely shocked. In the bottom of the sea, huge blocks of soil began to emerge one after another from the bottom of the sea, condensing and condensing continuously. In the turbulent sea, the sword intent and lightning power in the pit were completely eliminated by Uchiha Madara. Even Sha Tien narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was not the knife intent that was cut directly, even the remaining knife intent had a powerful force. Six Paths Madara is really strong, and he eliminated the sword intent silently. Under the shocking eyes of everyone, Marineford, who had disappeared and shattered, started to recover amidst the rumbling. Garp, Sengoku, Kong, Wu Admiral and other Marines all looked dumbfounded, and their hearts trembled. Marineford actually started to come back. The strange power of the huge island directly in the hands of Uchiha Madara directly controls the land to emerge and reappear. More trees appear on the island, stabilizing the island's tough balance. In the tremor of the sea, the island reappeared, and I am fascinated and completely crushed by Uchiha Madara. Island is back. Everyone at the scene was shocked, it was hard to imagine what they saw. This Uchiha Madara's subordinate, the re-emerged Marineford is even bigger, and there are many trees, but there is no such thing as the buildings from the beginning. It's not bad here. This island is my place. Build a place of pilgrimage here. Once you come to this world, you can receive worship here. Six Paths Madara said the old god. Since gaining the power of Six Paths, I no longer regard myself as a mortal, but a fairy, a mansion. Although Madara's hand is like a recreation of the creation god, there are some devil fruit abilities that can't be done. But for Madara's remarks, many people are upset. People in other worlds really treat people in this world as private things. Don't be ashamed of being there. Invading our world still speaks like a gift. Akainu Sakazuki couldn't help it anymore, and stood up. His face was ugly, but he was not cowardly at all. Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull all stood up and looked at Uchiha Madara. The forces in your own world can fight no matter how well, even if the dynasty is changed, it is one's own business. The beauty that a stranger also thinks of. The sense of justice in their own existence no longer allows them to stand idly by. Great eruption. Advertisement. Akainu directly transformed into lava, flew into the air with a thunder, and turned into lava with one hand and burst directly toward Uchiha Madara. Is this the limit of blood succession? Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. This world still has this ability. We don't know what blood succession is, but you must get out of this world. Fujitora looked serious, pulling out the knife and retracting it, and the purple halo went straight into the sky. Aokiji even raised his hands, a huge ice bird condensed, and attacked Six Paths Madara. At this time, the meteorite summoned by Fujitora crashed and smashed towards Uchiha Madara. At the same time, there was no pause in his hand. The purple light with the power of gravity fruit cut out again. At the same time, the green bull activated its ability, and countless vines on the new island broke through the ground and shrouded Madara directly. Bakichong Guyu. Kizaru directly released dense light from the side and shot it past. 5 Admirals simultaneously launches the ability to shoot. What an interesting ability. Uchiha Madara was very excited watching these scenes. The power released by these 5 people has a perfect degree. And it can also be transformed into an element by itself. Rinnegan's abilities were activated, and there was a barrier in front of him as a distorted space. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji's element G attacks, and the green bull and Fujitori's gravity knives were all blocked, and disappeared between the ripples. The meteorite on the head is even more like 5 truth-seeking balls turned into long swords, flying directly into the air for tens of meters, splitting the meteorites into powder. What's happening here? Not only was Admiral surprised, even the people around him were shocked. The ability and strength of this stranger looks very strange. So easily and silently, he directly cracked the 5 Admiral attacks. Be careful, he didn't block your attack, but absorbed it. Sha Tian was receiving the changes to his body caused by the upgrade of the system 10,000 realms, frowning slightly. Seeing the 5, Admiral was still stunned and couldn't help reminding him. Uchiha Madara only noticed Sha Tian standing in the air at this time, slightly surprised. Can this young man see it? Absorb. Akainu, Kizaru and other 5 people heard Sha Tian's words before reacting. Just want to retreat less and continue to attack. I really like this world more and more. As a result, Uchiha Madara smiled at this time, and on the translucent barrier, the offensive of the 5 men returned directly. The lava of Akainu, the ice of Aokiji, and the light group of Kizaru attacked the 5 people. 5 Admiral was shocked, but at this time, Uchiha Madara did not stop. Looking at 5th Admiral and everyone behind 5th Admiral, their hands were put together. Tengai Shinsei, Flowers and Trees World, come. Madara directly launched 2 super ninjutsu in a row. In 6 paths mode, this technique is stress-free. There was a boom. The super meteorite, which was larger than the meteorite summoned by Fujitora, slammed into the past with flames and trails. At the same time, trees grew from the island, spreading wildly, even huge trees in the seawater burst open and grew out of the sea, and rushed towards the 5 Admiral and others. This guy, Garp, Sengoku and others gritted their teeth in shock. This stranger, he actually responded with the same move. And looking at the power of meteorites and trees, I am afraid that Akainu Kizaru and others will not be able to take it. The golden light was scattered, and Sengoku's figure changed dramatically. With the help of the anti-shock wave under his feet, he quickly rushed in the direction of Wu Admiral and others. Garp and Kong directly covered Haki's body and directly attacked Uchiha Madara regardless of his injuries. As for the huge horrible meteorite in the sky, other people can deal with it. For this kind of meteorite, Golden Lion Shiki stared straight at Uchiha Madara without looking at it, and directly slashed the meteorite falling from the sky with a slash wave, and immediately floated the meteorite when the lion fruit ability was activated. Uchiha Madara even Rinnegan looked at Golden Lion Shiki with a hint of excitement. Another person with special abilities. At this time, Sengoku also took the lead in blocking Wu Admiral's side, with a solemn expression, the huge golden body and palms directly pushed out, and the shock wave resisted the return attack. And Akainu and others looked at the huge trees surging with sweat and used their ability to block them. The lava and light exploded to destroy the trees, and the ice froze the sea. Kong and Garp also carried violent haki and strength at this time, squeezing their fists and rushed to Uchiha Madara's side, and attacked. Your power. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara also clearly saw the haki covering Garp and Kong's hands, and was surprised. Putting away the scepter, started a physical confrontation with the two. There was a bang, Uchiha Madara looked playful, and the two of Garp quickly fought. Heat. A red glow flashed through Kaido's longan, and he rushed over from a distance, finding the right opportunity to spit out the dragon's breath directly. The huge flame-like pillar broke through the air directly, shooting at the fighting Uchiha Madara with a hot breath. As soon as Kaido moved his hand, Charlotte Linlin also held Thunder Cloud in his left hand, and the flame clenched his fist in his right hand, rushing straight through the air. The people of different worlds are obviously very powerful, and Captain Sha Tian hasn't made a move yet. Taking this opportunity, the two who have been watching the battle for a long time made a move. However, Uchiha Madara still had no pressure, and directly absorbed or resisted the elemental attacks of heat and thunder flames. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Garp and others attacked with no effect. This Uchiha Madara is playing with them. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, and Pluton Rayleigh all looked upset. After all, he was a foreigner from outside, and he still had a bad purpose. Immediately the three of them didn't think too much, and rushed forward as well. Uchiha Madara's body is extremely agile, he didn't panic in the face of a few people's attacks, and was able to compete with physical skills with ease. What Sha Tian looked at was also frowned. At this time, the power of yin and yang escape began to form a circular yang power and a crescent-shaped symbol of yin power in the left and right palms. The breath on the body also began to change. At this time, Garp, Kong, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and Pluton Rayleigh were siege Uchiha Madara, Haki trembled, and the powerful collision made the newly restored island shattered again. A lot. So, is this the power of this world? Uchiha Madara fought with the 7 for a while, and suddenly felt bored. If you haven't entered the Sage of Six Paths mode, you may still be a little stressed. But now, it is purely to play with them. Now that I understand it, Uchiha Madara has no interest in playing. The truth-seeking ball once again appeared behind him, and the scepter appeared, and attacked Kong as if moving instantaneously. Careful, a group of people were irritated and powerless. At this time, they realized that Uchiha Madara's momentum was different. Sure enough, the strange things on his body began to use. Faced with Uchiha Madara, who threw a stick, Kong just wanted to punch it, and suddenly his heart tightened. No answer. After a quick retreat, he retreated. The black things on this person are so weird, there is a feeling that you will get hurt if you touch it. But Uchiha Madara didn't let Kong go. He appeared behind Kong faster and kicked it. Sora Haki lifted a block and was knocked into the air by Uchiha Madara's power and crashed into the new island. With a bang, the dirt on the island flew up and the dust was everywhere, smashing out a big hole. Whitebeard Newgate and the others narrowed their eyes. This guy is not afraid to attack, and Haki doesn't matter. It's a bit scary to kick a strong man like Kong. I want to warm up with you for fun, now it seems that you are too weak. Uchiha Madara looked at the 6 people indifferently and said. The breath on the body finally began to radiate, and Ten Tails chakra was also used. This joke is really useless, it's better to go to other places to see. We are about to get rid of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki who are ugly and sweaty. No one thought that Uchiha Madara was so powerful. I am afraid that if one wants to contend with the people of the other world, I am afraid that there is only Sha Tien alone. At this time, Sha Tien's yin and yang escape was able to reach the summit. But the body has a feeling of becoming stronger. Because of the powerfulness of yin and yang, Sha Tien's own strength is also even higher. Taking a closer look, Uchiha Madara is about to attack Garp and others. This will not allow Uchiha Madara to succeed. In Sha Tien's figure, he immediately disappeared in place. At the same time, Uchiha Madara grabbed Kaido in the form of a huge blue dragon in the sky, and the truth-seeking ball behind him even protected him. It seems that Kaido will be penetrated with a black truth-seeking ball first. At this time, Sha Tien's knife intense slash that was wiped out instantly cuts to Madara. The golden slash shot across the air with a more violent and terrifying power at this time. Uchiha Madara also sensed the unusualness of the knife, his expression changed, and the whole person quickly dodged, frowning. It turned out to be your sword intent. Chapter 149. Sha Tien was holding the demon sword ghostly, appeared beside Uchiha Madara, looking at Madara in Six Paths mode, her eyes flashed brightly. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara is a cruel and merciless person. It feels boring anymore, and the Kaido in the form of the blue dragon must be killed directly before the shot. This kind of slash can be used, it is very strong, you still have to look at it. Uchiha Madara tilted his head slightly, and looked at Sha Tien in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. A slightly tattered short-sleeved dress, shorts, and a long knife of magical power in his hand. This guy has a bit of strength, and I don't know if he can have fun. You have withdrawn one after another, just let me take care of this Uchiha Madara. Sha Tien ignored Uchiha Madara and turned his head to let Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others retreat. Yes, Captain Sha Tien. Kaido and others saw that Sha Tien had taken a shot, and looked excited. With Sha Tien taking a shot, people in other worlds are no longer a threat. Although the strength of this white person is completely boundless. But Captain Sha Tien has been pushing horizontally all the way, only getting stronger and stronger, has never been directly defeated from one person, it is the stronger the battle. Then leave it to you. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Garp and others also nodded. It's the best for Sha Tien to take a shot. Your own strength will still affect Sha Tien here, so it's better to retreat first. You are very confident, and I hope you can pick up your own head in a while. Uchiha Madara snorted and said with contempt. Acknowledging strength does not mean being able to compete with oneself. This young man is still too arrogant. The sword god Sha Tien is the strongest in our world, a fellow from another world, you will pay the price. Upon hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Kaido exploded first. The big mouth on the dragon's head said angrily. Sword god. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the ant's clamor. It is the title of the world's strongest and sword god that ignited the warlike heart in Madara's heart. The guy who can get such a reputation will definitely not be too weak. 22. That's a good fight. Uchiha Madara. I am really hurt the world. After the 7 people withdrew, Sha Tien shook his head. According to the system, after the world's doors opened, people from all realms will be attracted, and they can come through the space channel without any hindrance. The first one is Madara, you can imagine how strong the guy behind will be. Taking precautions, Sha Tien just wants to get Madara done at this time, and wants to summon everyone to discuss. Is Sha Tien? Come, let me see how much your strength is. Uchiha Madara was full of fighting spirit and said in an arrogant tone again. I can't wait to fight in my heart. You're belligerent, as it is. Sha Tien's eyes revealed an inexplicable meaning and said. Uchiha Madara's character is warlike, as expected. The demon sword in his hand, the faint golden fluid Haki wrapped around the blade. Sha Tien's eyes also completely changed at this moment. Seriously, fanatical, solemnly. This time, he He wants to integrate all his sword styles in the battle to form his true invincible sword intent. I'm is not qualified, and Uchiha Madara is the best catalyst now. With a bang, with Sha Tien as the center, the airflow exploded in an instant, and a sword intent rose directly into the sky. Murderous, full of coldness. One style, cut the dragon. The Sha Tien knife body has a dash of electric light coming out, enveloping the knife body, and as the ghost lifts it up, the murderous knife intent condenses in it. Uchiha Madara looked excited, and did not stop, but saw that Sha Tien's movements were about to strike a sword, put on a fighting posture, and his complexion became solemn. This sword intent is very strong, and it really is the strongest in the world, not simple. Following Sha Tien's cut, the terrifying red sword energy instantly cuts out, hitting Madara. Madara's eyes changed, and the two truth-seeking balls turned into shields and stood in front of her. After this sword aura was cut out, it turned out to be even more terrifying, and the strong murderous aura directly oppressed his brain. Ding! Click! The red knife gas directly slashed the truth-seeking ball with electric light, and then even blasted the truth-seeking ball. The sword continued to cut away. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment. Things like truth-seeking ball will also be cut off. This guy's knife has such power. Madara stretched out the palm of her hand directly, a terrifying repulsion hit together, and directly flew Sha Tien's slashing bullet. Two styles. Break the virtual. Sha Tien looked at Uchiha Madara's expression, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and then white smoke rose from the knife body. The intent of the sword that does nothing but slash broke out in an instant. This sword intent. Uchiha Madara was also cautious, his eyes moved slightly. Started the round tomb. Advertisement. 4. Sha Tien looked at the front and smiled. Uchiha Madara used the four shadows of the tomb to attack at this time. Invisible and invisible, unable to attack and perceive. But after Sha Tien obtained the power of yin and yang escape, he could clearly perceive it. Round tomb. Shenluo Tianjiang. Uchiha Madara directly surrounded Sha Tien with four shadows, releasing Shenluo Tianjiang. Four terrifying repulsive forces exploded directly in the sky. Sha Tien calmly watched the formation of the repulsive force, and broke out, directly holding the monster knife with white smoke and the ghost completely drawn out a round slash. The repulsive force in the four directions was directly smashed by the invincible sword intent. The four shadows responded quickly and avoided. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes and expression are extremely solemn. This guy's knife is really strong. Without waiting for Sha Tien to continue to use the sword technique, his figure moved, and together with the four shadows of the wheel tomb, he directly bullied Sha Tien. Sage Art. Lan Dun Guangfang. As soon as the distance was pulled in, Uchiha Madara directly attacked. Adding the shadow, the five lines are like lasers, and the attack shot from the mouth lasses towards Sha Tien. It turned out to be this trick. The three formulas were too late to be carried out, and Sha Tien started to dodge five laser-like attacks in surprise. Uchiha Madara came up to perform this trick unexpectedly. Wudowlin escape like tooth swept from five directions, Sha Tien's figure shifted, all dodges. The laser-like attacks all strafed obliquely on the island or in the sea. The island was cut in half instantly, rumbling. The sea water was also cut open and went straight to the bottom of the sea. Without seeing the power of Madara's attack, Sha Tien appeared directly in front of Madara's true body extremely fast, and kicked it directly with the kick of violent Haki. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but froze. Sha Tien's speed was so fast, and immediately the truth-seeking ball formed a circle and blocked him. Bang! Sha Tien kicked it. The black truth-seeking ball cracked a hole and hit Uchiha Madara behind. Your physical skills are comparable to the guy who kicked me. Madara, who fell back with a kick, got excited instead. Opponents are hard to find. Sha Tien smiled faintly, and said beyond Madara's expectation. You mean, might guy, how would you know? Sha Tien said a surprising sentence that completely surprised Uchiha Madara. The eyes suddenly widened. This is a big world apart. How did this guy know about the existence of might guy? With a hint of smile, Sha Tien activated the yin and yang power of the palm of his hand. 9 truth-seeking balls were formed behind him, and then formed into the shape of a knife, cutting directly towards Uchiha Madara. Yin and yang escape. How is it possible? How can you have this kind of power? Uchiha Madara was completely shocked, and turned hurriedly to hide. This is the power of Sage of Six Paths. People in different worlds have used the power of their own world. What a horror for Uchiha Madara. Who are you? Uchiha Madara's eyes changed completely. This Sha Tien is weird. Is it weird to escape from yin and yang? Sha Tien said lightly, with a look of playfulness. The system prompt at this time is always on. You have learned ninjutsu, earth style, and 1% of the current proficiency stage. You have learned wood style. The flower and tree world has come. You learned the special pupil power skills, Tengai Shinsei. Fighting with the power of 6 paths in another world, Uchiha Madara, Rinnegan is about to open. As for Lan Dun Guangya and Wheel Tomb, the 2 tricks of border prison are included in Yin and Yang Dun. The seemingly indifferent Sha Tien's heart has long been excited. The appearance of Uchiha Madara made her strength soar again. With the improvement of the progress, even the power of his Haki system is constantly increasing. Is this difficult? It's not just Yin and Yang escape, I can learn everything you know. Sha Tien smiled confidently, and his left hand stretched out the crescent mark in his palm. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluten Rayleigh and others all laughed when they heard Sha Tian's words. The more powerful your skills are, the more you can learn in Sha Tian's eyes with just a glance. At this time, breaking out of the new island, the dying Yim also lay on the ground, panting, and just saw the scene where Sha Tian was talking. The dark golden eyes trembled. At this time, in Uchiha Madara's shocked look, Sha Tian began to use the skills. Round Tomb. Edge Prison. Advertisement. Invisible and invisible, 4 shadows that existed in another space appeared beside Sha Tian. Uchiha Madara backed away in shock. Rinnegan looked at the 4 shadows of Sha Tian in disbelief, speechless. Even this trick belongs to his own Rinnegan's skill, he will do it too. How can this pervert exist in this world? Why can you obviously not have Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara looked at Sha Tian yelling in disbelief. The next moment, the voice was directly choked. Sha Tian's eyes have changed. The line of reincarnation circled, glowing with purple luster, and there were 6 tomo on it. 6 Guyu Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara was completely dumbfounded. Rinnegan turned on with so much effort. The guys in this world turned on so easily. This does not follow the rules at all. Lan Dun Guangfang. Sha Tian and the 4 shadows used a laser-like thin line to cut the past at the same time. A tooth for a tooth. Uchiha Madara was horrified, and hurriedly resisted the past with the same Lan Fang Guangfang. 10 laser-like lines cancel each other out. Uchiha Madara didn't believe it at all, his eyes showed cruelty. It's impossible for someone to learn any move by watching it once. Sage Art. Yin Dun Lei Sect. Uchiha Madara's face was gloomy, and a large amount of purple and black thunder and lightning came out on his hand to shroud Sha Tian. Sage Art. Yin Dun Lei Sect. Sha Tian looked at Uchiha Madara and used exactly the same moves on his hands. This trick itself is in Yin and Yang Escape. 2 purple thunders collided, and it was a violent explosion. Rumbling. Uchiha Madara began to sweat at this time. This Sha Tian really completely mastered the Yin and Yang Escape power. And the strength is not inferior to himself, but Sha Tian does not have the breadth of chakra. What's going on here again? Susanoo. Uchiha Madara can't stand it anymore. There is no fighting spirit in Rinnegan. This is really shocking and inexplicable. Monster, this is simply a monster, you must do your best. A huge blue ray skeleton began to appear on Madara's body, and after the size of a huge mountain peak, its appearance also changed. Wearing armor and holding a giant sword in hand. Surprisingly, it is Susanoo who is completely body. You learned the pupil power skills of Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. The system prompt has just been completed, and Sha Tian is also used after Uchiha Madara. Susanoo. Sha Tian's eyes looked at Uchiha Madara excitedly. This guy is simply a walking skill library. Know that every powerful skill you learn can drive your own basic strengthening and become an improvement in all aspects. Different from Uchiha Madara's blue Susanoo. Sha Tian's god of war, Susanoo, has a pale gold color and looks extremely noble, single-headed and double-armed, with a long sword in the same style as a monster sword in his hand. Uchiha Madara was completely stunned and shook his head violently, looking confused. Is this an illusion? Is it the illusion of the little devil named Sasuke? My Susanoo is more than that simple. Sha Tian smiled inexplicably at Uchiha Madara, who had self-doubt. The pale gold standing in the air completely bodies Susanoo's body, and a black gold color appeared. This huge body became more solid and terrifying. Sha Tian armed Haki up. 3 styles, open the sky. Haki coverage was completed, a sword intent burst from Sha Tian in Susanoo's body, filling the entire huge body. The knife on Susanoo's body burst into a burst of sword energy, and he lifted it up and slashed towards Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Madara felt the horror of Sha Tian. Seeing that Susanoo, who had been covered in black and gold, was slashed, he wanted Rinnegan to fall down. Facing Sha Tian's strange combination of attacks, Uchiha Madara was in a daze, but he also had an awareness of combat. Immediately the blue Susanoo raised 2 giant swords in his hand, and exhausted his strength to head towards Sha Tian's huge slash. Boom. There was a terrorist explosion in the sky where the 2 Susanoo collided. A mushroom cloud-like explosive energy rises. The people below were even more torn apart by the aftermath, and they kept steady on the surface of the sea. Uchiha Madara's blue Susanoo weapon broke directly. The Susanoo of Sha Tian's black and gold color was undamaged, unable to shake in the face of the impact. After breaking Madara's long sword, the slash went forward, the brighter and brighter and brighter, the Susanoo of Uchiha Madara was directly dissipated. Madara even snorted directly after being impacted, and flew backwards into the distance. Chapter 150. Stabilizing her body further in the air, Madara looked at Susanoo, who was a little embarrassed, at the color of black and gold. A trace of panic appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. This Sha Tian is completely a monster. No matter what skills he uses, he can immediately use exactly the same moves, and his sword intent is even more terrifying, not to mention that the truth-seeking ball is instantly smashed. Susanoo failed to resist the next move. It's just unimaginable. How to fight now? No matter what moves are used, this monster will instantly learn it and use it. Uchiha Madara did not use any other tactics at all, and once moved horizontally, thinking about the countermeasures against Sha Tian. Sha Tian was inside Susanoo, controlling the pursuit of Uchiha Madara. You deserve to be a ninja, so you can gradually calm down after chasing and killing. Susanoo, who was in the color of black and gold, wielded a huge long knife, and under the blessing of Sha Tien's sword intent, he moved away with 1, 2, and 3 moves in exchange for attacking Uchiha Madara. One move after another, Uchiha Madara's arrogance from the beginning, to the current embarrassment. Dodging with all his strength, and didn't dare to use ninjutsu anymore, his face was aggrieved. At this time, Sha Tien was not in a hurry. While chasing Uchiha Madara, he was familiar with the abilities of Yin Yang Dun and the new Rinnegan, trying to combine with the Haki system. The sword intent that you want to temper has also been integrated to a certain extent in the continuous use. Gradually, Uchiha Madara, who blindly dodges and secretly thought about countermeasures, was also marked with a knife mark on his body, and the injury that could not be healed directly made Madara's heart even more anxious. Do you want to fight hard to escape from this world? Uchiha Madara was unwilling. It is hard for him to give up in such a perfect world. Just like this, back and forth in the sky, dodging and chasing. Below, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Pluton Rayleigh and others were all excited and shocked. Sha Tien can learn the ability of Otherworld even after seeing it once. This is too incredible. The rest, including the red-haired Shanks who wanted to stop the war, did not expect such a thing to happen. The feeling of hesitation and shock in my heart is indescribable. Seeing the sword god Sha Tien using a giant-like move, holding a big knife and chasing Uchiha Madara in Otherworld, he sighed and rejoiced in his heart. Advertisement. This world has become so crazy in a short time. The sword god Sha Tien can destroy the world government alone, and even the Yim who has been behind the scenes for hundreds of years is defeated by Sha Tien's terrifying talent and strength. What's even more crazier is that a person from other worlds suddenly came, who is still powerful and outrageous. Fortunately, the sword god Sha Tien did not let us down, he is the real big hand god's residence. I'm afraid our world will face invasion from other worlds, and the cause of all this, is the one who betrayed the whole world, The crowd was still discussing while watching the battle, and the shocking emotions followed the words, and they all pointed to the boss behind Celestial Dragons, Yim. Looking around, on the island where Madara was recovering, Yim had recovered 50 to 60% of his injuries. He was on the edge of the island at this time, and his entire lower body was sinking in the water. Facing the angry and hateful eyes of everyone, Yim turned a blind eye, looking straight at Sha Tien and Uchiha Madara in the sky. The half of his body in the water was absorbing the blood of creatures in the sea and was recovering from his injuries. As for the blood of murder, Yim here still dare not do that at this time. As long as he does it, I am afraid that everyone, including Sha Tien, will directly shoot him and blast him into slag. At this time, Sha Tien was feeling the time when the sword intent was about to undergo a qualitative change, forming a real invincible sword intent. The system prompt lit up suddenly. Host, please note that the world channel is fully opened, and the navigation world and the Hokage ninja world will soon be connected and will be merged soon. Please be prepared. Sha Tien looked at the system prompt, her expression was startled. What's the situation? The open world channel is too big. They will even merge with each other. Uchiha Madara was also upset and frantic in the heart of being chased, and there was no better way to deal with it. When he was about to ignore Sha Tien's horror talent and desperately fight, Sha Tien stopped and was surprised. A bolt from the blue. The sky suddenly darkened, and there was nothing boundless in the space crushing the space. Sha Tien frowned, and didn't know how long it would take for the integration of Great World Unicom. But Uchiha Madara has to solve it first. Immediately regardless of the changes in the world space, he rushed to Uchiha Madara again. One style. Slash the dragon. Susanoo, who is in the color of black and gold, slashed out with a red sword, with a cold killing intent. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. Way outfit. Susanoo. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara couldn't stand being chased anymore and used 2 spells in a row. A huge dragon-shaped tree quickly grew out of the island below, like a real dragon, hovering and flying to Uchiha's feet, and then Susanoo directly set on the huge wooden dragon, forming the armor as average. Extremely terrifying. Uchiha Madara stood at the leading position and looked at Sha Tien with dignified eyes. The wooden dragon roared and threw it directly at the body of the sword spirit dragon. Boom. Slashing the dragon's blow directly slashed the wooden dragon's blue prestige, slashed into the tough wooden body and dissipated. The people of the sacred tree and infinite Tsukuyomi, this is their own world promise. Sha Tien also watched in astonishment. The world merged so fast, and when it was prompted to appear, it was only a minute in total. It's full of strange breath. There are numerous white cocoons in the shape of human beings hanging on the trees. In another world, Sasuke, Naruto and others who were not affected by infinite Tsukuyomi also looked to the sky, and a projection of a huge world appeared. Through the eyes, I saw a huge tree. Everyone at this moment saw the projection of another world. They were stunned, and they were very surprised. The world merges faster and faster. The sky is like a screen, and I saw another world. Even Uchiha Madara was taken aback when looking at the screen projected on the sky. The one being chased and beaten is Madara. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Everyone has doubts in their hearts that they have seen another world. A huge round blood moon hung in the air like an eyeball. And Sha Tien took a look, turned around and continued to kill Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara also snorted, Susanoo added, and took the lead. Sha Tian was about to make a move. At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted by the higher sky. Diaresis, what's going on? By Chapter 151. Both worlds can see each other's huge world projection on the sky. The breath of the two worlds is constantly intertwined. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Rayleigh, Garp, etc., the Revolutionary Army, Marine Pirates, including the entire world can be seen when they look up. All eyes trembled, and they clearly saw the illusory world projected on the sky. What's wrong in the world? Is it really going to be the end? What the hell is that? What are the consequences of this war? Panic. Seeing the sacred tree just far away, everyone was confused, and a sense of horror rose from their hearts. Looking at the screen again, Sha Tian was still chasing the so-called otherworld people, and some people fell directly to the ground. Fight. The world will be destroyed. People all over the world have different reactions, and some people are even caught in the battle scene and fire. The oppression of the Hokage world has caused insanity. At this time, Morgans, the big news reporter of Sabayati Archipelago, finished writing the notes in his hand, and found the video bug to broadcast the knowledge and annotations of Otherworld to all over the world. At this time, most people who had never heard of it understood it. The world is big, and it could be a lot. The current sword god Sha Tian fights, is the enemy who invaded his own world. But which world is that projected? Different from the full view of the Knuckle world. There are only a few people in the Hokage world. Sasuke and Naruto have acquired Sage of Six Paths to activate the power of Yin and Yang escape. Hatake Kakashi and Little Sakura, Black Zetsu. Originally still surprised when Madara used Infinite Tsukuyomi, and then controlled the sacred tree to wrap all the people in Infinite Tsukuyomi, and was about to solve the 7th class. Uchiha Madara turned around and flew into the sky, disappearing suddenly. Black Zetsu panicked, looking for Uchiha Madara everywhere. When Sasuke, Naruto and others are also at a loss when facing the sacred tree and the eyes of the moon in the sky, they must first remove Black Zetsu. The whole world is shaking. A wave of thunder and lightning spread wildly, and black fog seeped from the space and stayed on the sky. A huge projection of the world also appeared in front of Sasuke and Naruto. Battles in the ocean, islands, many big ships, humans, and the sky. Advertisement. That's Madara. Hatake Kakashi also looked shocked, pointing to the battle on the projection. Sasuke and Naruto nodded solemnly. That's another big world. Looking at this situation, it seems that it will all merge together. Sasuke, who owns Guyu Rinnegan, can see a bit of essence through performance, and said solemnly. But, look, Uchiha Madara is being abused and beaten. Naruto looked surprised, sweating on his head, and said in disbelief. Madara and Sasuke know how strong the Six Paths mode is. Being chased and beaten by someone. The unimaginable scene is right in front of you. Rinnegan, and the golden one is Susanoo. Sasuke looked at the battle between Sha Tian and Madara, and carefully watched Susanoo, whose body was covered in black and gold with Haki, and couldn't help but marvel. Is this person also from the Uchiha clan? Or is it related to Sage of Six Paths? It's amazing. Look at it. Madara's Susanoo was cut directly by the Golden Man when he was attached to wood style. Standing on the truth-seeking ball, Naruto turned her head in shock and said to Sasuke and others. Sasuke frowned, watching Sha Tian waving a long knife in the projection, and even the horrible power of the knife intent was transmitted through the projection. Sakura and Kakashi were shocked and didn't know what to say. The golden Susanoo guy is too invincible. This Madara had just completed the plan for this world, turned around and ran to other worlds and was beaten. The four of them watched Madara being crushed and abused, and they were shocked and excited. Black Zetsu, who was looking for Madara everywhere, was shocked when he saw Uchiha Madara who was being abused by the golden Susanoo. Anxiety surged in my heart, making Black Zetsu a little mad. Only a little bit can use Madara to complete the resurrection plan. This time, this idiot Madara went to other big world. Moreover, the opponents in the battle are still very powerful, and the terrifying swords will directly cut through the gap between them, and they will directly smash them. The current Uchiha Madara is indeed miserable. The combination of the wooden dragon and Susanoo was also directly cut off under Sha Tian's two-style break. After that, he was chased by Sha Tian, his body was covered with stab wounds that could not be healed, and he was extremely embarrassed. The sacred tree is over there, but the world seems to be fusing. This is an opportunity. Hold on. Uchiha Madara looked at the projection and moved in his heart. As long as you hold on, when you can rely on the god tree to exert a more terrifying power, no matter how powerful this sword god Sha Tian is, he will have to be defeated. Advertisement. Sha Tian can also guess a little bit about Uchiha Madara's expression. This Madara probably wants to rely on the sacred tree to sanction himself. Don't think too much, Madara. Sha Tian grinned. Susanoo on his body was a long sword. Form 1, Form 2, and Form 3 are completely integrated at this moment. Sha Tian knew that the invincible sword technique of his temper was about to be completed. At this time, the invincible belief in Conqueror's Haki poured into the sword intent, and a huge sword aura condensed on the black and gold-colored Susanoo's head. 4 styles. Sha Tian's eyes narrowed, and the strengthened 4 forms began to display. The power of terror oppressed Uchiha Madara. Sage Art. Shinsu Senju. Uchiha Madara felt his scalp numb in the face of the sword momentum Sha Tian prepared, and a sense of horror emerged. Uchiha Madara wants to use the strongest move he can use in this world. Not good. This sword god Sha Tien's move is too powerful. The system prompts Shinsu Senju to learn too. The blue Susanoo directly wrapped the entire giant Senju statue. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and used his pupil power desperately, again using prestige. Susanoo. Pretty. With a bang, the sea surface was surging directly, and a wooden golem Senju statue that was dozens of times bigger than Sha Tien's Susanoo and almost occupying the entire sea area appeared. But there is absolutely no such horror. Shinsu Senju of Senju Hashirama can also use it after turning on Reincarnation Sharingan in 6 paths mode by himself. Spectacular. Shocked. Sha Tien didn't panic at all, even laughed in her heart. Madara's combination technique looks terrifying. On the head of the surprised Sha Tien, the condensed sword aura is even more terrifying, and the 10,000-meter sword aura is huge, rushing straight into the sky, and even poking into another world on the projection side. Sha Tien Golden Susanoo is in front of him, only the size of Senju Wooden Golem's eyes. Feeling the horrible intent of the blade rushing in, Black Zetsu was shocked and anxious. Madara's forehead cracked, and the reincarnation that hadn't been opened to use Sharingan appeared. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. No, Madara can't die yet. Chapter 152. At this time, Black Zetsu's eyes flashed anxiously, and then turned into a black shadow. To Sha Tien, the terrifying sword intent that had passed the gap and hurried away. Black Zetsu will use the help of piercing the crack and teleport to Uchiha Madara to continue his mission. Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but swallow their throats and watched nervously at the scene projected by the world before them. The guy from the Golden Susanoo, what a terrifying sword spirit. Even Naruto trembled and couldn't help speaking. The meaning of the sword has come through. It seems that Madara is not as powerful as Madara, but it is actually restrained. Sasuke also took a deep breath. Guyu Rinnegan saw the power through the sword aura, and he felt shocked. Just at this time, Sha Tien's unprecedentedly powerful 4-style sword chi surged with distorted power in another space. Like spider silk, the deep blue thunder and lightning wandered in the faint golden sword energy. The black and gold Susanoo burst out with an invincible and powerful breath. But now Uchiha Madara uses Shinsu Senju and Susanoo's prestige, the wooden golem figure that is large enough to cover the entire sea area makes everyone stunned and shocked. This guy from another world still has such a terrifying move. The sea below surging up was huge enough to destroy all warships, but it was like a small wave at the foot of Senju Wooden Golem, which covered the blue Susanoo. Marine, pirates, Revolutionary Army and others all quickly withdrew farther away. Various abilities were launched to help evacuate. Golden Lion Shiki's Lion Fruit, Fujitora's Gravity Fruit, etc. all played a huge role, controlling the ships present to lean together, picking up everyone and flying into the sky. Floating in the air, the change in perspective makes everyone see it even more clearly and shockingly. Big. Too big. The redhead Shanks looked at the Senju Colossus in front of him, throbbing. And Sha Tien's golden humanoid moves seem too small. But the condensed sword energy is 10,000 meters in length. This is the real peak showdown. Golden Lion Shiki slowed down and said uncontrollably. The strongest in the world against the strongest in this world. Both of them used the most terrifying tactics. Sha Tien's eyes also became serious. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara in this world can also perform such a powerful move. Shinsu Senju is Senju Hashirama's unique trick. Normally, only Hashirama in Sage mode can use it. It's time to end you. Obviously, we can see that the world's fusion is getting faster and faster, and Sha Tien just wants to cut Uchiha Madara first. If you wait for the sacred tree to come to this world, and the system collides, you may be fine, but others are in danger. After all, there is still a bug-level illusion like infinite Tsukuyomi. When I thought of this, Sha Tien, who had completely released the sword power, controlled the 10,000-meter sword energy to cut away at the huge and incomparable wooden golem. The blade gas entangled in the thunder rubbed against the air, and flames burst out instantly, whizzing, and with violent air pressure, it cut down on Uchiha Madara standing on the head of Senju Wooden Golem. The sea below was first compressed by air pressure, which exploded the sea directly like an air cannon. The heartbeat that Yim had watched, the sword light Sha Tien used now was much stronger than when he was fighting against him, I don't know how many times. How powerful is this pervert? Then see how powerful your sword is. The god of swords. Uchiha Madara's expression turned hideous at this time. Has always been scrupulous about Sha Tien's terrifying learning ability, playing particularly awkward. But now Madara just wants to see how terrifying it is that Sha Tien, who is called the sword god by this world, uses the 10,000-meter giant blade. With a thought, Uchiha Madara folded her hands, her eyes widened, and shouted. The Senju Wooden Golem wrapped in the blue Susanoo moved. The wooden body leaned forward, and the thousands of giant hands behind him were clenched into fists and quickly attacked the faint golden sword energy that had been cut. Bang! Bang! Before the fist arrived, the collision of air and power exploded in the middle. The fist that punched quickly afterwards hit the sword chi directly. Boom! The first fist hit the knife, and was directly cut open by the knife while wrapped in Susanoo, and then burned to ashes by the surrounding lightning and flames. Immediately after the second punch, the third punch. The rumbling sound blasted without stopping. Sha Tian's 4-type annihilation was also slowed down by Shinsu Senju's punch and punch after the prestige. But every punch coming over will be directly annihilated by the sword chi. How is it possible that your sword spirit hasn't weakened? Uchiha Madara puts her hands together, and the purple Rinnegan reveals an unbelievable meaning. Find flowers. Advertisement. At this moment, Sha Tian shouted. More powerful force directly caused Susanoo's huge knife to continue to cut down with a bang. What Senju? What prestige is so vulnerable at this time? Before the terrifying sword energy fell, the lightning and flames had ignited the Senju wooden golem. Uchiha Madara even watched with a look of horror as the sword gas fell on him. Shaking sound. The entire extremely huge wooden golem was directly cut in half, the prestige dissipated, and then it exploded. The huge energy distorted the air, and the wooden golem turned directly into ashes. The sword gas smashed directly into the sea, and the entire sea area was cut through a huge gap, straight to the bottom of the sea. At this time, the eyes of Sha Tian, who cut down the 4 types of annihilation, were surprised. As soon as Uchiha Madara was cut, a black shadow appeared directly beside Madara and broke through his sword suppression. Uchiha Madara was hit but not completely, at most he was seriously injured. The sword god Sha Tian's sword is really terrifying. Almost forgot, the last step to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya is this black Zetsu. That huge wooden golem was wiped out after being cut in half. A little bit scared, Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi looked at the increasingly solid projection of the world, and their entire faces were shocked and unbelievable. This man's swordsman is too terrifying. You should know that Uchiha Madara just opened the reincarnation blood circle eyes on his head, but he couldn't show his pupil power. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Almost died just now. Absolutely. Black Zetsu looked at Madara with a blood line from the middle, and said with some kind of luck. Everyone in the nautical world looked at the unprecedented majesty of a knife, and they hadn't slowed down yet. It would be better if you were seriously injured. I don't need to be careful. This time, Kaguya will be resurrected. Guang. It was really a little bit short of catching up, but fortunately, it was directly transmitted to your side. Uchiha Madara was already seriously injured at this time, and a few blood clots were spit out from his mouth. Sha Tian turned his head and looked at Black Zetsu, who pulled out Madara. Madara, who just wanted to talk to Black Zetsu, suddenly a black hand passed directly through Madara's body. Secretly screamed badly. Chapter 153. Chapter 179. In a very short time, Sha Tian's horrible slash was used to pull out Uchiha Madara's Black Zetsu and then penetrated Uchiha Madara with his hands behind his back. Absolutely. Uchiha Madara, who was already badly injured, immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, looking at the black hand showing through his chest in disbelief. This is a life form created by one's own consciousness, why would you do it on yourself? On the other side of the fusion of the two worlds, Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi were all taken aback. Black Zetsu saved Uchiha Madara and killed Madara. Sha Tian looked at Madara's body changes with solemn eyes. I am too lazy to listen to Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. Seeing that Madara was about to be solved, I didn't expect to let Black Zetsu succeed through the world. It seems that the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kaguya is also one of the inevitable rules. Just like the death of rocks, it will die no matter what. No matter how the top war will happen, it is normal. It's a pity that my reward. Sha Tian is actually the most distressed as the rewards that the system brings after killing Uchiha Madara. You must know that there are a lot of good things in the random rewards, as long as you come to a high-level ability or come to a character template, it will be cool. As a result, after playing for a long time, the formation of the invincible sword intent was still a little bit, and Uchiha Madara's reward was not obtained. And at this time, the two merged worlds are beginning to shake. Amidst the rumbling, the sacred tree had merged into this world in one place, the bloody eye of the moon in the sky also existed in two worlds at the same time, and a breath of chakra was spreading. Similarly, the Hokage world on the other side also has the power of the nautical world. As the eye of the moon and the breath of the sacred tree poured in, Madara, who was pierced through his chest, changed dramatically. The whole person surging into a huge ball, and then in everyone's surprised eyes. Otsutsuki Kaguya with white hair and feet, a pair of Byakugan, and a reincarnation Sharingan on his forehead appeared. With the help of the power of infinite Tsukuyomi and the power of the sacred tree, she was successfully resurrected on Madara with the cooperation of Black Zetsu. As soon as Kaguya Byakugan appeared, she scanned everything around her. After being sealed for thousands of years, she made no sound, but floated quietly in the air. Black Zetsu turned into a black shadow and hid in her sleeve. Sha Tian also frowned at the big boss Otsutsuki Kaguya in the Hokage world. Resurrection is not a good thing here. After all, there is a gap in the dimensions of the world, and Otsutsuki Kaguya can also launch infinite Tsukuyomi. Advertisement. Both Sasuke and Naruto's complexion changed drastically, and they looked at Kaguya on the gradually solidified screen with cold sweats on their faces. This is, the mother of Sage of Six Paths, the Otsutsuki Kaguya who came with the sacred tree. Naruto looked at the floating in the air with some shock, as if Kaguya, who was still confused, swallowed his throat. She will take everyone's chakra. Let the whole world fall into silence, and now even the opposite world will fall. Sasuke also nodded solemnly. What Sage of Six Paths said is true, his impersonal mother is resurrected. And on the side of Sha Tien, half of his body fell into the sea to absorb the blood secretly, I am intently. There is a sense of horror hidden in the eyes. A stronger person has appeared. No, it's not a human, it's a god. Sha Tien is dead this time. Yim secretly looked in shock, secretly happy in his heart. The last guy had not been able to beat Sha Tien. This time the situation changed suddenly, and the white-haired woman floating quietly in the air clearly felt terrifying. Not only Im can feel it. On the ship floating in the air, Newgate, Shiki, Garp, Sengoku, Monkey D. Dragon and others also looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya with amazement in their eyes. Except for the breath of Sha Tien, this is the second time they have seen a person without any aura exposed. Just like that, the person floating in the air quietly feels like a god. Who is this? Shiki couldn't help but swallowed his throat. Said tremblingly, just looking at this person, there is a horrible feeling in my heart. What is going on? Even Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but speak. He opened his eyes and said to Garp and others. I feel the same way. I'm afraid this is the most powerful character in that world. Sengoku wiped a cold sweat and looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya incredulously. After a person was killed, he changed into a more terrifying person. 5 Admiral, Revolutionary Army, Marine, Marco, Katakuri and others are even more unknown, so I have been stunned and looked dumbfounded. In this world broadcast, even the seagulls from the sky have fallen to the bottom of the sea in the aftermath of the battle. There is only one boat left on Shiki's floating boat. People all over the world are watching. Shocked, panicked, hesitant. What is going on with the picture in the sky? Advertisement. What is the enemy that Sha Tien is facing? Next, can everyone be destroyed? There are too many questions, but everyone can only look at it with anxiety at this time. Otsutsuki Kaguya was stunned for a while before reacting. Zetsu turned into his own mind, successfully resurrected himself. Kaguya also discovered that the two big worlds were merging. Just about to speak, but choked up again. I haven't spoken for thousands of years, and I feel a bit forgotten how to speak. He glanced at Sha Tien who had already lifted Susanoo, standing not far in the air. Mediocre, it seems that the strength is not much strong. Turning his head and looking around, he saw hundreds of large ships grouped together, floating in the air, Newgate, Garp, red-haired Shanks and other people. Finally, his eyes focused on the world projection. One with these horns, a pair of Rinnegan, an old man in white clothes appeared not far from Sha Tien. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Otsutsuki Kaguya received the message from Black Zetsu, and gradually began to understand. Killing intent emerged from the bottom of my heart, and that power could seal myself up again. Sha Tien glanced flatly at this pure chakra condensed figure. Kaguya saw the power in Naruto and Sasuke, and couldn't help interfering in a hoarse voice. Black Zetsu said in Kaguya's sleeve at this time. There is a sacred tree, a moon eye, and 2 children. And this time, still be careful of the man with the knife opposite, he is very strong. Black Zetsu could naturally feel Kaguya's thoughts, hiding in his sleeves without speaking. There is nothing special about Sha Tien under the gaze. Otsutsuki Yoruichi was startled, turned his head to look at Sha Tien again, and Byakugan turned on. Sage of Six Paths. Seal me. A chakra fluctuates. This guy with the knife isn't very strong, so it shouldn't be a concern. It's really getting in the way, so kill him first. Chapter 154. It's me. Sage of Six Paths was startled as soon as it appeared. The strongest in this world actually knows his own existence. Hey, Otsutsuki Kaguya saw the appearance of Sage of Six Paths Yui, and his eyes revealed indescribable meaning. Her own children still have various means to seal themselves. Sage of Six Paths also looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya with a heavy face. Mom's power is like a god. You can't kill her. Although I don't know why you have the power to escape from yin and yang, I will give you sealing techniques now. Sage of Six Paths turned his head, looked at Sha Tien and said solemnly. The words are not over yet. Sha Tien waved lightly at Sage of Six Paths. I've been dead for so long, so why are you so worried? Sha Tien couldn't help but complain to Sage of Six Paths. He is indeed a great man in the Hokage world. Then he took the demon sword directly and slowly moved closer to Otsutsuki Kaguya. Sage of Six Paths looked stunned. Is this guy saying that he is worrying about it? But to deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya in this way, 22 is too arrogant. I hope you can hold it. Sage of Six Paths looked back to the sky, and the world merged fast. When Naruto and Sasuke came, it was the same. And Otsutsuki Kaguya also watched Sha Tien slowly flying over with a little surprise. Surprised in my heart. This person wants to take the initiative. Sha Tien looked at Three Eyes, Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was quite beautiful, grinned, and the long knife in his hand pointed directly at Kaguya. The killing intent of the whole body spread out coldly. You will be the first female powerhouse to die by my knife. The proud words made Newgate, Shiki and others laugh. How did Sha Tien imaginary any enemy? Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kaguya and Black Zetsu were speechless. This person is too arrogant. You wanna die. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya shot directly at the approaching Sha Tien. The hair that was longer than itself turned into white spikes, covering all the space in front of Sha Tien in an instant. Every hair spike pierces Sha Tien with a powerful piercing power under Kaguya's chakra. Sha Tien lifted the demon sword ghostly, and swiped forward. The space in front of the blade was swept under the blade, rippling out a circle of ripples. All the spikes were blocked by the ripples, and when touched, they were cut and shattered in various ways. After the bombardment pierced for a short time, Otsutsuki Kaguya closed the offensive with a dazed expression. My hair is much shorter. And the opposite Sha Tien just swung a knife. How could you? Even the sage of six paths seen in the back was stunned. Looking at the powerless Sha Tien, the horrible knife intent in the swing of the knife was revealed. Mom, be careful of his knife. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu couldn't help but said in horror again. Otsutsuki Kaguya only started to look sideways now. Being able to cut off her hair means that this person can cause harm to herself. Moreover, a vibrating knife intent remained on the cut hair, and the hair could not be restored. Since I'm doing it first. Then, Sha Tien grinned, the ghostly white mist of the monster sword in his hand rose directly. Conqueror's Haki exploded, and the faint golden color directly filled the surrounding area. When the body moved, the speed appeared in front of Otsutsuki Kaguya like a teleportation. Demon Blade Ghost Che also slashed in the white mist. The space is rippling. The next moment, Kaguya's reincarnation Sharingan moved, and the rippling space directly changed into a world full of lava and volcanoes. In the eyes of everyone, Otsutsuki Kaguya and Sha Tien also disappeared directly. But Otsutsuki Kaguya, who pulled the space of Sha Tien into the world of lava, changed his eyes drastically. Sha Tien's knife still cuts in front of her. The space of lava can't stand Sha Tien's two-style slashing attack at all, cut the black crack, and the blade of the knife crossed the shoulder and arm of Otsutsuki Kaguya. A white scary knife wound was left on Kaguya's shoulder and arm, and the space collapsed. Sha Tien and Kaguya reappeared in their original positions on the ocean. Sweat appeared on Kaguya's face, and the knife almost cut off her entire arm just now. The wound still couldn't heal all of a sudden, and the terrifying knife intent remained on the wound. You can't. You weren't that strong just now. Advertisement. Black Zetsu couldn't help but screamed and said to Sha Tien. When fighting Madara, although Sha Tien's sword aura was terrifying, it was not like what it is now, and the sword has the terrifying power of destruction. Sha Tien completely ignored the Black Zetsu hidden in Kaguya's sleeve. Did you become stronger quickly? It's okay. It's just that all the previous abilities are consummated again, and I have learned Kaguya's heavenly royal technique just now. In addition, the invincible sword intent has appeared in its embryonic form, and it can be used immediately. Own strength is already in constant skyrocketing. At this time, Otsutsuki's face was gloomy, and the terrifying chakra power on his body exploded. After removing Sha Tien's sword intent, he began to recover. The hair and arms have recovered. The eyes that looked at Sha Tien again did not have contempt, they were all solemn colors. The space woven by Tian Ji Yu Zhong technique can't stand Sha Tien's knife at all, and one of his most powerful techniques has no effect at all. 80 God Air Strike. At this time, Otsutsuki Kaguya used a terrifying move again. The chakra on the body has formed lavender fists one after another, and the overwhelming impact is coming towards Sha Tien. You guys are really too polite. Sha Tien's eyes flashed, the moment it was used. The system prompts again. You learned the special skills of Otsutsuki Kaguya, the 80 Gods Air Strikes, the current progress. Sha Tien was not polite. The surrounding pale golden Conqueror's Haki instantly retracted, and one after another pale golden fists appeared on his body, and he used Otsutsuki Kaguya's moves to retaliate. The rumbling sound burst. The pale gold and purple fists fight against each other. The Haki power system and the Chakra power system use the same move to collide and tremble the two worlds. Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke and Naruto, as well as Newgate, Shiki, Garp and others in the sailing world all watched the battle between Sha Tien and Kaguya in shock. In the center of the collision, energy shocks burst out, and the cracks in the space appeared in it. The energy impacted everyone, the ocean flew directly, surging, and even the nearby Sabayati archipelago and other places were facing a terrifying tsunami rollback. And Sha Tien confronted Kaguya, and Kaguya was horrified. Own 80 God Air Strikes actually fell into a disadvantage. Sha Tien's pale golden fist is actually more tenacious and terrifying than her own, and its power is huge. Is this a matter of world energy? The suppressed Kaguya couldn't help but think. In the next moment, his own lavender chakra power collapsed, and was instantly enveloped by Sha Tien's pale golden fist. Chapter 155. This time, it was Sha Tien's 80 divine air strikes that completely covered Otsutsuki Kaguya, and fell with one punch after another with howling. Kaguya was stunned, and let him be bombarded by Sha Tien. Sage of Six Paths is even more horrified, the whole person is stupid. Is this a monster? Why would he use his mother's 80 magical air strikes? Not only Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke, and Naruto are shocked. What's happening here? Didn't you say that Otsutsuki Kaguya is scary and invincible? At this time, someone used the same move to hold the blasting hammer. The people in the Hokage world only saw the scene where Sha Tien was wearing Susanoo at the beginning, but did not see the scene where Sha Tien learned the Uchiha Madara skills at a glance, and they were shocked. Newgate, Garp and others in the sailing world are all excited. Monster genius, no matter what world it is, no one can stop his talent. Too strong. Seeing Sha Tien's rush, finally stopped. The black cracks healed, and the energy fluctuation stopped. Otsutsuki Kaguya was directly bashed by Sha Tien, half of his body was blasted, revealing a dark patch inside. It made everyone horrified, this woman is not a human at all. Afterwards, Kaguya's immortal body began to recover again. And Sha Tien looked sideways at Kaguya, and said lightly. It seems that your moves can't save you any injuries. The demon sword ghost in his hand pointed at Kaguya, the killing intent on his body filled. Kaguya's skills are not as good as Wood's style. It seems that it is because of the problem of blood following the net. Sha Tien didn't care, so he cut Otsutsuki Kaguya directly. The sword intent on his body broke out instantly. One type of dragon slashing, 2 types of breaking the emptiness, 3 types of opening the sky, and 4 types of annihilation began to merge. Faintly, an invincible sword intent emerged. It's still a bit short. A move in Sha Tien's heart, the brewing of the 5 styles is still not enough to form her own invincible sword intent, then take Kaguya to complete this final fusion. Bang! This time, Sha Tien disappeared in the same place directly, and when the sword intent was driven, even the air was blown up instantly. The whole person carried the knife and rushed directly in front of Kaguya, who had just recovered, and slashed with the long knife. The sword aura, the golden light vented out instantly, and the terrifying power made Kaguya shudder. How can you be so strong? Kaguya, who has always been reticent, couldn't help but yell. A bone spur stretched out on the hand to block Sha Tien. Click. The bone spurs who killed the ashes broke directly before touching the blade of Sha Tien. The demon sword and ghost fell directly towards Kaguya without any hindrance. Puff. A black space crack opened around Otsutsuki Kaguya, and when he was about to get in an escape, he was cut off by Sha Tien's left hand too late. Together with the black zetsu in the sleeve, he was chopped off with his left hand and fell into the sea. The face of Otsutsuki Teru Yoruichi, who had lost his left hand, appeared in the distant sky in disbelief. At this time, the beheaded left hand could not be easily recovered. The knife above is still aching. Byakugan's blue veins violently, couldn't help but look at Sha Tien carefully, but, Sha Tien under Byakugan turned out to be like non-existence in the world. How come? At this time, even Otsutsuki Kaguya was also shattered. Shaking in my heart. It's okay if you can't see it. But I didn't expect that after turning on Byakugan and looking at it, the whole person was invisible. Sha Tien looked at the terrified Otsutsuki Kaguya in the distance and smiled. Byakugan's power of probing like this depends on himself. How could the system in the body allow this kind of power to be probed? It's not bad that Byakugan can see his presence. The next moment, there was a bang again. Sha Tien quickly raised the knife and rushed away again. The horrible sword intent resurfaced. Otsutsuki Kaguya quickly turned off Byakugan, facing the attacking Sha Tien, his stature retreated sharply. Advertisement. A truth-seeking ball appeared in front of you, and it continued to expand. In the illusion of the sacred tree, all the chakra of the ninja hanging on it was transmitted to the swelling truth-seeking ball. This trick of Otsutsuki Kaguya contains a terrifying power that can make the Hokage world become nothingness. But here is the nautical world. Sha Tien's eyes condensed. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, who were so powerful that they could shake the space, began to condense, and cooperated with the prototype of invincible sword intent, so that the body of the monster sword and ghost had a golden luster. Everything is condensed in the body of the sword, and it is directly cut to the huge swelling truth-seeking ball. The speed of Sha Tien couldn't be caught by the naked eye, and everyone saw a bright light flashing under the horrified eyes. The truth-seeking ball was instantly cut in half. Together with Otsutsuki Kaguya shrouded under the thighs of the clothes were cut in half. The truth-seeking ball instantly dissipated its power and vanished into nothingness under the intent of the knife, and Kaguya's leg fell. The wound was also occupied by the sword intent, unable to recover. Otsutsuki Kaguya panicked. Unbelievable, a shocked expression appeared on his face. How to fight with this? Even if you can't die, you will be cut into pieces by this person, and then suppressed by the sword intent. This is even more uncomfortable than being sealed by the power of yin and yang. You must get the power of this world before you can kill this person. Kaguya looked at the blood moon gradually leaking out under the fusion of the world. With a hard move, launch infinite Tsukuyomi to seize the power of this world and add the sacred tree. The only remaining right hand swiped at the illusory and solid moon eye, and a huge crack appeared in front of the moon eye. At this time, the entire sky seemed to have opened eyes all the time. The same blood moon as Sharingan appeared from the black crack. Strange power flooded in, violent and swift, silent and silent. Looking at the sky and opening his eyes, the feeling of great horror immediately rose from everyone's hearts. What is this long-haired woman going to do? Everyone in the sailing world has a bad premonition. Look terrified. She is going to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. It can't be killed. Come on, I will tell you how to seal it. Sage of Six Paths suddenly became anxious behind. This person can suppress the mother's power, but this can't kill her. Seeing the terrifying sword intent on Sha Tien's body rose to the sky again, shouted. Can't kill. That's just not enough power. There are no unkillable creatures in all the world. Sha Tian glanced horizontally at Sage of Six Paths, and didn't respond. The first generation ghost in his hand started to tremble violently. The invincible sword will finally take shape. The surging of the fusion of sword intents turned out to be unbearable for the supreme knife first generation ghost Toru. The silk thread on the handle has completely collapsed, and the pale golden Conqueror's Haki and the knife intent are like fluids wrapping Sha Tian's arm and the demon knife. The terrifying vision broke out completely when Sha Tian confronted Otsutsuki Kaguya. Do you still want infinite Tsukuyomi? Try this first. 5 styles. Killing immortals. Having lost both legs and left hand, Otsutsuki Kaguya opened the forehead of the reincarnation Sharingan, echoing the horrible blood moon in the cracks in the open space above the sky. Soon, you can start it directly. Noting that Sha Tian wielded the knife, Otsutsuki Kaguya's expression was distorted, desperately using the power of Samsara Sharingan. Although Sha Tian's knife seemed inconspicuous under one cut. But after it was cut out, a golden slash formed a half arc and silently cut towards Otsutsuki Kaguya. As we advance, there are Sha Tian's terrifying 5-style invincible sword intent and Haki, and even the power of yin and yang to escape. The speed is faster, and the slash is still getting bigger and bigger. Kaguya facing the sky and the ordinary gap in space with his eyes opened, the airflow brought along the way was compressed on the semicircular knife gas, forming a white trail. The space is directly opened, revealing a piece of Hokage's world. Thunder and lightning, flames all appeared one after another in the opened cracks, and the surging big hand sea seemed to be suppressed by a terrifying force, and it instantly calmed down. Launch infinite Tsukuyomi to gain the power of this world. Otsutsuki Kaguya saw that the speed was reaching the ultimate limit, and then the power of the world was aroused, and even the fusion of the two worlds accelerated the slash. His eyes showed weakness. The moon eye behind him is bursting with power, like a storm to resist Sha Tian's slash. And Kaguya was completely shocked by Sha Tian's invincible knife intent at this time, and even his mind was suppressed, unable to move the slightest, only thinking was turning. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Sha Tian, who stood proudly in the void, lowered the knife in his hand. Invincible slash across the space. Otsutsuki Kaguya with a gloomy face and reincarnation Sharingan. Such a terrifying, godlike guy is not Sha Tian's opponent. Advertisement. Yim slumped directly on the ground, his mind stuck, and his whole body was stunned. Feeling the vibration of the space, and the expression of Otsutsuki Kaguya, you know. I lost. The golden half-circle slash cut directly through Kaguya's body, and slashed directly towards the moon eye behind the crack. Along the way, everything was suppressed. Only the cracks in the space that were drawn are like tears in the fusion. The two worlds merge directly and violently. Half of the sacred tree has entered the world of sailing. Even Sasuke and Naruto, who were shocked and stunned, can step closer to the world. And this moment, Sha Tian's slash also directly passed through the eyes of the moon, and disappeared in the boundless darkness of nothingness. Yui. Otsutsuki Kaguya can move his body at this moment, but his body is divided into two. White eyes looked at Chakra's Sage of Six Paths. Suddenly, the two halves of the body burst out directly with dazzling golden light. The moon eye behind it also lit up with a golden light, under the eyes of everyone. A little bit of the sword intent after being slashed by Sha Tian turned into nothingness. And all the existence of Otsutsuki Kaguya was destroyed and dissipated under Sha Tian's invincible sword intent, even the mark of life and soul were completely dissipated. In the end, the two halves turned into white spheres and reunited together to form a human form. Uchiha Madara. Mother. Sage of Six Paths Yui watched Kaguya finally turned into nothingness. With a sad look, the eyes that looked at Sha Tian couldn't help being in awe. The strong man who can kill his mother with one sword is no less than a true god. Sasuke, Naruto and others watched the death of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and they were shocked. However, Uchiha Madara is not dead, and the infinite Tsukuyomi in his own world continues even if the moon eye has been destroyed. The 9-tailed beasts are still in Madara's body. At this time, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes with a painful expression on his face. The 9-tailed beasts on their bodies directly broke free of their restraints, and one by one emerged from Uchiha Madara's body, becoming a group of colorful lights floating on the hands of Sage of Six Paths Yuya. Uchiha Madara also degenerates into the original state of the human body, panting heavily, looking at Sha Tian who was standing in the air, full of horror. The whole process of the battle just now Madara was suppressed in the body, but it was also clear. Not to mention Otsutsuki Kaguya, even chakra that integrates the entire world is not the enemy of Sha Tian. Similarly, on the illusory and solid projection of the world, the sacred tree began to wither, and the wrapped people fell down one by one. Sasuke and Naruto, little Sakura and Kakashi all acted and awakened the ninja army who had been hit by infinite Tsukuyomi. 1, 2, 3. Until everyone started to wake up. What's going on? The sky. In the ninja army, the waking people looked at the projection of the sky and ocean world in horror. Sasuke and Naruto also began to talk to everyone about what happened after infinite Tsukuyomi. Good promise. Uchiha Madara's project Tsuki no Mi is actually Black Zetsu's plan to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya and use Uchiha Madara's set. And the turning point of all this is that Uchiha Madara opened Infinite Tsukuyomi, crossed the world channel and was defeated by the strongest of another world, and finally Otsutsuki Kaguya also appeared and was killed by the strongest, Moon Eye destroyed, the tail beast broke free, the sacred tree withered. However, the two worlds are about to be merged together. The world is in harmony. What a terrifying thing is this, and the strongest. There are worries hidden in Wang's heart. Although the world is saved, after the world is merged, what will happen to the people in their world under the breath of the strongest? Different from the way of thinking of the superior. Everyone was shocked by what Sasuke and Naruto had narrated. Listening carefully. In the nautical world, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Garp, Sengoku, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others all fell on the broken island and surrounded the desperate Im. Everyone's eyes looked at Yim with hatred and anger. Yim still didn't feel it, his mind was confused, and he didn't care about other gazes at all. On the live screen, the angle of view has also changed to a small island. A pirate spotted the live bug on a warship and was seriously explaining what happened to people from all over the world. Both worlds started various actions after the war. In the sky, Sage of Six Paths with 9 light groups floating in his hands looked at Sha Tian in awe. Sha Tian still stands in place, the demon sword in his hand has been shattered inch by inch. But Sha Tian closed his eyes and was immersed in the system space. Congratulations, host killed Otsutsuki Kaguya, an expert in another world, absolutely, saved the two worlds and won the rewards of the system from the world. Chapter 156. All of the current abilities and skills of the host have entered a new realm, the awakening stage. This realm belongs to the special stage after the opening of the 10,000 realms. After reaching 100%, there will be surprises. After the prompt of the system lights up, Sha Tian's body undergoes a brand new change. In the void cracks of the fusion world, there is an indescribable force that continuously floods into Sha Tian's body. Dark blue, dark gold, dark red. Various dark colors continue to form spirals from the cracks to Sha Tian. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the vision on Sha Tian's body. This is it truly a god? Even if the special Sage of Six Paths already exists, they can't imagine how terrifying the terrifying power that merges into Sha Tian's body from the void. Full of shocking color. How is this different from the scene of true godhood? The people on the lower islands also intuitively felt the energy that continuously poured into Sha Tian's body in the void. The eyes are staring out one after another. Sha Tian, this guy is going to truly become a god. Shiki retreated again and again with a shocked expression on his face. The others are not much better. Even the eyes of Yimu Wuxian looked at Sha Tian in the sky, and he was terrified again. It is completely impossible to think of the death of the sword god Sha Tian. These powerhouses in other worlds were more terrifying than those they had brought hundreds of years ago, and they were all defeated by Sha Tian. And now, Sha Tian is still improving after the war. Monster genius, what did he realize? In another world of fusion, the ninja army and Sasuke Naruto were also attracted by the energy of the void. That's the strongest one. This is too exaggerated and terrifying. He is so strong, can he become stronger again? A sound of discussion sounded. Naruto and Sasuke also watched in cold sweat. The energy in the void was drawn by the system and replenished into Sha Tian's body. Advertisement. In a short while, Sha Tian completed the evolution of the entire advanced special awakening stage. The whole body and power are completely different from the past. If you are facing Otsutsuki Kaguya now, I am afraid that you don't need to use the invincible sword intent, just a flat slash, Kaguya will be destroyed. Just when Sha Tian was excited. The system prompts, but it is not over yet. The advancement of the awakened body is completed, and the specific skills can be checked by the host. Random rewards host god level skills, Widao. Round revolving heaven health technique. It can resurrect anyone in these two worlds. It is a system enhanced version with no cost and no restrictions. Random rewards host special skills. Absolute contract. The contract signing cannot betray the host, but it can restrict the evil people as the battle power to guard the world. Random reward host skill pack. There are 10 powerful skills in it, which can help the host improve its combat power. The rewards have been distributed, and more worlds are approaching. Please be prepared to resist the 10,000 worlds. Sha Tian couldn't help but froze while looking at the system prompts that were lit one after another. System. After all, 10,000 realms really have 10,000 worlds approaching. Sha Tian couldn't help crying or laughing in her heart, and she started to see the rewards and she was very pleasantly surprised. Then he reacted. The brainstorming of the system has rewarded a lot, and the invasion of the 10,000 worlds is indeed very powerful. It seems that you have to integrate the combat power after the two worlds merge, lest you are killed by the people of 10,000 worlds before you have time. Sha Tian thought to herself, this is not a joke, she is extremely powerful now, but the world is so big, if a Dragon Ball sneaks in with the power of the ceiling of the universe, people in both worlds will not be finished. Thinking about it, Sha Tian directly opened the bonus skill pack. Learn the abilities in the skill pack and get Sage Mode, Complete Wood Style, Wind Style, Fire Style, Water Style, Dust Escape, Lightning Style, 6 Paths Mode, 8 Inner Gates. With a bunch of skills in the Hokage world, his physical strength has risen a little again. Sha Tian took a look, some of them still have powerful power, such as Sage Mode and 6 Paths Mode. The yin and yang escape that I have learned is only the power of yang and the power of yin. It is now more comprehensive. It's a pity that the skills of these Hokage worlds are rewarded later, otherwise it is really a skill of the awakening stage of the 10,000 worlds, it is not more invincible. But even without the combat power of the Haki system, you can fight Otsutsuki Yoruichi without pressure. Opened the system panel again, Shaen glanced roughly because of too many skills on his body. Advertisement. The most interesting thing is that the life that has entered the awakening stage is returned to the profound meaning. The breath is connected. It has the effect of enhancing the strength of the connected ones. Shaen laughed. This is very practical, just can be used to enhance the strength of the people in Pirate World. After all, different world dimensions have different combat effectiveness. Enhancing everyone's strength still has great significance. After checking the harvest, Shaen took a deep breath and glanced at the world boundary wall still merging with the ninja army on the opposite side. Landed on the island below. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh and others all looked at Shaen with excitement. Marines such as Garp, Kong, Sengoku, and 5 Admiral all looked complicated. Kaido, Big Mom, Revolutionary Army Cadres, Monkey D. Dragon, Doflamingo, Mahawk, 3 Plagues, 3 Generals, the red-haired Shanks, the Vinsmoke family, and even some Marines admired and looked in awe. Shaen. The sword god Shaen is their hero. Yim, the traitor of the whole world, opened the world channel, and almost plunged the whole world into terror. Fortunately, it was finally stopped by Shaen. I know you have a lot of compliments. If you admire, I will slowly enjoy it at the banquet. Shaen joked and laughed to everyone, and aroused everyone's smile. Now I have something to discuss with everyone. Now the world channel is completely opened, and even that world is still merging with our world. Of course, it is more than that. The consequence of opening the world channel is that there will be a steady stream of outside invaders coming in. Shaen pointed to the world projection on the sky, and said solemnly to everyone. Stop between the pirate and marine, we are going to look beyond the world. Shaen's words caused a commotion in everyone. There will be people from outside constantly invading. I just saw the power of a stranger, and everyone felt heart palpitations. Of course, not all the people who come are not good people, but it is certain that they will come in, most of them are invaders. Another point is that the world that is now integrated will also become a part of our world. Shaen's words were very confusing, but the meaning was expressed to everyone. I'll talk about the next thing later, there is one thing I want to do first. Without waiting for everyone to speak, a smile appeared on Shaen's face, and a mark was formed on his hand. Round Revolving Heaven Technique. Chapter 157. Newgate, Shiki, Garp and others all watched Shaen form a strange posture on his hands. One after another intently, wondering what important thing Shaen has to do first. What can be done like this? Surrounded in the middle, who looked at Shaen's whole body stiff and dared not move, also had a cold sweat on his face. At this time, accompanied by Shaen's words. Round Revolving Heaven Technique. A strange power radiated directly from Shaen's hands. Everyone felt it and swallowed nervously. Sword God Shaen is going to do. Could it be that the knife is broken, and you want to summon a knife? Shaen, who started the Revolving Heaven Technique, grinned. Another imprint was formed on his hand, and he slapped it on the ground. Summoning Technique. With a sound, black lines spread on the ground in front of Shaen, and then white smoke emerged. In the smoke, 3 figures were faintly visible there. Everyone looked nervously, and when the smoke dissipated, hell expressions appeared one after another. Roger. Captain Rocks. This is the beginning, Joey boy. Everyone was astonished, and couldn't think that it was these 3 that Shaen summoned, but weren't these 3 corpses? No. Not the same. At this time, Pluton Rayleigh and others saw it. The 3 of them didn't feel any weirdness or wounds, and their hands and feet were sound. As the 3 of them opened their eyes and revealed vivid eyes, everyone understood that these are the 3 living legends. Garp, Sengoku, Rayleigh. Roger looked around a little dazedly, looking at the old men with white hair, and couldn't help being startled. Waking up in the endless darkness, he could still see these old people. You are all dead. Roger suddenly laughed. Rayleigh punched Roger directly with tears in his eyes. You are resurrected. Roger. Resurrection. Then you. Roger froze for a moment, looking at Garp and other Marines, Newgate, Shiki, and he couldn't believe it, it was in chaos. And Shaen glanced at Roger and walked in front of Rocks. Newgate, Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others all stood behind Shaen, with smiles and hidden shocks on their faces. Rocks opened his eyes, looked in front of him, listened to the surroundings, his head was still a little confused. Captain Rocks, welcome back to this world. Shaen smiled, and said to Rocks. Shaen, you are also dead. No, Newgate, Shiki and Kaido what is going on? Rocks was a little confused and shook his head. Including the giant Joey Boye around him was confused. At this time, Roger was also pulled over by Rayleigh. You were resurrected by the resurrection skills I learned. Shaen pointed to the projection that occupies the sky behind him, and said with a smile. After that, Shiki, Kaido and others took Shaen's words and began to talk about everything after the death of the 3 of them. For a long time, Roger and Rocks, as well as the talent known as Joey Boyd, fully understood. Extremely shocked, looked at Sha Tian with a smile on his face in surprise. It turns out that something terrible happened. The Rocks Three exclaimed in shock. Sha Tian has completely broken through the limits of this world. From the beginning of defeating Yimu, the opening of the world channel, the two worlds merged, to defeating the powerful Uchiha Madara in the world, and beheading the godlike Kaguya. In other words, you brought us back to life, to protect our world. Joey Boye also understood at this time, and said in a low voice. Sha Tian smiled and nodded. People who were born and raised in this world have a responsibility. By the way, Captain Rocks, this guy will leave it to you. Sha Tian directly kicked Yimu, who dared to turn his eyes to Rocks. Yimu's injury that had just recovered not long was dying by Sha Tian's kick. The black hand behind the celestial dragons for 800 years. Rocks smiled, grinning terribly. He killed me with despicable means back then. Joey Boye also looked murderous when facing Im. Everything in the Great Kingdom was planned and destroyed by this Yim, even at the expense of the incalculable people. Advertisement. No, this person is mine. Rocks glanced at Sha Tian gratefully, and began to torture Yim directly in front of everyone. Although the screen was bloody and terrifying, everyone did not speak, thinking that it would be light for Yim to be tortured and killed by Rocks like this. Roger took a look, no longer interested, but walked up to Joey Boy with a complicated look. You were a pirate before, Joey Boy, the ultimate island, I'm here. Roger looked at Joey Boy with bright eyes. Everything left by the ultimate island was made by this Joey Boy. You actually arrived. Joey Boye was also attracted by Roger's words, with a look of excitement. The two began a conversation that surprised everyone. The secrets of the World D family. The hidden truth of the world government, ancient weapon, the Great Kingdom. The war 800 years ago was also unfolded in front of everyone. It's just that these things seem a little insignificant to everyone. Sha Tian didn't worry, until Yimu was tortured to death and couldn't die again, and everyone slowed down before starting the proposal. I want to improve the strength of all of you in an all-round way. Sha Tian solemnly said to everyone. Garp, Roger and others came back to God. Everyone on the island also agreed. Sha Tian let everyone release their own aura, don't resist your own aura of connecting everyone. In this way, a big upgrade for all employees started like this. Linked to the breath, Sha Tian couldn't help but sweat a little, and besides the people of the three calamities level, there are at least more than 200,000 people. Most of Marine, Pirates, Revolutionary Army. But it was just hard work. Sha Tian directly activated the life secret and breath link technique, and began to use his own Haki as the basis, inspiring the growth of Haki in everyone's body. After a long time, everyone felt their own power and looked unbelievable. And after such a huge project, Sha Tian's expression showed a wry smile. Almost ashamed. But at this time, it didn't wait for everyone to fully feel their own strength. The whole world is shaking. Thunder billowed in the sky. A huge continent suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The magnificent waves were suppressed by Sha Tian casually. Everyone looked solemnly at the sea where the continent with the remains of the sacred tree merged into their own world. The chain reaction brought by the fusion has also swept the entire sailing world. One body after another also appeared on the mainland. Sasuke and Naruto were the first to appear and were sent by the world of fusion. Subsequently, the figures of the ninja army appeared one after another. Even the Hokage of the past dynasties has not completely disappeared in the world, but the magnificent power of fusion has been temporarily transmitted to the world of navigation. Everyone is making psychological preparations, but until the breath of the two worlds is completely blended, they can't help but feel shocked. Everyone understands that people from different worlds get together, and there are many problems in it. In this way, until the mainland calmed down, Hokage, Naruto and Sasuke, the current Gokage and others, and the ninja coalition all walked on the surface of the sea and approached. Sage of Six Paths held the tail beast light ball, sighed and leaned in. Behind Sha Tian, hundreds of thousands of people, including Rocks, Roger, Rayleigh, Garp, showed strange colors, and they were also on guard. Who knows what will happen to people in another world? Sha Tian looked at the ninjas approaching indifferently, already knew in his heart, walked over first, stood in the void. Uchiha Madara still stayed in place and didn't dare to run away nor dared to lean over. Just when he was embarrassed, he was caught by Sha Tian in the air. The ninjas are also nervous, after all, this is the real strongest of the two worlds. Even if everyone goes together, I am afraid they are not opponents. Even the proud Sasuke lowered his head. Uchiha Madara, who was pulled down, also fell in front of first Hokage Hashirama. Hashirama, my vision is still too narrow, outside the world, there are more worlds. Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama, who was also an enemy and friend of the past, and couldn't help sighing. Today's self is nothing but a prisoner in Sha Tian's hands. The ninjas looked at Uchiha Madara with hatred, and all of this was caused by Madara. Hashirama was also speechless for a long time, looking at Sha Tian walking slowly from the sky. The ninjas still swallowed nervously. People from both worlds are here. Sha Tian showed a smile and looked at the people in the Hokage world. The ninjas also saw the friendly Sha Tian. Advertisement. We have all seen the power of your excellency, and now the two worlds merge. There are many problems in it. Dare to ask your excellency what will happen to our village. Hashirama, known as the god of ninjas, stepped forward and asked respectfully. It won't be much. After the fusion, it will be brought into the ocean like this continent, but it won't be a whole continent like before. Find flowers. Sha Tien glanced at Hashirama, and replied faintly. When these words were said, Whitebeard Newgate, Garp and others were shocked. In other words, the world has not expanded, the land and population have increased so much. Sengoku couldn't help but change color. This is no small problem. People in the two worlds cannot avoid conflicts. In case of intensification, peaceful coexistence, if there is no peace, there will be war. Of course, pirates, marines, and you ninjas, the sea is big enough for everyone to accept each other, and the rule of celestial dragons is about to die. Talk. Sha Tien said here, facing everyone with a serious expression. There are many other worlds outside of the world, and you all know that, now they are all from one world. The invasion of the 10,000 realms will come soon. I don't want to see infighting. People from one world will resist foreign enemies together. Sha Tien's words are very solemn, meaning in one sentence. Everyone is working together to fight the invasion of the 10,000 worlds, whoever makes small moves will die. Of course, this is what we should do. Mutual acceptance is the foundation, and the common defense against foreign enemies is the catalyst for acceptance. Leaders such as Hashirama have expressed their positions. The ninja army behind him naturally understood the current situation, and they all agreed. Besides accepting, there is no better way. Whitebeard Newgate, Sengoku, Monkey D. Dragon and others also nodded solemnly. At this time, Uchiha Madara, who had been militant all his life, looked gloomy. 10,000 realms, how many powerhouses there will be, I don't know if there are people stronger than you, but unfortunately I don't have a chance. Madara knew very well that what she was doing might not be accepted, and her body had reached its limit, she was about to die, she couldn't help feeling depressed. He who died was not afraid of death, but the magnificent 10,000 realms himself couldn't see it. Who says you have no chance? Surrender to me, I can give you a chance to resurrect after atonement. Sha Tien looked at Uchiha Madara at this time. This guy is also one of the top combat powers, not as gloomy and weird as Yim, and he doesn't do anything evil. There is not much problem in staying. Resurrection. Hashirama and the ninja army behind him were both stunned. This man can do this kind of technique. Seeing Madara's unwillingness to succumb to others. Sha Tien laughed. Among the 10,000 realms, there is a hand that picks the stars and moves the moon, and there are many existences that kill 10 tails in one blow. You don't want to see it. Follow me. Don't want to see how invincible Sha Tien is in the 10,000 realms.
The aura on Sha Tien's body rose suddenly, and his eyes looked at Uchiha Madara and said. It's just surrender. I am willing to join your subordinates. Madara's face was uncertain, and finally figured it out and agreed.
Then you go to die first. Sha Tien threw Madara in front of the ninja army such as Sasuke and Naruto. To vent your anger and take advantage of it now, he will be mine after the resurrection. Sha Tien's tone is very plain, and there is no doubt about it. Everyone in the ninja army understands that even if Sha Tien doesn't allow it, no one can do anything. His eyes flashed with murderous aura, and they stepped forward and moved their hands to Madara. Madara didn't say a word, anyway, she was going to die. After one person made a move, Madara died directly. Can't bear the discomfort of being killed by the weak. And the faces of Hashirama and others who knew that Sha Tien could be resurrected were also struggling. Finally, Hashirama took his younger brother Tobarama to Sha Tien. Kneeled down. I implore the Lord Sha Tien to resurrect us, so that we can contribute to the village and the world. I am also willing to surrender, as long as we don't do things that hurt the world and reason. The Hashirama brothers said seriously. Third generation, fourth generation also knelt down one after another, indicating that it is the same as first generation. The people of the ninja army couldn't help being shocked and stunned. Even a strong man like Hokage surrendered to the strongest. Newgate, Roger, Rox and others behind Sha Tien also smiled. Yes, you guys, including Madara, are enough to sign a contract. Sha Tien looked at them carefully and nodded. No one has resurrected himself, as long as he surrenders himself and resists the 10,000 realms. What's more, the combat effectiveness of Hokage in the past generations is still good. Hashirama is not weaker than Madara's existence. A hand-drawn and absolute contract in the air. Then launched the round of revolving heaven technique. The two brothers Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, fourth generation Namikaze Minato were directly resurrected by Sha Tien. At the same time, after they saw the content of the contract, the breath of life and blood were also integrated into the absolute contract. So far, the integration of the two worlds has completed the first step. Wide. Chapter 158. The live broadcast was disconnected as early as when the two worlds were completely integrated. Above the sea, some fragmented land appeared one after another, like islands after another. The appearance of these small islands has raised the water level of the entire sailing world, and the climate has become unstable. Fortunately, the fusion of the two worlds has gradually become balanced, and everything tends to stabilize. Sha Tien determined the unified standard of the two worlds against the 10,000 worlds in front of everyone. And said the following things will be discussed later. Everyone also officially began to understand each other and understand the civilization and power system of the two worlds. A large-scale friend-making scene appeared. People in the ninja world are also curious about people in the nautical world. Haki, devil fruit ability. There are people who are very tall. For example, the man with a white beard is more than 6 meters tall, and the giant Joey boy. Newgate. Garp and others are also very curious about the chakra and ninjutsu in the Hokage world. After knowing that they are a group of ninjas, their eyes are bright, pulling Senju Hashirama and others just to ask. And at this time, suddenly, a Marine Vice Admiral rushed down after receiving the call worm from the warship and ran to Sengoku and other Marine powerhouses. Marshal Sengoku, riots have begun at sea. Vice Admiral reported aloud in a bit anxious manner. What's wrong? Don't worry, just say it. Marshal Sengoku said with a serious expression. Riot at sea. The others stopped their voices one after another and looked at Sengoku's side. Marine branches all over the world have sent for help. Some people like Otherworld have appeared in various places one after another, and the masters stationed in the branches are fighting them. Vice Admiral stood in front of Sengoku and told the news that he had just received. In addition to the fighting in the branch, some large countries and powerful countries have joined forces with small countries that have also begun to take advantage of the situation. Could it be our people who appeared all over the world? Naruto reacted first and spoke. No, the enemies are strangely shaped humanoid creatures, not like people in your ninja world. Vice Admiral said solemnly. Sengoku hasn't waited for Sengoku to speak at this time. Advertisement. Some pirates also ran over and reported to Shaen. Those big powers have joined forces and are starting a melee, including the pirates. Territory will be affected. It seems that people from other worlds have come in. Shaen understood it as soon as he heard it, except that the great kingdoms took advantage of the situation to compete. People who did not know what world also came in, and they were able to fight the Marine branch without a sudden attack, indicating that they were not strong. We can't ignore it. The naval headquarters fighters are ready to set sail, and the major vice admiral will lead each branch to assist. Sengoku discussed a few words with Kong and others, took a look at Shaen, and after obtaining the tacit approval, immediately ordered the Marine soldiers. Elites from all over the world are here. At this time, the team led by Vice Admiral is enough to support. When the ninjas saw that they were about to set sail, Gaara and other Gokage also said that the ninja army could help. This also means friendly and helpful. After all, it's some otherworld people, it can be safer with the help of ninjas. Shaen thought, turned his head and said to Sengoku and others. This group of ninjas don't have any thoughts now, and it is a powerful help to help resist otherworld. When Shaen spoke, Sengoku and the others also nodded, and immediately arranged it. Soon, hundreds of thousands of marine soldiers, led by dozens of vice admiral, drove away hundreds of warships and set sail. The boat also carried a ninja squad consisting of 5 villages. Shaen doesn't matter. No matter what mind these ninjas have, they can suppress everything as long as they are still there. At the same time, the pirates also began to arrange people to go to important locations on the Grand Line. Those kingdoms wanting to seize the regime ruled by celestial dragons are a bit whimsical. Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Doflamingo have arranged everything they are doing. Marco, Beasta, and other captains led the squad and fleet to set off. The 3 generals, Katakuri and other ministers, and Perispero and other ministers also led their men back to the nations to garrison. The 3 plagues Jack, King, Quinn and the 6 volleys also led the Beast army to the territory near Wano-kuni. An army of ninjas also followed on board. Not only to prevent things from happening in those kingdoms, but also to prevent people from otherworld from appearing in other places. Shiki bit his cigar, exhaled a deep mouth, and said solemnly. Shaen also nodded. Now this kind of network is good. Those who are left here are strong, and one party can go straight to it if they are in trouble. In this way, you will not be afraid of chaos everywhere. Roger, Rox, Garp, Sengoku and others also nodded. Advertisement. In this situation, let's talk about what marine pirates are not appropriate. It is the right thing to work together to fight the invasion of the 10,000 worlds. Everyone's boat has just left for less than half an hour. Unexpected. In the sky soon after stabilizing, suddenly the air surging, thunder and lightning everywhere. Everyone couldn't help but stared at the air. A black line appeared silently in the thunder and lightning. Almost soon, the area of thunder and lightning is getting bigger and bigger. Coming. Shaen looked at the sky about to open the black space crack and said. I don't know what kind of people from the world came over this time. The black crack opened. A black robe couldn't see his hands and feet, and a creature with a Whitebeard mask on his head went straight through the crack and rushed down to everyone. With a breath of resentment. Shaen couldn't help but startled. This look is the image of Manos Grande Jillian in Shinigami. It seems that this amazing world has appeared so soon. At this time, Garp next to him banged off and smashed the ground, and his whole body flew directly into the sky like a cannonball, facing this Manos Grande directly with a violent Haki wrapped in his fist. With a bang, Manos Grande was directly punched. Hashirama and the others couldn't help but slap their tongues. This black strange creature looked not weak, but it was blown by this Garp directly. Watching Garp fall back to the island, Shaen is still expressionless. At this moment, a boundless desert projection appeared on the space crack. The pupils of everyone's eyes shrank, and their complexion changed. In the crack, a guy with blue hair and white body came down with a large group of the black strange creatures just now, and stood in the air with a grinning smile on his face. Espada, someone will show up too. Sha Tian turned his head and looked at the other side of the world projection. Under the thunder and lightning, a black crack appeared again. A brown-haired, white-clothed, seemingly elegant man appeared behind the crack with a large group of strange-looking people, and looked straight at everyone. Aizen Sosuke. Chapter 159. With the projection of the world above the sky and the gradually cracking space channel, the dense army of Aizen suddenly appeared, which really shocked Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others. They watched with solemn eyes. Is this another world to be integrated in? Garp, Sengoku and other Marines' eyes were gloomy, and his heart trembled. Internal and external troubles, the integration of one world has just ended, and another world is projected over again. This time it's a little bit different. The ninja world belongs to the fusion of land directly, and now this is like a fusion of two wooden boards connected together. Sha Tian looked at the space crack and Aizen army, narrowed his eyes and said. The difference is here. The Shinigami world belongs to a multi-layered world composed of multiple worlds such as the present world and the virtual world. 10,000 realms, it's impossible for Yim's Jade Key to change like this. I'm afraid there will be a systematic influence here. It's a perfect, fresh world. Aizen Sosuke looked at the vast ocean world behind the space barrier and took a deep breath, as if he could breathe the opposite air. His eyes looked at Newgate, Roger and Rox and other people in the pirate world, and he looked at the people in the ninja world. When he saw the figure of Sha Tian, his eyes couldn't help but flashed solemnly. The others are average, but this young man with his arms, very strong. Suddenly the distance between the two worlds was shortened, which really surprised me. This is world fusion. Hey, I want it here. Aizen Sosuke had a happy face, and after seeing the world fusion with his own observation, he slowly said to the most powerful Sha Tian. Yes, the world is merging, you are just projecting it now, and the space barrier has just been connected. Sha Tian didn't cover up anything, looked at Aizen Sosuke and said. This guy is so welcome, he came up and said that he wanted to take the world. Then I can't let it go. A gleam of light flashed in Aizen Sosuke's eyes. The seizure of this kind of world will definitely bring unimaginable benefits to oneself. With this complete world in front of him, it will soon be integrated, and it doesn't matter in this world. Thinking about it, Aizen lifted his leg and wanted to walk through the cracks in the space, but was stopped by the force of the strong space. Break it. Aizen Sosuke was surprised, and immediately burst out from his body. Ryutsu slashed it over. Advertisement. The Espada and the army behind them all used powerful Ryutsu attacks to attack the past. However, after the attack was over, the boundary wall swayed, and Espada and some of the legions teleported over. Aizen still stayed in place. First solve them who seem to be good people, and leave that to me. Aizen couldn't help but frowned. It seems that the current channel strength is not enough, it seems that it can only pass randomly. The Espada that had been teleported brought a huge army directly through the boundary wall, standing densely in the sky above the ocean. Looking at the strange-shaped legion coming from the sky. Roger, Rox, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Rayleigh all waited immediately, their faces heavy. These terrifying and eerie guys, especially the 10 leading ones, have a very powerful aura. On the contrary, Sha Tian stood in front of the crowd and still looked indifferent. The strength of the opened boundary is not enough. It seems that Aizen Sosuke can't get through. Sha Tian looked at Aizen Sosuke but couldn't rush forward, curling up the corners of his mouth and secretly laughing. At this time, Aizen Sosuke's voice came over again. Don't say that we have too many bullies and less people, I will give 10, you give 10, how about playing 10 games? Aizen Sosuke's voice is very gentle, but the greed for this world in his eyes is unabashedly displayed, and he speaks directly to Sha Tian. Regarding Aizen Sosuke's declaration of war, Sha Tian looked back at the people behind him. After entering the body with various abilities and their own void power, they are not completely familiar and stable. It would be good to let them fight against people in the Shinigami world first. After all, there will be more powerhouses in the world behind. Sha Tian thought secretly in her heart, turned her head and looked at Newgate, Roger and others behind her. No problem, then fight with them first. Roger looked at the Manos Grande Legion in the sky and said with a look of Haki. People like Whitebeard Newgate and Rayleigh also nodded. In the face of these invasions of Otherworld, you can't always let you go personally. Golden Lion Shiki also seriously said to Sha Tian. Garp, Sengoku, Kong, and 5 Admiral nodded in agreement. Let go and fight. Although they are strong in the world, we are not bad either. Advertisement. Sha Tian nodded, and said to everyone with a smile. What is the most important thing in the face of the invasion of 10,000 realm powerhouses? Strength and intent to fight. At first glance, the pirates and marines were not scared by the 10,000 worlds. Aizen Sosuke's army was frightened. Instead, they wanted to protect the world with full fighting spirit. This is a good start. What's more, at this time, I have gained a whole new realm, the stage of awakening of the 10,000 realms. Through the attributes connected with breath, it can even directly enhance the power of everyone in this world. Not to mention that the dimension on the opposite side is a little higher, even if it is as high as the cosmic level, as long as you are there, it is completely worthwhile. Your proposal is very interesting, then play as you say. Sha Tian looked at Aizen Sosuke with a playful look. This guy is extremely confident in his own strength, and his eyes, I am afraid that he wants to leave himself to his own solution. Yamamoto Genyanajisai Shigekuni. Sha Tian suddenly discovered that there is a small rule in it. It seems that the position of the passage of the strong in each world after the world projection will be near this Marineford. Moreover, a group of Soul Society also appeared in front of the projection where the world was about to be connected. Aizen Sosuke stood behind the space barrier and gave a faint order. The Hokage world, the virtual world of the Shinigami world and the Soul Society are the same. Sha Tian couldn't help but froze, watching the Shinigami First Generation Guardian Team captain appearing on the projection, as well as the various teams and their captains under his command. Among a large group of people, Sha Tian even saw Kurosaki Ichigo among them. Only those who are not strong will be scattered all over the world. And the arrival of the top powerhouse will appear here. Yami, you go first. The projected scene is the familiar Soul Society. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Suddenly, a projection of a scene that did not belong to the desert-covered part of the sky and appeared. Aizen Sosuke frowned when he saw the projected world. In Espada, a muscular body is huge, the mask behind a rancor on the chin is there, and the number 10 Peugeot is very eye-catching on the left shoulder. Yami, who represented anger, flew forward and looked provocatively at the people in Pirate World on the island. Suddenly, Sha Tian and Roger on the island and other people in the Pirate World and the Ninja Army in the Hokage world were all attracted attention. Chapter 160. If this is the case, wouldn't it be better to build an arena and 10,000 world palace directly here? Sha Tian smiled, causing Roger, Rox and others to look sideways. A group of people appeared in the sky, and they looked no weaker than these people wearing skeletal masks. At this time, Sha Tian smiled happily when seeing them appear. Sha Tian, what plans do you have? Rox couldn't help but asked. That's not a plan. The strongest group of people from these different worlds seems to appear in this sea area. Let's build a palace of the 10,000 realms directly here. How about the 10,000 realms arena? The thoughts in Sha Tian's heart didn't conceal it, and he directly said to everyone. 10,000 realms arena. Everyone couldn't help being startled at Sha Tian's thoughts. It's so arrogant to put on a ring to build a palace. But when you think about it carefully, it seems that those worlds will border on this way. If this is the entrance and exit, it would be nice to build a palace generously. At least it can deter some enemies, and even hang the record here. It seems good to get a floating Marineford. Golden Lion Shiki shook his hand and also smiled. This kind of scene is my favorite. When the others heard it, they nodded. This kind of thinking is indeed possible. Even Hashirama, Naruto and other ninjas showed interest when they heard it. To be famous, it's not all famous in 10,000 realms. When you finish playing, get it up. Sha Tian pointed to Espada and said to everyone. As for losing and giving in, how is it possible to have oneself here? With the current strength, at least the strength of the Super Saiyan dimension can come to a battle. After speaking, everyone's attention was once again attracted by the Gote 13 and Kurosaki Ichigo projected from the sky. These people are also very strong. Rox watched Yamamoto Motoyanajisai Shigekuni and the others could not help solemnly. Distinct world power, but feel the same oppressive force. Advertisement. They seem to belong to the same world, but their auras are completely different. Newgate, Roger Garp and others, as well as Naruto, Sasuke and other ninjas all looked at the two in the sky in surprise. Sha Tian didn't explain, and looked at everyone. And the sky started at the beginning. With a cross-shaped scar on the right side of the head, a silver white beard with a purple belt and a hanging waist, Yamamoto Genryusai, leaning on a wooden crutch, walked up to the projection boundary wall and looked at the ocean world behind the boundary wall in surprise. After living for so long, it was the first time to see the breadth of this great world. Behind him, all the captains, deputy captains, and a group of grassroots players Shinigami of Gote 13 were all present, and they were also very surprised to watch the scene before him. When they saw the scene of Hueco Mundo, on the opposite sky and the Aizen army below who had entered the opposite world, their complexions changed drastically. The captains such as Kyoraku Shunsui naturally knew that Aizen Sosuke was terrible, and the weapons in their hands couldn't help but tighten. The appearance of the jingling Garden Guardian team made Aizen Sosuke's heart dignified, but his face still looked gentle and peaceful. Your Soul Society will also be fused so soon. Aizen stared at Yamamoto Genryusai and said. One big world, two worlds, one after the other projected over to participate in the fusion. At first I thought that there would be no more spatial channels in my own big world. Aizen Sosuke. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the Aizen and Manos Grande army behind the boundary wall with a light squint, and then looked at the boundary wall where the projection and passage coexist in front of him. This is the integration of the big world. Not only Yamamoto saw it, but Kyoraku Shunsui, Shattered B, Odoribashi Rojiro, Katetsu Azane, Hiroko Shinji and other Guardian team captains also watched it. These guys who are familiar with the world space saw it at a glance. I can feel the completely different breadth of the world opposite. It's magnificent. It seems that it can make us stronger. Kurosaki Ichigo from a group of Shinigami couldn't help but speak in surprise. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why Pirate World will attract the powerhouses of the 10,000 worlds after opening the door to space. Even if you don't do anything, you will slowly become stronger under the aura of the rules of this world. There are many unimaginable benefits. For unknown reasons, the two worlds have begun to border and merge. Yamamoto Genryusai touched the goat's beard and said, then dignifiedly looked at Aizen Sosuke, who was still elegant. The rest of the Guardian team also saw Aizen Sosuke, and their expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing an enemy. This pervert guy has already taken the lead to take the world. When the two parties met, the hostility in their eyes was unclear. Immediately, in the 13th Gote, the captain of the 7th Division with sunglasses shot Teziman and tried to attack the past. Advertisement. Zanpakuto, which resembles a divination character, slashed directly in the air with a cloud of mist. And this attack was immediately blocked by the space boundary. Like a stone sinking into the sea, the powerful slashes only swayed a faint ripple on it. Diaresis with your strength, this kind of boundary that has not yet been connected cannot be opened. There was disdain in Aizen Sosuke's eyes. This made everyone in the Guardian team look ugly. This kind of boundary, even I can't force it to open. Yamamoto Genryusai reached out and touched it, and shook his head with Shinigami behind him. Can only wait. Our bills are settled slowly. I will take this world first, and then I will deal with you. Aizen Sosuke gave an inexplicable smile. I glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo, and then stopped paying attention to the Shinigami who couldn't get in. His eyes looked at Sha Tien on the projection again. Yamamoto and other team leaders saw Aizen Sosuke ignored them, and only then began to pay attention to Sha Tien, Roger, Roxgarp and others on the other world island. That young man. Very strong, very strong. Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes shrank, and he looked at Sha Tien who was watching quietly with his arms swinging, his face was cautious. Sure enough, a big world cannot be underestimated, a strong man who can give him this feeling, no Zhao Zhao can count it with one palm. The other team captains and Shinigami players also had a sense of oppression when they looked at Sha Tien, and they couldn't help being surprised. No wonder the strongest Shinigami and Yamamoto captain said they are very strong. They can feel shocked by an unbreakable space barrier. The breath of other people is not simple, some of them are also very strong, it seems that they are about to go to war with Aizen Sosuke's Arankar Espada. Hieraku Shunsui, Kurosaki Ichigo and others also understood things. It seems that the people of Aizen's army have just entered the opposite world, and are preparing to go to war with those people. We are waiting for the integration of the world and the opening of the boundary wall, let's watch the changes first. Yamamoto solemnly turned his head and said to everyone. There is no need to worry at this time, just let the person on the opposite world fight Aizen Sosuke first. At this time, Aizen looked at Sha Tien on the island and said. Don't worry about those Shinigami, shall we hit us first? Chapter 161. No. Espada stood in the air and looked at the people on the island below, disdainfully. Any one of you can go first, the ending will be the same, I will tear all of you to pieces. Yami of Espada fiddled with his fists and said arrogantly. In his words, he looked down upon the strong in this world. The other 9 blades couldn't help but laugh in the back. A-hole, dare to be so arrogant. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help it immediately, and became angry. They all said they wanted to beat him up first. In front of the people of 2 worlds, you can't lose in the first battle. I'll come first. Golden Lion Shiki agreed with the anger in his eyes, spit out the cigar from his mouth, floating on his feet and was about to fly to one of the espadas that had been prepared, Yami. Roger and Rox, Newgate, and Garp did not speak.
It's okay to get up from Shiki, after all, Shiki is also one of the legendary pirates. However, Sha Tien stretched out his hand and stopped Shiki first. After all, the opposite is not the same guy, you feel this first. Sha Tien held Shiki's head in the air and said with a smile, while still guiding. The breath on his body stretched straight to Shiki like a thread. This is to improve strength. Golden Lion Shiki laughed unexpectedly, and let go of his breath following Sha Tien's instructions. After the previous promotion, he could still achieve the promotion. It seems that Sha Tien has learned an incredible skill. Under the aura connection, Sha Tien directly used the ability. A golden light instantly lit up on Golden Lion Shiki. The strange power passed through. This improved ability is like a Daigo empowerment, and the Golden Lion Shiki's momentum bursts out, rapidly strengthening. The realm of the awakening of the 10,000 realms directly increased the power of Golden Lion Shiki's devil fruit and Haki. At the same time, it also gave part of the Haki traits, and the insight of a sword intent also passed along with Sha Tien's indoctrination. This is your dragon slashing? Feeling the soaring strength of his body, Golden Lion Shiki looked excited and excited. When Sha Tien's sword intent came over, the whole person looked at Sha Tien completely moved. This is the sword intent of the sword god. How powerful the sword intent of Sha Tien is now is unimaginable, and even slashing dragon definitely has terrifying power. Back then, I still owed you favor, you gave me the knife, and I gave you the knife. Advertisement. Sha Tien laughed, patted the Golden Lion Shiki on the shoulder, and then turned to look at Aizen Sosuke. I will give the people on my side a promotion, and you can do the same. Sha Tien said to Aizen, seemingly polite and nonchalant. Just relying on you, we still need to improve before the battle? Espada said disdainfully. Yami waved his hand even more, and Shiki hurried up to fight. Look, even they say that. It's really unnecessary, what if you improve? Aizen Sosuke's words also seemed arrogant. After the promotion, I can't see where it is stronger. Then you are still promoted by you, and I don't need it on my side. You are so pathetic. Sha Tian shrugged. Look at the people of the big world, how embarrassing and ugly they are, arrogant and beaten. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help it anymore. Looking at these monsters, the guys are arrogant and angry. The floating figure immediately rushed towards Espada Yami. Conquerors Haki and Armament Haki, both of whom had been elevated to horror, gave out red light directly, wrapped around their bodies like a flowing liquid, and the two famous knives tied under their feet turned black. The powerful Conqueror's aura directly permeated the two of them. Conquerors, who swallowed the world, rushed to Yami with a deterrent force. What a peculiar power. Yami's face still looked meaningless, but was swept by Conqueror's Haki, and immediately released his own Ryotsu resistance. In the next moment, a powerful attack was directly issued. Void Bullet. An attack formed by Ryotsu directly hit the Golden Lion Shiki and hurried away. Golden Lion Shiki narrowed his eyes, also felt strange about Espada Yami's virtual bomb attack. With the two long knives under his feet moving, Shiki used his previous skill as he turned his body. Lion. Slash Wave. Shiki's powerful Haki and power instantly slashed out the huge yellow sword air that distorted the air and slashed towards Yami. Advertisement: the virtual bombs used by Yami are obviously more powerful moves, which are extremely fast. And Shiki's giant sword gas also dragged the trail of white smoke and quickly bumped into it. Bang. Knife gas and virtual bullet collided, and the interaction of the two forces instantly exploded a terrifying energy impact in the air. Both Yami and Golden Lion Shiki took a step back and were on mutual alert. After testing each other for a while, I found that the opponent is not low in strength. Espada Yami yelled, and his powerful figure jumped straight out of the air. Lion. Thousand Cut Valley. Golden Lion Shiki wanted to quickly defeat the enemy, and after the trial, the move was his strongest sword style. One after another was bigger than the slash wave. The yellow sword aura that was several hundred meters long, formed a dense cluster of sword auras and slashed directly at Yami with terrifying power almost instantly. Even the air currents formed a shockwave of terrifying air following Shiki's movements. At this time, Yami was extremely powerful, with a terrifying aura directly against the sword, and rushed back. Everyone below looked at Golden Lion Shiki with excitement. It seems that Shiki's improvement just now wasn't just a little bit, but he actually cut out so many giant slashes. Yami's whole body was numb in an instant, and the murderous sword intent directly suppressed the huge body, and his horrified eyes watched the light of the sword from the slash pass through him. The terrifying series of slashes made the rest of Espada's eyes look sideways, with solemn expressions in their eyes. Boom. At this time, Yami suddenly broke out and overthrew Shiki directly at a faster speed, and his huge figure directly chased the past in the air. The figure is even bigger, and even has 12 legs. Shiki's eyes changed, and his feet were cut directly at Yami. Yami, who was flying upside down, surged into rage, and immediately turned on his return state. Yami, who had resisted Shiki's move, was repeatedly chopped and flew out. Kill him. Angry Beast. A series of sounds. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, a murderous knife intent directly became Shiki's body and rose up, and the long knife on his feet was wrapped in thunder. Yami was also taken aback. It was completely too late to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. The horrible sword intent surging out, and Haki, formed a huge red slash of thousands of meters, directly locked to the Yami under the blade and slashed in the past. Slash the Dragon. Chapter 162. You have learned alien skills, virtual bullets, unlimited use of energy, current progress, proficiency stage. The system prompt lights up. Sha Tian watched Golden Lion Shiki cut Espada Yami to cut the dragon directly. Grinned. Jihahaha. Hey, you are nothing more than that. Golden Lion Shiki laughed loudly and returned to the past arrogantly. That huge guy is indeed very strong, but after using Dragon Slash, he slashed it with a single blow. Kaido on the island. The ninjas waiting for Doflamingo and the remaining ninjas cheered with excitement. His eyes glared fiercely at the Aizen army in the sky. Above, the remaining Espada looked gloomy, looking ugly and unbelievable. Yami was so simple and rude to be dealt with by this man with blonde hair, with something stuck in his head, and two knives on his feet. Even in the state of returning to the blade, he couldn't hold the knife. This world is not simple. Yamamoto at the top looked solemn. That kind of sword intent cannot be used by ordinary strong people. Aizen Sosuke was even more gloomy behind the boundary, but his face remained unchanged. The ninth blade. Although Golden Lion Shiki ended the battle simply and rudely, it was only the first one. Aizen Sosuke slowed down and spoke as usual. Among Espada, Arenilo, who represents greed, stood up. The ninth blade was shrouded in a white robe, with something like a test tube on its head, with two Arankar faces on it, which was full of weird colors. You will pay the price. We never care, Arenilo said in a cold tone from the two Arankars above his head. At this time, Kaido took the lead and came to Sha Tian with a mace. Captain Sha Tian, let me go this time. Kaido took the initiative to ask Sha Tian with a fanatical intent to fight. Charlotte Linlin just wanted to play, but Kaido couldn't think that Kaido would move faster than her, so she cursed damn it. Kaido didn't care either, but Sha Tian smiled. Then it's up to you to get out. The palm of the hand was directly facing Kaido, and the breath began to connect. Kaido naturally knew what Shaen meant, and he did not hide the excitement on his face. This is to improve the strength. He immediately let go of his breath, and with the power transmitted by Shaen, Kaido's fruit ability became more terrifying and powerful, and the strength of Haki on his body increased again, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Advertisement giving everyone a screaming look, Kaido directly transformed into a huge blue dragon, rushing up with his feet on the air. This is Dragon. Aizen, Sosuke and Espada were both stunned. This person turned into a dragon. Yamamoto Genryusai and the Guardian team both watched in surprise. This creature is legendary. And Aranilo's eyes looked at Kaido in the form of a blue dragon, showing greed.
If you can swallow this big guy, then you can also gain the power to become this creature.
Thinking about it, Aranilo turned into a handsome young man, Shiba Kaien with greedy excitement. He also changed to holding Zanpakuto in his hand. Tien Shui reverse volume. Aranilo came up directly to Shikai Zanpakuto, and the violent Ryotsu used a move to cut off Kaido's huge dragon head.
Boom. Kaido didn't even hide, and was cut directly in the head. Is it just like this? A blood stain was cut off Kaido's head, but it recovered perfectly in an instant. The dragon's body turned, and with the bad wind entangled his body, it crushed towards Aronilo. So strong resilience. Aronilo looked at Kaido's dragon body, the color of greed glowed. I want it, I want it. Kaido has no idea of defense at all when facing the enemy, and it is directly offensive. Under the promotion of Captain Shaen, his fleshly body was completely terrifying to a terrible situation. Not to mention Haki and power. With this crush, Aronio was dragged by the terrifying bad wind on the Kaido dragon before he even dodges. He was hovered by the dragon body, and the dragon claws and dragon tail twitched wildly, and even his body was temporarily unable to escape. Can only be passively beaten. Watching Espada was stunned, Aizen regretted even Shaen's words just now. Eat him. At this time, Aronilo, who had been passively beaten, completely began to return to the edge. The upper body remained the same, and the lower body turned into a huge, terrifying and ugly octopus body. Bang! A loud noise. The octopus withstood Kaido's attack, Haki collided with Ryotsu, and a huge impact rushed away from the two of them. Little octopus claws. Find flowers. Kaido roared and threw off Aronio's paws, a breath of dragon brewing in his mouth, bursting out. Advertisement. Sero. Ryotsu Sero rushed towards Kaido's body like darkness swallowed. Kaido didn't evade, and directly resisted, and the dragon's breath in his mouth penetrated the lower body of the octopus that was a circle of himself. Aronilo directly retired from the state of returning to the blade, with a scorching flame on his body. On the other hand, Kaido's entire lower half of the dragon's body was shot and disappeared, and even no blood flowed out. Aronilo looked at him and laughed. Half of the body has disappeared and it is not a serious injury. Now this big guy belongs to me. At this time, there was no panic in the remaining half of Kaido's eyes. In an instant, flesh and blood rushed, and since the lower body had directly grown out of everyone's eyes. ... 0. You, how dare you? Kaido was furious, and the dragon head opened his mouth and roared loudly. The terrifying dragon power directly pressed on Aronio, and then the recovered body changed into the dragon head human body, a half-dragonized form with dragon scales. You know that the best thing about Zone Devil Fruit is its semi-morphic state. Thunder. 8 trigrams. Kaido was angry and took the huge mace in his hand, drew a trace of purple thunder. With the extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, he flew to Aronio in an instant, and knocked it over. Aronilo was completely stunned. How could this guy's resilience be more terrifying than theirs? But at this time, he couldn't avoid it, and he could only block Zanpakuto in his hand. Boom. Purple thunder burst. Aronio couldn't resist directly, and his whole body was cracked by Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams. Aronilo was fainted and lost. There was another cheer on the island below. 1. Kaido is really struggling. Rocks couldn't help but laugh. Kaido is also his old subordinate. Aizen's face. Finally it became gloomy. Lost 2 games in a row. Shaen watched Kaido come back and nodded approvingly. As for the system prompts in his mind, Shaen didn't even want to watch the moves of the 9-blade Aronilo. Shaen glanced at Aizen, whose color in the sky finally began to be solemn, and his eyes were full of clown-like eyes, and said casually. Next. Guang. Chapter 163. Very strong. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shinigami couldn't help but admire. Regardless of whether Alonio is at the bottom of Espada, it is also Espada under Aizen Sosuke. The strength is obvious to all. But still defeated by the opponent Xinglong. Captain Shaen, let me go in this round. The fat and bloated Charlotte Linlin walked to Shaen's side at this time, and also took the initiative to request to play. Shaen did not refuse to take the initiative to fight, but still used the connectivity ability to improve Charlotte Linlin. The explosion of Soul Fruit ability and Haki's terrifying progress made Charlotte Linlin happy. Captain Shaen is really unimaginable. Linlin, who was so powerful, stepped on Thunder Cloud Zeus and rushed to provoke him. Faced with Shaen's mocking words and counter-provocation, Aizen Sosuke took a deep breath. Libel. Aizen Sosuke's tone finally changed. 2 games in a row were disastrous defeats. Although it was harmless, they were all looked at by the guardian team of Jingling Ting next to him, and the old guy Yamamoto was so embarrassed. In Espada, the only woman stood up. With blonde hair and a hollow dagger in his hand, Wable rushed towards Charlotte Linlin without saying a word. Charlotte Linlin stepped directly on the thundercloud and summoned the flame Prometheus with his left hand, Napoleon's sword in the double-horned hat. Flame Prestige. Haki wrapped Napoleon's broadsword, a purple sword slashed out in an instant, and the flames followed the blast of Prometheus and shot at Wable. Gobblade. Wable has seen how badly the first two Espadas were beaten, and now he is facing this huge and terrifying woman with her feet on the clouds and flames in one hand. Turn on the return state without leaving your hands. Pointing Zanpakuto to the ground, a huge wave like a pearl mussel appeared below, and surrounded Hellebelle and closed. After the huge wave disappeared, the weapon became a shark gill's greatsword. In the state of returning to the blade, Wable has the power to control the water attribute. Trident missed. The powerful Ryutsu erupted, the yellow Ryutsu flowed on the big sword after Kisame, and then cut directly to Charlotte Linlin's slash. Boom. When the two swords collided, thunder and lightning burst out from it in an instant, and Charlotte Linlin stopped during the flight forward. Don't treat me like the two before. Advertisement. Hellebelle's eyes flashed serious, his figure moved, unexpectedly fast, and he came directly behind Charlotte Linlin. Linlin was also stunned, the explosive power of this yellow hair really should not be underestimated. And there is this kind of speed. After a brain teasing, he turned around and slashed in the past. Bang! There was another collision, and the shock of energy rippled away, causing everyone to squint. Kaido below showed an unbelievable look. Charlotte Linlin went backwards and was suppressed. But Wable directly chased after him, and a yellow light flashed on the sword body, condensed on the sword. Sero. Slash with Kisame. A fan-shaped Sero burst directly to Charlotte Linlin. And Linlin's actions really made Wable stunned. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki entangled Napoleon's sword and greeted Sero. Sorry, she's anxious. Kaido couldn't help but feel surprised, this blonde-haired woman is completely different from the previous one. The terrifying force when the sword is out is full of oppressive force. Everyone looked worried, Sha Tian at this time also saw it, Charlotte Linlin is probably not an opponent. Sure enough, Big Mom blocked Sero, and it exploded almost instantly when it came into contact with Sero, and the entire huge and fat body also flew upside down. But Hellebelle's attack did not stop. Broken waterfall. A huge jet of water, like a waterfall, sprayed out of the lines on the sword body of the giant sword like shark gills, and rushed towards Charlotte Linlin with the impact of Ryutsu and horror. At the same time, in the sea below, it was pulled over, like a tsunami, and shot towards Charlotte Linlin with the impact. There is no escape, no escape. Linlin can't do anything at this moment. His eyes throbbed and watched as the current rushed over and was swallowed by the waves below. The whole person was then washed into the sea. Just sink to the bottom of the sea like this. Wable took a deep breath, and returned to the lineup with a calm expression. Finally won the third game. Charlotte Linlin's physical skills are crushed, and the soul fruit ability has no effect on this blonde-haired woman. At this time, knowing that Charlotte Linlin had already lost, the pirates hurried to drag Charlotte Linlin ashore. Advertisement. The capable person can't activate any ability in the sea, let alone being smashed into the sea by the enemy. On the island, Golden Lion Shiki, Garp, Sengoku and others all looked at the blonde woman incredible. The Big Mom promoted by Sha Tian turned out to be completely suppressed and beaten. Is this the real power of Shinigami's world? Similarly, Yamamoto and other Shinigami watched silently. Seeing that Liber got it done easily, he could not help but narrow his eyes. There are still strong players in Espada. Linlin's such a powerful body is actually suppressed in speed, and the speed of this blonde hair is also very fast. Roger replayed carefully on the side, knowing that the whole world was blending together, and how could it be possible that all those who appeared in this sea area were inferior and weak? After all, this is a strong man in the world. Garp, Sengoku and others are also very solemn. Roger nodded to Sha Tian, turned his head and pulled out the long knife, Conqueror's Haki sword into the sky. Sha Tian and everyone behind him understand that the next battle is the highlight. Haki's enhancement has not only given characteristics, but has even begun to evolve towards the light golden stage.
Even Sha Tian can't help being a little surprised. The One Piece deserves to be the One Piece. The talent is so high. The red-haired Shanks was about to step forward. Roger held down the red-haired Shanks at this time and walked over with a grin. After winning a game, Aizen Sosuke didn't change much, just got back a face. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Roger's body. I will do this game, Red Taro. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sha Tian also laughed, and his direct activation ability strengthened Roger by half. Grimjow. The golden energy lights up on Roger's body. Everyone took a sigh of relief, and at the same time saw the power of the strong in another world. Everyone looked at Roger in amazement, and even Aizen Sosuke and others couldn't help but looked at Roger a little sideways. Looks like me. After Roger finished speaking, he walked to Sha Tian's side. Then, let's fight. Unlike others, the reinforcement Roger received was unimaginably large.
Chapter 164. As one of Espada's favorites to fight with the strong, Grijom heard Roger's words, "Let's fight." His eyes lighted up, and he looked straight at Roger, his face was excited.
You are powerful. Squeak. Leopard King. Grisum stared at Roger's figure below from the sky, and Ryotsu immediately liberated his whole body. The home state is on, changed into a capable leopardman state. Zanpakuto disappeared, the body became a white leopard, the cyan eyeshadow extended to the temples, the ears changed to bluish-green leopard ears, the hair changed to long hair hanging down, and the mask moved to the forehead. A dive, and directly attacked Roger directly, on the paws of both hands, blue light marks were drawn, with full pressure, to tear Roger into pieces. Roger was carrying a long knife, and the power exploded under his feet. Bang! The ground was torn apart. The whole person shot at Grisum, who swooped into the air like a cannonball. On the long knife, between the red and black 22 Haki flowing, it slowly transformed into a pale gold color, and it was a crosscut from the bottom to Grijoam. Boom! The confrontation between Ryotsu and Haki exploded directly in the air. There was waves in the space, and the claw was separated from the corner of Roger's long knife. Haki thunder and lightning began to appear. The energy exploded in the collision. After only a few seconds, Grimjow's eyes changed, and the whole person was completely lost by Roger's powerful knife. The body was also directly hit by the energy and the blade's strength, and it went straight into the sky. Sure enough. Strong enough. It was just a tentative counterattack, and Grisum saw Roger's terrifying combat power, stabilized his figure in the air, and gathered Ryotsu all over his body. Roger didn't fall down at this time. Instead, he stepped on his foot. The light-red emission is normal. Haki's golden foot is more obvious, and he stands firmly in the air. This is the characteristic of armed color after Shaen is promoted through void power. Move with thoughts. You're good too. Roger grinned, his eyes flashing red. In the first battle after he was reborn, he must defeat the enemy vigorously and violently. Sero. Advertisement Grisum's hand stretched out with 5 fingers imaginarily gripped, and the highly concentrated Ryotsu in the palm of the hand formed a red flash, with a terrifying power, directly shot towards Roger. Roger felt the power of Sero, his eyes condensed, and the muscles of his arm holding the knife vigorously moved. The mighty Haki leaned out even more, extending along the blade like a faint golden red sword, and slashed directly at Grijoam's Sero without evading it. In an instant, Sero flashed and met with a 1,000-meter sword. Zzz. Thunder began to emerge frantically from the center. Sero's power was directly cut in half by the sword chi, and it left black cracks and knife marks under the boundary between the two worlds. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Grisum's complexion changed drastically. The figure that was supposed to attack immediately stopped immediately, but he was also directly impacted by the explosion of his own Sero and sword energy collision, and his entire body was scratched by the remaining sword energy. And Conqueror's Haki in front of Roger was like a substance, blocking the impact, still staring at Grisum. The pirates below, Marine and the Ninja Alliance couldn't help cheering. Even Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Rayleigh, Rox looked at Roger in surprise. Is this guy's promotion? It's simply the so-called evolution. The two ordinary swords, without even using the sword energy of God Avoiding, beat one of the espadas on the opposite side into this embarrassing look of a knife mark. Shaen also looked at Roger unexpectedly. This strength is probably better than that when I dealt with Yim. It's still in the state where Haki hasn't completely transformed into a golden state. Really worthy of being a son of the plane. Gold D. Roger, Monkey D. Luffy, these two guys are favored by the whole world. After all, this is the pirate world. At this time, Roger even looked back and took a triumphant look at Rayleigh and Rox, Garp. As if to say again, did you see my performance? This guy, he's still such a scumbag, he wants to beat someone from another world with great vigor. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. This is Roger, the One Piece King. It's good that he is alive. Aizen Sosuke and Espada's other opponents were swept by their abilities, and their eyes couldn't help but condensed. Gryciome is probably not this person's opponent, as predicted. Advertisement. Although the knife marks are not serious, the dense wounds look embarrassed. At this time, Grisum was still wary. Even if you can't fight, you can't lose your desire to fight. What I enjoy is to compete with the strong, not to win or lose. As for Aizen's face or something, who cares about him? Wong Shu's. Shine. The blood on the whole body's scars directly merged into the burst of spiritual power. The blue flashes flickered under Grijoam's hands, extremely huge. This is the strongest blow that Grisum can play beyond the claws of the Leopard King. The air currents were instantly stirred, and even the sea below was blown down instantly, and the violent air pressure was the first to blast towards Roger before the flash. God avoid. Roger saw that Grijoam even put all the blood in his whole body to match the energy with a blow that could almost penetrate the space. His eyes flashed with a faint golden color. This is a vision circulating in the body under the fusion of Conqueror's Haki and armed S*X domineering. Following Roger's slashing body, the terrifying Haki entangled, and Haki thunder and lightning flashed. The impact of the air pressure and everything on the sea surface was quickly suppressed. Before the power was completely dissipated, the long knife in Roger's hand had already been stroked, and the huge black and gold-colored sword aura burst out. At this moment, all the King's Sero and all the horrible Ryotsu were wiped out instantly. All the power was suppressed by Roger's divine avoidance, until the sword chi cut through Grisum's arm and rushed straight out of the sky to dissipate. You lose. Roger laughed loudly, turned around and landed on the island. On the island, Shears, Newgate, Rocks, Garp, red-haired Shanks and other old acquaintances all showed bright smiles. Sha Tien also held his arms and smiled. In terms of the strength of this sixth blade, being violently suppressed by Roger was really unexpected. Grimjow broke an arm and stood back weakly. The other Espada did not say anything, but completely changed everyone on the island. The Shinigami of the Jingling Garden Guardian team couldn't help but stare at Roger solemnly. This person is very strong. Chapter 165 Sha Tien once again won a big profit. One piece Roger was smashed by the sixth blade Grism and one with 3 knives. The next ones are getting stronger and stronger on both sides. Sha Tien didn't look at the skills that the system prompted to learn. Grism is not the strongest in Espada, the next is the highlight. For example, the fifth blade, Neutra, has just stood up right now. A huge double moon sickle was held in his hand, his eyes flashed with cruelty. How am I doing this round? Whitebeard Newgate glanced at the crowd, looking a little impatient. Roger has taken it all, and Newgate is naturally itchy in his heart that he wants to take it. Whitebeard, are you not sure about your physical illness? Garp rolled up his sleeves and watched Whitebeard Newgate as he rested well with the patient. Yes, Whitebeard, just watch us take action. Behind them, a group of pirates and marines spoke out, all expressing their intention to leave the station. Seeing everyone laughing and almost saying that they were dying, the shock of Whitebeard's breath filled the bed. It's too early for you to take action. Roger has just been resurrected for a few decades to try it out. No one in Marine is going to play, Sakazuki. In the end, Sha Tien watched the fifth blade Neutra appear on the stage and said with a smile to everyone. 5 Admiral, even Marshal Sengoku wanted to make a move. Seeing Sha Tien let Akainu play, he didn't say anything, but looked at Akainu a little envious. Everyone on the field will be enhanced by Sha Tien with peculiar abilities to improve their overall combat power. Sha Tien's palm faces Akainu, and a golden light radiates, connecting the breath. To Sha Tien, who originally had a different position, Akainu let go of his breath with a little bit of complexity. Shrouded by golden light in an instant, the aura of the awakening stage of the 10,000 realms on Sha Tien directly guided Conqueror's Haki, and the abilities of Devil Fruit were explosively improved. Akainu Sakazuki turned into lava, and his breath continued to grow stronger. After stopping, the shocked Sakazuki clenched his fists, a little hard to imagine his improvement. Nodded to Sha Tien, immediately like a volcanic eruption, braving the lava to fly into the sky. Next, none of the guys in their lineup are good. Advertisement Sha Tien watched Akainu go up, and said to everyone. Although only Charlotte Linlin lost 1 game, it does not mean that the opponent Espada is weak. On the contrary, Espada is very powerful, the dimension opposite itself is a bit higher, and they are all top legions, and the victorious Roger and others are among the strongest people in the world on their own, and it is normal to be able to crush. Strictly speaking, the Admiral level like Akainu Sakazuki is the level corresponding to Espada. It doesn't really matter whether we win or lose. We are about to face the 10,000 realms. This one-on-one battle is just a transition to be familiar with fighting other worlds.
Sha Tien said to Charlotte Linlin, who was holding her head back, a little earnestly.
As one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin is actually just a matter of face. Knowing what Sha Tien said, he nodded solemnly. At this time, Akainu Sakazuki was already facing Neutra. Great eruption. As soon as Akainu Sakazuki got up, his whole person was already elementalized, and the lava giant fist braving the flames had already hit the fifth blade. The whole body is lava. Not only Neutra was surprised, but also everyone else. This is the special power of this world. Immediately Neutra raised the sickle, and the blade state was turned on. After liberation, Neutra has a crescent-shaped horn on his head, a cross-shaped yellow facial pattern on his face, and a tooth-like goggle-shaped mask at the virtual hole. It has 6 amputee-shaped arms, and each arm holds a double-edged sickle. Ryotsu ran away from his hand and weapon, and swiped Sakazuki's lava fist directly into pieces. After a flash, he arrived in front of Sakazuki. Speed and strength are very powerful. Sakazuki didn't expect that after he was ascended, observation Haki almost didn't perceive the figure of the sickle man, and immediately covered Haki on the lava fist, and slammed his fist towards the sickle that had been split. Bang! Under Ryotsu's block, the lava scattered. Sakazuki's strength didn't lose much. He confronted Neutra's 6 arms, and the flames on his face were even worse. People from Otherworld, just stay with you, come here and die.
How can Akainu accept a close confrontation with people from another world, and his abilities burst out with all his strength?
The characteristic power of lava eruption is also stronger. Dark Hound. At this moment, Sakazuki's other hand turned into a dog's head like solid lava, with the scorching temperature, and instantly attacked Neutra. Neutra didn't even think about Akainu's hand, but because he had 6 arms in front of him, he didn't turn around at once, so he would pierce half of his body. Advertisement with a bang, a huge flame of lava shot through the body to the sky. Neutra had an ugly face, and then he was blown away by Akainu. Akainu Sakazuki smiled. The body was beaten in half, and I won. The expression on his face hadn't started to be happy yet, it solidified in the next moment. The yellow light on Neutra's body circulated, and his broken body was directly restored. Diaresis, it's really thrilling, your lava is really powerful. Licking her lips, Neutra showed her long tongue, and the 5 characters on it were clearly visible. The figure directly disappeared in place, surrounding Sakazuki at a very fast speed, with 6 arms waving sickles and constantly slashing at Sakazuki. Akainu has absolutely no power to resist this kind of guy who is as fast as Ultimate, and can't accurately catch it even with seeing, hearing, and S*X. The sickle with Ryotsu can cause damage to the elemental body. He couldn't hit the enemy, but the enemy hit with a knife. Akainu is stunned, and other tricks are completely useless. Number good, in the end, with a bang, Akainu Haki was overdrawn, and his body fell to the island with a little energy. Lost. Everyone in Espada breathed a sigh of relief. And at this moment, the complexion of everyone on the island changed drastically. On Neutra's outstretched tongue, a yellow flash was getting bigger and bigger. He will continue to shoot Akainu who is about to land on the island, and the attack even covers the entire island. Really stubbornly stubborn. Shaen faintly looked at the huge Sero and shot it over with a boom. If you kill Akainu in the upper battle, everyone has nothing to say. Now that Akainu has been polished by him, Haki and physical strength, even the elementalization can support it, fell down. He just started to release a killer blow, and the target was everyone on the island. This blow condenses all Neutra's Ryotsu. Shaen snorted coldly, looked at Aizen, and a sword intent rose. Chapter 166. The horrible sword intent turned into gold, and headed directly towards the huge Sero that shot from the yellow. Sword chi was formed directly on the way, cut open and burst Sero without any hindrance, and sword chi continued to move forward. Slashed directly on Neutra who was suppressed by the sword intent. This, Neutra, who represents despair, looked at Shaen, who was holding her arms and didn't even look at her, but a sense of relief emerged. It's worth dying in the hands of a strong man who can kill himself with such a thought. Boom. On the 5th blade, Neutra turned into a powder and disappeared. Shaen's sword chi also cut the space barrier afterwards, and went directly to Soul Society Yamamoto Genryusai and others, leaving a ravine several kilometers long on the ground and disappeared. This person, Yamamoto's pupils shrank and looked at Shaen incredulously. He even touched the boundary wall with his hand, obviously still insurmountable. But this man's knife spirit killed one of Arrancar Espada and directly cut the space barrier. How strong is this? The other Shinigami captains felt the intent of the sword, and couldn't help but feel a little shocked in their hearts. And Shaen stared straight at Aizen, a thought cut the 5th blade. There are no unnecessary waves on Aizen Sosuke's face. The heart was tight, and the evaluation of Shaen took another step. This guy, the sword aura just now was obviously very strong, the 5th blade couldn't even stop Sero in front, and even he didn't even use the sword. It was an attack from the mind. Espada, who could clearly sense Shaen's outburst of sword intent, could not help but step back a little, with a cold sweat on his face. This person seems to be called Shaen. The title is the Sword God. The 9th blade was seriously injured, and his voice was trembling a bit, and the information he had detected was revealed. When the rest of Espada heard it, they couldn't help being stunned. It's no wonder that the sword intent just now made all of them feel astonished. This Shaen is obviously the leader below. I am afraid it is the strongest person in this world. Next game. Shaen said lightly to Aizen Sosuke. In my mind, I just killed the 5th blade and got a random reward. You have acquired all the skills of the 5th blade Neutra and the power of Arrancar in the Shinigami world. There are no waves in Shaen's heart. Destroying Espada's skills is still a bit tasteless for him. Without paying attention, Aizen Sosuke, who was expressionless and looked up, started the next game. Advertisement among Espada. Ulquiorra, Cypher came up. Any one of you can go on. Cypher's eyes even looked at Shaen with a war intent. Without fear. Shaen ignored it even more, too lazy to answer. This one, let me play. At this time, in Sengoku, when 5 Admiral and other people from Pirate World wanted to play. Senju Hashirama walked over. We have merged with the world, so the ninja is also a part of the world. How about our contribution in this event? Senju Hashirama said to everyone who was clamoring to take action. As soon as this was said, the others had nothing to say.
It's probably not appropriate for people in the ninja world to watch the show the whole time.
Since I want to make a shot, I will give in. Anyway, there are still 3 games to play. Shaen nodded. The only thing about the ninja's shot is that the effect of the enhanced strength of his own breath will be greatly reduced. After all, his skills in the awakening stage of the 10,000 realms are all of the Haki system. The various chakra escape techniques obtained are all advanced. Sure enough, a breath-linked ascension was used against Hashirama, and there was not much improvement under the guidance. Hashirama didn't care either. After making a grinning seal, he stood on the wooden golem and rose into the air. Ulquiorra waited for Espada to watch so many games. He knew that he didn't need to keep his hands when he played. There was no simple enemy. The powerful Ryotsu broke out, and the state of returning to the blade was directly opened. A pair of huge demon wings, holding a green spirit weapon in his hand, looking at Senju Hashirama with an extremely plain expression. Hashirama frowned. This winged guy obviously had a particularly calm thinking. And the feeling of being powerful is more obvious than the previous ones. Wood style, wood dragon technique. As soon as Hashirama came up, he started wood style directly. On the island, a tree of wood grows rapidly, forming a dragon shape, and it rushes directly to Ulquiorra, very fast. It's completely different from the people before. Under Ulquiorra's facial paralyzed expression, he was also surprised. This guy in the dark red armor uses a different power from the previous ones. Ulquiorra directly rushed towards the wooden dragon holding the Lingzi lightsaber, cut into pieces in 3 or 2, and continued to attack Hashirama. Advertisement, Sage Mode. Hashirama stared solemnly, his hands clasped together, his eyeshadow lines appeared on his face, and Sage Mode turned on. Wood Style. Wooden Golem Jutsu. Boom. On the ocean next to the island, a huge wooden golem grew directly, and Hashirama also directly fell on the wooden golem's head, moving his hand. The huge wooden golem shook his fist directly, and followed the dived Ulquiorra with a punch. Seeing the peculiar power, Ulquiorra was taken aback, and the giant fist hit him directly. Bang! The air exploded instantly. Ulquiorra was also repelled far away in the state of returning to the blade. Sero. There was no mood swing, Ulquiorra directly stabilized his figure, a powerful Ryotsu condensed, and then a powerful Sero launched against Hashirama on wooden golem. Wooden golem's hand was also whistling under the control of Hashirama, Sero grabbed it. The moment of contact, there was a boom. The hand of the huge wooden golem was directly blown apart. Even Madara, who was watching the battle below, shrank her pupils. Hashirama's wooden golem took over the tailed beast bomb and was blown up by the opponent's attack. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hashirama's wooden golem is too big. Second paragraph. Return to the edge. Hashirama stood on it, and the entire wooden golem stepped forward on the sea, with countless fists roaring and bombarding Ulquiorra.
Sage Art. Wood Style. Shinsu Senju. At this moment, Ulquiorra was evading the suppression of the Myojin Gate, and when he looked back, he saw the rapid formation of Senju wooden golem, which was several times larger than the mountain. A huge torii-like door fell from the unknown sky, and directly suppressed Ulquiorra. Hashirama couldn't help but speak. Ulquiorra, who has always been calm and has no obvious emotional changes, condensed his eyes, and a huge lightsaber condensed with Sero in his hand. He was ready to smash the huge wooden fists that enveloped him. When Ulquiorra retreated, Ryotsu exploded, and great changes began to take place. You can only use this. The next moment is indeed a direct seal. However, it has no effect. Sage Art. Myojin Gate. You are strong. At the same time, Hashirama's attack did not stop, and the seal in his hand opened again. The wood-style technique personally used by Hashirama broke out. Chapter 167. In the face of countless wooden golem fists roaring, Ulquiorra retreated and burst into the second stage of the blade state he had comprehended and used for the first time. The shape of the whole body has undergone an even greater change. The peculiar appearance and the terrifying aura made Hashirama couldn't help but shrink his pupils. The state of this family, Guy, is terrible, on top of the Buddha. The chakra in Hashirama's hand was even more violent, and he shouted. After chakra's blessing, the giant fist exerted a more terrifying force. Smash it. Thunder Spear. The terrifying Ryotsu condenses on Ulquiorra, who is in the second stage. Both hands pulled out a green photon spear and threw it directly at Shinsu Senju. Boom. When the thunder spear touched the fist, a huge explosion occurred immediately. Numerous fists attacked at the same time were directly blown apart. Hashirama's complexion also condensed, and the next wave of fists shot again. The bottomless chakra on his body has also begun to consume a lot of money in the two offensives of maintaining the Buddha on top. Moreover, after the guy on the opposite side transformed again, the power of his moves, strength, and speed had all risen by many times. At this time, Uchiha was also very calm. Rushing over to head with wooden golem, I'm afraid it will be hard for him to fight. But that guy's wooden golem couldn't keep up with him. As long as he pulled it a few times, his energy consumption would not be able to keep up. Thinking about it, the backhand was a thunder spear, threw it over again, shattering most of his fists. Hashirama had no way to face this kind of opponent, so he could only launch the top of the Buddha again, while Uchiha dodged again, maintaining a safe distance. At this time, Hashirama's chakra consumption is already very large. Wood Style. The tree world is coming. At this time, Hashirama once again used his skill. A large number of huge trees sprang up from the bottom of the sea, flexibly wrapping around Ulquiorra, and at the same time, Shinsu Senju wooden golem followed closely. Ulquiorra was surrounded by wildly growing trees, and it flew to the sky immediately. At this time, Hashirama exhausted the last chakra, and Shinsu Senju directly overwhelmed him with a bang. Ulquiorra was inevitable and was covered by the shadow of the fist. Bang, bang, bang. Advertisement. Countless hands kept hitting until they hit the sea, and the seawater hit by the huge impact was exploded. Suddenly, Hashirama's complexion changed, and the whole person was taken aback, looking up to the sky. Ulquiorra opened a crack in the air, and only half of his body came out. As soon as he came out, the injury on his body was fully recovered with high-speed regeneration. Black Sero. The huge Ryotsu formed a larger black flash than the ordinary Sero, from top to bottom, directly hitting Hashirama on the head of the huge wooden golem. Hashirama looked at Ulquiorra, who started Black Sero in front of him, and sighed inwardly. When he lost, his chakra had already lost the opportunity to launch the next round to maintain Shinsu Senju. The huge black Sero shattered the remaining Senju fists and exploded on the unusually huge wooden golem. Under the shock of terror, Hashirama, who had not enough chakra, was also lifted out and fell to the island. I can still fight.
Ulquiorra looked at the island below, still showing no mood swings. On the island below, Madara's face was gloomy and her anger was rising. Hashirama's defeat is a bit unacceptable. On land, how could Hashirama lose to a guy like you? Madara burst into chakra aura, the ground instantly cracked, and she muttered to herself with an angry face. Not only to avenge Hashirama, but also to rectify the name of the ninja in his own world. Taking a look at the indifferent Shaen, he didn't stop, his figure moved directly, Rinnegan turned on directly, and the blue complete body Susanoo appeared directly. Tengai Shinsei. The mark on the hand was different, and the whole sky was shaken. A huge meteorite appeared quickly, whizzing and rubbing the air, causing flames, and crashing toward Ulquiorra in the sky. Susanoo, who was completely body, rose directly into the sky, and on the big blue sword in his hand, one by one Guyu was formed and quickly tossed towards Lazio. Ulquiorra's eyes condensed, and another large thunder spear threw it towards the meteorite in the sky. But the flying blue Guyu directly ignored it, and still hit him directly. Boom! The thunder spear hit the meteorite with a huge explosion. And Guyu also produced a violent bombardment on Ulquiorra. Find Flowers advertisement, Madara. Hashirama was caught by Chakra's hand extended by Naruto, and when he saw Madara shot directly, he couldn't help but rush. Madara shot directly without letting Shaen improve. You must know that the guy with the black wings on the opposite side did not use more powerful destructive power, but regardless of the body's recovery, power speed, and defense, it was so strong that it couldn't be caught. This guy, Shaen also shook his head. Although he didn't stop him, he didn't have to rush up in such a hurry. Although Ulquiorra is not the strongest, it has the second stage of the blade and high-speed regeneration. If the suppression force is not enough, it is easy to be dragged directly to the end of chakra just like Hashirama. As predicted, Ulquiorra, whose arms were gone by Guyu, returned to normal almost instantly. Zero unexpectedly, Ulquiorra threw the green light spear at Madara and Susanoo at this time, and the black arrow on his fingers quickly condensed and launched. I don't know how much stronger the regeneration ability is than Madara and Hashirama. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Thunder Spear and Black Arrow also moved instantly, appearing directly on Susanoo's head in front of Madara. Planetary devastation. At the last moment, the calm Ulquiorra finished his prepared attack, then was cut in half by Susanoo's great sword, and was directly absorbed into the sky by planetary devastation. A huge suction force directly acted on Ulquiorra's body, and the original sprinting force flew toward Madara more quickly and uncontrollably. An instant horrible explosion rippled. Guang! It is bound to blow Ulquiorra into pieces after piercing through it. Success! But Ulquiorra didn't change his face at all, and directly condensed two thunder spears with a terrifying breath in his hands, ignoring the long sword on Susanoo and smashed it. Seeing Ulquiorra rushing, Madara directly activated gravity, and Susanoo's great sword made a piercing movement. Boom! Thunder spear! Universal pull! As soon as he turned around, the whole person rushed towards Madara's Susanoo. The speed could not even be caught by the naked eye. The moment Ulquiorra was pierced, a small black ball was directly pushed out of Madara's hand. Madara's Rinnegan's ability was fully activated, and his face was twisted. Chapter 168 Uchiha Madara was traumatized by the bombing, and one leg was broken. The whole person was lifted by the force of the explosion and fell. Sasuke also went up and dragged Madara back. At this time, everyone looked at the sky with serious expressions. The power of Madara's planetary devastation was completely dissipated before it was activated. Ulquiorra's body divided into two, quickly recovered under high-speed regeneration. The breath stood there as usual, and took a look at Uchiha Madara and the people on the island still standing there. On the fourth edge, Ulquiorra beat the two, and looking at him, everything in the battle was as expected. This guy wants to fight again. The faces of Garp, Sengoku and others are a bit ugly. This person, whether it is the power of the moves, the speed of the figure, and even the ability to regenerate. Presumably the next few will not be too bad. The people in the Hokage world are also a bit decadent, and even the two legendary ninjas are defeated. Sasuke and Naruto, as well as Sage of Six Paths Chakra Body, understand that Madara loses the power of 10 Tails Chakra and 6 Paths. Even after the resurrection, it still uses the previous Rinnegan power and wood style. He wants to fight, so I'll do it. Don't fight with me, grum la la la. Whitebeard Newgate smiled at everyone and walked up with Kong Yunchi. Newgate. Shaen didn't talk nonsense either, it was just that the breath was connected to the past. With Newgate's temperament, he might just rush forward. Whitebeard Newgate smiled, his breath was released, and after his body was connected to Shaen, the golden light was prosperous. Newgate. Not worse than Roger. Sengoku, Admiral and others, and Hashirama and Madara who were resting beside them, all looked astonished. The Roger just now was scary enough, and after Shaen's promotion, he completely surpassed himself. And the current Whitebeard is also exaggerated. The breath of Whitebeard Newgate instantly skyrocketed, and the abilities of Conqueror's Haki and Shock Fruit flowed around the body at this moment, and even the air around the body was cracking. The whole person's momentum rose to the sky, and the sea was surging. Ulquiorra and Espada above, Aizen Sosuke, and Shinigami's Yamamoto Genryusai all looked with serious eyes. Advertisement Roger on the island looked at Whitebeard with a smile, as he should have been. Even Whitebeard Newgate himself did not expect that Sha Tian's guidance and promotion would be so huge on him. Even 1 point better than Roger. Under the black turban, the golden hair quickly grew out, the old breath on his body was rejuvenated, and the pain disappeared. This is, Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help being surprised. Is it so amazing? Sha Tian smiled and did not explain. Try to improve like everyone else, but also use the power of the void to assist Whitebeard Newgate. Any sickness, aging and aging have been re-washed. Seriously speaking, Sha Tian took special care of it, allowing Whitebeard Newgate to restore his youthful body. Such a Whitebeard Newgate, plus the promotion, how powerful it is to be able to make a full shot without any scruples. You are going to make me owe you again, mum then catch that winged weird man as a small gift. Newgate grinned at Sha Tian, no need to say more thanks. With a wave of Kong Yun's hand, he looked at Ulquiorra in the air, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki was also oppressed by a faint golden glow. At the moment when Ulquiorra watched Whitebeard Newgate being promoted by Sha Tian, he wanted to attack and stop, a feeling of palpitations came to his mind. If you make a move, I am afraid I will be killed by the person named Sha Tian instantly. This is also the second time Ulquiorra has such obvious mood swings on his face, and Aizen Sosuke who knows him can't help but look sideways. Just thinking about it, Whitebeard Newgate completed his ascension, and a Conqueror's Haki shrouded and oppressed him. Ulquiorra also emits a Ryatsu, resisting this strange spiritual oppression, and at the same time the eyes reveal extremely solemn. The strong guy with the white beard, the strong breath on his body is really terrifying. Calmness can deal with all enemies, Ulquiorra said silently in his heart. Suddenly, the Whitebeard Newgate below disappeared in place. Then I heard a bang. At this time, Newgate had already arrived in front of Ulquiorra. Remember, I am Whitebeard, a monster from another world. Whitebeard Newgate gave a big smile, and his left fist hit Ulquiorra directly. I am Ulquiorra. Advertisement without the slightest carelessness, Ulquiorra also reported his family, and at the same time, the photon sword appeared in his hand, and it hit Whitebeard with a slash. With the huge power and the slash of the Lingzi sword, this power is terrifying. And when Whitebeard Newgate fisted in the air, the atmosphere in front was torn apart. The powerful punch brought Haki directly to smash Ulquiorra's photon sword, and the power of the vibration was quickly passed. Bang! The force of the vibration directly knocked back the Ulquiorra under the Erduangui edge by tens of meters. What kind of power is this? Shock? Although Ulquiorra was careless and calmly fighting, he was still taken aback by Whitebeard Newgate's punch. The power of this world is so peculiar that even the vibration can be turned into itself. Black Sero. After Ulquiorra knew that Whitebeard Newgate would have this ability, he moved a distance inside, and a normal-sized black Sero penetrated through his fingers. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ryatsu and Photon Spear's sword intent against Whitebeard Newgate, Haki and a shaking ability. This Whitebeard was stronger than the aura guest after the upgrade. Immediately, Ryatsu surged wildly, and a green light spear appeared in his hand, directly facing Whitebeard Newgate. Without being polite in his hand, Kong Yun waved and slammed directly towards Ulquiorra. The complexion remained the same, but there was a little surprise in his eyes. Whitebeard Newgate chuckled directly, and under the blessing of observation Haki, he ducked slightly sideways. Whitebeard Newgate is actually stronger than us, I don't know how much. Pieces of armament Haki under the feet formed a step support, and stepped on them one by one. Uchiha Madara was stunned. Gulala. The atmosphere in the middle of the two clashes cracked, and after the power clash, the airflow instantly surging into a hurricane. Jien secretly sighed, being young is good. There was a bang, except that Ulquiorra was lifted off and repelled. Click. The ocean below caused huge waves and the islands shook. Whitebeard Newgate is not struggling, but his strength increases again. Ulquiorra no longer looked serious and confident before. Hashirama watched the battle and couldn't help being surprised. Chapter 169 Whitebeard Newgate regained his youthful state, coupled with Conqueror's Haki who was guided and promoted. The momentum of his body at this moment caused the surrounding space to be distorted. After Ulquiorra was knocked into the air, her facial paralyzed expression was in a state of confusion. When he was in the second stage, he was so easily blown away by Whitebeard with a normal punch. I stabilized my figure while flying upside down, and there was no such indifference in his eyes. Bang! The green and black Ryatsu fragments drifted, Ulquiorra disappeared in place instantly, and instantly attacked Whitebeard again. Whitebeard Newgate still had that smile on his face, with his left fist retracted, his hands clasped the clouds, his eyes rolled, and the naginata he was holding directly slashed to the left with a white halo. Click. The horrible air cracks are torn apart. At the same time, Ulquiorra's figure also appeared on that side, his pupils shrank, and a green-black photon spear was quickly condensed in his hand, which blocked the place where naginata had struck in a hurry. Boom. It is the confrontation between Ryatsu and Haki and Shock Fruit's abilities. Your 22 moves are very interesting. Whitebeard Newgate held the naginata and bumped the green photon spear, and Conqueror's Haki's thunder and Ryatsu shards drifted away. Espada in the sky, Aizen Sosuke frowned. I have to admit that the horror of Ulquiorra's second stage homecoming, and what is even more terrifying is that this Whitebeard can directly suppress Ulquiorra in this state. Shinigami, such as Yamamoto Genryusai, Kurosaki Ichigo, etc., who are still behind the world's boundary, can't help but be surprised. The four-edged two-stage return blade was downwind in terms of speed and strength, and the energy of the confrontation at this time was even more violent. This is the unique power of this world, just like Ryotsu. It seems to have a mental power that shocks the heart. Yamamoto Genryusai felt the aura through the boundary wall, felt it clearly, and couldn't help but said in surprise. At this moment, the battle below became more intense. Shout out! Newgate increased his strength again, holding the opposing Naginata and directly pushed the crack forward. Bang! The thunder spear in Ulquiorra's hand shattered directly, and Ryotsu scattered. The Naginata slashed directly on Ulquiorra's body, and the powerful Haki and shock fruit abilities exploded. Ulquiorra's whole body began to crack in wounds. How could it be? Your power. Unbelievable. Ulquiorra was directly shredded by half of his body, and was directly knocked to the upper right of Whitebeard Newgate in the shock. The spear of thunder will be scattered. I don't know how much this strong man is stronger than the two in front. Boom. Advertisement as Ulquiorra flew upside down, a green-black Ryotsu filled his body, and his body started high-speed regeneration again, returning to its original state. It's just that Ulquiorra, who is always cold and arrogant and has no mood swings, is truly shocked. Even the second stage can't completely fight in strength. Then fight for speed. The stabilized Ulquiorra disappeared instantly. Only the waves of the air after being hit in midair remained. Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but his eyes constricted. This guy knows that there is a huge gap in power, and now he chooses to play with speed. The only flaw in the midair speed is the one who can't fly directly. But, being caught by me, can I still take a blow? With a grumble laugh, Whitebeard Newgate turned around and cut it away with a knife. Bang! With Shock Fruit's ability, the knife gas is like an air cannon condensed to the limit, directly exploding. Ulquiorra also paused and twisted his body, then continued to move at high speed. Whitebeard can catch his figure, can't get close. After pulling the distance, it instantly appeared in another direction, and a black Sero rushed directly towards Newgate. Newgate frowned and flashed sideways. The green and black flashes shot directly beside his body. This attack just bombarded the huge wooden golem. Black Sero then shot straight into the sea. Boom. The large group of terrifying explosions directly caused the sea to evaporate in large quantities, just like a nuclear bomb exploded in the sea. The power of the attack is really huge. Whitebeard Newgate took a look, his eyes focused on Ulquiorra again. Observation Haki is launched, and the figure can be clearly captured even if it is fast. This is the terrible perception after the promotion. At this time, Ulquiorra knew that this attack mode was useful. As long as you hit Whitebeard once, you have a chance to hit the second and third times, but its own consumption will be extremely huge. I can't manage that much now, as long as I win this person is enough. His figure blurred again, moving beyond the speed of sound. The light flashed, and another black Sero shot from here. Newgate passed by again in a thrilling manner. Boom, it exploded terribly again. Advertisement, come again. Ulquiorra knew that his consumption was terrifying. But still chose this attack method. Only this time, the Spear of Thunder was used. The speed of the Thunder Spear was faster, and it aimed at Whitebeard Newgate and threw it over. Really like thunder, but Newgate, who was still aware of it, avoided. The next moment, Ulquiorra threw out the Thunder Spear in the opposite direction. With extremely fast speed, 1 hit, 2 hits. Ulquiorra threw the Thunder Spear in 4 different directions. At extremely fast speeds, it was like using 4 strikes at the same time, blocking Whitebeard Newgate's dodge. Now, how do you hide? Ulquiorra appeared higher and took a breath of air. The expression is a bit strenuous, at this time. Boom. The blocked Whitebeard Newgate can only force the next. Armament Haki covered his whole body, and Kong Yun cut his whole body. A fierce bombardment occurred when the Spear of Thunder struck. Ryotsu burst into a black-green energy ball, which envelops Newgate, and then burst apart. The energy of horror was scattered. It's not over yet. Ulquiorra aimed at the center of the burst, and the black Sero compressed it out, forming a fan-shaped impact with a powerful impact. Everyone on the island was shocked. Roger, Hashirama, Madara and others all broke out anxious cold sweats. Even Whitebeard Newgate, who has been promoted to this level, will lose. The Flash and Thunder Spear hit. This kind of attack can't be sustained by the body. At this time, a more terrifying explosion sounded. Ulquiorra also breathed a sigh of relief and stabilized. I have no strength any longer. It's just that I'm not flexible in the air. When do you think I'm slow? A big hand passed directly over the bursting energy and grabbed Ulquiorra's neck.